Are you posing? Good.
All right, thanks everyone for coming. Really appreciate it. I know it's early. Hopefully you all got some coffee or something to wake you up. Really appreciate you coming out. My name is Dan Schlosser, and I'm a product manager on Firebase.
Morning, everybody. My name is Sam. I'm on the Firebase team, but I was the lead engineer on the Santa Tracker app.
Awesome. So this morning we're going to be talking about Santa Tracker and Firebase. But let me back up. As many of you may know, every year on December 24th, Santa flies on a sleigh pulled by reindeer around the world. It's a lot of work, but he delivers over 1 billion presents in just 24 hours. That's Google scale. All right. Now, as any kid would tell you, it's actually a huge pain when you don't know when Santa's going to come sliding down your chimney, right? You have to stay up, cookies and milk, the whole thing. So here at Google, we figured it's 2017. You shouldn't need to stay up all night wondering where Santa is. So now, there's an app for that. Santa Tracker is a holiday tradition here at Google. In it, kids can play holiday games, track Santa as he flies around the world. We publish a web version and an Android app, and today we're going to focus how we used Firebase to modernize it and make sure the holidays went off without a hitch. For those of you that don't know, Firebase is Google's mobile app platform with products that make it easy for you to build your app and grow a successful business. But today, we're going to be focusing on how we combined Google Analytics, crash reporting, and remote config to ensure that we could roll out this app to over 1 million users last December.
So before we jump in, let me describe our nightmare scenario. So every year, Santa Tracker rolls out to over 1 million new users. And with a user base that big, there's a lot that could go wrong. And this really keeps us up at nights. This is why we're proactive about using Firebase in the app. So before Santa flies in early November, a bunch of Googler elves meet up in an igloo in Mountain View, and we start planning the next release. We have a few goals. We need to address last year's feedback, fix any crashes that we heard about, any bugs. And we need to add a bunch of new features, games, and a fresh coat of paint to keep the app feeling new. So December 1st is the first big milestone. This is when we ship the APK out to the Play Store. And at this point, we're just biting our nails in anticipation. We're refreshing Twitter. We're looking at Google News. We want to know if there's any reaction, good or bad, to the new version of the app. But what do we do if something goes wrong? Let's say it's December 18th, and Dan's playing Penguin Swim, one of the new games, on his Nexus S running Cyanogen mod. And he gets the, unfortunately, Santa Tracker has stopped dialogue, which I'm sure we're all familiar with. Penguin Swim was supposed to be our big new feature this year, but clearly something's gone wrong. So what can we do about it? First of all, how do I even know that something's gone wrong in the app? At this point, it's because I'm just refreshing Play Store reviews, and they're not good. People are saying they hated it, or the app is stupid, or it sucks. I'd give it 0 stars if I could. Some people are even blaming us that they didn't get good presents, but I actually don't think that's my fault. And yes, these are all real reviews from this year. So we need to fix the bug. We come into the office the next morning, and we're hunting through the app for the bug. If we're lucky, we fix it that day. If it's complex, it could take longer. And then once we think we've fixed it, we have to make a new APK and start our QA process all over again. So December 20th, 2 days after the first crash, we can ship out an update to the store. Now, if Santa Tracker was a web app, we'd be done at this point. Our users would refresh, and they'd get the fix. But on Android, as many of you know, uptake can be a problem. Users have to manually accept the new version. So by the time our average user sees the working version of the Penguin Swim game, it's December 28th. And for this app, that's no good. We've totally missed the holidays. As I said, uptake is a problem for any mobile app, but it's particularly tough for Santa Tracker, because this is our real user graph. So December 1st, we released the app, a few thousand downloads on the first day, very eager users. By the middle of the month, we're maybe in the low 6 figures, 100,000 new users. December 24th, when Santa's actually flying, now we've got 1 million unique users in the app. And then the next day, when Santa's landed, interest drops off, and we're back down to the low 6 figures, maybe 5 figures again. So if our app update comes out on December 28th, we didn't really fix the problem at all. None of our users saw the fix.
Right. So if we don't guard against errors like these, we might ruin the holidays for our users. let's jump in a time machine, go back to November 1st, see if we can make some better decisions, all right? First things first, we need to know immediately if our app is crashing. Clearly, waiting for negative reviews and bad tweets is a pretty terrible way of knowing there's a problem in your app. And then once you do, just reading a bunch of screenshots of, unfortunately, Santa Tracker is stopped, gives us very few hints as to where to begin debugging. To solve this problem, let's add a crash reporting solution to Santa Tracker. If we started building Santa Tracker today, we'd recommend using Crashlytics. Back in December, we used Google Analytics for Firebase, and specifically here, Firebase Crash Reporting, which is also super free and easy to integrate. That's why we used it. Crash Reporting provides the technical details we'll need to solve problems in our app and diagnose where they're happening. So let's jump into the code. Well, turns out there's actually no code to get started with Crash Reporting. All we need to do is add this single-line dependency to our app/build.gradle file, and crashes will be uploaded automatically to the Firebase console in around 20 minutes. So again, no code to get started, just that one dependency. So let's head to the console and see what kind of reporting we get just from that single-line dependency. All right, here's our crash reporting dashboard. As you can see, we've had a fair number of crashes and almost 2,000 users impacted. That's no good. And we can see down at the bottom, our #1 crash is an index out of bounds exception in elf-controller.java. And it's fatal. Now, normally, this would be a bad thing, but I'm actually pretty excited about this, because at a glance, I can see what crashes are happening, which ones are impacting my users the most, so I know what to focus on. Let's drill into that #1 error, and we can see a lot more detail. We can see what kind of devices it's happening on. We can see individual crash reports if we want, or a full stack trace. Using crash reporting is much, much easier than trying to decipher a bunch of Google Play reviews. And remember, we got all of this reporting with a single line of code.
So this is pretty good, right? We're getting crash reports. It's certainly better than Play Store reviews. But we're not really much closer to actually fixing the bug. I mean, our app is still passing QA. We wouldn't have shipped it otherwise. So we need to figure out what's going on in this crash. We know when the app is crashing with Firebase, but now we need to know why the app is crashing. What specifically is happening to our real users that's not happening to our tests? So wouldn't it be great if we could basically look over the user's shoulder? We could see every screen they enter, every button they press, basically all the steps leading up to the crash. Then we'd have the best kind of bug report, which is full reproduction steps. So this is why we're going to use Google Analytics for Firebase to understand user behavior. Analytics is a free and unlimited solution built specifically for mobile. And even better in our case, it integrates automatically with Firebase Crash Reporting. So we're going to understand in the crash report what the user was doing before they experienced the crash. So again, this might look a little familiar. To get started with analytics, there's no code at all. You just have to add this one dependency to your build.gradle file. And now you're going to get default reporting. Well, what do I mean by default reporting? If you're an Android developer, this image on the left, you've seen it before. Maybe you've seen it in your nightmares. It's the activity lifecycle. Firebase can hook into the activity lifecycle to detect when a new activity is launched, when it stops. So you get automatic events like first app open, screen view, session start, session stop. And that's all automatic by adding that dependency. So you get a basic sense of the user's journey through your app without wiring anything up at all. So let's head back to the Firebase console with Mrs. Claus and take a look at what our crash reports look like now that we've added analytics to our app. And remember, we haven't written any custom code yet. So this is the same report as before. This is our elfcontroller.java crash that we're stuck on. And in the logs section, where we previously just had fatal, one red bubble, we've gotten 2 new events. They're both called screen view. We can see that the first one was the user going to the home screen, and the second one was the user going to the Penguin Swim game, and then they experienced the crash. So this is pretty good, but we probably could have guessed as much from the reviews and the crash reports. I mean, we knew the Penguin Swim game was crashing, and the only way to get there is to the home screen. So in our situation, this is not enough detail. And now, finally, we're going to have to write some code, because we want to get a custom understanding of what's happening in our app. So what we're going to do is log a custom event to Firebase Analytics. And this will help us understand a user's behavior. So first, we're going to get an instance of the analytics singleton object by passing a context. That context is how we hooked in to the activity lifecycle before. Now we're going to send an event name and a map of parameters. These are custom events. It can be anything you want. The name of our event is going to be tap game button, and the parameters will tell you what button the user pressed. So it's a bundle. We're going to say the button name is new game. This is when a user starts a game of Penguin Swim. So let's imagine that we've filled our app with tons of custom events like this, because analytics is totally free and unlimited, so there's really no reason not to, and we need to get more information about the crash. Now let's see what the crash reports look like enhanced with all this information. This is what we were looking for, right? This is the magical look over the user's shoulder and see exactly what they were doing. We have the same two screen view events that we had before, but we've got a bunch more now. We have click sign in button, so the user signed in before they started the game. We've got game start, game finish, and submit score. It's a pretty natural progression. And then we've got the crash. So what I'm focusing on here is that sign-in click. I don't think our tests were actually using a signed-in device, because that can be a bit of a pain. So I bet that probably is where our crash is coming from.
So what do we do next, right? We'd love to push out a fix to our bug and roll out an update to our app, but that would take too long, and our users will miss Santa if we go that route. So what are our options for damage control? Well, let's think about our app a little bit. This year, we're adding the Penguin Swim game. And what we're worried about is what happens if Penguin Swim gets a bug, or 2, or 3. If Penguin Swim will be super popular, it means that if it breaks, users might have a bad opinion of our app as a whole. But some games, like Memory Match, have been in our code base for years. We know that they're stable, and we know that these games are super fun. So if we have a problem in Penguin Swim, users should just go play Memory Match or some other game. What if we could box off that crashing game and hide it until it starts to behave better? If users never played Penguin Swim, they wouldn't have anything to say bad about our app because they have all the other games to play. By the way, even if your app isn't a collection of games like Santa Tracker, you can still design your app in a modular way so that new features that you add don't cause regressions in your existing code base. If we do things right, some bad code in our latest release shouldn't cause problems for the rest of their app. All right, so we're going to need to be able to stop crashes quickly and notice them and do whatever we can to put our app in a working state. At Google, we call this rollback first, which is putting our app in the last known stable state before we ever start trying to fix the bug. Now, a lot of engineers have an instinct to fix forward instead of roll back. This means as soon as there's a bug, go and try and fix it and push that fix out to users. But as many of you may know from bad experiences, when you try and fix bugs on a short time scale, you end up introducing new bugs, and then the whole process repeats itself, right? So to make changes in our app without pushing an app update, we used Firebase Remote Config. With Firebase Remote Config, we can change the behavior and appearance of our app on the fly right from the Firebase console. Not only will we be warned of errors when they happen with crash reporting and be able to diagnose why they happened with analytics, we'll be able to fix them in just a matter of minutes. Let's dive into some code for Remote Config. So don't get intimidated, but this is the way that we're going to fetch a parameter with Firebase Remote Config. It's actually pretty simple. First, we just get our singleton instance of the Firebase Remote Config object. We'll call that config. Then we'll call fetch on the config object and passing in an expiration value. This expiration value will tell us when to hit the cache and when to make a request to Firebase. This makes sure that your user's device doesn't get hit with drained battery life or a high network bill. When that request comes back successfully, we activate the latest values, and then the config object has all the new values in it. For Santa Tracker, all we need to do is call getBoolean with the enable game string, and we'll get an enable game Boolean that we can use in our app to hide or show Penguin Swim when it's broken. So with just that amount of code, let's head to the console. Hope you're not tired of this GIF. And we're going to turn off the Penguin Swim game with just a few clicks. Our users will have the updated version of the app in just a few minutes. All we need to do is go to the remote config section of the Firebase console and find our enable swimming game parameter and set it from true to false. Then we just click update, and our users will start getting this app update, or this little modification, in just a few minutes. A lot faster than 8 days.
All right, so Dan's turned off Penguin Swim, and the app is back to a healthy state because the crashing game has totally disappeared. But if you think about it, this is not really the best user experience that we could offer. And the reason it's not the best is because we've disabled the game for every single user. Everybody's getting enable swimming game is false. But only a small subset of our users ever had the crash to begin with. So now we've just taken probably the best game away from a bunch of people who could have played it. And if every game has a small number of crashing users, now we're going to have to turn all of the games off, which would leave the app empty, and that's not going to work. So what we really need is to target these changes. We need to only turn the game off for users who have experienced the crash or are likely to experience the crash in the future. When you target changes like this, you're going to give each user the most complete experience that they can have based on their own conditions, which is really powerful. So let's think of a few ways you might want to target this. Maybe we have no idea what's going on. We want to run a 60-40 split and see if our crash rate goes down by the appropriate amount, just to see if we're headed down the right path. Or maybe we want to target it by country. So if we think it has something to do with being in France, we'll turn it off for French users, and everybody else can keep playing the Penguin Swim game. Or what if we think it has something to do with language? If anybody's ever developed a localized app, you might know that German strings are very long, and it might be overflowing our layout. That could be causing the crash. Turn the game off for users with German devices, leave it on for everybody else. Or what if we think it has something to do with API level, which it often does? Let's turn the game off for Jelly Bean devices and leave it on for everybody else. So all of that is built into remote config by default. Let's go back to the console and see how this works. I'm going to create a simple condition to turn the game off for users in Antarctica. I mean, they already have plenty of penguins in Antarctica anyway, so they probably don't need the Penguin Swim game. This should be a safe change. So you can see I'm defining a new condition. I can give it any name and color I want. That's for me. And in the applies section, I say this applies if the device region or country is Antarctica. And device region and country is automatically detected by Firebase in this situation. You don't have to do anything. Once I've created the condition, I can add it to the parameter that Dan defined before. So this is enable swimming game. This controls whether users see the game or not. Now if you match the is in Antarctica condition, it's false. It's true for everybody else. Once I've saved that, we can see that our config is no longer a list of static values. There are some branching conditions. You could add many conditions to a single parameter, and if a user doesn't match any of them, they always fall back to the default. So, OK, we can target by country, but I don't think that's the problem with my game. I have some ideas that are specific to the way I built the app that I think might be affecting it. For one thing, I know I didn't have great test coverage on phablet devices with large screens. So maybe I want to do it by screen size. Or maybe somebody just released a new connected toaster on Kickstarter running Android, and it's just crashing every single time the user loads it on that device. Or what if it's signed-in state, like I guessed before? Maybe I want to turn the game on for signed-out users and off for signed-in users. Or maybe I just want to turn the game off for Dan, because I don't like Dan.
Hey, come on.
So now we're going to write some code, because we need customization on how we're targeting. And what we're going to do here is use user properties of Google Analytics. So the way user properties work are kind of like headers, where our events are things that happen at a single point in time. User properties get attached to every event after you set them. So I'm just going to set a few basic ones here. I'll set the device board, which would be Galaxy S8 or Pixel, device brand, Google or Samsung, and goat user to check if the user is a goat. And that is a real call in the Android SDK. I did not make that up. And now that we've set a bunch of user properties in the app, we're going to go back to the console and make some changes to our configuration based on these custom properties that we just made up. So now we're going to be delivering values over the air based on properties set in our app without any servers or really any configuration at all. So this is the screen where I define a new condition. Last time I was here, I was doing is in Antarctica. But now I'm going to do a condition for is on Pixel. And I want to turn the game off for people using a Google Pixel or a Google Pixel XL. So how am I going to match those users? Well, I want to know if the device board, the property I defined, contains Pixel. That should cover Pixel and Pixel XL. And if the device brand matches Google exactly. So here you can see that you can chain operations on strings and number comparisons and create really advanced conditions without having to just fall back on the default that Firebase provides. And now that we've learned all this about config, we know what to do when there's a problem in our app. First thing we're going to do is roll back and box off the app. But we're going to do this only for users that have conditions that we think might cause the crash. So by disabling Penguin Swim, in this case, only for the users who have the crash, everybody else can still play. We're giving the best experience to all of our users by using Firebase. And now we've got the reviews we wanted, all 5-star reviews. People are saying, I love you, or this is the best game ever, or the greatest game in the entire world. These reviews I agree with.
So this is great. In our next release, we can just relax. Crash comes in, stay calm, and address it in the Firebase console. So we used Firebase to make a crashing app stable, but can we use Firebase to make a good app great? Of course we can. We can use remote config and analytics to fine-tune our app and improve it for users in between updates. Here's a helpful workflow to think about this process. First, we'll use Google Analytics for Firebase and try and identify an area of improvement for our app. Next, we'll use remote config to make a change to improve that experience for those users. Here's what I mean. To better understand our user behavior, we'll use Analytics Stream View, which gives us a real-time view of the events being logged from our users' devices. It's a great way to get an intuitive understanding of what's happening in your app, as opposed to running a bunch of BigQuery scripts and doing a formal analysis. You can do it right on the fly. Then we'll use remote config to send those improvements. But before we get into remote config, it's important to note that remote config requires some advanced planning. You can't just change anything about your app at any time. We're not there yet. But what you have to do, for example, would be replace magic numbers with calls to Firebase remote config. Every app has some amount of magic number, magic hard-coded string that makes our app work. And here we have an ice cube density value that we're setting to 0.97 because that was the best value in testing. But we don't actually know if that ice cube density is going to be the best thing in production. So we can set it to a Firebase remote config call and be able to change that on the fly. We can change it over the air and not worry if we chose the right magic number back in testing. So let's look at our dashboard. Penguin Swim is running fine, but half our users are dying before they score a single point. You can see that 0 is up at 48%. This game is much harder than we thought, and we need to do something about that. Well, just by adding that call to remote config, we can lower the ice cube density parameter right from the console. We'll set it to 0.8 for a random subset of our users and leave the default at 1.0. We can change this value without spinning up a whole new APK, which is how we would have had to test this hypothesis without remote config. If we're successful here, we should see that score distribution smooth out in Stream View. This is great, and our game is crash-free, but now let's say we get a ton of usage in the US and sort of lackluster interest in Canada. I thought they'd love penguins, but we were wrong. So let's deliver them a custom experience. Maybe change the colors, red and white, add a few maple leaves. Maybe they'll like that. After defining a few key UI parameters with remote config in our app, we can iterate on design in real time over the air with remote config. Hopefully our Canadian users will like this new design, and if not, we'll roll it back. Let's head back to the dashboard. Now, we've set ourselves up for success, but inevitably something always goes wrong. In this case, we've lost contact with Santa's sleigh. We're getting a bunch of 500 errors in our app. Well, we can do more than just fiddle with the way our app looks with remote config. We can also use it to react to unexpected events like this. So while Sam works on a fix, to fix the 500 error, I could use remote config to send a friendly error message to our users. Santa's fueling up his sleigh, be right back, is much more easy to understand and much more friendly than server error, try again, or something along those lines. And we couldn't have hard-coded that error message into our app because we didn't know what was going to go wrong ahead of time.
So we did it, right? The app's a slam dunk. It's not crashing. Our users can play all the games. And we've made the app even better over time using Firebase. So let's compare where we are now to where we were in the nightmare scenario. This is the same timeline we showed before. We shipped the app on December 1st. We have a crash on December 18th. But now we identify the crash and fix it on the same day using Firebase Crash Reporting, Google Analytics, and Firebase Remote Config. So now, when December 24th comes around and Santa's ready to fly, our users will all have a really smooth experience. If you've been following along, and I hope you have, this should make you feel really powerful. Firebase is your command center. You can sit behind the computer and have a Minority Report interface over what your app users are doing and give them the best experience over the air. You never have to deploy an app update if you have foresight and you use Firebase. And best of all, everything we showed you can be set up in just a few lines of code that we showed, and it's all completely free. So if you don't believe me, Santa Tracker is entirely open source. Go check out the code. Maybe you just want to get some cool PNGs of penguins, and that's fine too. But you can also see how to use Firebase in a real app. It's on github.com/Google Santa Tracker Android.
Awesome. Thank you all for listening to how we use Firebase and Santa Tracker. If you have questions for Samurai, we're going to be out these doors to the left in the Firebase sandbox area as soon as we're done here. And remember, there are lots of fun Firebase talks that are happening here right on this stage, stage 7, live stream 7 today. At 10:30, we'll have the Fabric and Firebase teams both on stage to talk about how we're bringing the best of these platforms together. And at 1:30, we'll talk about pirate metrics to grow your user base. Then at 4:30, we'll dive into the details on app performance, the new feature we just launched today. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you all for
Enjoy
coming.
the rest of day 2.
Thank you for joining this
When I was 10 years old, my dad got me a book on Pascal. And just a few chapters in, I immediately realized I can create some amazing things all by myself. My name is Shruti Saraf, and I'm a founder and game developer at Blacklight. I always remember my mom playing solitaire on her computer, but when moving to mobile, she struggled to find a good solitaire for her phone. So she insisted that being a game developer, plus her daughter, I should develop solitaire for her. So I took the idea to Sumit.
I'm Sumit Soni, and I'm co-founder at Blacklight. I'm 32 years old, and I have 25 years of game experience, playing them and now designing them.
We played solitaire for hours. We even bought a deck of cards, real cards, to understand the game better.
60% of our users are mommies and grannies, so we designed solitaire keeping them in mind. Big bold cards, soothing colors, and minimal design, taking a lot of cues from Google Material Design Guidelines.
It took us 6 months of research and design to make solitaire look great and be really fun to play. And then we noticed a lot of visitors are visiting our page, but very few of them downloaded the game.
So we thought maybe the logo is the problem. We experimented on Google Play with a modern design and a very old-fashioned one. And wow, the old-fashioned logo had 54% more downloads, and after we adopted it, our total downloads went up by 90%.
Plus, we moved to Android Studio, which allowed us to integrate Google Play game services, and emulators helped us design user interface for different screen sizes and varied pixel density. The feeling that something you have created is adding fun and value to so many people around the world, most of them from places I've never been to, can be quite profound.
Shruti's love for coding and her mom's love for solitaire led to this. Today, we have 5 more games in the pipeline, and we hired 5 more Android developers to work on them.
It definitely wasn't a smooth journey, but through hard work and great user feedback, we are where we are today, and we can't wait to see what we do next.
Android Wear 2.0 is the most significant update to Android Wear since its launch in 2014. I'm Hoi Lam, and I'm here to take you through 3 highlights of Android Wear 2.0. First, Material Design has arrived on Android Wear. The new Android Wear interface uses a darker color palette, which makes the watch blend in more in social environments. It also helps save battery by OLED displays. We also suggest that developer adopts vertical layouts and reserve horizontal swipe for activity dismissal. In our research, this makes user interface easier to understand. To help developer implement these new design patterns, we have introduced new user interface components such as the wearable drawer layout and wearable recycler view. Check out the Material Design for Android Wear site for more details. The second highlight for Android Wear 2.0 is watch face complications. Before Android Wear 2.0, if a watch face wanted to display data from another app, they need a one-to-one agreement in both business and technical terms. To alleviate this complexity, with Android Wear 2.0, we have introduced the Complications API. Complications are a traditional watchmaking term for areas of the watch face that displays information other than the time, such as the date or phases of the moon. We have extended this concept to smartwatches, so any app can publish data for watch faces to consume. And watch faces can display these data in a style that fits into their unique designs. For app developers, this helps increase user engagement and mindshare. For watch face makers, this adds utility to the watch face. Users can now choose whichever watch face they want, as well as getting the data that they need. Check out the watch face and complications sections of the developer documentation for more details. Last but not least, standalone functionality. Previously, Android Wear 1.0 apps require a phone app to communicate with the cloud. With Android Wear 2.0, Wear apps can access the internet directly without the need for a corresponding Android phone app installed. This means the Android Wear app can access the internet even if the user has an iPhone. To help with app distribution, we have also put the Google Play Store on the watch. Users can now download apps directly on their wrist. Apart from these three areas of improvement, material design, complications, and standalone apps, there are numerous other enhancements with Android Wear 2.0. Check out the Android Wear developer site for more details. I'm Hoi Lam. Happy coding!
The IndexedDB 2.0 standard is now fully supported in Chrome and features new schema management, bulk action methods, and more standardized handling of failures. Progressive web apps become more immersive with display full screen. Allow top navigation by user activation, gives sandbox diaphragms new powers, and there's plenty more. I'm Pete LePage. Let's dive in and see what's new for developers in Chrome 58. The structure of your site's database has large performance impacts and can be difficult to change. IndexedDB 2.0 changes that. Updates, object stores, and indexes can now be renamed in place after refactoring. Binary keys allow for more natural keys without worrying about performance penalties. Data retrieval is easier with getKey, OpenKeyCursor, and continue primary key methods. And bulk recovery of entire datasets no longer needs a cursor with getAll and getAllKey. When progressive web apps are launched from the Android home screen, they launch in a standalone app-like mode that hides the Omnibox. This helps create an engaging user experience and frees up screen space for content. However, for even more immersive experiences like games, video players, and other rich content, mobile UI elements such as the system bar can still be a distraction and take up valuable pixels that you may want. Now, you can make your progressive web app feel more immersive by setting Display Full Screen in your web app manifest. When your app is launched from the home screen, all non-app mobile UI elements will be hidden. Chrome 58 now supports the new iframe sandbox keyword, allow top navigation by user activation. When triggered by a user interaction, this keyword gives sandboxed iframes the ability to navigate the top-level page while still blocking auto redirects. And of course, there's plenty more. Say goodbye to the clear fix hack. Instead of manually resetting multiple layout properties like float and clear, you can now add a new block formatting context using display flow root. Pointer events.getCoalesced events allows you to access all input events since the last time a pointer event was delivered. Perfect for when you need a precise history of points for things like drawing apps. And workers and shared workers can be created using data URLs, making development with workers more secure by giving them an opaque origin. These are just a few of the changes in Chrome 58 for developers. Check the description for more details, including links to the docs and specs.
Hey everyone, Sam here. In this web series, we'll solve common web problems with standards. These techniques are part of the web platform and work with any framework or library. Okay, let's go. If you're animating some elements, whether you're using CSS, the Web Animations API, or libraries which just use Request Animation Frame, make sure you help your browser stay speedy by letting it use your 3D graphics card. Sam, what are you talking about? When you look at a website, it's made up of layers stacked on top of each other, and your graphics card won't need to redraw for changes to only some certain CSS properties, specifically opacity and transform. These two properties let you move stuff around and change how visible it is. You can animate, width, color, or other CSS properties, but do it sparingly and not in response to user action, where you want to be snappy. To keep things fast, if you have elements that move around a lot, you'll also want to set the will change transform or opacity CSS property. This is a hint to the browser. This element should be a layer all the time. Otherwise, when you upgrade or downgrade to a layer, you incur a cost. The browser has to redraw that specific part of the page. But if you give everything on your page a layer, this might bog down your browser as it struggles to compose them all together. This is a complicated topic, and you should check out more documentation to learn more about it. And most importantly, your site doesn't need to be perfect. It won't crush your user's experience to make a few mistakes here and there, but it's good to keep on top of it. Check Chrome's rendering section inside Developer Tools once in a while just to see what's happening and how your site's going. This was Layers the standard way. See you on the next tip.
The only thing that evolves faster than technology is our expectations. We want everything. Better, easier, now. Suddenly, downloading an app feels like it takes forever. And in many parts of the world, data is still at a premium, with 1 megabyte costing up to 5% of a monthly wage. Let's face it though, until now, the alternative to native apps hasn't been great. But that was then. Progressive Web Apps can now deliver mobile web experiences with a native look and feel, offering features like real-time push notifications, adding a site to your home screen so you can easily jump back to it with a single tap, even when you're offline. Plus the ability to make quick payments on the go. And all from your browser. This is the next generation of the mobile web. So what are we waiting for? Let's go and build something great.
We tend to talk about the web, and today I think is no different.
But you think you can beat Wikipedia at a server-side render, do you?
I did.
With HTTP 2, the rules all change.
One code base is not what you want, because then you end up with stagnation.
I've got one function that actually produces the other function. It's almost become self-aware. The code is now writing itself. What time does the game start?
LinkedIn is the premier social network for professionals. We are consistently one of the top apps on Google Play. My name is Pradeep Dash. I am the engineering manager for LinkedIn infrastructure team for the flagship apps. We have 1 million+ reviews. We are consistently 4+ stars. Our users are really appreciative of how stable the app is, how it really helps them bring their professional profile forward.
My name is Drew Haney. I'm on the Android infrastructure team at LinkedIn. My team is responsible for the overall health of our Android application. We take care of releases to Google Play, our testing pipeline for the app, our build pipeline. One of the tools that my team has been excited about is the APK Analyzer tool, because we spend a lot of time paying attention to the size of our app, and it required some expertise to figure out what was causing your app to be a certain size. But now that we have the APK Analyzer tool, we've been able to expand that knowledge throughout the entire team. LinkedIn was an early adopter of Gradle, so adopting Gradle for Android was a pretty natural fit for us because we can share a lot of our custom plugin logic that we've built, and we can also get consistent builds across developer machines and our build servers. One thing that's really benefited us is the lint system, which has a lot of built-in checks for common problems, and we've really appreciated being able to write our own custom lint checks for LinkedIn's specific internal libraries. With so many developers checking into the code base, one thing that helps onboarding someone new is having a consistent code style throughout the code base. Android Studio lets us find a custom code style that each developer can add and automatically have their code formatted in the LinkedIn style.
One of the things that we really appreciate is the open nature of the platform, where not only has the feedback that we have given back to the developer community being accepted, but also being worked upon. In the last couple of years, my team has become way faster, much more agile, and being able to code easier and faster on the Android Studio.
I've been playing games all my life. It's my passion. I also learned how to program computers. And then in 2001, we started the first video games company for mobile phones in Spain called Microjocs. In 2013, my studio was acquired by a big company. Some of the guys and myself, we decided that we should do something fresh, something new, and we founded Omnidron. Titan Roll is a real-time strategy game. It's considered as a MOBA. MOBA is a massive online battle arena, but especially designed for mobile devices. The game is today as it is thanks to the Early Access program. We changed many things from the learnings from the community. Since we launched the game on Early Access, we got more than 2 million installs on Android devices.
We started in the Early Access program back at the very beginning of it. The difference between the Early Access program and a traditional soft launch is that users are actively giving the team feedback. So you don't only check the metrics you have, but they also provide possible solutions. So you end up by doing the game players want to play. The thing about not having the ratings, but having the constructive feedback was very good. The Early Access was a great opportunity for an indie developer, someone starting, and very key for us in Omnidron. When we started with the Early Access program, we approached it in different stages. So the idea was at the beginning to focus on the engagement of the games. Once we sorted that out, we focused on the retention of the game. And finally, we focus on monetization to do a valid product for the market. We managed with Early Access to improve our retention in 41%, the engagement by 50%, and the monetization by 20%, from the very beginning of the program till worldwide launch the game.
I feel very happy working on the video games industry because it has been my passion since I was a child, and it's really inspiring that through Omnidron we have a real chance to shape the new era of the video games.
In response to popular demand, the Android Framework team has written an opinionated guide to architecting Android apps, and they've developed a companion set of architecture components. Hi, my name's Lila, a developer advocate for Android, and I'm here to introduce you to these shiny new architecture components. These components persist data, manage lifecycle, make your app modular, help you avoid memory leaks, and prevent you from having to write boring boilerplate code. Your basic Android app needs a database connected to a robust UI. The new components, Room, ViewModel, LiveData, and Lifecycle, make that easy. They're also designed to fit together like building blocks, so let's see how. I'll tackle the database using Room, which is a new SQLite object mapping library. To set up the tables using Room, we can define a plain old Java object, or POJO. We then mark this POJO with the @entity annotation and create an ID marked with the @primaryKey annotation. Now for each POJO, you need to define a DAO, or database access object. The annotated methods represent the SQLite commands you need to interact with your POJO's data. Now take a look at this insert method and this query method. Room has automatically converted your POJO objects into the corresponding database tables and back again. Room also verifies your SQLite at compile time. So if you spell something a little bit wrong, or if you reference a column that's not actually in the database, it will throw a helpful error. Now that you have a Room database, you can use another new architecture component called LiveData to monitor changes in the database. LiveData is an observable data holder. That means it holds data and notifies you when the data changes so that you can update the UI. LiveData is an abstract class that you can extend, or for simple cases, you can use the mutable LiveData class. If you update the value of the mutable LiveData with a call to set value, it can then trigger an update in your UI. What's even more powerful, though, is that Room is built to support LiveData. To use them together, you just modify your DAO to return objects that are wrapped with the LiveData class. Room will create a LiveData object observing the database. Then you can write code like this to update your UI. The end result is that if your Room database updates, it changes the data in your LiveData object, which automatically triggers UI updates. This brings me to another awesome feature of LiveData. LiveData is a lifecycle-aware component. Now you might be thinking, what exactly is a lifecycle-aware component? Well, I'm glad you asked. Through the magic of lifecycle observation, LiveData knows when your activity is on-screen, off-screen, or destroyed so that it doesn't send database updates to a non-active UI. There are two interfaces for this, Lifecycle Owner and Lifecycle Observer. Lifecycle owners are objects with lifecycles, like activities and fragments. Lifecycle observers, on the other hand, observe lifecycle owners and are notified of lifecycle changes. Here's a quick peek at the simplified code for LiveData, which is also a lifecycle observer. The methods annotated with @onLifecycleEvent take care of initialization and teardown when the associated lifecycle owner starts and stops. This allows LiveData objects to take care of their own setup and teardown. So the UI components observe the LiveData, and the LiveData components observe the lifecycle owners. As a side note to all you Android library designers out there, you can use this exact same lifecycle observation code to call setup and teardown functions automatically for your own libraries. Now you still have one more problem to solve. As your app is used, it will go through various configuration changes that destroy and rebuild the activity. We don't want to tie the initialization of LiveData to the activity lifecycle because that causes a lot of needlessly re-executed code. An example of this is your database query, which is executed every time you rotate the phone. So what do? Well, you put your LiveData and any other data associated with the UI in a view model instead. View models are objects that provide data for UI components and survive configuration changes. To create a view model object, you extend the view model class. You then put all of the necessary data for your activity UI into the view model. Since you've cached data for the UI inside of the view model, your app won't require the database if your activity is recreated due to a configuration change. Then, when you're creating your activity or fragment, you can get a reference to the view model and use it. And that's it! The first time you get a view model, it's generated for your activity. When you request a view model again, your activity receives the original view model with the UI data cached, so there's no more useless database calls. To summarize all of this new architecture shininess, we've talked about Room, which is an object mapping library for SQLite, LiveData, which notifies you when its data changes so that you can update the UI, and importantly, it works well with Room so that you can easily update the UI when the database values change. We've also talked about lifecycle observers and owners, which allow non-UI objects to observe lifecycle events. And finally, we've talked about view models, which provide you data objects that survive configuration changes. Altogether, they make up a set of architecture components for writing modular, testable, and robust Android apps. You can sensibly use them together, or you can pick and choose what you need. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. In fact, a more fully fledged Android app might look like this. For an in-depth look at how everything works together and the reasoning behind these components, check out the links in the description below. To jump straight into code and get started working with these objects, you can check out the code labs and samples for lifecycle and persistence. Happy building, and as always, don't forget to subscribe.
I'm Wojtek Kalicinski, this is Android Tooltime, and let's talk a bit about the Espresso Test Recorder and how it can help with adding UI tests to your app. But first, a short explanation for those unfamiliar with Espresso. Espresso is a testing framework designed to provide a fluent API for writing concise and reliable UI tests. However, it is often the case that developers are reluctant to add UI tests to their apps, or simply don't have time to learn the framework. This is where the Espresso Test Recorder comes in. It lets you create and add UI tests to an existing app in an interactive way. You may have previously seen the beta version of this feature, but in Android Studio 2.3, we are promoting it to stable with a few enhancements. To get started with the test recorder, click on Record Espresso Test under the Run menu. The device selection dialog pops up, and after you make your choice, the test recorder runs your app in debug mode. Simply progress through your app's UI as a regular user would, by clicking buttons, swiping, and typing into input fields, and all those actions will appear in the test recorder window. You can also click here to add an assertion to your test at any time during recording, which will trigger the test recorder to dump the current view hierarchy. To select the view you want to assert on, click on the screenshot that appears in the recording window and choose between the assertion type from View Exists, Doesn't Exist, or check that it contains the specified text. When you've finished recording your test, the test recorder generates the equivalent test code to run your actions and assertions and puts it in a new file in your project's instrumentation test folder. It also checks if your build file contains the required Espresso dependencies and adds those if needed. When you look at the source file that Espresso Test Recorder created, you will see that it's perfectly normal, human-readable code, so if you need to further customize your tests or alter them when your app changes, you can simply open the file again and make the alterations you need. As you can see, the Espresso Test Recorder is very simple to use, but it does come with some limitations. As of Android Studio 2.3, only a few most common assertions are available through the Recorder UI, so if you need anything more complicated than that, you will need to edit the generated code by hand. Also, at this stage, the test recorder cannot handle all situations where additional synchronization is needed to deal with delays and async operations in your apps. I highly recommend getting familiar with the Espresso Idling Resource API and using that in your tests to signal when a long-running operation happens. For advanced users who want to tweak some aspects of test code generation, there's a settings page for the test recorder in Android Studio Preferences. Here you can change the maximum view hierarchy depth that will be used for view identification, and if app data should be cleared every time you record a new test. The Espresso Test Recorder is a great way to start adding tests to your app, whether you want to learn Espresso by examining the generated code, or simply to quickly build a test suite which you can customize later. We look forward to your feedback on our social channels, and happy testing!
There are approximately 285 million people with visual impairments around the world. Making your app accessible not just opens it up to these users, but it has a potential to improve design for everyone. Most people are familiar with an accessibility service called TalkBack, which is a screen reader utility for people who are blind and visually impaired. With TalkBack, the user performs input via gestures such as swiping or dragging, or an external keyboard. The output is usually spoken feedback. There are two gesture input modes. The first one is touch exploration, where you drag your finger across the screen, and the second one is linear navigation, where you swipe left and right with your finger until you find the item of interest. Once you arrive to the item you're interested in, you double tap on it to activate. The primary way in which you can attach alternative text description for your UI elements to be spoken by TalkBack is by using an Android attribute called content description. If you don't provide content description for an image button, for example, the experience for a TalkBack user can be jarring.
Unlabeled button. Double tap to activate. Unlabeled button. Double tap to activate.
For decorative elements such as spacers and dividers, setting content description to null will tell TalkBack to ignore and not speak these elements. Make sure to not include control type or control state in your content description. Words like buttons, selected, checked, etc., as Android natively does that for you. Android lint automatically show you which UI controls lack content descriptions. To keep TalkBack's spoken output tidy, you can arrange related content into groups by using focusable containers. When TalkBack encounters such a container, it will present the content as a single announcement. For more complex structures such as tables, you can assign focus to a container holding one piece of the structure, such as a single row. Grouping content both reduces the amount of swiping the user has to do while streamlining speech output. Here is an example of how ungrouped table content works.
Song details. Name. Hey Jude. Artists. The Beatles. Cost. $1.45.
And here's the same content with grouping applied.
Content grouping activity. Song details. Name. Hey Jude. Artists. The Beatles. Cost $1.45.
You should manually test your app with TalkBack and eyes closed to understand how a blind user may experience it. We also provide Accessibility Scanner as an app in Google Play. It suggests accessibility improvements automatically by looking at content labels, clickable items, contrast, and more. Vision impairments doesn't just refer to blindness. 65% of our population is farsighted, for example. With careful design, you can make sure that many of your visually impaired users can have a positive experience without having to rely on TalkBack. Begin by making sure that UI of your apps works with other accessibility settings, including increased font size and magnification. Keep your touch targets large, at least 48 by 48 dp. This makes them easier to distinguish and touch. Provide adequate color contrast. The World Wide Web Consortium created color contrast accessibility guidelines to help. And to assist users with color deficiencies, use cues other than color to distinguish UI elements. For example, more descriptive instructional text. If you're using custom views or drawing your app window using OpenGL, you need to manually define accessibility metadata so that accessibility services can interpret your app properly. The easiest way to achieve this goal is to rely on the Explore by Touch helper class. With just a few methods, you can build a hierarchy of virtual views that are accessible to TalkBack. Making your app accessible doesn't just open it to new users. It helps to make the world a better place, one app at a time. To read more about developing and testing your apps for users with visual impairments, check out the links below. Also, check out the video on developing for users with motor impairments.
Good morning, everyone. How are you all doing today? Everyone's excited?
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Alright.
There we go.
So today we've got some really cool stuff for you. So I'm Wayne Pekarsky, and I'm a developer advocate here at Google.
I'm Dave Smith. I'm also a developer advocate here at Google.
And so today we're going to be talking about how to make your own custom Android Things boards. So we showed you during previous talks, if you may have seen them or not, how it's possible that you can create your own custom hardware designs, and you can start from a simple prototype, but you can then take it into a full production device that you could then sell commercially. So let's get started talking about that. So in the sandbox area, you may have seen this little candle demo that we've got set up there. If you haven't been to the sandbox area, definitely go and check that out. But it's an example of a little LED candle that Dave built. And so basically, you've got a little Android Things SOM on there, and it flickers the lights, and that's a little candle. So he built a plastic housing for it. You can put it inside of it. It looks really cool. So you can go check that out in the sandbox. But it's a project that Dave started working on recently, and it's something that he built from scratch, because Dave's a talented electronic engineer, and I just pretend to be one on a day-to-day basis. But the thing I like about it is it's a really compelling example of how to make something really simple that fits within the development model of Android Things. And so you can think of it as kind of a hello world example for Android Things, a basic setup that does something very simple that you can then expand and do more with later on. And it turns out that building something like this is actually reasonably possible for a hobbyist developer at home using a set of simple tools. You don't need a factory or anything crazy to build something like this. And everything we're showing you in this talk, we're going to show you all the steps, but everything's open source. And later on, Dave will show you the links of where you can go to find the information about how to get it. But everything's open source, so you can modify it, you can study it. And we wanted to show you how this works a bit, because hardware design is one of those things that I've always found is kind of shrouded in mystery. And so for software developers, a lot of people think, oh, wow, hardware is really hard and it's really scary. And I've always thought that too. And it's actually not an imagined problem. It's actually based on real things. It's really complicated to build high-speed electronics. If you look at a modern motherboard or circuit board, there's tons of these really fine-pitched tracks. You can see on this schematic on the screen here a bit of an example. And there's a lot of dense packaging, there's impedance matching requirements, and there's noise and interference considerations. And these are all things you have to deal with when you're building a circuit that runs at very high speed. Now, if you're building just an LED and a battery, that's pretty simple. That's not high speed. But when you're building something that's vibrating at a gigahertz or some frequency, you really need to start thinking about these issues. And one of the interesting things Dave's pointed out to me when we started this talk was if you look at the bottom right underneath that semiconductor chip there, there are these traces that are like wiggling around. Now, that's not an accident. A very smart, intelligent design person looked at that and went, we need to match impedances and deal with the speed of light of an electron traveling along a wire. And they did that on purpose. But I didn't know you had to even do that. And so if I made that board without that, it wouldn't have worked. So this stuff's really tricky. But it turns out, though, that with the way we do Android Things, we can solve a lot of those problems and make them easy for us developers to play with.
Thanks, Wayne. So as Wayne mentioned, one of the things that's sort of a core philosophy of ours when it comes to enabling developers to help build hardware using Android Things is this idea of a system on module or a SOM-based architecture. And we really think of this as one of the keys to developer success in terms of building hardware. And it has a lot to do with what Wayne just mentioned. So let me kind of walk you through this idea, give you some examples here. So if you were to look at a typical developer kit that you would buy for Android Things, it might look something like this. And what you may or may not notice just looking at this is actually two different boards stuck together. So if I explode those out a little bit, what you can see is that we actually have this larger base board, or what we often refer to as a carrier board, and then the smaller module sitting on top. And that's what we refer to as a system on module, a SOM, or a compute module. And that module has all of the compute, the connectivity, and the storage hardware that is essentially everything that's required to build a specific tiny little computer. And that's where all the hard stuff lives from an electronics perspective. That's where all the high-speed stuff is, all those impedance requirements that Wayne just mentioned. All of those things live on that little module. And the only piece that you're responsible for as a developer building a new product is to essentially design your own version of the baseboard that applies whatever is specific to your application. So you might just have a handful of little I/O pieces, maybe some connectors for power. The reason that the baseboard designed with the developer kit is so large is because it has all the possible I/O that could ever come off of this chip expanded out so that it's easy for you to work with. You can connect pieces where you need them. But when you go into production with your design, you can make this much, much smaller and much more compact based on just the elements that you need to apply for your specific application. Okay. One of the other really big things that people don't always think about when it comes to working with SOMs is this idea that if you're going to build an electronic product, something you're actually going to sell to consumers, you have to actually get that thing tested for safety testing, regulatory testing. These are things that if you just develop software, you don't maybe necessarily have ever thought about. And this can cost a lot of money, and it can waste your company a lot of time. You know, certification testing for FCC and UL, things like that, these can cost on the order of tens of thousands of dollars or more. And one of the issues that SOMs solve for you is this idea that these are pre-certified components according to all of those regulatory standards. So the components are FCC certified for all of the wireless interfaces. The power supplies and all of the other things are safety tested through CSA and UL and whatever is required in your specific country. And that drastically reduces, if not completely eliminates, the requirements for testing on your final product. Okay, so it's a huge cost saver to use these pre-certified components in your design. All right, a couple other benefits of using a SOM. One is that at least with the SOMs that we work with, there are a number of them that are actually fairly interchangeable. And this significantly reduces the amount of rework that you might have to do in your design if you decide to move to a different platform or a different vendor. So a couple examples of this. First of all, some of our SOMs, for instance, the Intel Edison, as well as both variants of the NXP Pico that we support, are actually pin compatible, meaning that you can literally take one off, install the other one on in its place, and it will work exactly the same. You don't have to make any changes to your baseboard hardware or your custom design. So if you decide for whatever reason that you need to move from the Edison to the NXP or back and forth, you don't have to make any changes to your hardware to do that. In some other cases, we also provide variants from different vendors so that you can solve supply chain issues if you run into them. So another example is that Pico board that I mentioned uses the NXP IMX6 chip. And we have another SOM that uses the exact same chip called the Argon. So you can, again, target a specific hardware platform, but if you're having supply chain problems getting that specific module, you can just go use the other one in its place. Okay, so it helps you reduce the amount of rework you might have in your design based on having to deal with some of these vendor-based issues. In addition, SOMs are highly available components. These are essentially commodity components that you can buy in single quantity or a handful at a time or in very large quantity for production. You're essentially leveraging the economies of scale that the vendors are participating in on your behalf. So to give you an example, if you were to go directly to a chip vendor and you were to buy the CPUs yourself, buy the memory and all these things to build this onto your specific board, generally speaking, you would have to buy those components in very large quantities, 5,000, 10,000 or more at a time, which is very prohibitively expensive for just doing basic prototyping. What you do with a SOM is essentially the vendors that build the modules absorb that cost for you. They buy 10,000 of the chips and then build the modules and sell them in such a way that you can buy one if you need it for your prototype, or 100 or 1,000 or even more. Okay? And finally, SOMs are well supported, both from Google's perspective, but also with the individual vendors. So all of the vendors that we work with have long-term support contracts in place so that the hardware that you choose to build your product on is guaranteed to be supported on into the future so that you don't have to worry about building something off a design that goes end of life next year. All right, so let's talk a little bit about the tools and processes that you might actually go through to build one of these things. So the first stage generally, and those of you who have played with Android things may have done a little bit of this already, but when you first decide to start using the platform and you want to start building something, you're probably going to purchase one of our supported developer kits. This is an example of one of them using the Intel Edison. And from here, you would generally use that developer kit baseboard to just start prototyping your idea, generate that proof of concept. Right? So you're going to start connecting, in this case, maybe some LEDs, some inputs, a display, whatever you want to do to sort of test out if this thing is actually going to work. And then from there, you can kind of carry it around, show it to the other folks that you work with, say, okay, I think this idea might actually work. And then you can move forward from that process. Now, there's a couple things that you might be using to build these particular designs. One of them is you might use a breadboard, which is essentially just a solderless component that allows you to stick wires in and prototype this thing up however it works for you. But those types of boards are not that portable. Often if you move them from here to here, you lose a connection because the wire comes loose. So generally, what we would typically use in a prototype that you want to actually show to someone else is something called a protoboard, and that's what we have in this example here. And if you want to get up close with this particular piece of hardware, it is in the sandbox along with the final product, so you can look at that design up close and kind of see how it's all put together. But once you've certified that your idea is actually going to work, you're probably going to want to actually build a custom design out of it. This is really cool, and it's fun to post online and see all your friends what you've done, but that's probably not something you can ship in high volume to consumers. So you need to redesign that into more of a custom, compact, integrated system. And so in order to do that, you're going to be using a couple of new tools that you may or may not have ever worked with before. And there's two pieces of content, or what we call hardware design files, that you have to create to build this custom design. The first one is called a schematic and a layout. And we're going to look at both of these so you get an idea of what's inside of these. So a schematic for an electronic product is essentially just a definition of all the components you want to use and how they should be connected together. And this example that we have up here is the exact schematic for that candle sample that you saw pictured earlier. And the first thing that I want you to notice is there's not really a whole lot there. And the reason for that is because all of that complicated hardware that goes along with the CPU and the memory, et cetera, is on the module. So I don't have to add those pieces to my design. All I have to design in are the pieces that are specific to my application. So this design has a connector for the USB, which we use for power, power supply to do some voltage changing from the input to the output, the connector for the actual module. So we don't have to actually lay out all of the pieces that are on that module, just a single connector where we stick it onto our board. And then the I/O pieces, in this case, those little LEDs that we can blink that you saw in the image before. So the schematic is responsible for defining all of the things you want to use and how each of those elements interconnect. And if you've never done this before, there are a number of tools that are really good to get started with this. And I've got them listed there. So Eagle, Altium actually has two products called the Circuit Maker and Circuit Studio, and KiCad. All of these are very approachable electronic design tools that allow you to get started building schematics. One of the benefits of all of these is they're very well supported in the community. So you can get support, you can find tutorials if you're not used to dealing with these. And in addition, all of these have a lot of library support online. So just to give you an example, this entire schematic was built in Eagle, and all of the parts came from open source libraries provided by SparkFun. Okay, so I didn't have to create any of those parts. I just used libraries that already existed. Okay? And that's when you use tools like Eagle, Altium, and KiCad, you'll find good support for doing that. There's actually another reason why these are good tools to choose, and we'll get to that in a minute. All right. So you've built the schematic. This is what I want this electronic thing to do. But now we have to actually define what is it physically going to look like, and that's what the layout is for. So the layout definition is basically you're just drawing a picture of this is what I want the board to actually be. Where do I want the components to be placed? How do I want those wire connections to be routed? And get everything sort of laid out perfectly. Are there any holes that we want to drill in the board so that we can mount it to something easily? All of those pieces are defined by the layout. And this layout is also defined in the same tool. So when you use an electronic design tool like Eagle, you define both the schematic and the layout in the same tool. They're coupled together very tightly, so that when you make a change to the schematic, that can be reflected on the layout and vice versa. Just to give you a picture, if you've never actually looked at one of those layouts before, it might look a little strange. So I put the physical board next to it so you can kind of get an idea of, oh, okay, this is where this connector goes, and these are the holes for the LEDs, they're in the middle and all of that. So essentially, once you have a schematic defined and then a subsequent layout, this is now something that you could take to a vendor or a manufacturer, and you could have that thing produced. All right, so I want to talk about a couple different definitions because there are two ways that you can go about actually building one of these things. So the first stage that's pretty much always required is you have to fabricate the board. So you hear someone talking about fabricating a PCB or the fabrication process. That's essentially just building the actual base circuit board. Okay? It's taking that layout, giving it to a vendor, and having them actually etch out all of the pieces on the fiberglass and lay down the copper and all of those things for you so that you have a basis to actually build your product. Then the assembly process is essentially just taking that bare board and installing the components on top of it. And there's a couple ways that this can be done. The reason that we've split these out is because you generally probably don't want to try and fabricate your own PCBs. There are people who do it, and there are tools that you can do that. But generally, that's a process best left to a vendor, and it's relatively inexpensive to be able to do this even in low volume. But you might decide, for cost reasons or time reasons or whatever, that it's easier for you to assemble the board yourself. So you might decide to simply buy the components and solder them down by hand or using any other tools that you might have available to you. But you can also have a vendor do this for you as well. So a little bit later on, we'll look at some different options around where you might be able to just get the PCBs fabricated themselves versus having them completely fully assembled and delivered to you with all those pieces in place. All right, so I mentioned the schematic and layout before. You could sort of think of these design files as the source code for your hardware. Right? These are the pieces that you develop, and then from there, those can be fed into a number of different tools to generate the content or the files necessary to actually have these pieces manufactured or created. There's a couple other terms that I want you to be familiar with if you're toying around with hardware at all. So the first is Gerbers. A Gerber file is a generated file that is used by CNC manufacturers to actually build your board. It's what takes your layout, turns it into a bunch of CNC instructions, and then a machine goes around and puts drills down and etches out all the pieces on the board and all of that. So it's essentially the generated file that turns into your finished PCB. The BOM and the XYRS files are used in the assembly process. So BOM stands for Bill of Materials. And it's essentially just a list of all the components on your board and the part numbers of those boards so that you can purchase those, and how many of them are on each particular design. Okay. And then the XYRS file basically is an automated file that tells a computer, in this case it's a machine called a pick-and-place machine, how to take those components, pick them up, and drop them on your board. It's the exact location, rotation, and all of that where the component needs to sit so that it can be assembled in the right location. So each of these files are necessary in some cases if you want to fully automate the production process of building the board. However, you could think of these files as sort of your compiled code or your machine code. However, one of the issues with these files is that there's not a lot of pure standards associated with each of these. So there are different formats for Gerbers. A BOM could be something as simple as a CSV file, or it could be something way more complicated. And different vendors are going to have different requirements about how you produce those files so that they can import them into their systems. So this turns out not being quite as simple as you might imagine. And so generally speaking, if you're just getting started with this or you just want to do some very quick basic prototyping, I recommend finding vendors that allow you to ignore these files completely. Okay? And there are a number of them out there, and I'm going to show you a few in just a minute. But there are a lot of great PCB and assembly vendors that will accept your design files directly. So the way I'd like to think of it is if you're new to this or you're not very comfortable with it, and you start going around the web looking at different places where you might be able to build a PCB, if they ask you for Gerber files, go look somewhere else. Okay, you'll be able to find someone that can take your design files directly so you don't have to mess with exporting those and making sure they're correct and all of that. You may get there eventually, and you might want to do that at some point, but at least when you're getting started, that's something that you can ignore completely. Because there are a number of great vendors, and I've highlighted a couple of them here, that can take these directly for you. So on the fabrication side, one of the ones that we've used early in prototyping is Oshpark. This is a great vendor, one, because they'll accept your Eagle files, your Altium files, et cetera, directly, so you don't have to deal with all those Gerbers. But they're also very low cost in low volume because they're what we call a shared PCB vendor. And what essentially that means is that when you give them a board to make, they take your design, and they take designs from other customers that were submitted at the same time, and they panel them all up together on one big piece to run through the machine. So they reduce the cost for you because they're actually running your design along with others at the same time. That works really well for prototyping because it means you can get low quantities at low cost. It has some disadvantages in lead time because it generally means you can't get things that quickly because they have to wait for other designs to come along that they can panel up together. So you generally can't get something next day or the day after that with OshPark, but it works really well for making sure your board is actually correct before you go and actually have it fully assembled. You know, one of the common issues with hardware is when you build your design, you might have accidentally crossed a couple of wires. And unfortunately, unlike with software, we can't just delete and recompile that. We have to actually scratch off the trace, jumper a wire, or just throw the boards away and make some new ones. So until you're certain that the schematic you made is correct, it's good to stick with very low-cost vendors like this and hand-assemble the prototypes until you know for sure that what you designed has everything in the right place. On the assembly side, there are a number of vendors that also make this easy that we've worked with in the past. I've got CircuitHub and Macrofab listed up here. CircuitHub is an interesting one. It's essentially like GitHub for hardware. They allow you to upload your design files, and then you can share that design under an open source license. Other people can fork that design, and you can even buy those designs directly from the website. Okay, so they are an assembly vendor as well as a way for you to sort of share designs between folks in the community. And you'll see actually a little bit later, CircuitHub is where we have uploaded this sample for you to be able to see the hardware design files and play around with it. Macrofab is another output vendor that basically also takes your design files. And one of the nice things about Macrofab is they do more than just electronics assembly. So they will assemble your boards, and they're very good at doing that at low cost, at low volume, but they will also assist you in packaging that into a mechanical housing or whatever your final packaging is, and also can often help you with inventory as well. So these actually can be a really great partner for a startup building hardware where they will help you sort of manage all of that process along the way in building your designs and maintaining them and actually getting them shipped out to real consumers. All right. So now Wayne's going to talk about what happens when somebody does this for the first time.
And how not to burn your fingers, which I did multiple times. Oops. It's not going backwards. OK. So as Dave mentioned, to get your prototypes done, you've got two different steps. You've got the fabrication step, and then you've got soldering the components onto the board. So you might have access to a local company who can actually make the PCBs where you are. So you don't, I mean, the problem with a lot of these companies is that sometimes they're far away, they're on the other side of the country or around the world, and you don't have to wait a week or a couple days to do your shipping. So sometimes you want to do iterative debugging. Now, when we write source code on a computer, we just make a change, type make, and run it again, and it takes like 3 seconds. But with electronics, there is this production iteration that you have to make, which could take days or weeks or whatever. So what we wanted to do is, rather than having the boards assembled by someone else, I wanted to see how hard it would be to actually solder them myself. And so I wanted to take Dave's prototype and try it out to see if I could do it. So I've got some kind of electronics background. I did electronic engineering many, many years ago, but I've only soldered really large boards with through-hole mounts. Those are the ones where the pin goes through the board. You can go in with a huge soldering iron, and you can make all kinds of mistakes, and it doesn't really matter. So I've done stuff like that, but I've never done surface mount before. So I wanted to see how hard it would be, what kind of mistakes I would make, and then I was going to talk to you about how we do it. Now, the most challenging part is the actual SOM connector that connects the baseboard to the little SOM. And so that's the one that's the most challenging, and we're going to talk a bit about how we went about soldering that. So when you look at the SOM connector, it's really small. If you look at these images, those are images that I shot through a microscope, and on the right, you can see the microscope I used. But you can't work with this thing with your own eyes. If you actually hold the SOM connector in your hand, it's this tiny little thing. You can barely see the pins, and you're like, how am I ever going to solder this? So I bought a really cheap soldering microscope. They're about $200. And you basically put it up to your eyes, put the board underneath it, and you can then see all of the detail on the board really easily. Now, it's interesting because it's actually pretty surprisingly easy to work with. You would think that your hands and everything are too large to be able to get in there and solder something so fine. But it turns out when you're under the microscope looking through it, your body adjusts to it, and you're actually able to make pretty fine motions without too many problems. Now, what I did find, though, is that you've got to anchor your hand a little bit, so you'll kind of like press one finger against the table. And then when you're under the microscope, I actually occasionally touch the soldering iron onto my finger, because everything's so close, you don't realize how close it is, so that was kind of fun. So yeah, a lot of people around me were like wondering why I was screaming from the soldering station. But anyway, so make sure you don't drink any coffee before you do it either, because that also gives you the jitters too, so that's also a pro tip. But anyway, so I have a basic soldering iron, I have the microscope, and with that, we're going to try to start soldering one of these things. The problem with the regular soldering iron is that it's too large. So under a microscope, on the left, you can see I've got a ballpoint pen, which shows how big a real pen looks like, the kind that you write with. And you can see that the pen is the size of like 5 of the pins on the SOM connector. So the tip of the soldering iron I had was this big, huge chisel tip thing that is designed for like, I don't know, soldering huge objects. But we needed something really fine. So you can actually buy a tiny 0.1 millimeter soldering iron tip, and you can see that on the right in the image. So that tip is 0.1 millimeter wide, and you can see that it still looks quite big even compared to the pins on there. But it turns out you can actually solder with this. And it's funny, because if you take that soldering tip and not stab yourself, but prick yourself with it, it's really sharp. It feels almost like a needle. And yet this thing under a microscope, it's got this huge round tip, and it's kind of incredible. But anyway, so that's what it looks like. You can see how small everything is relative to the soldering iron. So that's kind of the challenge that we're dealing with under the microscope. So the first thing you need to do is when you're doing fine soldering like this, you need to make sure that the solder sticks to the board cleanly. So we use what's called flux for that. So most solder has flux built in, but doing very fine connections like this, you need to have extra flux to make sure it works nicely. So you can buy these flux pens, and actually the pen fills up half the microscope when you're using it because it's huge. But anyway, you paste a bit of flux down on the board, and then you put the SOM connector down on top of it. And you have to maneuver it in with tweezers or your fingers or something like that, and then you've got to hold it in place somehow so you can actually do the soldering operation. So what you do is you basically bring the soldering iron up, like you can see in this picture here. You bring it up to the pin, and then you've got to bring the solder in against the pin at the same time. Now, what you don't want to do is touch the solder directly onto the soldering iron, because what happens is the solder just melts and wicks up the soldering iron and doesn't go onto the board itself. So you need to make sure that you touch the solder onto the pins and keep the tip away, but at the same time, you've got to touch the wire to heat it up and make sure you solder it correctly. So initially, when I started, I had problems getting everything to flow, but then Dave talked to me, and it's like, you've got to really angle everything apart to really avoid the touching. The solder itself is 0.4 millimeters wide. So if you look in the picture, it's actually quite wide compared to everything. So it's possible to sneak it in there. And after doing a bunch of practice runs, I was actually able to make it work. So this picture here shows a work in progress. As I was working across the board, you can see some of the pins in the bottom right are not done yet, and the ones in the top are finished already. So this is a zoomed up version of that same photo. So this is actually the first ever SOM that I've ever soldered. So I was like, I'm going to document this process so that we can talk about it here in this talk. But I did a pretty terrible job on some of them in the top. But this is literally my first ever attempt at soldering pins on a SOM. So Dave was coaching me over Hangouts to tell me some hints as to how things weren't working out. But you can see that in the top leftish, there are some nice pins there. And then the bottom left with some better ones. Now, occasionally you'll notice there are some pins where I blob the solder across them. Now, those are bad pins. If you actually turn the board on with those pins shorted out like that, you'll probably blow it up. So you've got to make sure that if you ever bridge the solder across the pins, that you've got to get in there and use there's this solder braid you can get that sucks solder out. You can use things like that to remove solder if you need to. So anyway, so I had a rough time getting started, but after a while, I was able to do some pretty clean jobs that look quite nice. So you probably shouldn't do this on your very first board that you're ever making, but after one or two, you'll be better at it. So it's actually something you can do. Now, if you look at the board, there's actually a lot of mess around there. The mess is not the solder, it's actually residue from the flux. The flux is this shiny material that's what makes everything look kind of dirty. You can clean it a bit, but we were trying to find Q-tips and other things to get in there and clean it, but everything's so fine, you can't get anything in there to clean it right. So we sort of cleaned it, but the mess that's left over is the basic residue from the flux. So while this is time consuming, and it might take a few hours to do in your own time, it's actually nice because you can reduce your debugging time. You have the ability to take the boards, solder them yourself, get it done, do some testing, and then if you find mistakes, you can then use that ability to make patches. So in the same way that we patch source code, well, you can patch your hardware as well. So Dave mentioned before, you can scratch the tracks away and you can solder wires. Now, it's not fun to do this, but it is possible. And if that saves you a week, then that's something that you can do as well. And I've seen plenty of boards where you see a wire running across it. And it's like, why is that there for? And it's like, well, the designer forgot to put something in, like a magic pad or something that did something right. And it's the equivalent of writing code and then leaving one semicolon out, except that semicolon is the one that powers the circuit and doesn't work. So you don't have a compiler that's going to run your circuit to tell you if it's going to work. So you really have to be careful. So yeah, you got to really think about that. So here is a microscope shot of one of the boards that Dave had professionally fabricated. So you can see there that everything looks super clean. Like you can tell that a machine has just gone and laid these the solder down perfectly. And the way some of these machines work is they actually put a solder paste down on the board, they put the SOM connector on top, and then they put it through a reflow oven that melts the solder and attaches the components. So you end up with a really, really clean join. And when you buy professionally made electronics, it tends to look a lot like that. So my soldering job, obviously you're not going to put that circuit onto the space shuttle and fly that. But in this case here, this is a nice, reliable circuit where everything is nicely soldered, so it's not done by a newbie like me. And then you attach the SOM onto the board and you power it up and the lights start blinking. And then we have that demo in the sandbox. And then you can stand back and bask in the warming glow of the Android bounce interpolator. So the sample Dave put together, it uses the bounce interpolator to make the LEDs flicker, and you can hold your hands in front of it and get that warm, cozy feeling. So it's a nice, simple example, because on the software side, we can do whatever we want with the LEDs, but it's like a hello world in that it does something very basic. It uses basic components like a few LEDs and a few resistors, and now you're on track to building whatever electronics that you want to build. And you can take this, once you're familiar with it, and you can expand on it from there to do something more complicated for your needs. So once you've built that device, you need to just think about the next steps to take it commercial production. So before you can sell a consumer device, you've got to think about, well, how am I going to package this and enclose it? And so you might need to find an industrial designer to make a plastic housing for you. You can use a CNC printing machine to make something, but those housings don't tend to be very strong. So you're probably going to need to have something professionally made for that. You then, when you ship this device to your customers, you're going to need to package it. So you're going to have to come up with a cardboard box for it, maybe some documentation. It needs to have padding inside of it to protect the product during shipment, maybe legal documentation. You've got to get this stuff made and printed, and it's not something you can just knock up on your laser printer. It's got to look nice. And there are industrial design companies that help with these final steps. And then finally, even little things like if you need a power supply or a cable for your device, you might have to include a USB charger or something like that. While they're cheap, they're not free. They still cost a couple dollars, and that adds to the overall cost of the device that you're selling. And then finally, every country has different rules about what devices they allow, certifications, safety requirements, and so forth. And so for every country you ship to, you're going to have to investigate this and find out what those processes are. And so the SOM has had a lot of testing and certification done on that, but the overall packaging and device needs to also be checked as well. So all of these things I've outlined here do cost some money, and it's important that you think about these things before you get started on your next big, crazy startup idea, and make sure you think about what the costs are going to be. And remember that if you've got a fixed cost like $10,000 for design or certification, you need to sell enough units to bury that cost in each one. If you sell 10,000 of something, that adds $1 to the price. But if you're only making 10 of something, then it's going to add $1,000 to the price of every unit. So you need to think about some of those issues. And remember, just one final little point here is that the nice thing about Android Things is we've helped to simplify the software side of things as well. So building an IoT device, while it might seem easy and you can build your own operating system and put it on there, it comes at a price in that you still need to maintain that device and security updates and so forth. So one of the nice things about Android Things is that you have the power of Android. You can use Android Studio, you can hire phone app developers and get them to write code for your device, and they can use the same libraries and tools that they're familiar with. So you don't need to hire someone who's a microcontroller expert who writes assembly language. There's a lot more programmers available to you. Also, the SOMs, we provide updates from Google. We provide security updates for them. We push the updates out to the devices so that you don't need to worry about maintaining all that stuff yourself. And then finally, you get all the power of Android security. So that we have a huge team on the Android team whose job is to scour the internet looking for security problems and patch Linux kernels and patch libraries, and we take care of that for you. So now, if you were going to make the device yourself and do all the software, you would have to have a huge team of security people and everything to make sure that's taken care of. With Android Things, we've really done a lot to help simplify the software side of things a lot as well, so that you can focus on what makes your product good and not have to worry about all the little details of trying to secure a device and pushy updates and things like that.
Okay. So the moral of the story is, if Wayne can do it, you can probably do it too. So just a couple things to finish up here. If you're interested in sort of learning more about the various hardware platforms that Android Things does support, and as we add support for more that will be listed here as well, you can check out the hardware support documentation on the Android dev site. The Candle sample that you see in the sandbox, as we mentioned, is open source. So the source code and the hardware design files themselves are on GitHub. And the design has also been uploaded to Circuit Hub, where you can actually purchase one of them directly if you don't even want to mess with going through this whole process. So you can take a look at those links as well. And also join our IoT developer community on G+, so that you can connect with us. And Wayne and I are both there answering questions and just give us an idea of what cool stuff you're doing so that we can share it with the rest of the community. So we've got a few minutes for questions. So if anybody has any questions, feel free to hop up to the mics. And let's see what we got.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Developing a successful app isn't easy. To reach a broad audience, you'll need to consider your iOS, Android, and mobile web users. And to build for these platforms, you'll need a backend server to store data and support the apps. Of course, you want to get your users logged in, hopefully lots of users, which means your backend will have to scale. Then after you've solved your scaling problems, you'll have to find more ways to spread the word to get new users. But have you found a way to measure all this activity? And oh no, your app is crashing and causing servers to melt down, and you haven't even made a dime yet. Don't you wish this could be easier? This is why we built Firebase. It has all the tools you need to build a successful app. It helps you reach new users, keep them engaged, scale up to meet that demand, in addition to getting paid. From the beginning, with Firebase, you'll have test lab and crash reporting to prevent and diagnose errors in your app. Your backend infrastructure problems are solved with our real-time database, file storage, and hosting solutions. Acquiring new users is easy with invites, AdWords, and dynamic links. And using the authentication component, you can get those users logged in with minimal friction. Once installed, you can keep your users engaged with notifications, cloud messaging, and app indexing. Then, with Remote Config, you'll have the freedom to experiment with new features and optimize the user experience in real time. And of course, you can earn money with the same AdMob component that's been monetizing great apps for years. Last, but certainly not least, our all-new Analytics component, designed uniquely for Firebase, brings insight into how well these components are working for you and your users. With Firebase Analytics, you can measure and optimize your advertising campaigns, discover who are your most valuable users, and understand exactly how they are using your app. Now, all these components work great on their own and provide a solid infrastructure to build out your app, but they work even better when combined in creative ways. So let Firebase handle the details of your app's backend infrastructure, user engagement, and monetization, while you spend more time building the apps your users will love. To get started right now with Firebase on Android, iOS, or the web, follow these links for more information. Then, to manage and monitor your apps connected to Firebase, there's a web console to view crashes, set up experiments, track analytics, and a whole lot more. And to learn more about Firebase and all of its components, you can read the documentation right here. We can't wait to see what you build.
We have with us Aparna Sridhar, who is a product manager at HackerRank. There are so many people who really look up to you. What really inspired you into technology?
I started writing my first program when I was, say, in 6th standard. Just playing around with BASIC back in the days when, we had dial-up connection. And when I decided what to do for, undergraduate studies, that's when, I had the option to again pick computer science. And at that point in time, I dated back to this enjoyable experience I had as a child and thought maybe I would give that a try.
Tell us about your experience as lead coach for the Udacity Android Nano degree.
Something that I would like to highlight about teaching is that it's been the most fulfilling and gratifying, experience. Can I help that one student who almost wants to give up on programming, who almost feels like this experience is too hard? If I can help that one person at a time, progress, I feel like later in their life sometimes they would look back to do it for somebody else again.
What is your message to the women in tech out there?
We undergo a lot of stereotypes. I cannot tell you the number of times I'm the only woman in the room and automatically the question is, are you in sales, are you in marketing? The more women can do to break that stereotype, to embrace more of these roles, the more we can change this perspective that we do have in tech.
Thank you so much, Aparna.
Welcome. This is our first certification summit. You guys and ladies are among the first certified Android developers. The developer base growing very fast, going and becoming the largest developer base in the world. The interesting point is that India is a mobile-first market. However, the percentage of developers developing for mobile is relatively low. So we're trying to really supercharge that.
India is one of the emerging markets. 80% of the smartphone growth rate is expected till 2019. You guys are Android certified developers. And just imagine that you are going to reach these many people with your applications that you're going to develop.
They're not trying to solve for the entire world. They're trying to solve for their own users.
You are, at the end of the day, developing a product not for yourself. You're developing for end consumer.
So I'm going to talk to you guys about what's new with Android O. Any of you guys use some of the Firebase 2.0 features?
Yes, it's about recognition, it's about getting a job, it's about growing your career, but there are bigger forces at play. I feel that development, mobile development, Android, can make a difference actually in the world, fixing problems in one's own community, whether it's water, education, environment. But we want to support you connecting to communities and create change in the world.
Firebase makes authentication easy for end users and developers. Most applications need to know the identity of a user so they can provide a customized experience and keep their data secure. Firebase supports lots of different ways for your users to authenticate. If your users want to authenticate with their email address, you can build that for them. Firebase Auth has built-in functionality for third-party providers such as Facebook, Twitter, GitHub, and Google. It can also integrate with your existing account system if you have one. You're given the choice about how to present login to the user. You can build your own interface, or you can take advantage of our open source UI, which is fully customizable and incorporates years of Google's experience in building simple sign-in UX. No matter which one you use, once a user authenticates, 3 things happen. Information about the user is returned to the device via callbacks. This allows you to personalize your app's user experience for that specific user. The user information contains a unique ID which is guaranteed to be distinct across all providers, never changing for a specific authenticated user. This unique ID is used to identify your user and what parts of your backend system they're authorized to access. Firebase will also manage your user's session so that users will remain logged in after the browser or application restarts. And of course, it works on Android, iOS, and the web. That's Firebase Auth, allowing you to focus on your users and not the sign-in infrastructure to support them.
Thank you for joining us here today. India is coming a long way, as I just mentioned. Today, India is the second largest country in the world in terms of number of developers. Soon, it's going to be number one.
What we want to invest in is actually training the faculty from your colleges.
The potential is so great, and what Google is doing to help catalyze that innovation it's really an exciting time for these campuses.
We are really trying to provide the best possible experience to teachers in these faculty hubs, because the first step to training 2 million developers is to train the teachers that are going to teach those 2 million.
Industry as of now demands a lot of updated curriculum. Developing 2 million Android developers. Working in a technical university, we can contribute hugely on developing those million app developers.
So we're excited that all the raw materials are there to create an innovation revolution in India.
I really think the students are going to make some great things, and I can't wait to see what comes out.
There's a lot of potential in India, and we need to take it forward.
With Google, we can provide rich opportunities to all. That is the essence of Google program, which I have seen.
This is a good move, and this program will definitely be useful to the students, because app development is going to rule the world for next few years, I believe.
Just waiting for the shot to finish. Okay, there we are. So I'm here with Daniel in the community lounge where people from all over the world are gathering at Google I/O. Can you tell us a little bit about the activities going on here and what people are saying?
Yeah, the lounge, it's pretty new on the I/O. Like, we used to have community areas on the I/O, but nothing huge like this. I don't know if the camera can capture it, but this is basically like the whole tent, like the front porch of it. And as you can see, it's crowded and people come here to chill, to play. They play pool. We have some wooden block building games. We've got some networking games, people chatting. You don't hear me saying we have any gadgets here. This is completely unplugged. And like, people here maybe come to relax a little bit from all the technology which happens in the tents everywhere else. And they just sit back and relax and talk to other people. So we are the place sort of maybe to unplug from the technology for a little bit. We also have some local meetups. So I'm with GDGs. I'm in the communities team in Google. So we help communities around the world to do meetups. So we thought, why don't we do meetups here? So we have about 25 small meetups, and it's anything for like people who did applications for social good, or just now I think there is a meetup of Russian-speaking developers. So we have the whole list. They come here, they meet. It's very unprogrammed, very anarchistic in a way. So we have also a bunch of Googlers coming here to relax from the I/O madness. I love it. I hope we do it next year, and when you come next year, make sure you drop by.
Awesome. Well, let's check out some of the stuff.
Awesome. Let's go. So this IO17 Hello World hashtag, hashtag IO17, hashtag Hello World, you can actually check it right now if you are bored with my face. And what happens is that we are building a bridge here, but communities, they don't function with a boss or blueprint, etc. So this experiment is about what happens if we want to construct maybe the next Golden Gate without blueprints or managers. You see, it's pretty chaotic, yeah. Timothy, I know, like, we are not Golden Gate bridge quality yet. Maybe we will not be ever. As I said, this is an experiment. We are on day one. So we'll see how it goes. We also ask people to, if they are developers, to write Hello World in their first programming language. So I hit mine here, like 10, print Hello World in BASIC. I was very tempted to say 20, go to 10, you know, and see, see the wooden blocks being covered everywhere here. So you can see we have plenty of languages here. So yeah, let's see what happens. All right, so Timothy, I know I said the launch is unplugged, but I was cheating. This is an exception. Like, as you can see, this is very much plugged in. But what we are playing here is something that I want to tell you informally. We are not publishing. This is a YouTube playlist of some of the greatest GDG trailers and videos from around the world. Google developer groups, they organize meetups, events, activities, and they sometimes put crazy videos online. So we made like a 2-hour playlist out of that. You can find this whole screen on your own screen if you enter the address bit.ly/launchtv. I'm not saying don't say it to anyone because I just said it to you, but you can be here with us at least virtually through this playlist. So enjoy.
Cool. So what is this?
Yeah, you had seen the movie Inception, right? And in the keynote in the morning today, you were talking about the Inception. So this is a device. I don't know what for, I don't know what it will do to you. I mean, if people want to see more videos of you, I don't know if you want to sit in it, but...
Yeah, let's try it.
Okay, I'm not being...
This is a core workout. This is kind of like planking, but better.
Yeah, you can get a hangover from this.
All right.
So let me introduce Nino. Nino is from Georgia, and she's running one of the meetups I was talking about. And this meetup is, what is it about, Nino? Who is it for?
This meetup is for developers mostly, and we cover the topics of how we can develop apps or use current apps for social good. So basically the social aspects that our apps can have, because technologies have so many opportunities and it can really, go beyond just consumerism, right? Like it can serve so much more purposes. So I'm going to be sharing my own experience, how my team at Elva and Tractor are helping to, help people in conflict and crisis situations to better monitor situations, or how we are helping farmers with information and probably get some more ideas from others. So it is very informal, very improvised, because everyone is in the line for ice cream. So I hope that some will join, and it's going to be just a friendly session, and thanks to Dan for this opportunity. I think it's fun and cool, so do develop apps for social good.
Awesome, thank you.
So you're welcome to join.
Okay.
Hello everyone, I welcome you all in this Android Development Fundamentals.
An app is basically a solution or a medium by which you get a solution to a lot more users.
You have to figure out what kind of benefit the person is going to get by using that app.
I feel personally, the phone is not a phone. It is something that can change people's life.
With Google, we can provide rich opportunities to all. That is the essence of Google program.
There's a lot of potential in India and we need to take it forward.
To get everyone to start thinking about Android and developing for Android, we're at the cusp of a revolution.
We encourage you to continue learning, continue developing, and now go build some great apps.
You have the talent, and there is a need. Bring it on.
All right, now it's time to learn about all the new cool stuff with Google Play Console, and I'm here with Matt to tell us all about it.
Hey everybody, we're super excited to be here. I/O is a big moment for us with the Play Console because we're all about developers. As you probably know, the Play Console is what developers use to publish their apps to Android devices through the Play Store. And what we've seen is over the years, we've gone from a Play Console which was simply about getting an app from A to B, from the developer to the end consumer's phone. Now it's so much more. There's really a hugely diverse set of tools that enable developers to be more successful with their app. And what we've found is that the user base has diversified as well. In addition to our core audience of Android developers, we have product managers, marketing managers, many other users wearing different hats in the organization are starting to use the tool. At I/O this year, we're announcing a whole new set of features as well as updates to some of our popular existing features. In some cases, these features are helping apps to be higher quality. And so we're launching Android Vitals, which is a whole new set of reporting about bad experiences on the Android device. So these are a user experience where your app may be crashing, or your app may be rendering in a slow way, or you may have excessive wake-ups, stuck wake locks that are causing excessive drainage on batteries. So we're going to start revealing that reporting to developers that can help them to debug, understand more about optimizing their app for the variety of devices that are out there, and that's one of many different new features we're launching. Another one, actually you can see on the screen behind me, is the device catalog. So Android's diverse ecosystem has been a tremendous strength, a source of the scale of the 2 billion Android devices that are out there now, but that diverse ecosystem can also be hard to navigate and understand for developers until now, because the device catalog is a much easier way to browse the more than 1,000 different Android certified devices. You can search and explore these devices by spec, like RAM, like system on chip, and you can then see reporting information about the number of installs your app has on that particular device or on that group of devices, how much revenue you're getting, how your ratings compare, which can really help you to understand whether any of the bad behaviors, any of these problems that users may be having with your app are concentrated in a particular area, which can be critical to optimizing and making your app super high quality. So we're finding, even just in the initial testing, which we've now completed, this feature is rolling out to all developers. We found our early testers have really embraced these tools. It's really helping them to be much more surgical in the way they think about targeting their app and making it a great experience for the end user. In addition to the features that help developers to build higher quality apps, we've also got a number of features which help to mitigate risk during the release process. And so when you're releasing a new version of your app, you may have an installed base of millions, potentially hundreds of millions of users. If you're pushing out a new version of your app, it can otherwise be a worrying time. You don't want to know that bugs are causing uninstalls. You don't want to know that information late. So we have a new release dashboard with very low latency reporting that helps you to have visibility of these metrics on the hour, every hour, as it's starting to roll out to potentially global audience of hundreds of millions of devices. And so this can help you to manage a release with a lot more confidence. A third area where we're launching new features right here at I/O is in the business area. And so developers, in addition to building amazing experiences, they want to make money, they want to grow their business. We have a lot of new reporting, including for app developers that have a subscription-based model. You can look at subscription by tenure, look at cohorts from when they've started, when they've installed the app, and how that life cycle trends over time. You can help to see how different inflection points are contributing to subscription renewals or people leaving a subscription. So it can really help you to manage your subscription business. And then in general, we have a lot of statistics that are available through the Play Console. In the past, they weren't always easily navigable. We have a new configurable statistics page. Developers are much more easily able to slice and dice these metrics, much more easily able to create custom configurations, to compare different time periods against each other, to compare one metric against another, and to introduce benchmarks of whole classes of apps so they can see how some of them compares to peers who make similar apps. And so we think that features like this will really help developers to manage their apps as a business as well.
Wow, that was a lot of stuff. Thank you so much, Matt.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. How you doing? There we go. There we go. Welcome to day 2 at Google I/O. I'm Timothy Jordan. I'm a developer advocate here at Google, and last January, Fabric joined forces with Firebase at Google. Now, Firebase helps you build better mobile apps and grow your business, and Fabric helps you build great apps, understand your users, and grow your business. So you can see there's some overlap here. And yet, we've still been getting some questions from developers about this move. And so we thought, hey, let's get some people on stage who are familiar with all the details and try and answer as many of those questions as possible. So I'd like to introduce the panel. First over there, we've got Jason Titus, VP of Engineering at Google. Hi, Jason.
Hey, everybody.
We've got Rich Perret, General Manager of Fabric.
Hey.
And we have Andrew Lee, co-founder of Firebase.
Good morning.
How y'all doing?
Good.
Okay.
Good.
You're happy to be here still, right?
Very much so.
Yeah. I think I can see in their eyes they brought hard-hitting questions. So, well, we're going to spend some time just on a few questions that I have that I've heard from developers over the last few months. We'll probably cover some of the things you might have wanted to ask. And then I have lists of questions from social media, and hopefully we can take some of those and some of your questions as well. When we get to that point, there's microphones in each of these aisles. I'll let you know. You don't need to stand up now. Sound good? Ready? Great. So Jason, let's start with the big picture. Why have Fabric joined Google?
If you heard yesterday, it's actually really important to us that Google is working with the broader development community and that we're really making the best tools we can to help developers be successful. And when we looked at what we've done at Firebase, we were like, we're really happy with sort of across the range a number of the things we've built. There was areas, and we looked across the overall developer tooling space. There were certain things where there were other players out there who were doing amazing work, and Fabric was one of them. Where when we saw the level of love that Crashlytics and Answers and Digits users had, we said this could actually be something where if we brought these two teams together, we could really be the best and really be solving people's problems well. So it's very, very worth noting to sort of Timothy's point earlier, was when we first got these teams together, and I was going out to Cambridge to meet everyone, and we were putting together slides to talk to the teams about, hey, we're all going to be working together. It was literally, okay, we're going to have the mission statement of one team and the other, and I'm like, I'm not actually sure which one is Firebase's and which one is Fabric's, because they're really the DNA, the focus, the passion of the teams is the same. It's around helping you guys get your work done and sort of relentlessly focusing on, let's get feedback. What are we doing well? What are we not? What are areas that are really hard for developers that we can make easier?
Awesome. So maybe taking even one more step back in a bigger picture, which is why is Google investing in mobile development at all?
Well, it turns out this mobile thing is a thing, right? There is so much. It's one of the really exciting things about mobile development right now. It's just the level of innovation, the pace of innovation. I mean, if you look, we all take it for granted, but if you look at almost everything we do, like whether it's how people get around or cook food or meet their friends or take photos or whatever, it's been changed, and it's been changed by folks like yourselves. It is, and in a really short time window. And so what we see is this opportunity to accelerate the ability of people who see a problem and say, like, here's something that really, gosh, waiting for a taxi really sucks. This is really such a pain. I wish there was a way, things like that you can actually use technology to solve, but so much of the work, probably 90% of the work, ends up being sort of infrastructure crap that nobody wants to deal with, that is not about the problem you're solving. And so we think if Google is part of that and helps you, that we can be, whether it's helping you on the back end through Google Cloud, or we can help you get users in the future as you grow with advertising, we think it's a good thing for our business long term.
Awesome. All right, let's get to some specifics. Rich, I'm going to start with you.
Okay.
What's changed since Fabric joined Google, and what can developers look forward to?
Sure. I'll take it from the team's perspective. I think the teams are really highly aligned, as Jason said, and as you said, the missions are so similar that we felt at home right away. From the product side, you saw a lot of things that we just launched, right? So Crashlytics is going to be the default crash reporter for both Fabric and Firebase going forward. We had a great Digits launch where we're going to graduate that product into Firebase phone authentication. And then on the going forward side, something I'm really excited about, Crash Insights, which is a product that takes Crashlytics beyond like the line of code that crashed in your app to what are the root causes of those crashes. We just announced that that went into beta, and I'm really excited for everybody to use that and give us feedback. So that's like a looking forward thing.
Awesome. All right, Andrew, what about on the Firebase side?
So if you stopped by the developer keynote yesterday, you probably saw a number of announcements from us. We added phone number authentication to support both the Digits customers, but everyone who's using Firebase Auth. We launched a brand new performance monitoring product to let you time things in your applications. We open sourced our SDKs. We have better Swift support. We connected hosting to Cloud Functions. And if you don't know about Cloud Functions, it's a product we launched in March. That's been a big success. We have over 1 billion functions have been executed in the last couple of months. And there's a whole bunch of more announcements around analytics and games and other things. So it's been a busy time.
Awesome. OK, so let's talk a little bit about the collaboration, though. How have Firebase and Fabric been working together since joining Google? How are the teams meshing?
I think getting us sitting together in San Francisco was a big start, right? So that was a good one. I think that we did a lot of collaboration on the Digits to Firebase phone authentication. And I've already seen, we announced that yesterday, and people are already using the automated workflow to link their Digits accounts and their Fabric apps to Firebase and do a seamless migration. It's like really important for us because it means that your end customers don't have to do any work, right? And so I think that that's like the kind of care that we've been taking to when we work together and make these things really seamless. I don't know.
Yeah, I think there's been a tremendous amount of collaboration, even in things that maybe aren't visible. So for example, many of the Fabric folks helped with the kind of the last few weeks getting ready for the Cloud Functions launch, and they helped with some of the hosting stuff that we did, and vice versa. So bringing in kind of that new perspective and a new set of eyes to help us really polish our products has been really helpful as well.
Awesome. OK, let's talk a little bit about some of the rough edges. Because there are always a few. So let's name them and talk through them. What are some of the rough edges that we're working on? Say the highlights that you have, Rich.
Sure. So I'm really customer guided, and we talked to a lot of customers, including ones that use Firebase and Fabric today. And they're really leading the way in terms of how we're thinking about this integration. And they say, like, listen, I already know I've signed up for Fabric, I'm signed up for Firebase. I use the best of both platforms in order to build my app, understand my customers, and grow my business. And from their perspective, and from mine, the rough edge here is they have to toggle between two dashboards in order to do that, right? So they might do one activity in Firebase, and they say, OK, well, now that that's done, I have to go open up Fabric and understand something like the stability of my app or retention of customers, et cetera. And I think that we can do better there. I think we can bring a unified dashboard experience, and so that's a rough edge that I'm excited about smoothing out.
Awesome. OK, and this is the next question is for everybody. Let's talk about what's next. Now, there's a lot that we can't talk about as far as future features and that kind of thing, but what is it that we're working on that we're excited about that we can share?
Sure, I can start with that. So I keep talking about Cloud Functions, but it's really very cool. It lets you respond to events with code and do things that otherwise would have required you to stand up a backend service. With just a few lines of code, you can get up and running in a few minutes. And we have a few event sources already. You can get events from hosting as of yesterday. You can get events from your database. But there's 16 products in Firebase. There's a whole bunch of things over in Fabric and across Google that don't emit events yet for Cloud Functions to consume. And I think we can do a lot better there. And I'm excited to work on that.
Awesome. Yeah. Rich?
Yeah, I think I'm just going to build on that because this is such a great answer. I think that was one of the things that we were most excited about coming into Google was Cloud Functions and its imminent launch, and then when it did go out. And we have a lot of customer data locked up in Crashlytics, locked up in Answers, and wouldn't it be great if we could take some of those events and link them up to Cloud Functions? Now, no promises, right, in terms of like when you might see something like that, but it's something that we're talking about a lot internally.
OK.
Yeah, I would actually, on the data side, to me, that's like one of the largest opportunities where both from Answers and from Firebase Analytics, or now Google Analytics for Firebase, we have a huge amount of data that we think is really valuable for developers, and making that available and really easy to use through things like BigQuery. So saying, we're going to give you a bunch of useful information and charts that are pretty good for everybody, but if you want to go in and look at your users' data to understand, or your usage data and such, to understand, like, what are your users doing, put together predictive models using machine learning or whatever, like, that is a really, really valuable source of information for you to be able to mine and work with in a bunch of different ways. And we actually think that's something that as a company we're pretty good at, and that we can provide a whole set of tools around that. So I would say, whether it's feeding the events to do functions or giving you the tools to analyze data in lots of interesting ways or do machine learning on it, I think those are going to be exciting areas for us.
Awesome. Okay, so now it's time for specific developer questions that we've been getting on social and from the audience. I'll have you guys get in the mic in just a few minutes, but I'm going to ask some of these first. And let's start with a question from me for you two guys. Did you all know each other before joining Google? Because it feels like there would be some professional camaraderie there.
We actually had never met. So I had met the co-founders of Fabric, but I never actually met Rich.
That's right. I'm based in Boston, Massachusetts, so I don't get out here a too terrible amount. But yeah, the first time we met was actually in Cambridge when you came out after the acquisition, right?
Yep.
We do have something in common, though. We shared when we were Crashlytics before it was acquired by Twitter, and then Firebase before it was acquired by Google. We had a co-investor.
Yep, and that's how I met Jeff and Wayne, and I understand that you guys got a ski trip out of the deal, and we didn't.
That's right, yeah. So it turned, it just depends on who's on your board, I guess. But now that we're together, we can do a ski trip, like a joint one. So that's
awesome.
Good. Yeah.
If Jason approves it.
I don't know. West Coast skiing, yes.
Oh, okay, all right.
And now that the teams are together, are you guys starting to share culture from the two companies?
Now might actually be a really good time.
Oh, yeah.
So actually, I brought you a present.
Oh, awesome.
So every year on June 27th is an important holiday in Firebase land, and it is Bring Your Pineapple to Work Day.
Okay.
So I just wanted to help you be prepared this year.
Oh, my goodness.
So that's for you.
Thank you so much.
It's our very own pineapple.
Yeah, what is the origin of Bring Your Pineapple to Work Day?
One day I just brought a pineapple to work because I wanted it for lunch, and James said, hey, what's up with the pineapple? And I said, it's Bring Your Pineapple to Work Day. And he said, that's not a thing. That's not a real holiday. And said, yeah, it is. And I put it on the calendar, and I put it on repeat, and then I forgot about it. And the next year, after we actually hired some employees, we showed up at work, and our employees had brought pineapples. And we said, what's up with the pineapples? And they're like, I don't know, it's on the calendar.
Got it.
So now it's a thing.
That's awesome. Well, I have a thing that I'm known for, and I thought, I heard that you might be giving me this gift, and so I've got something for you.
Ooh.
And it's a little...
Oh, very nice. Very nice.
Oh, we got to see this.
Do you think I should put it on?
Yeah, and I'm taking a photo.
Okay, good. Oh, now you look great.
Yeah.
That's excellent.
Perfect, yes. The fashion evolution right before your eyes.
That's very good. Okay, let's get to some of these questions. All right, first off is, what will happen to answers?
What will happen to answers? That's a great question. So answers, if you don't know, is the underpinning of what makes Fabric in terms of the real-time understanding of how your app is doing. Powers everything from MAU and DAU on the Fabric dashboard to things like velocity alerts and Crashlytics. It's a really important part of Fabric and something that we hear from customers all the time that they really love and value. And so it's important for us to take that experience forward into a unified Firebase and Fabric experience.
Very cool. All right, so I'm going to ask a few more questions, but I'd like to invite you all to start lining up at the microphones so that you can ask your questions as well. They're very nice and informative with their answers. So what about digits in China? Will it work?
Got it. So let's see. So Digits is a phone number authentication product that we announced yesterday. Is going to become Firebase phone authentication. And what's going on behind the scenes there is we're moving our backend infrastructure from Twitter, where it is today, to Google. And we expect this to be really, really good for customers. However, if you didn't know how SMS authentication works, you have to do deals with SMS providers, carrier by carrier, country by country. And as a result, Digits has worked up to this point, sort of not intentionally in China. And going forward, it most likely will not work, again, sort of through circumstances not entirely in our control.
Okay.
I think while we're talking about China, I guess I want to just note that we do have a lot of customers that have a lot of end users in China, and we've heard from you that it's really important. Like, hey, I need to understand how my app is performing in China, and so a message received, and we're working really hard to make sure that that aspect of Fabric and Google Analytics for Firebase doesn't go away.
Okie doke. So we'll get back to these. Let's take some of the audience questions, starting over here.
Okay, hello, Michael. A question to Andrew. How do you feel about the mysterious data spikes in Firebase database usage analytics? Like, there is an article from the Home Automation from yesterday, and we experienced that as well in our product, that basically the data usage spikes in a mysterious way, and basically you solve that on, let's say, one-to-one basis, and there is, let's say, no origin to that problem. And that's origin, we had that problem a year ago, and currently dozens of other companies have as well. So is there any, let's say, work in progress on that?
Okay, so I'll repeat the question here. So I understand you're asking about the blog post that was published yesterday where there was a developer who had a much lower bill, and then there was a spike in the usage of the price of that bill. And I can speak to that. So for some context, this customer had a number of IoT devices out in the wild that were polling the Firebase database. And we made a couple of changes that changed their bill. One of the changes that we made was that we actually started enforcing quotas on our Flame plan. We have a fixed price $25 a month plan, which up until very recently actually gave you sort of unlimited levels of usage, even though we listed certain amounts because we actually hadn't built the quota enforcement infrastructure yet. And so we actually started applying those quotas and requiring people that were exceeding the limits to upgrade to our pay-as-you-go plan. So that was one of the reasons. And then the other thing that happened at the same time is there was a bug that we'd introduced late last year that had miscounted the network usage for the database. So people that were doing very heavy SSL negotiation traffic with us, but otherwise using small data usage, could see large changes in their data usage. So the vast majority of customers saw very small changes, but a few cases, and this was one of those edge cases where the vast majority of their traffic was the handshake, because they were polling, and usually there was no data to return. So it was this SSL handshake over and over and over again that was ringing up a lot of data usage. And so we're working with the developer directly. And actually, if you look at the blog post, they've uploaded the blog post with some of that information. And if you're having sort of similar things that you're running into, I'd be happy to talk with you outside afterwards. Generally, I'd encourage folks, if anyone is seeing things like this, we should talk it through.
So,
did you have a quick follow-up?
Adding to that question, maybe the status page would be very nice for you to have, maybe.
I didn't quite hear that, did you?
You're asking about the status page?
Yeah.
We have a status page.
Oh, sorry.
It should be linked from our website. If it's not, we'll check on that. Have you?
It is. If you go to firebase.google.com and click on support.
Sure, thank you.
And can we, for the next question, can we either boost the mics or boost the monitor? It's kind of hard to hear them up here.
Yeah.
Hi. You said you were planning to merge the both interfaces from Fabric and Firebase. And I was wondering, maybe there's a way now and I'm not aware of, but in the future, if there's a way to merge the analytics of Firebase with the Crashlytics. For instance, I could see, for example, for all my users that had 2 items in the cart, that there's a specific crash in kind of one unified dashboard.
Yeah, the question was about seeing Crashlytics and analytics data together.
Yeah, and particularly, I think like what you're talking about is like an audience, right? That you can build in Google Analytics for Firebase and then understand their stability. Yes, absolutely. That's something that we're excited about the possibility for that integration to happen.
Any time frame?
No, we're working on it. I think we're not going out with timeframes right now, not because we're not working hard at it, but we want to be really thoughtful about how we bring these things together. People use both Firebase and Fabric to run their whole business. And so we want to be cognizant of that and putting out really high quality stuff and being thoughtful.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Back over here.
Hey guys, is that loud enough?
Yeah.
Yep.
Awesome. So Fabric has the suite of kits, which is pretty comprehensive. Just wondering, what is the future of kits in Google, and are there still going to be other partner organizations providing kits? And Is there anything you can say about that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we launched third-party kit support directly integrated into Fabric about a year and a half ago, and it really exceeded our expectations. I think coming in, I think there's a desire to do some kind of integration here, but it's really early. And so I would encourage you, nothing about those integrations are changing today for Fabric, and we're looking for ways to bring it forward, but I don't have like a comprehensive strategy to share with you today. I don't know if you want to talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah, I think there's one of the things we like about the kit model is the idea that we can have best-of-breed solutions for different parts that maybe we might not spend as much time on. And certainly if you look at things like Cloud Functions, we would imagine that there's other areas where we might be able to allow third parties to provide sort of plug-and-play solutions right into the system. But we want to merge it in thoughtfully, and I think some of the kits are more just co-marketing things of saying, hey, we're going to let everyone be aware of other products, and I think we would probably be more thoughtful around what are the areas where we could actually provide developers with something that they wouldn't be able to otherwise have through an integration.
Thank you.
Thank you. And over here.
Hey, I was wondering if you guys are going to plan on merging Fabric Beta and the Alpha Beta programs for Google Play.
Yeah, that's a really good question.
I think that's definitely something we're looking at. Yeah. Like we feel like we have two great solutions in this space, and certainly if you look at the amount of investment the Play team has been doing on improving the Alpha and Beta, I think it makes total sense to say the two things should align and work well together.
Yeah, and Beta was the second product we ever shipped after Crashlytics, and we've seen a ton of investment both from Play and then on the iOS side from Apple with TestFlight. And we've actually, when we talk to Beta customers, they've actually changed how they use Beta. They're using it more for internal testing. So we're actually talking to a lot of customers. There are people over in the sandbox right now that work on this product, and I encourage you to give them your feedback on how you would like to see it evolve to sort of be more harmonized with both TestFlight and Play.
Yeah, because you use it internally, and then we use the beta stuff or the alpha Google Play stuff for external. And I want to kind of like graduate that smoothly out to people.
We're highly aligned, absolutely.
Awesome. Back over here.
Hi, Saif here. I was wondering that now Firebase and Crashlytics are joining. Is there any plans for merging Crashlytics and Firebase Crash Reporting?
It's a great question. Yeah, so we announced yesterday, right, that Crashlytics is now the recommended crash reporter for Firebase and for Fabric. And so if you're looking to decide which crash reporter to use, you should be using Crashlytics. Now, we talked about rough edges a little bit here. Yeah. That does require you to use two consoles today. Our goal is to make that a simple, single, unified experience.
Yeah. Okay, and is there any guides for migration?
I believe so, but you know what? Come up and talk to me afterwards, or go to the sandbox and we can walk you through it.
If you're an existing Firebase Crash Reporting user and you're happy, sit tight.
Yep.
We'll be providing materials to help you move over when the time is right. But for now, there's nothing you need to do.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I actually have two questions. So the first question, you guys talked a lot about merging the dashboards of the two platforms together, which is great. I have difficulty using Google Cloud Platform dashboard and the Firebase dashboard and then the Crashlytics dashboard. And I was also wondering, in terms of design, they're totally different. Like Fabric looks visually different from Firebase. What are you guys thinking about how you're designing that for consistency so that customers coming from both platforms feel comfortable with it?
As you might imagine, this is a very active source of discussion internally, actually.
Yeah. We just actually had a design sprint bringing the designers from both teams together in New York City last week, and it was very productive. I was pretty inspired by the results, and it's way too early to share, but I do think that a lot of the visual elements here are going to converge in a way that feels right for both Firebase and Fabric customers.
Yeah, and as far as I think we'll have a very clear sort of merged experience that I think will be both understandable and also sort of bring the best elements of each. I think as far as integration with the overall Google Cloud dashboards, we were looking very solidly at like where are the most common touch points between them and how do we make those as smooth and straightforward as possible.
Okay, and then my second question, you alluded to having BigQuery support. Do you have any idea around the timeline? I would love to be able to use BigQuery to query some of the Crashlytics stuff, because a lot of the information we're getting is already predefined and preset, and just having the granularity to be able to control that data would be awesome.
Yeah, you're not alone, right? Lots of people would like that. The team is really excited about that. With full candor, what we're trying to trade off is how much can we migrate Crashlytics into Google-owned and operated infrastructure and provide a continuity of service for the whole product, and then how much engineering resources go to that, and then how much go towards doing an integration with Firebase Console, how much does that go into cool features like BigQuery. And so it's a balance. We have a portfolio approach. So I don't have anything to share in terms of like when you can expect that, but that's something that the team is really excited about and we're looking at.
It is definitely one of the things we view as where we can provide a bunch of value, is specifically saying you're generating a bunch of data using our tools about your users and your application, and how can we then let you do great things with it.
Great, thank you.
Awesome. I'm going to slip in a couple questions here as well. One of these that I've been hearing a lot is, will Fastlane continue to be open source?
Great question. Absolutely yes. Fastlane was open source when we brought it into Fabric like a year and a half ago. We've only grown the open source contribution. We have core contributors to Fastlane that work here at Google. We also have a significant community of core contributors who work outside of Google. So yeah, we're definitely committed to maintaining the open source aspects of Fastlane.
And I want to add to that. So Firebase in general is committed to open source as well, and we open source our SDKs, as you saw yesterday. And this is an incremental thing. It's going to take us a while to kind of get everything out into the open. But we want to move in a direction of more open, not more closed.
That's great. And not too far distant from that is this question: will Fabric continue to support iOS?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We have a really strong and loyal tribe of developers that love us on iOS and on Android, and we're going to continue to support them.
Yeah, it is really one of the things that was important to us when we were looking at Fabric was saying, Firebase has been from the start cross-platform, and it's really important to us that folks recognize that, and seeing the amount of positive feedback and attention from iOS developers for Fabric was one of the great things about it.
Okay, let's go back to questions over here.
Should we expect Crashlytics to require Google Play services one day?
That's a great question. No plans at the moment. I don't know.
Yeah, we're definitely looking at what the best way to get the SDKs working as broadly in the ecosystem as possible. So that's
okay. Thank you.
So you announced all these nice profiling tools yesterday for Firebase. Is there a plan to integrate Crashlytics data with those profiling tools, like finding some traces, like other than just the stack trace, but like memory states and network states when a user crashes?
Do you want to take this?
Yeah, so this is definitely something we're looking at. I don't think we have any particular plans we're prepared to share, but one of the big value propositions of Firebase is supposed to be that the products work well with each other. So when you authenticate, you get access to resources. When you hook things up to Cloud Functions, you can pass data back and forth. You can export stuff from, hopefully, Crashlytics to BigQuery, et cetera. And this is, I think, a very obvious integration for not just Crashlytics, but a whole bunch of products that we'd really love to know, how is your database performing, for example. So we're definitely looking at that.
Yeah, I would say one of the great things about these two teams coming together is sort of conversations like that are happening between the teams. Like, hey, here's what we're doing, and wouldn't it be cool if we could hook these two things up so we could tell a more comprehensive story about the performance of your app. So it's definitely something that teams are talking about.
Yeah, it's important to note that the Firebase performance offering this is sort of the 1.0 out the door, but we think there's a lot we can do with it across, giving really good performance analysis across a wide range of things. And we have people who are very passionate, know the space well. We acquired a small company called Pulse.io that was just focused on this a year and a half ago or so. And those folks were very involved in building that. So we do have people who are passionate about looking at performance as a problem overall. And I think if you look at what we've been working on with the Play team, overall for the Android ecosystem. You'll see you can get sort of basic information on all these different issues that might be happening with your app in production, and then you can go in and get more through Firebase. And my expectation is we'll do that more broadly across other parts of the company.
When we want to learn something, it's not very comfortable for girls. Generally, they don't go out and learn with with other colleagues. They don't prefer learning with someone. The reason I go to Udacity is because a friend of mine told me about how wonderful the course is, and even if you know nothing about Android, the courses are designed so that you don't have to have a very much detailed experience in Java or Android. So when I started the course, I was like very scared that like maybe it will be too technical for me to understand because I don't know very much about Android or Java in very deep, like how to have some logic into a program and how to code in general. But the instructors, like my favorite way, Catherine, she makes it so interesting and so normal. You don't feel like that you are learning something, and it's a good way to learn online. Whatever I feel like learning today, I could just go and then search for it, and there will be a course available for that.
I was an HR. I was working as a recruiter, and I was completely unaware as to what I am supposed to do. I used to feel that I just don't want to be a recruiter. I want to be on that other side, talking technology and talking about gadgets and how technology is changing our day-to-day lives. One of our relatives, he challenged me that you are a girl and engineering requires a lot of designs and drawings. I wanted to prove him wrong, and that was the time when I heard about Udacity. I started taking some online courses in Java and Android, very basic things. It is little difficult, but it's just that I don't want to feel that, that sense of regret. I just don't want that. So Udacity has actually been a savior in my life. The quality of the projects is very good. It's like, after completing those, you feel like you have conquered something. Actually, I finished my 9th degree yesterday, and so today it's just going to be the celebration.
I couldn't be happier to be here to see the launch of the Android Skilling Program. There's going to be so many new, great Android developers here in India.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. Some of you know I'm from Delhi. Always fun coming back and meeting all of you.
We can scale up developers and scale up mobile developer training to help make India a global leader in mobile app development.
Having the universities teamed up with us in the Skilling Program is going to be a huge opportunity and make a huge difference.
Finally, we've launched it. It's been a year since we first introduced this program. 2 million developers.
I think that it's a really achievable goal, and I think that it would do a lot for improving the environment in the country in terms of hands-on programming. So I think it's great.
It's a massive number. The possibilities are immense. India will be the largest developer base globally, and just to get everyone to start thinking about Android and developing for Android, we're at the cusp of a revolution.
Let's do something big. More games, more users, more success.
Yes.
Everything more.
So Matt, what's in your bundle?
I don't have any bundles.
You don't have any JavaScript bundles?
I don't write JavaScript anymore.
Has JavaScript fatigue finally gotten you?
Yeah, that's it. I'm dead now.
What do you do these days? You just...
I come and meet you in a coffee shop and get free coffee because
like
you're a delightful human being.
Like any normal developer. I see. Okay, so for everybody else out there working on JavaScript, there's a really cool tool I recently discovered called Source Map Explorer. You can get it on NPM. This is sort of useful for understanding what is in your JavaScript bundle, what you're shipping down to your users. So
how is this different from just normal source maps? What what does it give you?
It sort of understands your dependency graph and dependency tree. It'll visualize it for you in a nice pleasant way. Okay, so I'm going to run it against a source map that was generated from one of my vendor bundles and just show you what this looks like. So here we've got Chrome open. I've got the source map explorer dependency graph sort of visualized here. And this is kind of nice because I can take a look at any one part of my graph. So I can see here, these are all the different bits and pieces of React that I'm using. I've got React Router over here in the corner, and I can zoom in and out. It's so nice and pretty. But I've also got, I can see that, what percentage of my bundle is being taken up by different libraries. Here I can see that, in this case, Firebase is taking up quite a lot of my bundle. But I wanted to show you a pro tip that I was walking through with David East the other day. So, and Source Map Explorer visualizes this quite nicely. So I can actually just require in the pieces of Firebase that I'm actually using. So
rather than the whole massive bundle.
Rather than the whole thing. So a few minor changes. I can go and do a new build. And if that all works out, I can show you the before and after, thanks to some movie magic. Now we're going to go and run it against the new vendor bundle. And what we can see now is that A, we've got a much smaller bundle on the whole, but B, we've also changed the look of this graph. So earlier we had Firebase at about 304 kilobytes, sort of, that's unminified, ungzipped or anything like that. But it contained database, authentication, storage, and app. I really only need app and database, so I just switched my code over to using those atomic modules. And here you can see that we've actually managed to make our app a tiny bit smaller.
Yay.
It's 138 kilobytes before we've minified it and gzipped it.
All you need to use this is just the source map. You don't need the original source or anything like that?
It just works on source maps. So normally, like for dev at least, I usually have my source maps on my JavaScript files.
Yeah, it's kind of nice because I guess if you strip stuff out of the actual main source by whatever tooling that then gets accounted for in the source map, yeah.
Yeah,
nice.
There's a bunch of different bundle analysis tools that are available. Webpack Bundle Analyzer is another one that's got colorization in place, and it's super sweet. Specific to Webpack, I think, at the moment, but it's also worth checking out. But yeah, tools like this are just great for understanding exactly what you're shipping down to your users. So it's good to ask yourself what's in your bundle.
Oh, I see what you did there. Nice.
Tại hồi xưa mà những cái thử công nghệ tiên tiến nhất mà mình có được là chắc là cái máy tính bỏ tuổi thôi.
จำได้ว่าวันที่พ่อถือคอมพิวเตอร์เข้ามาเนี่ยค่อนข้างตื่นเต้นมากว่าแบบมันจะเล่นยังไง
你只需要打一个连接，你就可以开到那个网页了。你不觉得这是好像一个魔术一样吗？
เว็บเนี่ยเป็นสิ่งที่ง่ายที่สุดแล้วในเวลานั้นที่ทำให้เราเขียนโปรแกรมได้เราชอบเพราะว่ามันสวยงาม
Thì ở đây môi trường thực sự là rất là trẻ trung và năng động. Và ở đây nó giống như là một cái gia đình thứ hai của mình vậy.
父亲通常不会说一些说你令他骄傲的话。我希望我是其中一个推动网页发展。我希望做到的是让这种知识更普及，更多人知道如何开发网页。
Did you know that the average user has 36 apps on their device and doesn't use 3/4 of them most of the time? And of those, about 1/3 of them have only ever been used once. Well, what if that's your app? You've done the research, you've written the code, you've performed the testing, you've perfected the design, you've gotten the installs, and then nothing. So, how do you prevent this? App indexing helps you re-engage with your users through tight integration with Google Search. As well as appearing in search results, it surfaces your app through autocomplete and now on tap. All you have to do is get your app in the index. And when users search for the content that's already in your app, they'll be able to see your app directly in the search results and be able to launch it right from there. It's as easy as that. But how does it work? If your app and site have similar content, you associate them with each other. Then your app can receive incoming links from search. On Android, these are achieved using standard Android app links. and on iOS, using standard iOS universal links. When a user searches for your content, they can then find your app. If you have the app installed, it will allow you to link directly to it. When the app launches, it sees the address of the index content and decides which screen to load to show it. It's really as easy as that. You can also use the App Indexing SDK to submit content to the search engine based on how people use your app content. When people use your app, your search position can be improved. With app indexing, you get into the index, putting your app into Google search and allowing you to re-engage your users.
As a lot of developers know, there's more to having an app succeed than just building a great app. You want your app to be dynamic and responsive by delivering fresh content to users and quickly reacting to their changing needs. You want to test out major decisions to make sure you're doing the right thing before you push them to your entire audience. And ideally, you want to provide a tailored experience for each user, so your VIPs feel like, well, VIPs. But let's be honest, that can be a lot of work. And if you're a developer without a ton of resources, that's time you'd rather spend on other things, like building your app. That's where Firebase Remote Config comes in. Firebase Remote Config is a simple key value store that lives in the cloud. But don't let that simplicity fool you. Because it lives in the cloud, it means you're able to deploy changes that your app can read within a matter of minutes. For instance, say you've just pushed your app out to the world and you suddenly discover that your Swedish text contains some offensive language. How are you supposed to know? You don't speak Swedish. I don't blame you. But fixing that text the old-fashioned way would mean creating a new build and going through the entire publishing process again. That's something that could take days, which is an awfully long time to have 9.2 million people cursing your name. But if your app uses Firebase Remote Config, you could change that text in the cloud through the Firebase console. Kind of like this. The next time your users fire up their app, Remote Config will grab the latest values, update your app's text, and just like that, you've averted a major international crisis. Or, let's say you've got a puzzle game and you're hearing complaints from your players that level 5 is too hard. If you've configured your app using Remote Config, you could tweak those settings to give your players a few more turns and push out that change to the world. But hang on, are you sure that's the right thing to do? What if the silent majority of your users actually enjoy the challenge of a more difficult level? And by making it easier, you're going to turn away your most hardcore and potentially highest paying customers. How could you test whether or not this change is a good one? Sounds like you need an A/B test. That's where Remote Config's audience segmentation feature comes in. This allows you to deliver different configurations to different groups of users simultaneously. So you can try out your new level settings with half your users while keeping the old settings with the other half. But audience segmentation isn't just great for A/B testing. Maybe you've got a feature change that could have a major impact on your in-app economy. Or maybe you just want to double check that some new networking code isn't going to set your servers on fire. You can use Firebase Remote Config to gradually roll out these changes, trying them first with a small percentage of your users before pushing them out to your entire audience. Remote Config can also deliver different configuration sets to your users based on all sorts of different factors, from device type or locale to any audience segment you've defined in Firebase Analytics. So you can send out one welcome message to your New Zealand customers and another to your Australian ones, or only show your Review This App button to people who use your app every day, or you can change your home screen experience for your customers who have spent large amounts of money on in-app purchases, so they feel special. Remote Config is backed by a client library on iOS and Android that handles important tasks like caching, dealing with flaky connections, and keeping network requests lightweight, which is always a good thing. To give Remote Config a try, check out our documentation here. We can't wait to see what you build. So you've built an amazing mobile app that your users are gonna love, but you want to get it into people's hands and let them see just how awesome it is. Well, AdWords helps you do this, putting ads for your app in front of billions of people that use Search, YouTube, Google Play, and more. You can quickly set up an ad campaign to reach the type of users that might be interested in your app. You only pay if the user clicks on that ad, and you can set the budget and acquisition costs that you're comfortable with. But how do you know you're reaching the right users? Maybe some will install your app and forget about it, while others will make it part of their daily lives. Firebase Analytics helps you do this. You can define events that happen in your app that you consider to be important, such as reaching the first level of your game, purchasing a fancy new pair of sunglasses, or returning every morning to check out new products. You can tell AdWords which of these events are most important to you. Then, AdWords will display ads to people who are more likely to complete these important actions in the future. You can also build audiences, which are specific segments of users, and have AdWords display your app to them. For example, imagine that you have a group of users who are very active, have added a product to their cart, but haven't purchased yet. Well, you can use Firebase to create an audience of just these people, and then use AdWords to give them specific ads and encourage them to come back to your app and take action. Understanding your users and engaging with them at just the right time and in the right way will help you build loyal users for your app. Firebase and AdWords, working together to help you grow your user base. Get started today. Your new users are waiting.
Okay, so we're now in the Android sandbox area. I'm going to spend some time in this area because there's a lot going on, but we're going to start with just features of the OS. And David here is going to tell us about a couple things I've been really curious about. Can we start with Kotlin? Let's talk about Kotlin.
Sure, Kotlin is definitely the show stealer, it seems to me, from watching the keynotes. So Android Studio now has Kotlin support. You can create a new project, and you'll see that you have the ability to check Kotlin support in from the beginning. We already have a Kotlin app here, but you can also write Java code and convert it to Kotlin very simply.
And do you like writing Kotlin?
I love writing Kotlin. I actually haven't gotten a chance to write Kotlin recently, but when I was first learning about it a year ago, I spent a lot of time just going through the language and getting very excited about it just because it looked so much more concise, and it brings in a lot of modern features that I like from a lot of other languages. And I was really happy to see how fast they moved on it and the great tooling support that IntelliJ brought into it as well.
Yeah, I mean, I've been talking to people around the festival today, and one of the things they keep saying is how well designed they believe Kotlin is and what a mature language it is because of that.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely, I feel like they got a lot of influences from a lot of new languages. I highly recommend trying it out, give it a shot.
And Catherine, you've been working on bringing Kotlin into Android for a little while. Can you tell us what the motivation for that was?
Yeah, so I think the big reasons we wanted to bring Kotlin to Android were that, like David says, most developers who try it find it to be really concise and expressive, and it has a lot of awesome features like type and null safety, which are really useful for writing stable, non-crashy apps. Plus, it's totally compatible with the existing Android environment and also with the Java language, which means that even if you have a large existing Android code base, it's really easy to incrementally adopt it, and you can kind of try things where it works. You don't have to go rewriting large swaths of code.
That's awesome, being able to incrementally adopt it, as you were saying, so you don't have to sort of jump in and refactor everything all at once.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you have some chunk of Java you're happy with, you can just leave that, keep modifying it, write some new module in Kotlin, and kind of adopt it very organically as you see fit.
Awesome.
Oh, and then I think the final thing is just we've been hearing about from more and more developers that they love it. It really makes them happy to write in it. And we try to listen to our developers and give them things they love, so hey.
I want to look at something else as well, David, the profiler in Android Studio. Can you show me something there?
Sure, we're really excited about the profilers. I feel like this is a long time coming. If you look here, you can actually see that this is displaying bitmaps. It's a sample Android app. We downloaded it as is. We didn't modify it at all. And if you look over here, you can actually see we've already started the profilers on it. We have the CPU, memory, and network profilers, so if I start to interact with the app, you'll start to see the different profilers from on. Yeah, so you can deep dive into any of them. You can sample CPU activity. Here, we can click on some stuff, and then what you'll see is if you drag across there, you could actually look at the content of the request. This is actually an HTTPS request, and you can still see the contents of it, which is something that we're very excited about because that was normally a challenge for a lot of people to try to do. I think some people would debug in kind of HTTP traffic in order to see it, and so we've sort of enabled some new features here, which we're happy about.
Oh yeah, I'm used to like inspecting the traffic on the machine that I'm testing on to try and get that debug information, and yet here it is right in Studio. That's so convenient.
Yeah, I really hope that people have a chance to play with it. We hope that they find the profilers intuitive. I mean, to me, what's exciting is as you're messing around with your app, you might, all of these things that were invisible before, you now have a chance to actually play around with it and see it. And as I said, we don't even think, we're including documentation with it, but we're even hoping that even without it, you should just be able to play around and try things out and see what happens and then learn more about your code. we were once debugging some code, and we're like, no, something's wrong here. We're getting this weird memory spike, and we were surprised to find that all along this code had a problem with it, but we didn't know about it until we had written our own profilers.
That's profiling.
There you go.
Awesome. David, thanks so much for taking the time.
Thank you very much.
A few people online have been asking me to get a demo of picture-in-picture, so I found Rob, and he's going to give that to us.
Hey, I'm Rob from the Android Window Manager team, and I've been working on picture-in-picture for this release. We're really excited about it because Android, it's always been a good platform for interacting with content, watching YouTube, etc. But if you want to start to interact more deeply and multitask, we haven't always provided the tools, and I think picture-in-picture is a great one. So I'll walk you through a way of using it. So here we have this video, and it's a Go game by Lee Sedol, the player who famously challenged AlphaGo last year. And we can see, if we go back to home, we'll get the video, and it's still playing here. We can move it around. And for example, I could go into my Go app, and I could start to multitask, and I could play the game along.
Oh, that's so cool.
So that I could, play along with the game and begin to explore my own variations. And I can dismiss pip when I'm done.
That's awesome.
That's Android picture-in-picture.
Thanks, Rob.
Cool, thank you.
Everybody's talking about Kotlin, so I was able to get some more info out of Andre from JetBrains. Hi, Andre.
Hello.
So first question, you've been working with the Android team for a while. What are you most excited about with this collaboration?
Well, this is very great to be here because basically this means that very many people will be coming to Kotlin, new users, new exciting ways of using the language, new learning materials, new libraries, everything. So it's basically Kotlin's growing as we are looking at it, and it's altogether wonderful. I'm very grateful to the Android team that they had the courage to make the move. But that was, as they say, that was what the public was actually wanting them to do. So we're very happy about it.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about the future and what's coming next. First, the language. What's coming next with the Kotlin language?
There are actually many things we're working on, but so the brand new thing with Kotlin is coroutines. We have shown the experimental design pretty, it was like three months ago. So coroutines are a big thing now, doing asynchronous programming in an easy way. So we're now looking into improving that and finalizing the design so that the next version of Kotlin will probably have it already stable so everybody can use it and be sure it will work for all the versions. Then the next big thing is multi-platform Kotlin. So Kotlin's now big on Android, big on the server side. We are working on JavaScript, and we have recently introduced native, which is in a technical preview version now. So we're trying to span the language across many platforms and enable multi-platform development, where you can say, have a couple of modules reused for many platforms, and then some platform-specific modules implementing some functionality in a specific way that's leveraging the intricacies of the platform. So it's a very big direction for us. And then there are language-only things like value types, for example, for optimal storage or collection literals. So we have very many directions there. And the strategic ones are those, platform things and the coroutines.
Awesome. What about tooling? What's next there?
Yeah, so we're actually, JetBrains is all about tooling. So our first and foremost goal with Kotlin was making the language toolable. And now we're in a pretty good shape with many things, but there's a long road ahead. We are now tightly integrated with Android Studio, and we'll work more on that. So in 3.0 preview, we have new wizards for creating things, and we have unified analysis for Java and Kotlin, and we'll improve that. We're working on the incrementality of the tool chain, so Google side as well as JetBrains side. And for non-Android things, we're doing pretty much the same. We're basically getting on par with Java on the Java platform. We're working on debuggability and incrementality for JavaScript. Native is very young for that, but we'll get all that there too.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
The Firebase Notifications console lets you re-engage your users quickly and easily. With it, you can manage and send notifications to your users easily with no additional coding required. Messages can be addressed to single devices, Firebase Cloud Messaging topics, or devices that you select using powerful analytics tools. So, for example, you could send a message to all of your users who have made an in-app purchase, giving them a special offer, allowing you to re-engage with them. The Firebase Notifications console integrates with analytics so you can measure the effectiveness of your messages and explore insights based on your users' activities, so you can grow your application by easily engaging your users through the Firebase Notifications console.
All right, so now we're in the Android Wear area, and we're going to take a look at some of the newest watches with the design lead from Android Wear, Brett. Hi, Brett. How you doing?
Hey, Timothy. Doing great.
So I was talking to David Singleton earlier today, and he said you have to check out the new Tag watch. Can you show it to me?
Yeah, I can. So here it is, and you can also see that it's available in this diamond-studded edition as well. And one of the things that's really nice about the Tag Connected is that it's modular, and that's actually in the name. And so not only can you swap bands, but you can also swap out the tabs on the device in addition to the bands. Whoa. So you could have like a metal bracelet band, a leather band, a sport band, as well as you can change these accents out as well, so they can be, you can go for same tone or contrasting tone, and then all snaps back together, and when it's together, it's like rock solid. So that's one example of how partners are really doing really interesting things on the hardware side. With, of course, Tag, it's got all its iconic watch faces in the software, and it's, all powered by the Android Wear platform. Yeah, so that's pretty exciting. It was fun to be in Switzerland for the launch event for this, too. They know how to host.
I bet they do. Tell me, one other thing I want to know is, for developers, what's the new thing that they get to do that you're most excited about?
Really, I'm going to demo a different watch at that point. So the best thing that developers can do now is they can start powering the complication slots or developing watch faces that show off really actionable, and great information for end users. So here, I've got this watch face that us2 developed, and it's got 4 slots in addition to the time. So all I have to do is long press on it. Just, awesomely, it's working just like it should. So I long press on it, and I can change any of these slots. So I can make my, next meeting. I can go and do like countdown to some important upcoming date. I can show today's date. I can go and let's change the layout, over to a different one, so I can have like more slots. And now I can do stuff like, put a fitness goal that I've set up, right on my watch face with just a few taps.
Whoa.
And so developers can do 2 things. They can either be the watch face itself. If you're a developer, you feel like you've got a really strong sense of style, you can develop a watch face, but you don't necessarily have to be an expert in what data does the user want. You can just let the user decide. You can add these slots for complications and let data providers, either from the system or from other apps, power them. And the benefit to users is that they'll really like your watch face. Or if the user's already using something like Robinhood for stocks or Google Fit for fitness tracking, they can get that data right on their watch face. So we're really excited about what developers are doing there, and there's still a lot of possibility left to mine.
Awesome. Thanks.
Sure thing, Timothy.
Well, I work as a developer advocate at Google. My primary job is to kind of work with our large partners and work on technical integrations and work with our product teams to improve our products, which are developer facing. I regularly write software. I'm part of the engineering ladder, so yes, we are expected to be hands-on with code.
Great. So do you love coding?
Oh yes, I am very much in love with coding. I still do it regularly. Well, I started very early. I was about 12 or 13 when I started coding, and it was always fun for me. I wrote more code than I played games, I guess, at that age, so it was always fun for me.
At age of 12?
Yeah, I started off pretty early. I had good mentors, so that's the way I would put it.
That's great. So with which programming language you really started?
I started with C.
Oh, that's the mother of language,
yeah,
right?
C was where I started off.
Great.
Well, I went on to do my engineering, and after that I started working in a startup and then moved to IBM. So I guess it was a logical progression for me after engineering to kind of take up a job which paid for it. I wanted a software engineering job itself, and which was particularly in coding, where I felt more comfortable, so I just went ahead to do that.
If somebody is to design a social app, in which areas participant needs to search out those things?
So the first step would be to identify a problem that you want to solve in that community, which that community would accept as a value add to them, and then use an app as a medium through which that solution can be delivered to them. So identifying the problem would be the first step for me. But gathering that data will give you insights which will help you define that pain point really, really well. Because you are not that audience, if you're not part of that community, it's very difficult for you to kind of understand the pain point of the community and be in that shoes. So it is best that you interview people who are in that situation and then get the data to decide on the problem.
Exactly. So that was Mr. Amrik for you. Thank you, Mr. Amrik, for your time. We were honored to have you here. That was fun.
Yeah, it was fun too.
Thank you.
Welcome, friends. Today we have with us Preeti Guruswamy to share her journey as a woman in tech. Preeti, how did you get started with programming?
I don't come from a CS background. I come from a biotechnology background. I wanted to be in medicine. Unfortunately, because of financial situation, I couldn't get into medicines. So a lot of people said, why not try IT? Started as a software tester, and something caught me. After a year, I wanted to do programming, and I remember my mentor, she asked me, have you programmed? I said, no. Will you do it? She asked me, and I said, yes.
Preeti, you've been involved in many communities. What is the one thing that keeps you motivated to contribute back to the society?
I feel women need a lot of empowerment, and even as a child, right, whenever there used to be a maid and their daughters, I used to always sit with them and teach them so that, okay, do something as an education, because education is a very important part of it. And mostly you're educated because you need to have a good husband. Otherwise, if you're less educated, you may not get a very... I think that's why mostly all of us are educated. At least my cousin clan we are all educated because we get a good husband. And I was not very keen about not getting good husband, because I never thought education is for a husband, right? Education was for self.
What is the message that you would like to give to the women out there who want to start mentoring other women?
I think first thing, whether you want to be a mentor or not, you need to believe in yourself and move forward. I think most of the time we don't believe in ourselves, right? And mentoring is one of the beautiful concepts that has been in India. We call gurus, we had gurus before, they were all mentors. Unfortunately, we have forgotten that fact, right? And being a mentor, you will learn a lot. So be truthful, be sincere, and tell your experience in a very sincere way. You know, you don't know who will be inspired by you, who will learn from you. You don't know. They might learn or they may not learn, but at least you will carve a path for somebody, and definitely you will be a good mentor.
Thanks a lot, Preeti, and you have a great story to share.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you very much.
Welcome everyone. We have with us Soham Mondal today, who is a Google developer expert for user experience. Soham, what is UX according to you?
So UX is, as you know, right, user experience. It's about understanding the need, the basic goal that they want to achieve, and helping them achieve that goal, as simple as that.
Recently, your app got featured on the Play Store. So what are your tips for other app developers?
So the first thing is do a lot of user research. Understand their backgrounds and motivations, why they are installing your app in the first place. And then build something for that. After that, once you've understood that, you've tested that, done some usability testing, then follow guidelines, right? Guidelines make your life easier. Follow material design guidelines and other guidelines. That's how my app got featured in the Play Store.
What are the tips you would like to give for people who are building for rural India?
The challenges in rural India are completely different. You have to first of all localize the application, right? There are so many languages in India. It's very important that you localize the app and make it very, very accessible. Apart from that, make sure that the gestures and icons and the overall application is very, very localized. So people are not used to swiping because that's their first computing device. So make sure that you are building something that they understand. And finally, make sure that you're doing usability testing, that they're able to achieve the task, right, in any kind of application. That's very, very important. So with all of this, I'm sure you'll be able to make a great application for the whole of India.
You are a BLR Droid community organizer. What is it that motivates you to give your skills and expertise back to the community?
I've been part of this community for since 2009, and initially I was just a member. I used to go to meetups, I used to learn so much, I used to meet so many interesting people. Such a great experience that you learn something, you meet people, and then you want to kind of give back to it because it's so good. I've learned so much from it. It's only fair that I give it back. So that's my motivation.
Whether you're just starting out on your journey toward a career in Android development, or you've been working as an Android developer for some time, you might ask yourself, how can I separate myself from the pack and get recognized? Introducing the Associate Android Developer Certification by Google, an achievement available to those who can display the skills of an entry-level Android developer. The first step on your journey is determining if you're ready to take the exam. Start by learning what the exam covers. Review the skills that you'll need to demonstrate when taking the exam. Next, decide whether you need training or are ready to take the exam. Training is available online as well as in person. Also, training is available in some colleges and universities. When you're ready, sign up and take the exam. As part of the sign-up, you'll pay an exam fee. If you live in India, you will pay 6,500 rupee. If you live outside of India, you will pay $149 US. After you've signed up and paid the fee, you will download the exam and load it into Android Studio and begin. The exam is a timed, performance-based assessment in which you will implement new features and debug issues in an existing app. When you start the exam, you'll have 48 hours to finish. And once you are done, you will submit the exam for grading. Your submission will be evaluated through a combination of machine and human grading. Based on the outcome of machine grading, you will move on to the exit interview. After you've finished and you've passed your interview, you will then receive a mark from Google and join our community of Google-certified Associate Android developers. Once you are certified, you can share your mark on your resume, LinkedIn, G+, Twitter, and in your email signature.
Every time your mobile app crashes, it's an invitation to your users to rate it poorly and uninstall it. This can spell disaster for the new app that you just launched. If you're an app developer, you need to know exactly where your app is having problems. And you need this information quickly so you can correct the issue before it affects too many of your users. This is where Firebase Crash Reporting can help. Our crash reporting tool collects information about crashes that your users are experiencing and sends that data as quickly as possible to be tracked in your dashboard. With the dashboard, you can monitor the overall health of your app. Here, you can see the top crashes and track the recent history of crashes in your app. Crashes are grouped by similarity and ordered by the severity of impact on your users, so you always know which issues to address first in order to best increase the quality of your app. Each instance of a crash comes with detailed information surrounding its circumstances, including the stack trace, device type, and other important details about the device at the moment of the crash. To further enhance these details, you can log additional information as the app is running. All recent log messages are captured for every crash to help your diagnosis. In the event that you're able to handle and recover from an error in your code, but want to report that event for analysis as well, there's an API to send these non-fatal errors for display in the dashboard. It's easy to get started with Firebase crash reporting. On Android, the SDK is enabled simply by integrating the Firebase Gradle plugin into your build with no additional lines of code required. And on iOS, there's a CocoaPod, which requires a few lines of code for initialization when the app launches. To learn more and get started with Firebase crash reporting today, be sure to start with the documentation available right here. We can't help you write perfect code, but we can help you fight fires with Firebase.
Launching a great app requires dedication and vision, but growing one takes revenue. How about a monetization solution tailored specifically to your app? One that has rich and engaging ads, one that works with Firebase to give you the insights you need to grow, and one that uses mediation to connect you with networks all over the world. Well, that solution is AdMob. Trusted by more than 1 million apps, AdMob offers developers everything they need to implement first-class monetization strategies. And when paired with Firebase, it's even better. AdMob is included with the Firebase SDK, and its APIs are built to make adding banners, interstitials, and video ads to your app simple. Plus, AdMob automatically selects the ads that pay you the most, so you can sit back and watch your revenue grow. And as your business grows, you can benefit from AdMob's advanced features. Say version 2 of your app has a slick new design, and now you need an ad format that fits naturally with your content. With AdMob's native ads, you can create CSS templates designed specifically for your user experience. We'll style the ads to match and display the result in a native ad view that fits your app like they were made for each other. And it doesn't stop there. AdMob helps you earn in-app purchase revenue too. AdMob can determine which of your users is most likely to make a purchase and target those people. They'll see an ad you design, and they can make purchases right there. Now, with your app's slick design and in-app products, it's become a worldwide sensation. But how can you make sure you're maximizing the revenue generated by each user? With AdMob, you can connect to ad networks around the world, bringing even more advertisers who'll compete for your impressions. And because you're using Firebase, you get access to free and unlimited analytics. Imagine a big-time blogger in Tokyo posts about your app, and overnight, your Japanese audience quadruples. With Firebase Analytics, you can easily spot the trend and then switch to your AdMob settings to tweak mediation configurations or start a campaign targeting your new fans. That's AdMob with Firebase. It's as easy as you want and as powerful as you need.
Analytics. We all know they're important to building a successful app, which is why there are many different kinds of analytics tools for app developers to use. There are in-app behavioral analytics, which measure who your users are, what they're doing, and so on. And then you've got attribution analytics, which you can use to measure the effectiveness of your advertising and other growth campaigns. Not to mention push notification analytics and crash reporting. But quite often, this work is being done by completely different analytics libraries, which means you've got reports living in various tools across the web, and trying to understand trends across these different reports, much less get them to talk to each other, isn't always easy. That's why we've created Firebase Analytics. Firebase Analytics is built from the ground up to provide all the data that mobile app developers need in one easy place. And it starts by giving you free and unlimited logging and reporting. That's right, no quotas, no sampling, and no paid tier to worry about. Simply by installing the Firebase SDK, Analytics automatically starts providing insight into your app. You receive demographic information on who your users are, how regularly they visit your app, how much time they've spent using it, and how much money they've spent in your app. But not all apps are alike, and you can get detailed information about what your users are up to by logging events specific to your app. These can include common events that Firebase Analytics has already defined, like when your users add an item to their cart. And there's also support for custom events you create yourself, like when a user completes a workout in your fitness app, or when they take a selfie in your photo app. Geez. But it's not just about seeing what your users are doing. It's also about discovering who your users are. So in addition to demographic information, you can also discover how your different groups of users behave by setting custom user properties. Have a music app and want to find out whether your classical music fans are browsing more albums than your jazz fusion fans? That's the kind of data you can easily break out thanks to custom user properties. And Firebase Analytics doesn't just measure what's happening inside your app, it lets you combine your behavioral reporting, what your users are doing, with attribution reporting, or what growth campaigns are bringing people to your app in the first place. So if you want to know which ad campaigns are bringing you the users who spend the most money, or are sharing the app with their friends, or have unlocked the last level in your game and are ready for the sequel, you can do all of that in Firebase Analytics. But don't stop there. Once you have all this information, you can take action on it using Firebase Analytics Audiences. Firebase Analytics gives you the power to build up groups of users, or audiences, out of just about anything you can measure in your app. Want to target users in Brazil who have visited the sports section of your in-app store? It's as easy as a few clicks in the Firebase console. Once your app has built up this audience, you can send them notifications using Firebase Notifications, or you can modify their in-app experience using Firebase Remote Config, or you can target them through AdWords, Google's ad platform. And then, because that impact can be measured using Firebase Analytics, you can confirm you're getting the outcomes you expect. Firebase Analytics already comes with a dashboard that lets you view answers for common questions. But if you need more specialized analysis, you can export all of your data into BigQuery, Google's data warehouse in the cloud, where you can run super fast SQL queries to slice and dice this data however you'd like. You can even combine it with other analytics data that you might be capturing. And this is just the tip of the iceberg of what Firebase Analytics can do for you. To find out more, check out our documentation here and give Firebase Analytics a try.
We are in the era of progressive web apps. Browsers are more performant and capable than ever, and front-end JavaScript frameworks like Angular and Polymer have simplified development of rich app-like websites. You can now build an entire application purely with static files like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Firebase Hosting is tailored for front-end web applications. Firebase Hosting is a developer-focused static web hosting provider that is fast, secure, and reliable. No matter where a user is, the content is delivered fast. Files deployed to Firebase Hosting are cached on SSDs at CDN Edge servers around the world. From San Francisco to Stockholm to Seoul, your users get a reliable, low-latency experience. And every site is served over a secure connection. Firebase Hosting automatically provisions and configures an SSL certificate for each site deployed, so you can get that green lock of confidence. Deploying your app from a local directory to the web only takes one command. So whether you're building a single-page web app, a mobile app landing page, or a progressive web app, Firebase Hosting has you covered. To get started with Firebase Hosting, check out our Quick Start to get you up and running in minutes. Happy deploying!
So here we are on Main Street. It's pretty much the main thoroughfare at Google I/O 2017. I figured I'd just take a stroll and see what's going on. Want to come with me? Okay. Hi everybody, enjoying the festival? Okay, good. So apparently this is an AR, augmented reality, for those paying attention, wall. I haven't gotten figured out how to do it just yet though. Maybe it's over this way. It's just one of the many things that you can do here in between the sessions. I believe this is dancing, right? So let's go over here. So one of the cooler things that I found here on Main Street is the opportunity to send a postcard, well, to anybody. I'm choosing to send it to future Timothy. Shall we write me a few notes? Okay. Hi. I'm going to join you all here and write a postcard. Well, who'd you write?
I'm riding back home to Georgia, the country.
Yes.
Quite far, so let's see how long it takes to get there.
We'll find out. I'm sending mine to future Timothy.
Oh, wow. Can I do that? But
I
not
don't see
future Timothy, but future Nino. Can I send it to my...
Let's go do it here. I'm just going to write mine over here. What was that?
I don't know where I will be leaving at the time.
Well, see, if you send the postcard now, future you is any time after now, so you're good.
Okay, so the address is future.
Yeah. See, you had a great time at smiley face. Are you still writing the address there?
Yeah, it's quite long, so I'll get there.
Are all the addresses in Georgia long?
No, not really, not really. Okay, so but you had yours written, so that was cheating.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Hey.
It's okay, we'll wait.
Okay, I hope you're doing well. Take care. I'm so nice to myself. Take care and good luck with your startup. I have a startup. Okay, great. So.
I think we gotta mail them.
Okay. Oh, there was more designs. Next time.
Okay.
Okay, let's go.
Bye.
Thank you.
See ya. Okay. All right, let's check out what this wall is all about. It's going well. How are you?
I'm great, thanks. Having a great time here.
Hey, it's a developer festival. How could you not have a good time?
I have no idea, honestly. It's beautiful out. It's an awesome time.
So tell me what's going on with this wall. It's more than just a wall, right?
It is more than just a wall. So this is actually going to be an AR mural. So as you can see, there's a lot of little icons and things on the screen. If I actually put up my tablet here, you can see that there's actually going to be floating overlays. So this AR is being generated because of there's triggers within the actual mural itself. So there's a couple different icons and different animations here. So here can be the Google icons in. And so what we've been doing today is just taking little short 5-second GIFs for people and then being able to send them to them so they have something as a kind of a memento of today.
Awesome. I love it. I do, but can you send me a GIF, not a GIF?
I don't know about that.
Whatever.
Okay. Here we go. It's going to generate a little preview. So there you are, jumping around in the background. What do you think?
That's very cool. It's got the heel click and everything.
Exactly. Awesome.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome, of course.
All right, let's go somewhere else. That is a light.
Great, welcome. So today we're going to talk about what's possible with Cloud Functions for Firebase.
I'm Michael Bly, the engineering lead of Firebase hosting and the Firebase command line interface.
And I'm Thomas Bolden. I'm the engineering lead for Cloud Functions for Firebase. So, Michael and I come from a background in startups. And we noticed that we had the same rules for how to build a product. And it's carried us through both startups and corporate life. So we thought we'd share them with you. The first part is the most fun. You come up with an idea that's going to make you rich and famous. This is when you get to daydream about how you're going to change the world. And the second part is coming back down to reality. Because it's going to take a lot of time and work. And you have two choices for how you want to proceed. The first option is to focus on engineering. And this can be a lot of fun to build something rock solid. You get to implement all those cool algorithms you read about in school. And if you're doing this project as a learning experience, that's a fine idea. if you're doing this project for impact, it doesn't tend to end so well. So alternatively, you can focus on the user and your market fit. Who are your users? What do they want? How can you quickly and efficiently build something that they're willing to pay for? If you can answer these questions, you're on your way to a successful business and a top post in Hacker News. So you should focus on your market fit instead of engineering, but at the same time, you can't actually screw up that engineering. You don't want your product to collapse as soon as it starts becoming popular. Otherwise, your best outlook may be forever fighting this mountain of technical debt. And this is why we love Firebase. We took a break from startup life to work with Firebase because we think that developers should be able to enjoy their work, build a scalable product, and do it quickly enough that they can focus on what's really important.
So before we dive in, I want to talk a little bit about the history of app development. For a really long time, the dominant way to build software was based on request and response. I had a client that could be a desktop app, a mobile app, a web browser, and that made requests to a server, and then the server sent some kind of response back, and that was how I built a connected application. Now, of course, it wasn't actually quite that simple, because in reality, the server needed to get its data from somewhere else. So in reality, I had a client that sent a request to the server that sent a request to the database responded to the server responded to the client, and that's how I built my application. And of course, if I have many clients, I'm making many, many requests. And every time I want to see, has something changed? Is there new data that I need to be aware of? That's a new request. So this model worked, but it only worked because we did a lot of work to make it happen. The Firebase real-time database took a new approach. Rather than having a client talk to the server talk to the database, the client talks directly to the database, writing data and listening to changes. The database then updates every connected client when that change happens instantly. Instead of making a request and getting a response, now developers could set up handlers and just listen for the events they're interested in. Events provide built-in meaning. Rather than having to create my own representation of, well, okay, a new record was added to this list, so you probably want to update it somewhere. Instead, I can just listen to the real-time database for a child added event. So this let me do more with less code, and I don't have to run my own servers. So that's why the Firebase real-time database is so great. And at this point, you may be wondering, wait, isn't this supposed to be a Cloud Functions talk? So the real-time database is great at synchronizing data between clients that connect to it. But what happens if I want to synchronize data from another source that's outside the database? What happens if I want events in the database to trigger side effects like sending an email or a push notification, something that happens outside of the database world? Well, to make this work, I'm right back to running servers. So I run a server that listens to the real-time database and communicates with external APIs, then writes back to the real-time database, which then syncs with all of the connected clients. This is still easier to manage than the old model because you kind of have the real-time database in the center, but I have to do all the work of setting up the infrastructure to bridge the gap between my server, the third-party API, Firebase, and the client application. And this is where we get to Cloud Functions. Cloud Functions for Firebase bring the event model that worked so well for the real-time database to your entire application. Cloud Functions are the computational glue that bind your app, Firebase, and the rest of the development world together.
Thanks, Michael. So, what are Cloud Functions, and how do they work with Firebase? So no conference is complete without a few buzzwords, so let's get them out of the way. Cloud Functions is Google's new serverless environment. See? There's no servers. OK, so obviously, there's actually servers somewhere. So what do we mean when we talk about serverless? Well, Cloud Functions are backend code. But they typically take the form of lots of backend pieces. You'll sometimes hear the term microservices, because The programming model breaks your backend into individually managed components. But in the old world, you had to set up a set of machines to run a backend. So this idea of microservices, many backends, sounds really intimidating. But it's not with Cloud Functions, because your code is your infrastructure. As we'll see later, the Firebase command line tool can look at your code and create all of these microservices and manage them for you. Now, because you've broken up your backend into these small pieces, Google can do some great heavy lifting for you automatically. A Cloud Function will be able to scale up automatically under increased load. When that load dies down, Cloud Functions will scale down those instances all the way to 0, which means you pay no bill just for being available. With Cloud Functions, you only pay for the time that your Cloud Function is actually handling a request, not just for the time you want to be available to handle a request. Now, because the internet speaks HTTPS, we've designed Cloud Functions to let you build very powerful HTTPS endpoints. Or, if you like the event model that Michael talked about, you can directly handle events in Firebase and Google Cloud Platform with your Cloud Functions. So this is the simplest Cloud Function that we have. With just a few lines of code, we've written a fully functional, auto-scaling web backend. Let's break it down. And first, we'll check out this exports.hello world. Cloud Functions are written in JavaScript for the Node.js environment. In Node.js, every file is called a module. And everything inside a module is private unless it's publicly exported by attaching it to the global exports object. We'll export our Cloud Functions so that Google can find and run it. And the Firebase command line tool will name our Cloud Function Hello World, just like it is in the code. To define our Cloud Functions, we'll use the Firebase Functions SDK. This is an open source SDK we've written to help make it easier to build a Cloud Function. Here we say that we're creating a Cloud Function that should be accessible over HTTPS. Cloud Functions are built on Express.js, a very popular Node web serving framework. And in our product, we let you have access to the raw request and response objects. This will let you build very powerful and free-form backends very easily. Since our demo is trivial, we'll just send a static response back every time. Now, back to that code as infrastructure idea. To deploy our Cloud Functions, all we need to do is run the command Firebase deploy with the Firebase command line tools. The command line tool will notice that we have functions in our project. We'll load our code, analyze what's been exported, notice this hello world function, compare it to production, and create, update, or delete functions to match production with your code. Now, here's a more complicated example. Let's say we have a message board. We're going to add a feature to our message board so that whenever a user creates or modifies a message, we update the message's timestamp on the server. So the Functions SDK has a common pattern. First, we pick the service that we want to integrate with. Here's the Firebase real-time database. Next, we pick which objects we want to observe. Now we've given a pattern for the references inside the database that we want to observe. And finally, we pick the events we want to observe. Here we've said we want to observe all write events to any reference that matches this pattern in the Firebase real-time database. Our function will be called with an event object, which is very powerful. Event.data is just like a data snapshot in the Firebase SDK, but with some features that are exclusive to Cloud Functions. For example, event.data.ref would have given you a reference to the database that acts as the original user. But here, we've locked down that timestamp field. So we use adminref to make writes to the database that are normally prohibited by end users. So we'll update the database and return the operation back to Cloud Functions so it knows to stay alive while there's work happening in the background. So we've shown you two quick demos that integrate with HTTPS endpoints. or the Firebase real-time database. But we support so much more. You can have a Cloud function run to handle every message in a topic for Google Cloud PubSub. Or you can have a function run on every creation or deletion of a user in Firebase Auth. You can integrate with cloud storage for Firebase, or even have custom code run in response to a conversion event in Google Analytics for Firebase. In case you haven't caught the news yesterday, Cloud Functions now integrates directly with Firebase hosting, and we're always at work to bring you more providers of events. So you can use Cloud Functions to connect to Firebase features. For example, you can send a push notification in response to any change in the Firebase real-time database. Or you can integrate Firebase with third-party APIs. What if instead you wanted to send an email? You can just sign up for an email provider and call their API inside your Cloud function. And you can do some really cool stuff when you flip this around. If you connect an API to Firebase, imagine if you're building a product and you maintain your documentation as Markdown in GitHub. You can have a Cloud function that listens to a GitHub push, then use that Cloud function to compile the Markdown and then deploy it to your product page with Firebase hosting. So today, we're going to show off some Cloud Function demos. I want you to think about how you can use Cloud Functions to build your product, to automate your workflow, and to grow your business.
So we wanted to think about Cloud Functions as if we were developers, building a startup from scratch. So Thomas and I decided that we are going to have a fire sale app. Fire sale is a simple concept. It's an online store that sells one thing per day. Who needs shopping carts or category pages? We're just going to sell one thing, and you either buy it or you don't. So rather than explain more, I'm just going to jump right in. Can we switch over to the laptop? So this is Fire Sale. And as you can see, today's deal is the Google Gnome. Now, the Google Gnome is pretty cool. It sits outside. You might have heard this announced in early April of this year. It sits outside. It can tell you the weather. It has this cool red hat. So I come to the page, and I'm immediately interested. I got to have this thing. So I'm actually on Thomas's computer here, so I'm going to sign in. And that's using Firebase Auth to sign in using Google authentication. And I scroll down to the bottom here, and oh no, there's only 40 of these left. I need to act now. So let's see, I'll just click the cart button, and it pulls up a form. Since I'm already a user, I've got the address filled in, but I need to fill in my credit card. So I will enter a totally real and legitimate credit card number. And let's buy it. So it took a couple seconds, and now I've placed my order. And you can see it says that we're processing your payment. And in the background, what we're doing is we have sent this to the payment processor, who is now processing it out. And you can see it's updated, and the payment has been received. So in just a couple seconds, I bought a product on Fire Sale. But of course, I haven't told you anything about how I built it. Can we switch back to the slides? So what went into making Fire Sale? First, as with everything, we tried to focus on the user. We thought about the ideal experience that we wanted Fire Sale to have, and then worked backwards to figure out how we needed to build the app. For this app, the most important thing was to remove friction everywhere we could. If I come to Fire Sale, there should be as little time as possible between seeing the deal for today, deciding I absolutely have to have it, and making that purchase. Every moment of friction, every roadblock between me and that purchase is a chance that I might decide, hey, maybe I don't actually need a smart gnome to sit outside my house. So we don't want that. So we designed our app experience around being fast, focused, and free of distractions. That led us to a few decisions right away. First, we built Fire Sale as a progressive web app. Web apps are the fastest way to get someone's eyeballs on the content you want them to see. There's no install, no booting up, and no friction, plus your app is instantly shareable via a link. For e-commerce sites like FireSale, in particular, web apps are a great choice and a natural one. Second, we realized that with the simplicity of our store, this is actually a great fit for the Google Assistant. What if someone could shop FireSale just by speaking to the Google Assistant? Thomas will tell you more about that in just a little bit. Most importantly, because we're a startup, or more accurately, because we're two Google engineers who have deadlines on a talk and we're pretending to be a startup, we wanted to offload as much work as possible. So we wanted to use Firebase and third-party APIs everywhere we could so that we are doing as little work as possible. So let's talk a little bit about building your app with Firebase and Cloud Functions. When building an app with Cloud Functions, one thing I would encourage you to do is think small. Don't worry about the 1,000-foot view and how every piece fits with every other piece all the time. Firebase gives you a hub for your application with products like the real-time database. At any given time, you should just be figuring out how to connect a single new thing, whether that's a new type of user interface, a third-party integration, or whatever else, to that hub. You don't need to be thinking about, oh, I have this massive application and it does all of these things. Cloud Functions lets you break those apart into smaller problems that you can solve one at a time. So the first thing that we needed when we were building this app is the deal page that you see when you first come to FireSale. So we needed that first load experience to be as fast as possible. So I built a Cloud Function to render the page's HTML and connected it to Firebase hosting using the brand new integration that we launched yesterday. Now, I'm not going to get into all the details of how I built that here, but David East will be doing a deep dive into performant web apps on Firebase hosting on this stage at 5:30, and if you're interested, I'd really encourage you to check that out. So now I've painted my deal page. Everyone can see the deal, read about it, find out what it is, but of course, they also need to be able to buy it. So now we needed interactivity. But here, I had a little bit more breathing room. No one is going to come to the page and within half a second decide that they need to click to buy. They're going to read things for a few seconds and decide, hey, do I want this or not? So for the interactive parts of the app, I used the Firebase web SDKs. I used Firebase Auth, as you saw, to sign the user in using Google credentials so that I can remember who they are. And I used the real-time database to synchronize the order status so that as it updated, it would instantly come to the web app. Now, one of the most important pieces of this flow was placing the order itself. Now, Thomas and I tend to agree on most things, so it was a little bit surprising when we started arguing a bit about how this should be implemented. I wanted to write new orders directly into the real-time database, but Thomas thought it might be a better idea to use the HTTP API with Cloud Functions to build it as a JSON REST API. After we discussed it for a little while, we realized that there are good situations for each, and we thought that it was worth sharing. With the real-time database, you're writing directly to your permanent data store. You don't have to worry about translating requests or responses from a certain format. You are just deciding what your data model is, and then you're writing that into the database. Additionally, Firebase's security rules can be used to manage authorization and access control at the data level. So you don't need complex authorization systems that you build yourself. Instead, you can just rely on Firebase rules to take care of that for you, and all of this is accessible directly from the client. Finally, the real-time database SDK has some great features for reliability, so your data will be synced even if you have a spotty network connection while you're using it. Now, HTTP functions have their own advantages as well. For one, there is no data buildup. There's no stored request when you make a request to an HTTP function. So for ephemeral requests or things that aren't going to permanently alter your data model, you might prefer an HTTP function because then you don't have to first write to the database and then later clean that up once you've finished the task. In addition, with HTTP functions, you have full control over the API. The Firebase real-time database speaks in JSON objects. But with an HTTP function, you can speak in whatever language you want, whether that's JSON or XML or HTML, or even if you just want to actually generate an image on the fly and send that back as the response. Any of that is possible with an HTTP function. Finally, HTTP functions can be connected to Firebase hosting, and expensive or high traffic operations can be cached in Firebase hosting's global CDN to reduce load, executions, and burdens on your Cloud Functions. So after we talked through all that, we decided that since we are creating a new order in our system, and that's permanently affecting the data model, that we were going to go with a database trigger for this. So I built a Cloud Function that listened for new orders that were created in the real-time database, and as soon as that happened, it would instantly send out to the payment processor and say, hey, we have a new order, the user needs to pay for it, here's all the details that you need. Then the payment processor would process that and send the data back to us that says, okay, the order's paid. And that's what you saw in the demonstration right there. So that's the web app interface for FireSale. But while I was busy building that, Thomas was doing some really interesting work of his own. Thomas?
Thanks, Michael. So, Google Assistant is a great way to build an immersive experience that follows your users around. And it's a great match for FireSale, because we targeted users who like cool gadgets. Now, if you've never programmed for the Google Assistant before, it has a unique feel, because your code doesn't actually run on the customer's device. First, you register a series of actions that your agent supports with the Google Assistant. The Google Assistant will invoke these actions on behalf of the user, either if the user directly asks to speak to your agent, or if the Google Assistant thinks that your action can fulfill the user's more generic request. Now, this means that every agent needs a backend that the Google Assistant can call. And of course, we're talking about it today because that backend can be a Cloud Function. So the Google Assistant is a very rich topic, and we're not going to go into the SDK in a lot of detail. If you want to get started building assistant apps in Node.js, check out the Actions on Google SDK. This SDK lets you program in an intent-based model that might feel familiar to Android developers. And it will expose an HTTP endpoint that you can then use, or that you can then host with a Cloud Function. If you're building an assistant app from scratch, you might make one monolithic Cloud Function that serves your whole app. But this could lead to a more rigid system than you actually want. So here's what happened when I first started hacking on the project. I like to create a class so I can test each method separately. And then I decided to create the handler for the main intent. Well, OK, I want to get today's daily deal, so first, I'm going to get the string ID for today's deal, some time zone fiddling and things like that. Then I'm going to fetch it from the database. And my actual model has some normalization. And this is all some really awkward boilerplate before I get to the fun stuff. So I started writing this, and I thought, haven't I seen this whole boilerplate before? Didn't Michael just give a demo about how he wrote this for the web app? It felt like I was reinventing the wheel. So I decided to look at the whole app together with an eye for how I could refactor and reuse some of this code. So this is my second pass. Oops. Oh, sorry. The web app has two functions we should look at. The first is exports.web. This is an HTTP function that integrates with Firebase hosting. This is a full website. It's HTML. So I can't use that to serve my Assistant API, but I could probably reuse some of the code inside of it. So after refactoring, here's my second attempt. I refactored that deals code into its own interface for handling the deal model. Then I construct my bot class with an instance of that model. Now it's only one line to get this, and that line is shared in both my code and Michael's code. In my index.js, I'll create a concrete instance of this model accessor. I'll pass it to my nice testable controllers, and then I'll bind them to different Cloud Functions. If you want to see why I write my cloud code this way, you can check out Cloud Functions, Testability, and Open Source tomorrow at 2 p.m. on this stage. So we can think of Cloud Functions as either exposing a front end or enforcing consistency in the back end. With our new design, both our assistant and web interface are a Cloud Function that supports or builds a front end. We keep these small and use code reuse wherever it's possible. Now, because we know we're using the same model, exports.onOrder can be shared with zero side effects, because this function is in the second category. It will automatically respond to the event that we created in order, and then make sure a side effect happens. So let's see it in action and switch to the demo screen. So I am going to ask FireSale for today's deal.
Sure, here is the test version of FireSale.
Today we have a sale on Google Gnome.
That's cool. I want to know more about this. Tell me more.
Google Gnome is like having a tiny, little meteorologist at your beck and call.
How much does it cost?
The Google Gnome costs $130.
Oh man, how many are left?
There are 37 Google Gnomes left.
Okay, well, it's a good thing Michael was using my account and I already have one on order. So now all we need to do is switch back to Michael so he can build an admin panel and actually fulfill that order. Can we switch back to slides?
Okay, so now we have built up the interfaces that our users are going to be using when they interact with FireSale, but we also need to handle the back office of our store. So we needed to build an admin panel. Wait, I'm sorry, this looks like it's the wrong slide. We needed to build an admin panel. Don't get me wrong, building tools for your team to use is very important. But if I'm spending all of my time fiddling with an admin panel that only myself and Thomas are going to use, I'm not really focusing on the user. So I got to thinking, what if I just didn't build an admin panel? As it turned out, our payment processor had already built a pretty sophisticated product and order management interface of its own. So instead of building an admin interface, I built 3 webhook functions using Cloud Functions that synced data from the payment processor back to the real-time database. I built one that would sync anytime a product in our payment processor changed, another that would sync every time an order changed, and a third that would sync every time the daily deals and which days had which deals changed in the payment processor. And so I got to have my admin interface without having to build it, which I was really happy about because I just saved a lot of work. So let's take a look at how that works. Can we switch over to the demo? So here you can see I still have the web app up on this side with the order I just placed. And on this side, I have my Stripe interface for my payment processor, which has the products that I'm offering. So today's deal was the Google Gnome. I'm going to click through to that. So you can see that all of the data that was populating the initial page when I loaded it, all of that stuff is right here. And if I made changes here, that would automatically make changes that updated the page when it was rendered. But what I'm talking about today is order fulfillment. So since Thomas and I are just pretending to have a startup, we have a bunch of pretend Google Gnomes just laying around the office, and we're going to manually manage fulfillment because we haven't figured out a process to have a third party do that or anything yet. So you can see that I have a new order here that is paid, and I'm going to click through to that. So this is the order that I just placed a little bit earlier. And so now from Stripe, I'm going to say, well, you know what? I've actually shipped this out. So I've used the postal service, enter a fake tracking number here. That looks pretty good. So I'm going to click Update here.
That works.
Throw in the password. Oop. Hang on. There we go. So I fulfilled the order. But what happens now? Well, Stripe, luckily, integrates really well with webhooks. And so any second now, all right, the demo gods are not necessarily on my side right now. Let me take a look at this. Maybe I fulfilled the wrong order. I'm not sure. Let's try this one as well, just to be sure. Tell you what, sometimes the demo gods are just not on your side. So anyway, what happened every other time I ever tried this is that the web app on the left immediately updated with the order tracking information for my order, and everything happened without me having to make any changes in the application side or with my application code. All right, I'll try the third one, maybe.
I think when we were prepping our demo, we forgot to clean out the data from our last version, so.
Oh, okay, that might be the fact. Let's try the third one. Here we go. Oh! Hey, there it goes.
Never mind.
All right. I gave up too early. Thank you, whoever shouted out, to keep me going. All right, so that's Fire Sale. Back to you, Thomas.
Wow. It's a good thing it worked because I gave him cool guy shades in the next slide. Can we switch the slides? Okay. So Michael found some great shortcuts that do actually work when building the admin panel. So this leaves me with the ops work. So people know that ops personnel tend to handle emergencies at night. They're less often known for handling all the chores during the day. The talk I mentioned earlier will cover some of the monitoring and alerting tools you can use with Cloud Functions. But like Michael, I'm going to use Cloud Functions to handle some automation so I can get out of my chores too. Michael decided that we should make sure that production reflected master as soon as possible. And I said, OK, I can take care of that with a Cloud Function. But after I made that assertion, I started to worry because, yes, GitHub has webhooks, but a webhook should be responsive. And this might not be a good fit because a GitHub webhook will have metadata about the commit. I'm going to need to actually download that tarball. I'm going to need to untar it. I'm going to need to download all my dependencies. We don't check those in. We write our functions in TypeScript. So I'm going to need to compile that code and then do a final deploy. It probably wouldn't be a good idea to do that in just a standard HTTP request. But then I had an idea. I don't actually have to do that. Instead, I wanted to have a way where I can have a quick endpoint that would respond to GitHub before any timeouts, which would then kick off an asynchronous process that could do all that heavy lifting in the background. So to do this, I split my Cloud Function into 2 pieces and connected them with Google Cloud PubSub. My first Cloud Function would receive push notifications from GitHub. It would then compare the information about that Git push to decide whether or not the commit matched the filters for which branches should be deployed to which projects. If it matched a filter, it would then enqueue a deploy job over PubSub. The next function could then wake up in the background and run with a much larger timeout or much larger memory requirements. In fact, I now had so much extra time that for some extra pizzazz, I added a new API call to announce the start and stop of every deploy inside of our chat room. And that's not all. I can automate more of my workflow. I can create webhooks that will check whether I've remembered to do my chores, and then hook them up to a cron-type service so that I will have a safety net that periodically checks. It might, for example, remind me that it's 8 p.m. and I haven't queued up tomorrow's daily deal. So now with this, my op duties are automated, and I can pretend to be a cool guy too.
So at this point, our app is in pretty good shape. We have a working app on 2 platforms. We can manage inventory and fulfillment, and our development process is stable and automated. What's left to do? Well, we could connect user signups to a business intelligence API like Clearbit. This would let us turn our users' email addresses into rich data about the user, the company they work for, their social media accounts. So once we do that, what happens if the customer reaches out to customer support? Now we have all kinds of data about the user that we can use to help them out faster. Or maybe I want to take all of the orders that are created within FireSale and put those into BigQuery, Google Cloud Platform's big data analysis tools. This would let us do rich querying over our order history to find purchase patterns or other things, or we could build great sales dashboards with Data Studio. Or maybe instead we'd rather focus on re-engaging users when new deals come out. So we could build a scheduler that will call a webhook every time a new deal comes out, and when that happens, trigger push notifications or emails every time a new deal goes live. Of course, these are all just examples that I came up with off the top of my head. But the really powerful thing about Cloud Functions is that you can hook just about anything up to just about anything else. And of course, this doesn't just work for FireSale, but for any app you're building, or even apps that you've already built. So I would really encourage you to dive into Cloud Functions. Think small. Think about the little pieces that you could fit together with Cloud Functions to accomplish something big. We're really excited to see what you build. That's all we've got for you today. If you want to learn more about Cloud Functions, there are some awesome sessions coming up. I've listed a few of them on the screen here. Also, if you want to talk to either of us, we're both going to be heading over to the Firebase Sandbox area right now. Feel free to hit us up with all of your questions about Cloud Functions, Firebase, life in general, I don't know. Anyway, thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you for joining this session.
It's been just over a year since we open sourced TensorFlow, and we've been thrilled to see the adoption by the community and the pace of development both here at Google and all around the world.
TensorFlow is really the primary tool that we're using for a lot of our machine learning work in all of our products. Towards the end of last year, we actually rolled out a completely new translation system that was based on deep neural nets. In Gmail, we were actually able to roll out a TensorFlow model that, by understanding the context of the message you just received, we can predict likely replies. And this is a feature we call Smart Reply.
Diabetic retinopathy is the fastest growing cause of blindness. It's a complication of diabetes. We gathered a very large data set and had doctors grade the images. And then we, using TensorFlow, trained a neural net that does a pretty good job of predicting whether or not there is diabetic retinopathy in the image.
Can we use something like TensorFlow to make music, to make art, and to allow us to communicate better with each other? With TensorFlow, we're able to think abstractly, almost at a level of like improvisation with machine learning. We're able to try new things, to chunk models together in ways that were impossible before we had that kind of expressivity.
Dugongs are classed as vulnerable to extinction globally, so we do a lot of aerial surveys using drones. Then once you've done a survey of a really large area, you end up with tens, if not hundreds of thousands of photos. The goal was to find a way to automate that whole process, and that's where we've been using TensorFlow.
One of the things that we've been focusing on this year with TensorFlow is performance. We've been especially excited to release support for distributed training.
We want to make it easier for people to use so they don't have to necessarily know all of the underlying internals in order to get the distributed performance the best it can be. XLA is something that can compile down TensorFlow. Maybe you want to compile your graph ahead of time and get it down to something much more compact in terms of memory size, so that way you can easily load it and execute it on something that might not have as much storage space, like a mobile phone or some other portable, smaller device.
When we introduced the Hexagon Vector extensions, what we had in mind was enhancing user experiences with imaging features.
So the TensorFlow team said that you only needed low precision multiplies to be able to execute these neural networks efficiently. So we did some tests, and on the same graph, Inception v3, we were 8 times faster and 4 times lower power than running on the CPUs.
TensorFlow is great to work with, easy to work with, lots of capability. And so our engineering teams and their engineering teams working together, we were able to do something very exciting. This is just the beginning of what will end up being a long evolution of some great things we can do with machine learning in image processing.
In addition to sharing TensorFlow, Google has also shared an ecosystem of tools, which contains everything you need to go all the way from research to production. One such tool is TensorFlow Serving, and this is an open source, high performance serving solution. Another great tool, which is actually quite beautiful, is the Embedding Visualizer. And you can use the Embedding Visualizer to interactively explore high dimensional data sets. On the education side, General Assembly has done great work teaching TensorFlow.
For my final project, I was really interested in doing lyrics generation, and TensorFlow was a really great match for that because it allowed me to build out and utilize the models that I needed to be successful.
The TensorFlow community is thriving around the world, and we're excited about as many people as possible being part of it. TensorFlow is an open source project for everyone. We're looking forward to building this into something even better and more useful and more powerful in collaboration with the whole worldwide community.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2017 TensorFlow Developer Summit. And I'm delighted to see all of you here today.
Today, we are excited to announce TensorFlow 1.0. TensorFlow's philosophy has always been to give you the power to do whatever you want, but also make it easy, and this makes it even easier.
We really were hoping to build a machine learning platform for everyone in the world that was fast, flexible, and production ready.
The point of TensorFlow is to figure out how can we give this back to the community and be able to use TensorFlow to further whether it's the research or the production needs.
It's how we express our ideas, and it's the piece of software our engineers and scientists spend most of their time interacting with.
So TensorBoard is a really exciting tool. It's something that will let you take the confusing world of TensorFlow and start to dive into it.
It's just a really amazing time to be an AI researcher.
One of the projects that we've been working on is using deep learning for retinal imaging.
Can we use deep learning and reinforcement learning to generate compelling media?
But this is just the beginning. The TensorFlow community is truly global.
We want to see all the amazing things that you guys can do with TensorFlow. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Berlin.
It is an absolute pleasure to be here with you. Here we go. We're live. We have a lot of experience building some of the world's most popular applications, and we've learned a thing or two about what it takes to build an app. And we found that it's a pretty difficult process.
A lot of your time goes into running infrastructure instead of building the features that make your app your app. There has to be a better way. That better way is using Firebase.
We're now up to over 750,000 developers using the product.
If you use Firebase, your app's code talks directly to our powerful managed backend services. We take care of security and of scalability so that you can focus on building the features that your users love.
Today we're launching Firebase UI 1.0. It's an open source library. It has customized theming and it works for web and Android and iOS. So you can go ahead and drop that in and you'll have all of the UIs that you'll need.
Is my app set up correctly? Which events are being captured by the SDK? Are you receiving my events and parameters? We've built something, the ideal tool to answer all of these questions and these pain points.
App quality leads to better user retention.
better your app is and the more stable it is, the more likely for users to come back and for your business to be successful and sustainable. And that's where we come in.
So we're really looking forward to get the feedback from the community, as always, to help us continue to refine our product and to work together to help you build a better app.
And we want you to be able to spend all of your energy on bringing innovation and creativity, something new to the world. That's really what we're trying to achieve here, is making all the infrastructure pieces simple for you. And I'm really excited for you to engage with Firebase and see how it can make you more successful.
All right, let's get back to the code.
Hey gang, want to see something neat? Check out this awesome hidden feature I found in Firebase Analytics. So I'm over here looking at all my reports in the Firebase Analytics dashboard. Here, for instance, I've got my active users for the last 30 days, and while these graphs sure are pretty, I'm thinking it'd be kind of nice if I could get these numbers into like Google Sheets or maybe Excel so I could analyze them a little better, right? Well, watch this. I'm going to select my graph here in the Firebase console. It's kind of hard to tell, but you can see by like the highlighted text here that my graph has been selected. And then I'll hit Command-C to copy it. And then I'm going to switch to a blank Google spreadsheet and hit Command-V to paste. And look at that. All my values are right there in the spreadsheet for me to analyze. So you can see here on the leftmost column, I've got the date, and then all the actual numbers are in the columns next to it. Now you might notice that I seem to have two columns of what looks like the same data, right? I've got monthly active users here, and then right next to it, I've got this monthly users column. And then the same goes for my weekly actives and same for my daily actives. And so basically that first column is for the value that corresponds to the date here on the left. The second column is basically for that corresponding day in the previous 30-day time period. Basically, it's the values that belong to this dotted line here in the graph that I copied. Make sense? Okay. And then I can do the same thing for a bunch of these other graphs. Here I can copy and paste my daily engagement numbers. Let's get these into a new sheet here. And again, you can see I've got my engagement numbers from this time frame in this first column, and then those same numbers for the previous 30 days in this second column. And better yet, I can jump over to an individual event like this completed 5 levels event and copy all these graphs here at the top. And you can see I'll get event counts, user counts, event per user counts, and values for every one of my events that I am recording in Firebase Analytics. And this lets me do some pretty nice calculations right here in Google Sheets. For example, let's say our game designer is curious how often people are failing a level in our game. Well, for starters, I've got my level start graph here to show when people are starting a level in my game. So first, I'm going to copy and paste these numbers into a new sheet. Let's put them in. Okay, great. And then I'm going to do the same thing for my level fail graph, and that will show when people have failed a level. So we'll copy from here, and we'll paste them right in next to my other numbers. And once I've copied and pasted these values into Google Sheets, I can then calculate my average failure rate per game stat by dividing this number here by this other one. I'm going to copy this formula down for all of my dates. Let's give it a percentage format so it looks nice. Maybe we'll add an average at the bottom here. Let's do average for all these numbers. And there we go. Looks like my game has an average failure rate somewhere in the low 30s, which sounds like it's just challenging enough for our players. So our game designer is happy. Now, a couple of disclaimers here. First, this doesn't work on all the graphs I've tried. Some of them just don't seem to copy and paste as well as others, but it does work on a surprising number of them. You'll just kind of have to try them out and see if they work. And second, this will never be a replacement for some of the awesome and sophisticated data analysis capabilities you get by exporting your raw data to BigQuery, and you should totally go watch this video if you want to find out more. But if all you want to do is maybe compare two graphs to each other or calculate some standard deviations or averages on a particular event, this trick can work surprisingly well. So give it a try yourself, have fun with it, and we will see you soon on another episode of Firecasts.
We're now in the IoT tent, and first we're going to learn all about OpenThread from Jonathan.
All right, so OpenThread is an open source implementation of the thread networking protocol. What it is a low-power mesh networking technology that allows devices, IoT devices, to talk to each other over a low-power mesh network. So if you're building products that run on battery that's supposed to last for years, not months, Thread's a great solution for that. So what we've done at Nest is taken the protocol and made an open source implementation, put it in our products, and made it available to developers to build into their own ones.
Awesome.
Yeah. So you want me to walk you through the demo here?
Yeah, show me what's going on.
So all these devices you see on the wall are actually running OpenThread. They're running our partner hardware, and they're connected to a single thread network, one giant mesh network. And one of the benefits of Thread is actually using IP, so just Internet Protocol. And each device has an IP address, or an IPv6 address to be specific. So, and that makes it really easy for developers to build apps because it's just IP that they're used to. So if you can ping a web server, you can ping a Thread node. So in this demo, we're actually showing pinging a device over the Thread network. So as you see that light blink, it's actually going over Wi-Fi from a tablet to this Raspberry Pi, which happens to be on Wi-Fi, and then fanning out to the Thread network. And you can imagine sensors or actuators like door locks and windows being replaced by a LED, but we're just simplifying it with this demonstration. It's really cool.
That's awesome. Thank you so much.
Sure thing.
Hey, before we go, actually, if developers want to get started, where do they go?
Sure. It's been publicly available for the last year. We launched it at Google I/O last year. And you can go on github.com/openthread/openthread. There's code labs available if you're here at Google I/O, but it's also available on the Google Code Lab website for you to try out at home.
I see a golden retriever.
It's a golden retriever. That's pretty great. So we're in the Android Things room, and I'm here with Ryan and Wayne. Ryan, tell us about some of the stuff that is built on Android Things in this room.
Cool. Do you want me to hold it?
Sure.
All right. So over here we have a simple demo that we are using to show how easy it is to go from prototype to production with Android Things. So at the top we have a very simple light that's turned on using Intel Edison kit. Over here we're using the design, but we used a custom PCB to make the footprint smaller. Therefore, you can fit the overall thing into a smaller form factor. At the bottom, you can see in the candle.
Actually, the really cool part about that demo is that any developer can make a circuit board like that. So in our talk tomorrow, we're going to show how to actually build that circuit board, and you can actually solder this up in your own workshop or home. So it's actually one of the really cool things about the SOM architectures, you can do that.
Yep. On the right, we have the TensorFlow camera demo. This is also running on Android Things. We have Raspberry Pi 3 camera, and it's actually fairly easy to build as well. All these parts are off the shelf. So you'll notice that it's running on battery, completely portable, and the best part is it's actually running offline, completely locally on the device. So we're running the TensorFlow model, TensorFlow Inception model you can get online. And then once we download it, install it as an APK here. Now you don't need online at all, so you don't need data cost associated with it at all. So when I press this button, it will take a picture using the camera module located here, and then it'll be processed on the device, and it'll say what it thinks it is using Android text-to-speech.
Tell me about the M&Ms over here.
So on this one, this was actually built by one of our external developers in our community, Louis. So the Smile Candy dispenser, it's powered by Android Things using Raspberry Pi 3, and once you press this button, the camera will take a picture of you, send that image through CloudVision API, and if it detects a smile, it'll give you the candy. And we're using a relay module, as you can see here, connected to the motor of the dispenser to activate the dispensing.
All right, y'all. Well, I think that's all the Android Things that we're going to check out in this booth. Wayne, before we get going, what are some things that developers can do today to play with Android Things?
Well, the really cool thing is all these samples here, we've open sourced all of them. So the TensorFlow image recognition, the LED candle, we've released all the source code on GitHub. The schematics for the candle are also available as an actual circuit design, so you can actually make them yourself. So you can try all these things out, and then it's really easy to get started. You use Android Studio to write your code, and it's really easy to get going. So any Android programmer who's written a phone app now has the ability to make IoT apps as well. So that's one of the really cool things about Android Things is it takes advantage of all of your existing Android knowledge and allows you to apply it here.
All right, we're now in the Works with Nest room, and I'm here with Jesse, who's going to tell us a little bit about Works with Nest.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by. So Works with Nest is a developer program for Nest, and we have a bunch of different APIs that let you connect into the Nest ecosystem. And there's a lot of ways that you can connect. You can connect to the thermostat, the camera, the smoke alarm, and then also our demand response programs that we set up with utility companies across the country.
That's awesome. So what are some of your favorite integrations with the Works with Nest program?
So some of the really cool ones are over here, the Aware. It's a air quality sensor, and it'll measure the different things in your air, and then how it integrates with Nest is it connects to the thermostat and uses the fan to clean up the air in your house when it detects that levels are high.
Oh, that's cool. What else?
Another one that's really cool, which is a little different. It's not directly connecting with, they're all over. Product is the Rachio sprinkler.
Okay.
So I have that in my house. It manages the water automatically, so I don't have to worry about it in my yard. But with Nest, it shows up in my home report every month, where Nest tells me how much energy I'm using with my thermostat, but then I also have a list of how much water I've used and compares it to the previous month. Pretty cool.
Cool. So that's some of the stuff that's been around for a little bit. What's next? What's like the newest integrations?
So some of our new things are with the camera.
Okay.
So the camera is now connected to the thermostat, or to the APIs, and we're doing cool new things there. So originally you could use the APIs and get motion events and then have your products respond to motion in the house. But lately we've been developing our image vision, and now we can recognize people. So now Works with Nest products can get these people events and do things when they know that there's a person. One example is not necessarily with people, but cool integrations with the camera is Chamberlain and garage doors. So what they do is when the garage door opens, they grab a snapshot from the thermostat and they integrate that in their history UI in their app.
That's awesome.
Totally.
Okay, so one last question, because we also checked out OpenThread. Is there anything in here that's using Thread?
Absolutely. So super excited about Thread. It's really like the next phase of our development program. So the first one is giving people an easy way to connect to Nest products. And then phase two, we're going to take some of the core technology that we've developed at Nest to build our Nest products and make it available for developers. So we're working with Yale on this lock. Yale's been making locks for 50 years, 100 years, and they're really good at it, but not really a software company. So we've taken some of the software that we use on our Nest products, like Thread, and made it available to them. And it's going to be a really cool lock that's integrated with the ecosystem. And we've actually open sourced Thread, and we have a booth just a couple booths down where you can see all about it and figure out where to get the code.
Awesome. Is there anything else you'd like to tell to all the developers out there?
Check out the code labs. We have an open thread code lab. We have one with the camera that integrates with TensorFlow. It's fun stuff that you can do for the next 2 days.
Awesome. Thanks, Jesse.
Thank you.
Hello guys, welcome to Google I/O. I hope you're having a great time here. I'm Parul Soy.
And I'm Lawrence Moroney.
And we're here today to talk to you about Pirate Metrics and how they provide a framework that helps you launch your app, grow your audience, and sustain it in the long run. So both Lawrence and I wanted to start up at Google, and after a lot of extensive market research, we decided to do something that nobody at Google has ever done before.
So we built a chat app. I told you they'd laugh. It's called Really Friendly Chat, and if you've done any of the Firebase Code Labs, you've probably heard of Friendly Chat, you've probably built Friendly Chat. If you haven't done so, check it out. It's a great way of learning Firebase. It touches on a lot of the technologies in Firebase. But we decided, like, you know, Friendly Chat, we wanted to do a little bit more, right?
Yeah. So with Really Friendly Chat, we added translation. So you can chat with people even if they don't speak the language. So Lawrence, could you show us a quick demo?
Sure. Can we switch to the demo box? OK, so here I am using Really Friendly Chat. And so I'm using an iPad emulator. And I'm chatting with my friend Ayako, who has exceptional taste, and she's using an Android device. And what happens is I'm chatting in English, and as you can see, what I'm saying in English, she's saying in Japanese. So if we're having this conversation, she says, nice to meet you, and then I realize, I might be impinging on her time, so I'll ask, hey, what time is it over there? And so I'll ask her that, and I'll send it to her, and I've typed it in English, and then she will instantly see it appearing on her Android screen in Japanese. And then I don't read a word of Japanese. If there's any Japanese readers here, you can hold me accountable for this. So apparently it's translated, and she sees that. So then she'll send something back to me. Whoops. She'll send something back to me like this, and then she says, oh, it's dinner time. I go, oh, OK, I'll better leave you alone then, and I'll get back to my demos, right? I'll get back to talking at I/O. But this is Really Friendly Chat. We wanted to make something so that let's build a startup together, Parul and I. And in this startup, we say we have this application, and we want to grow this application. So let's change back to the slides, please. So Parul is going to be our growth hacker, and she's going to teach us how we're going to grow this application.
So like we mentioned, with Really Friendly Chat, we wanted to launch it in a systematic manner, so we turned to Pirate Metrics. But before we understand Pirate Metrics, let's first go through a very typical user lifecycle. Users are acquired in a lot of different ways, through public relations, through social media, through ads. They all play a role. But once you acquire a user, your job is really half done. You might have just gotten them to the landing page of your website, but what you really need to do is to make them experience the unique selling proposition of your product. For a social media product, this could be to follow friends, interests. For a game, it could be to complete one level. You need to ensure that the user realizes and experiences that one unique thing about your product.
So, of course, now, once you've gotten your user and you've activated your user, you generally face an uphill battle to retain these users. How many times have you built an application and you put it out there? Maybe you've done a marketing campaign, you've gotten a ton of installs, but then after week 1 or week 2, your installs go down. How are you going to hold on to these users? How are you going to make sure that they keep using your applications after the first few days? So the goal for any healthy product is to keep your users coming back. If you're churning all of these users, then all that money you've spent on acquiring them, it's kind of gotten wasted. So one way of doing this is friends help friends discover great apps, and friends help friends discover great content. So your users can be your greatest and your strongest advocates. No acquisition strategy is as powerful as one where your users are telling their friends and their family and people around them that your app is awesome. But in order to be able to get your people to do this, you really need to reduce the friction. So we're going to talk about some of the technologies in Firebase that will help reduce this friction and stop the users from being able to share with their friends.
And ultimately, we all want to monetize our users. Each of your users is amount a different amount of money. And you want to identify who's worth more than the other, and then tailor your product experience to serve this audience better. So let's summarize the user lifecycle. We have the following 5 stages: acquisition, activation, retention, referral, and revenue.
So if we put all of these together, this is called Pirate Metrics. And this is the strategy our imaginary startup is going to use to launch this application. And speaking of launching things, anybody want a T-shirt? How about this side? Oh, right in his hands. How about that? Hopefully our launch of our application will be as successful. But Pirate Metrics, it's all about acquisition, activation, retention, revenue, referral, and revenue. And it's called Pirate Metrics because if you put the first letters of all of these together, you get R.
So the first, as we mentioned, is acquisition. And here we want to understand how to acquire users. So we came up with 3 strategies. We bought ad space and web searches and optimized our spends there. We also built a great website that people can use to discover our application. And we also decided to work through partners to spread awareness about our application. Let's see how we dive into each of them. The first is advertising campaign. So let's say, as a user, you're searching traveling to Japan. You'll probably see an advertisement. This will take them to the landing page and will tell them more about our application. Now, because you've ended up in the website through an ad about Japan, you might get a tailored experience with some images about Japan, some traveling recommendations, and the site can contain a dynamic link that has context to connect them to the pen pal in Japan. Now, if a user has the application, it will launch it directly. If they don't, it will take them to the Play Store page of the web Play Store page where you can go and install the application and then end up right inside the app where you can chat with someone directly in Japanese.
And as Parul mentioned, this is built on dynamic links. And anybody here use dynamic links for Firebase? OK, a few. Cool. So dynamic links, what makes them really special is the fact that they maintain context through an install session. It's not just a link to the landing page of your app in the Play Store. So if you have a link, for example, in our case with Really Friendly Chat, what we wanted to do is if somebody visited the landing page for having pen pals in Japan, that then there would be a context to link them to a pen pal in Japan. So once they click on it and they launch the app, instead of fishing for people in Japan or finding people to be a pen pal with, they get linked to one directly. And in addition to this, that's how dynamic links work. And in addition to this, because this is Pirate Metrics, we want to start thinking in terms of analytics. We're just launching our app for the first time. We don't know how successful it's going to be. We don't know how successful dynamic links or any of our strategies are going to be. And because we've used Firebase for this, then we can say, now we have all of these analytics that we can put into it. We can see what strategies work, and we can see what strategies don't, and then we can refine it accordingly. So here's an example of we're on our landing page in our site, and we said, here's another example of where we can do context of a dynamic link. In this case, instead of linking to a pen pal, even though that's what the screenshot shows, we could have a contact us link in the app that would link somebody into a chat room with our support staff or people who can answer questions about the application itself. And then that becomes a strategy for how we can grow the app by getting people to use our app to speak with us.
You can also tie your Firebase Analytics account with AdWords account to make your acquisition strategy smarter. Say, for example, you're trying to get users who chat in Spanish. Now, from your Firebase AdWords account, you can import the event where users sent a message in Spanish and track its performance in your AdWords Analytics account to measure whether you're getting the right kind of users or not. You can also create custom audience and show ads to them. This could be an amazing way to retarget users. Say, for example, some users tried to access your app and chat in a different language that was not supported earlier. Now you can build an audience, and once you start supporting this language, you can target notifications to them and bring them back to your application. So we've done all the work that will help people find our app and get them to install it. But to make an impact and ensure they stay engaged with our app Really Friendly Chat, we want to have a great activation strategy. First of all, something like Really Friendly Chat has a user-based experience. A user needs to sign into the app, log in with their account, and then end up directly where they can chat with a pen pal. Now, to make this experience seamless, we have Firebase authentication. Lawrence, could you share more info about it?
Sure, definitely. So the idea behind Firebase authentication is to make it as easy as possible to sign up for your app and sign into your app. But before I do that, shall we sign into a T-shirt? OK, I see some hands in the middle. Let's try a higher pressure shot.
Woo.
Oh, nice catch. One-handed. I hear the 49ers are looking for receivers. You should give them a call. So I'm a Seahawks fan, sorry. Anyway, so authentication, Firebase authentication is one of the biggest things that we see user drop-off in apps is if they have a very user-hostile sign-up experience. Because after all, Parul and I are strangers to you, and if you're going to a Play Store and you're installing our app, and then suddenly we're asking you for your name, for your address, for a reset email, for a phone number, all of this kind of stuff, that's something that could turn you off very easily. So Firebase authentication has been designed with that in mind. So it allows federated identity from different providers, such as Facebook, GitHub, Twitter, and of course Google. And as you saw in the overview and in the keynotes yesterday, then we've added phone auth to that as well, so that instead of even giving details such as your email address, you'll be able to sign in with your phone number. And another really neat thing that's in there that we find that will allow you to have a friction-free sign-up experience is anonymous authentication. So anonymous authentication allows you to effectively sign in and go through the security rules in Firebase in an app, but without providing a username and password. So we thought, this is a really nice thing if we're activating our users, that once they start our application, that they have an initial experience that doesn't turn them off, and hopefully is one that delights them. Another one that we said, hey, look, a great way of activating users is initial delight. And as we saw when I was demoing it earlier on, that we said, we want to have a fast, fluid, seamless experience. In something like this, we were doing translation, and it's a great strategy. Again, it's like if the user's context, if what you're bringing them to do, you activate that instantly, you bring them to that as quickly as possible. It was a one-tap sign-in, and then suddenly I was connected with a pen pal, in this case, my imaginary friend Ayako. And so I was connected. Oh, trivia question, by the way, I'll give a free t-shirt to whoever sees me first in the sandbox and tells me where she's come from. She's not entirely an imaginary friend. Everybody's going to Google it now, just watch. So, anyway, so the idea is like if I sign into the application and I have an initial experience that delights me, that's giving me exactly what I want to do, and which is fast and fluid, they're not fishing for context, they're not looking for pen pals, and they're in the application and they're using it right away, doing something interesting. Now, part of this comes from remote config. Now, I've spoken with a number of developers over time, and I chatted with one developer that built a customized onboarding experience with remote config that I thought was really interesting because they built a cookbook application, and if you were at the Firebase Grow session earlier on, you would have seen it. And by providing a customizing onboard for people who are interested in cooking, so for example, if I want to cook Chinese food, I'd have Chinese screens. If I want to cook Indian food, I'd have Indian screens. Initially, as soon as I sign in, they were actually almost able to double their growth overnight by using remote config to give that customized onboarding experience and Firebase Auth to reduce friction in signing in. So we thought, hey, should we do this ourselves, right? And if we want to sign in, we want to give them, for example, if they're chatting with somebody in Japanese, we want to give them this really, really pleasant welcoming screen.
So now let's just take up a notch, see if we can learn from our existing users. When Lawrence launched the app, he saw this really nice shade of Sakura pink.
Yeah, that's not really my thing, though.
But you were visiting Japan, pink, cherry blossom. I feel it's really nice.
Yeah, still not my thing, sorry.
Okay, so now let's see what we can do about it. Remote config is driven of analytics. So we could, for example, say that we'll give this really nice shade of Sakura pink to all the Japanese people who sign into our app. And for all boring guys like Lawrence, we'll have the same standard plain UI.
That's much, much better, I think. So once we've gone beyond the background color, then part of the next experience in using the app to be delighted was to have a responsive, fast, fluid app. So for that, we used the Firebase real-time database. And one of the neat things about the real-time database is it works cross-platform. You've probably seen it and heard a lot of it. But it's this event-driven database instead of like a query-style database. Allows you to have these instant responsive updates in your app. It makes it really nice. And it works really well in the circumstances of flaky networks. So for example, with something like a chat app, that's really important. Now, think about I'm chatting with my new best friend in Japan, and she travels through a tunnel, and she loses connectivity, then what's going to...
Well, the tunnels in Tokyo are really well connected.
OK, so I'm chatting with my new best friend in Japan, and I travel through a tunnel, and I lose connectivity. Then I don't want to lose the context of my conversation. What's going to happen? Well, you know, if I built this and I was using the real-time database to store my chats, then I'm going to get, with a little bit of code, I'm able to get a resync. So once I come out of the tunnel, and now I'm reconnected to the web, then I can actually synchronize up all my chats. So all that time that I was offline isn't wasted, and I'm not alienating my new best friend by not chatting with her. Should we take a look at the code of what it takes to build that? Here it is.
Well, I can't see anything there.
That's exactly right. I didn't need to write any code to do it whatsoever. Without a single line of code, you know, as I was using the Firebase real-time database, then I was able to get this offline, online reconnection. And I see everybody getting their cameras, so I'm going to aim at them. So, Firebase Analytics targeting is far better than mine.
Acquiring users and delighting them is great, but it's not enough to have them engaged with your application for a long time. With the amount of competition there is between devices, apps, sites, I really feel that really friendly chat would get lost in the mix. That's why we need a really good retention strategy. So a friend of mine from Myntra, one of the top e-commerce apps in India, decided to use target notification for re-engagement. they saw a 200% increase in conversion rate and a 300% increase in open rate. Notifications are a great way, when used properly, can really help target the right kind of users and bring them back to your application. But let's face it, a lot of times we get the spammy notifications and they really annoy us. So we can have our notifications be driven off analytics to target the right kind of audience. Say, for example, there's certain users who've not used our application in a while and had made purchases in the past. Now, if we want to bring this audience back, we can create it as a separate audience of all those users who made purchases in the past and then target a coupon code so they can use it to buy it. This will really help us prevent the terrible, terrible issue of notification spam. Lawrence, could you show us a quick demo of how notifications would work?
That spam's making me hungry. Can we change to the laptop, please? So I want to show a very basic example here. So any Android Studio users here? OK, good, a few of you. So you know if you use Android Studio, the very basic application you can build is file, new, application, and it populated with an empty activity. So that's what I've done here. I haven't written any code in this whatsoever. A new empty activity application. And then on the right-hand side, I used the Firebase Assistant to just click 2 buttons. Number 1 was to connect my app to Firebase, and number 2 was to add FCM to my app. I've done nothing else other than create it and click those 2 buttons. And now I've run the app, and the app is running here, and you can see it's the boring old application. I call it Pirate Metrics notification, and it has Hello World in the middle. But this app is now actually activated to receive real-time notifications. And just to prove this to you, I'm going to open the notification composer, and I'm going to pick the app. I have a number of copies of that app in this project, so I'll pick the Pirate Metrics notification one, and I'll enter a message. But somebody give me the message that I'm going to enter, so you know it's real. What's that? I'm sorry, I can't hear on the stage. Yo-ho matey. OK, that's a great one. Yo-ho matey. Ask Parole about the parrot. We had a parrot and she lost it. So I'm going to put that in, and I've just embarrassed you now, Parole, sorry about that. And I'm going to click send message, and ooh, I right-clicked somewhere. I'm going to click send message, and I'm going to click send on this. And if you come over here to the emulator, it should, demo gods, be with me. OK, I'll launch a t-shirt while we're waiting. What should happen if it's behaving, but it's not behaving, is that when devices are connected, notifications are generally received on connected devices. With about 98% of notifications are received in less than 500 milliseconds. I think I'm one of the 2% right now. I'll check out in a moment. Anybody? Woo. Oh. They're going to get mad at me. So, all right, I'll move on from the demo. I'll get that one working later, and I'll show it to you. So if we switch back to the slides. That was the coding demo. So I want to talk a little bit about app indexing next. So we've been talking about all of these strategies that are part of Pirate Metrics, and we're thinking about the technologies that we use and try to fit them into our growth hacking strategy. And app indexing is a really interesting one. Anybody here use app indexing out of interest? OK, cool, good. So I think I'm going to make your day. So if you have a site that contains content, and you have an app that contains the same content, then all you have to do is to connect your site to your app using asset links in Android or using universal links in iOS. And what happens is when the Google Spider crawls the website and it sees that your app is associated with that site, then people who have installed that app can then render the content in the app instead of going to the site. Now, if you think about this, this is logical, because if people have spent the time and effort to install your app on their device, they've sent a signal that says, I'm interested in this type of content in this app. So for example, if you're a sports fan and you want to see, like, if you install like an application for your favorite sports team, if that application had built app indexing into it, and all they had to do, like I said, is put these links on the site to connect the two, and then on the application itself, build something that receives incoming links and renders them in activity or a view, then what will happen is users searching the web for scores or news or details about that team are getting re-engaged with your app automatically. It's a very, very simple investment. And at 3:30, we're actually going to be talking and demoing where Yahoo Japan built this into their app in just a couple of weeks. and achieving great growth and great re-engagement through that. And the neat thing, like I said, is that, hey, we all install way too many apps on our devices, and what happens when we start running out of space? What happens when we move to a new device? Those are the apps, if you're not constantly engaged with them, if people aren't going to your app as part of their daily workflow, those are the apps that get uninstalled to make room. Those are the apps that get forgotten when you transfer to a new device. And we think app indexing is a really powerful technology to re-engage your users to do that.
Like Lawrence mentioned earlier, friends help friends discover great apps. There's absolutely nothing as important that can help your product go viral as a word-of-mouth campaign. So for instance, if I saw a recipe of sea cookies and I wanted to share it with Lawrence, so he could bake me some.
If you want me to make you sea cookies, you're in big trouble, because my cooking is notoriously bad. I have ended up in the hospital with my cooking, true story. But if Parul wanted me to do that and she said that there was an app, and there was an app with a recipe for these, well, what's the workflow generally going to be? I'd go to my device, I'd go to the Play Store, I'd search for a recipe app, and have you ever done that? There are hundreds of them. So I'd be like, okay, Parul, which recipe app? And she'd be like, the one with the orange icon, or something like that. And I'd be like, okay, there's dozens of those. And then it would take me time to find the app, and then I have to search for the Seabiscuit recipe, and there may be more than one. And that's a lot of friction. So how do we make that easier?
I guess we'll probably have it a little easier, considering there are not a lot of chat applications out there.
That's true, and even less from Google.
Well, you can still make your users' life a lot easier. So we have Firebase Invites to help you do just that. Firebase Invites is built on top of dynamic links. It provides you a separate picker that does not tell you which apps you want to use to share your application, but actually gives you a list of contacts that you can share your application with. And it has context to put the top contacts and the most relevant contacts right on top of the list. Lawrence, could you show it to us?
Sure. Can we switch to the demo laptop, please? So I'm back on my really friendly chat right now, and I'm chatting with my imaginary friend, and she's not going to do app invites because she doesn't have any friends. So it's just going to be me. I'll do some app invites. And app invites is a drop-in widget, as Parul mentioned, that you can use within your apps. It's an easy API. I'm going to show the iOS code for it in a second. But what it does is it gives you the typical system dialog that you will see when you want to share an application. And I don't know if you just noticed that when I launched this application, there was a bit of a spinning wheel before it gave me these top 6 contacts. Because what's going on here is that there's a lot of work being done by Google in machine learning and in AI to try and figure out that when you're in a context of trying to share an application, instead of just giving you an A to Z list, it thinks about the context of what's going on right now. And it's picking the top people on this list from people that I'm regularly emailing with, or maybe it's the time of week that I'm doing it, or it's applications that I've already shared with them that they've installed, or it's both have the same types of applications, that kind of thing. And as a result, then it's giving me this dialogue, and as you can see, it's picked 6 people that I'm most likely to interact with. And it's really funny because if we can switch back to the slides. So today is Thursday, and Parul and I have rehearsed this talk on the last 3 Tuesdays. And usually when I show this, there's one contact that showed up that didn't show up here, and I wish he did, because typically on Tuesdays I chat with this guy because we have breakfast on Wednesdays, and on Tuesdays we're chatting about where we're going to go for breakfast on Wednesday, and he shows up as one of my fast contacts, but he didn't today because unfortunately it's Thursday. But that's just showing that it's how the intelligent sorting is going on, because again, we're talking about we want to reduce friction in having friends share content with friends, and one great way of doing that is like, how many contacts do you have in your address book, Carol?
Probably 600.
Okay, she's got about 600 contacts in her address book, and my surname begins with M. So if we just did it by basic sorting, she'd probably have to filter through 300 people, because M is in the middle of the alphabet, before she could share with me. But because Parul shares a lot of apps with me, if she were to do this, then I would be at the top of the list. And again, friction-free, make it easy to share. And all that comes automatically when you're using Firebase Invites. So here's the source code for Firebase Invites, how I did it in the really friendly chat that you see here. As an iOS developer, I generally prefer Objective-C. I never got into Taylor Swift. Sorry about that. So, and here's all that I have to do. There's an FIR invites object, and I use that to create an invites dialog. And that's it, that first line of code, and that's what gave me the dialog. And then on the dialog, I set the delegate for it to be this particular view that I'm in. And what that will do is it will give me this callback once the invites have been sent. And this callback is like invite finished with invitations. And in this callback, my code here is a little bit dumb. It's just going to show a dialog that says, I've sent 10 invitations. But if we're thinking in terms of pirate metrics and we're thinking in terms of growth hacking, now I could do something really interesting here, where, for example, I could create a custom analytic and I could store that custom analytic. So if I've now just shared really friendly chat with 20 people, I could have an analytic put on it that I've shared it with 20 people, and we could build a rewards mechanism in so that we get that sustained growth through friends referring, and we give an incentive from friends referring friends to great content and great apps. So now when it comes to before we release our app and when we test our app, there's really two phases. Okay, the first of these is what do we do before we ship it? And the second of these is what do we do after we've shipped it? How do we maintain and keep our app up to date after we've shipped it? And I like to put this in the terms of referrals, because bad testing on your app and bad reviews on your app are effectively referrals from strangers. How many times have you gone to take a look at an app in the Play Store and you look at the reviews and you look at the one-star reviews and you go, I'm not installing that app. That's effectively a stranger has given you a bad referral. And if it's a 5-star review and it encourages you to install that app, that's a stranger giving you a good referral.
And like Lawrence mentioned, we have to be able to handle crashes after we ship the application as well. And that is why we now have Crashlytics, which is part of Firebase. Crashlytics provides actionable insights down to the line of code which led to the crash of your app. So Lawrence, what do you think? Shall we investigate putting into this app? I know you're a great coder, but still.
I think you're a pretty good coder too.
Well,
You can do it in iOS, I'll do it in Android. How about that?
well, let's see about that.
Actually, one thing I forgot to mention before we move on to performance monitoring is that if you want to test your application and make sure that it works before you ship, there's something called Test Lab for Android. And actually, a quick survey here. How many here have Pixel XL? One. Can I borrow it for 6 months? No? Anybody want to loan me one for 6 months before I can ship this? No. They always say no. Anyway, OK. So the idea is, like, if you're building an application, I don't have a Pixel XL. I wish I did. And I'm building this app, and I need to know what it looks like on a Pixel XL and test it before I ship my application. And this gentleman won't loan me his, so what do I do? Even worse, what if I can't buy a Pixel XL in my country? Or what if I want to ship it to ship my application to other countries where the phones that are most common in that country I don't have in my country? So that's what Test Lab for Android is all about. And what Test Lab for Android does is that Google have put together a data center with physical and virtual versions of all the common devices, and particularly all the obscure devices that you may not be able to get your hands on. And if you build your application as an APK, you upload it to this data center, and then once it's in this data center, it can be tested, and crash reports and stat traces of what's going on and all that get fed back to you. There are custom tests that you can design that are specific to your app, and then there's robo-tests from Google that, testing the basic things, open, close, log in, log out, all of that kind of thing. So as a result now, I can test it on all of these devices, and I don't need to borrow that gentleman's Pixel XL. So then after we ship, there's performance monitoring, right?
Yes. And we have to ensure that our app is behaving in an optimized manner after we ship the application as well. For example, if it is eating too much network or bandwidth, causing it to slow down, we can now use app monitoring tool to make sure that this data is being tracked. And combined with Crashlytics, in case it's also leading to crashes, we can optimize the future versions of the application and make sure that those issues are resolved. And finally, making money. Firebase makes it a lot easier for you to track all your revenue in one place. Do drop by at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow, same at this stage. Sorry, it's at stage 5. You'll probably also find us sitting at the back making notes. It's a great session on AdMob and Firebase Analytics working better together. Lawrence, what do you think? Will you be able to show us a demo of dropping an ad into
Sure.
chat?
And apparently they're renaming that session to Hangover Cure. So if you want to go over there at 8:30 in the morning after the party, it'd be good. But let's take a look at what it looks like to actually add and the code that we have for adding an ad into Really Friendly Chat. And if you remember when I was showing Really Friendly Chat a moment ago, you probably saw the banner ads in there. That's just running on a test machine, so the banner ads were just showing basic stuff. But if you think about when you want to put ads into your application, the important thing is that if you're putting ads and you're taking up some of your users' eyeballs and taking up some of their attention span with an ad, a very important thing is that the ads are contextually relevant. And with AdMob, one of the neat things is that it's very easy to put an ad in an app, which I'll show in a moment, but the ads that they're going to be getting are very contextually relevant. So if this was a real app that I was showing, and I'm chatting with my friend in Japan about Japanesey things, I'd be probably getting adverts for travel sites, hotels in Tokyo, new anime shows, all of that kind of stuff. And so let's take a look at the code for that. Now, I've been showing iOS code all the time, so I'm going to switch back to my favorite Android.
Hey.
And in Android, if you know, in your layout file, you're just going to simply add a thing called an add view, which is Google adds GMS, adds add view. So you drop an add view object onto your layout file. You give it an add unit ID, which is the second parameter from the bottom, which is just that @string / banner add unit ID. So when you've signed up for AdMob and you're creating your ads and you're creating your ad campaigns, you get these unit IDs. You put that in there. If you're a good Android programmer, you have a separate strings file with that in it. And that's what I'm doing here. I'm referring to that string. And then within my view itself, all I have to do to initialize the ad is this. We're all familiar with creating a handle to a control by using find view by ID to get it. And now I just create a new ad request off of an ad request builder and load the ad request into the ad view. And that's it. So I've dropped one view, I've dropped one control onto my view, I've written 3 lines of code, and now I have the power of like Google advertising and all the smart matching that's going on in that advertising that I can put into my app, and that will hopefully help me monetize my app.
Another really powerful element is in-app purchases, or is tracking of in-app purchases in Firebase Analytics. No line of code is required at all. For example, if we had a sticker pack in our app, it will automatically be tracked as an in-app purchase without us doing anything at all. Great.
So we've designed Firebase, I'm still trying to get that demo to work. We've designed Firebase to give you this suite of technologies for sustained growth. The thing about growth is all too often we build an application, we put it in the Play Store, we put it in the iStore, and maybe we hope to get slashdotted, or maybe we hope to go viral because a celebrity is using it. And very, very few can achieve sustainable, successful growth in that way. So the idea with Firebase, and as we've designed it, and the Firebase Grow technologies, is to think about what are the common frameworks that growth hackers are using to systematically, to programmatically, and to deterministically grow their applications. Now, Pirate Metrics is a beautiful one of these because it helps you to think about the 5 phases of launching an application and growing it with the public. So we've built Firebase in that way so that you're not buying a lottery ticket. If you're building your application and you're pushing it into one of the stores, then you can think about acquisition through the acquisition technologies. You can think about activation through the activation technologies. Similar for retention, similar for referral, and there's something in there for revenue. And we are really only getting started with this. So as we continue to grow and evolve the Firebase platform, we're continuing to grow and evolve all of these. And don't forget, all of these are bound together by analytics, and analytics is something that we're also continuing to grow and evolve. And if you're building and you're launching a new application, what you can start thinking of is launching it using Pirate Metrics. You have everything before you've gained a single analytic to give you a strategy. But then once your application's out there and analytics start coming in, usage patterns start coming in, then you can start refining your model. You can start refining how you're acquiring people. You can start refining how you're activating and retaining them and all that kind of stuff. So we think there's a beautiful suite of technologies here. Most of them are free to use when they work. Like my cloud messaging didn't, I'm sorry. But all of this is something that will help you to get that sustained growth without buying a lottery ticket or hoping to be slashdotted.
Yeah, and I must mention, we have Dave McClure to thank for this, for providing this amazing framework that will help you launch your app, grow it, and really sustain it in the long run. So that's it from us, guys. Thanks a lot for attending this session. You can find us at the Sandbox if you have any questions. Final t-shirt round.
Slightly lower pressure this time so the folks don't get worried. Oh, intercepted! I actually have one more.
We really started because of the problem that we had, which was asking the same question to our closest friends. Where are you? What are you doing? We were baffled by the fact that there wasn't a solution that solved this problem, and we felt like we could build one that was better.
The value that IS drives for all users is knowing which of your friends are nearby. So if you look around where we are right now, an arena, how many times have people gone to a basketball game, hockey game, or a concert and found out the next day that they had friends who were at the same event? And think about all those moments that are missed because they didn't know they had friends there. So what we're solving is letting people know who's nearby and making those moments matter.
My name is Diesel Peltz, and I'm the founder and CEO of IS.
I'm Mark French, co-founder of IS.
We felt there was no reason users should manually go fetch data. When I get a text message, there's no reason for me to tap refresh. And we felt, why should it be different from anything else? And Firebase let us solve that. Firebase really allowed us to enhance the user experience by making it real time, simplify the UI by not having a refresh button, and cut down on development time.
Like any startup, the most valuable asset that you have is your team and your time. And what Firebase has allowed us to do is save 50% in terms of time by moving that much quicker with a product. It's a game changer.
We're using 8 features from Firebase right now. They're analytics, remote config, dynamic links, the real-time database, and more. Traditionally, that would have been in 8 different places. And now we go to one place, which is the Firebase console.
We're eager to launch this product in a big way. We're seeing how people are using the product and how they're inviting more and more friends that we're concerned. We're growing very, very quickly. So we sleep a lot easier at night knowing that we got Firebase that's really there to build that infrastructure.
If you're a developer, use it. We love it, and it's enabled us to focus on developing the user experience and not have to worry about the things in the background that should be there.
Yeah, with NPR One, we are reimagining what a listening experience could be outside of the radio.
It's the radio, but better. It has all of the great stuff that we've spent 40 years perfecting.
With NPR One, we see the opportunity of reaching a more diverse audience that have a device in their pocket at all times.
My name is Mike Saiflahi. I'm the lead mobile developer for NPR Digital Media.
My name is Nick Dupre, and I'm the innovation accountant at NPR.
My name is Tejas Mistry, and I'm the senior product manager of NPR One.
Just some of the biggest challenges in any mobile app are that first impression. When the user first installs the app, you've got a very limited amount of time to convince them to keep the app and to get engaged in the experience. Trying to figure out how we can get users into the content as quickly as possible was the real focus of integrating Firebase and dynamic links. Using dynamic links, we were able to shorten the number of interactions it takes for a user installing the app to get from the promoted content to the content from 20 to 3. So that user's able to get right into the content.
We're driving more and more listening per user every week. It's really astounding. Creating playlists of content that are configured by the podcaster or by a member station or by us internally. And with Firebase, we have that at our hands.
Having the analytics product interact with things like dynamic links, remote configuration, cloud messaging, it adds a real multiplier effect.
And the integration with the broader Firebase suite, I don't have to go outside the platform to figure out what's working. So it's not just about shipping the product faster, it's about analyzing the results faster. And with the integration with all the other Firebase products, we're really excited about all the things we can learn from it.
Raise Labs is a company that is focused on building excellence in software, technology, and design. We do that through our work on mobile applications and websites and technologies in general. My name is Gregory Raise. I'm the CEO and founder of Raise Labs. We really want to understand the human problem, and oftentimes the hard problems in software aren't just the technology problems, the API, the how do you connect these things, but really getting at the heart of what people are trying to accomplish and do in their day-to-day.
My name is Ben Johnson. I'm the managing director at Raise Labs in Boston.
We decided to put our hat in the ring for the Google Certified Agency Program. The first leg is just having access to a lot of what Google is doing today. So there's access to design reviews, invitations to events, and that's sort of the base level. And I think that's hugely rewarding even in and of itself. Having Google review your app from a design perspective is amazingly helpful. So that's sort of the first tier. The second tier comes with certified status. There's a long application process for that. And once you have it, it's something that you can really say to your clients that gives them comfort that we're a reputable firm, that we're building great software in a way that Google believes in.
The certification is a higher bar for us to really differentiate ourselves from many of the other companies out there. It required us to really dig into what that means to be truly world-class, and we wanted to set that bar for ourselves as well.
My name is John Green. I'm a VP Creative at Raise Labs. The Google Developer Agency Program allowed us to have access to engineers from the map team, the design team, to figure out, how can we actually do some of these things? And we could reach out to them when we needed. And also it allowed us to set up and say, we can make this a success. They might look closer at this app because we're part of this program, which has actually been super helpful.
Some of the challenges in building the Six Flags app, and we touched on some of these, are certainly mapping technology and payment technology, material design, or the APIs. Having access to the Google team to really ascertain how we're approaching certain software and ensuring that we're building technologies the right way makes for a smooth development process.
We set off to build the Six Flags app with a pretty lofty ambition, and it was to bring in-park navigation and commerce to the app. The comfort of knowing that Google is there to help us understand where they are heading as an organization and that we are along for that ride is a really helpful thing to know. And as a business, we know that going forward, we're going to be at the cutting edge of whatever Google is doing through access to programs, through the collaboration with their teams. It's really helpful for us to know that 6 months, 9 months down the road, we'll still be a part of that process, and we'll still be working with them to figure out what's next.
Right, let's have a little chat about a brand new API that's just coming out on the platform called the Media Session API. I heard about it when I started doing this app. It was mentioned to me by a couple of the Chrome engineers. But Francois, who's on my team, there's a brilliant Google Web Developers update where he explains in complete detail about how to set up the Media Sessions API. So check the notes below. We're going to pop in a link for that. But I will just show you briefly what it actually looks like in the context of the app on my phone here. In fact, because you probably can't see it, let's switch across to the direct screen cam. There you go. That's what it looks like on the phone. So as I start playing a video like this, you see that if I swipe down from the top, we actually get a notification which has an icon here, and it has play and rewind and fast forward buttons. And you get to configure those yourself. In fact, let me go into another one of these videos where I think I've actually set up to load some custom album art as well. So there's me and Jake. And you can see here now we've got custom album art, which is the picture of Jake. And the previous and next, the fast forward and rewind buttons are actually set to be skip forward 30 and go back 30. So I should be able to tap that and go forward 30, which you can see there. Oh, it's just skipped it right to the end. Whoops-a-daisy. But I can replay the video. Don't worry. The other thing that it actually does, which I really like, is if I turn off the screen and then on again, you can actually see that the picture, the album art, is actually the picture for my phone in the background. That is very exciting, isn't it? So let me show you a little bit as well, since we're here. Let me show you a little bit of the code. It's very straightforward. We have a quick check whether we support the Media Session API, which is basically looking for, let me show you actually. It is just simply looking for Media Session in Navigator. And if we have Media Session in Navigator, then we consider ourselves having the Media Session API. And what we do is we say media navigator.mediasession.metadata, and then we create one of these new media metadata thingamajigs. very exciting. ESLint doesn't like it. It doesn't think it's a real thing. It is a real thing. You can totally use it. And you give it things like the title, the album, the artwork. I've only set the 512 and the 256, but very much like your manifest files for progressive web apps, you can set as many of these as you need, and the user agent will choose whichever one it thinks it makes the most sense for the device that it's on, and it will upscale and downscale as necessary. But I currently am just setting a couple of them. I may need more as time goes by. And then afterwards, after we've set up the metadata, we set some action handlers for things like the play, the pause, the seat backwards, and the seat forwards. The thing to bear in mind here is that any that you set will have the buttons appear in the notification. If you don't set one, because there are other ones that you can set as well, and I forget which ones they are, but check out Francois' post. He explains the whole kit caboodle. Any that you don't set won't appear. Any that you do set will appear in the notification, and then somebody can control your stuff from the lock screen or by just dragging down from the top. All very good, isn't it, that? And very straightforward code to be writing. So a brilliant little progressive enhancement thing that you can chuck on, and that I have chucked on my Media app. Cool. Toodaloo.
Hi there, iOS developer. Interested in getting started with the Firebase platform in your app? Well, you've come to the right place. There are two main parts to getting the Firebase platform up and running: adding your app to the Firebase console and installing the SDK. Let's go over these one at a time. For starters, let's go to the Firebase console at this URL here. Depending on when you're watching this video, the UI might look slightly different, but the general concepts should remain the same. Now, depending on your situation, you might see a blank Create a New Project screen, or you might see a list of existing projects. Oh, before we go further, let me take a moment to explain the difference between projects and apps. A project consists of one or more apps. Now, all the apps in the same project use the same Firebase database backend. And if you want, you can use features like Firebase Cloud Messaging to talk to all of them at once. You don't have to, but you can, which is sometimes convenient. So if you're a developer that has a cross-platform app, you generally want to put the iOS and Android versions of your app in the same project. Now, that'll give you some nice cross-platform benefits. Your user can access the same data if they switch back and forth between the iOS and Android versions of your app. Things like dynamic links will work across both platforms. You can send one notification to all versions of your app, and so on. On the other hand, completely different apps, you should put those in completely different projects. There's nothing gained by cramming them into the same project except tears and heartache, I guess. So if you're working on a cross-platform app and your Android or web team has already created a Firebase project, you should probably select that project and connect your iOS app in there. Otherwise, if you're the first one to be adding Firebase capabilities to your app, you can be the one to create the new project. In my case, I'm the first app associated with the project, so I'm going to create a new project here. I'll give it a name, and there we go. Once you've selected or created a project, you're going to want to connect your client app. I'm going to select the iOS button here, and I'll give it my app's bundle ID. You are eventually going to need to add your App Store ID here if you want features like Firebase invites or dynamic links to work, but you can leave this blank for now and change it later. Now, when you click Continue, your browser should automatically download this Google Services info.plist file for you. Note that it needs to be named this exactly, so if you get that little one in parentheses after the name like I just did, you're going to need to do a little bit of renaming in Finder. Okay, next up, drag the file into your Xcode project, like so. And let me go back to the console and hit Continue here, and it's telling us that this would be a good time to install the Firebase CocoaPods. Now, I'm assuming you know something about Firebase CocoaPods, but if you don't, here's a little video for you to check out. It's fun. So I'm going to jump into my project directory here and do a little pod init. We'll open up the file, and I'm going to uncomment this line because I am using Swift, and this line because my app happens to have a base SDK of 8.0, although at the time of this recording, Firebase is supported as far back as 7.0. Next up, let's add some pods. Now, it's important to remember that to keep your app nice and svelte, you should only install the CocoaPods for features that you need. In fact, there is no all-encompassing Uber Firebase CocoaPod that installs everything for you. You're going to need to pod install each individual feature, and you can find a full list of the CocoaPods and the features they correspond to over here. Now, for starters, I'm just going to add Firebase/core, which includes everything needed to get the basics up and running and also enables Firebase Analytics. So now I'll make sure my project is closed, and I'll run pod install, and then let's open up the generated workspace. All right, we'll build it and make sure everything compiles okay. And it does. So we can move on to the next step. Okay, looks like the last step here is to add some initialization code. I recommend putting this in your app delegate did finish launching method. First things first, let's import Firebase in my app delegate. Note that this is usually the only thing I'll ever need to import no matter what we've installed. We're doing some pretty nifty work behind the scenes to make sure this works properly. I know this sounds like the exact opposite of my only pod install what you need advice from like 2 minutes ago, but trust me here, this makes development a whole lot easier. All right, so next up, we'll add the line for app.configure to make sure Firebase gets set up properly. And that's actually all you need to do. This configure method will take a look at what libraries you have installed, initialize them, grabbing all the appropriate constants from that Google Services file that you dragged in earlier into your Xcode project. So we'll give it a quick run, and if everything is set up and working correctly, you should see a few lines in your console about how Firebase Analytics is up and running. All right, so congratulations. You are now up and running with Firebase. So there are a lot of places you can go from here. You can add sign-in using Firebase Auth, or get your app talking to the real-time database, or start tracking more of your users' usage with Firebase Analytics. You can check out these links to get started and have a little fun.
I think that one of the things that I have applied in my life as I have been evolving is like, feel the fear and do it anyway. Well, I want to tell the whole story. Basically, I am a developer advocate at Google, and then somebody, the head of WebDevRel told me that, would you like to go to Latin America and to do the roadshow? And I said, yes. Anything that I can do to help the region and the developers here to advance and to enable them to create awesome stuff, it actually makes me very, very happy.
We've been in Sao Paulo and Rio, and now we're in Mexico City. We're doing one-day events and meeting fantastic developers. The web is a fantastic way to deliver content. You can get content to users with very small downloads using progressive web apps. My life philosophy, my motto, actually I have two mottos on the web. The first is keep it simple, and the second is focus on the user.
The Roadshow is a great way to educate people how to build fantastic user journeys from top to bottom in 2017 and beyond. Most of the barriers are self-inflicted. You really can do most of the things that people tell you not to do on your own. So keep pushing for what you want to achieve in life.
For us, it's really interesting to actually get out there and understand the local culture as well. Just, email or Twitter or something like that is not enough. You need to go out there and see there's actually human beings all over the place and understand both the opportunities they have, but also the constraints. So there's so many things in life that can be boring, but you actually get out there and you connect to people and you see all the similarities and the things you can do together. There's nothing better than that. Keep on exploring all the time. There's so many things that are terrifying and you don't want to take the risk, but it's almost always worth it.
It's great to be back in Mexico City. I've met some really amazing developers here who are just building some really cool things. So it's been an awesome opportunity to connect with folks. Every day when I go into work or start any new project, I always think to myself, no obstacles, only challenges.
My life motto is probably passion for your craft. So really believing in what you do and wanting to be the best at it. I can't wait to see what comes out of this, what gets built. This is exactly why we love doing what we do so much, to see these sorts of events and these sort of passionate developers and visit these sorts of amazing cities too.
We hope to come back, visit more countries, and we really want to hear what you're doing, the PWAs that you're making, and get in touch if you have something that you think we should look at.
It's the morning of day 2 at Google I/O 2017. Hi, I'm Timothy Jordan. I'm your friendly developer advocate on the ground here at Shoreline, and I'm going to be taking you around all the sandbox areas just like I was yesterday, so that you can have some of the experience as if you were here with me. So let's go play around in the accessibility tent, which is of course all about giving all of your users a great experience with your service. Let's check it out. Hi Rob, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing great. So can you help me with the accessibility of my website?
Absolutely. So what we're showing here is the new Audits 2.0 panel in DevTools. So Audits 2.0 is basically taking the very popular Lighthouse Chrome extension and integrating it directly into DevTools. So this will run a number of checks on your site for progressive web app stuff, performance, best practices, and especially accessibility. So,
all right, well, let's see what's wrong with it.
Yeah, so here we've got a page that has some form elements which are missing their associated labels. And so if you want, you can actually go and click on these nodes right here, and that'll actually take you into the Elements panel. So here we're showing the new Accessibility tab as well, so you can inspect all sorts of information about this node, this little input field right here.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
But it looks like it's not going to read anything.
Right, so right now we don't have a label for this control, so a screen reader is not going to know what to announce. So we actually do have a label element right down here. If you want, you can control-click on that. Yep, and add an attribute. And you can type in for equals sub-name. Yep, hit enter. And what that does, now if you click on this input field again, there you go. Now you can see that you've associated the label with the control. It's got a nice name, and a screen reader will announce it and tell the user what they're about to interact with.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That was easy, Rob. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, well, we're going to go look at some more stuff.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Happy to help.
All right, let's go check out the selfie stick with my friend Austin. How you doing, Austin?
Good.
So you've got a selfie stick, which is designed for people that selfie sticks usually aren't well designed for.
Exactly, yeah. So we have a Pixel here running TalkBack, which is a native screen reader to Android. And we have a feature that will give feedback when it's in the camera mode to what's in the screen.
Now let's hear what it says.
Camera, 2 faces. Shutter button, 2 faces. Double tap to activate. Shutter button is now enabled. Photo taken, 2 faces.
Yeah, it just took a selfie, so it's giving audible feedback to what's in the screen, if the face is centered, and if it's good for selfie.
All right, there's one more thing that I want to check out. It's really cool, and it's right over here. Hi, Jessica. So this is a spoon for people who have, say, limited hand movement, right? And I'm just going to go ahead and try and use it, if that's all right. It's the trick is to try and dump the beans out. I can't do it. That's really cool. Thank you so much. I'll put that down.
Hey everyone, thank you very much for coming. My name's Josh Gordon. I work in TensorFlow Developer Relations. And I'm really excited to share with you some thoughts on deep learning today, a whole bunch of resources you can use to learn much more about it, and a pair of my favorite open source models for image classification, natural language processing, and some neat tricks you can do with these. And I'll also show you some cool things and how you can actually use a pre-trained image classification network to generate your own artwork, which I find really interesting. So before we get started, I just wanted to take a moment to reflect on this idea of reproducible research. So we can do a lot of things today with deep learning that I think we take for granted. So in 2005, I spent about 6 months trying to do basic image classification. I was working in a medical lab, and we had a slide containing some solution with some cells on it. And my goal was to use a neural network to identify cells that were diseased and cells that were healthy. So I was literally just tagging regions of an image. And there were many machine learning libraries in 2005, including some great ones that I still use today in a teaching setting, like Weka, which I absolutely love. But we were still writing a lot of our neural network code by hand. And it took us about 6 months to get a network that worked well just for this binary classification task. And it was really hard to experiment with different network architectures and different optimizers. And what's interesting, we had a lot of really good engineers working with us. And doing this type of image classification today looks very different. So today, a strong Python developer with some basic background in TensorFlow and willingness to try different open source models and read some literature could do a much, much, much better job than I could have done in 6 months, like full time, in just a few days. And so there's really been a lot of value created. And the reason that we can do all these great things is that a lot of researchers, academics, and developers, both from universities and Google and other large companies and small, have been, I think, very generous in sharing their tools and their ideas and their code so that the next generation of developers can iterate and refine on their ideas. So we have a lot of value at our fingertips. And because I started my machine learning career in medicine, I just also wanted to take a moment to reflect on some value that's been created by a lot of this reproducible research in these open source models. And so here are 3 applications of medical imaging from the last 8 months or so. And they all rely on an open source TensorFlow model that I'll show you today called Inception. And Inception is one of the world's most accurate image classifiers. It's completely open source, which means you can check it out and train it on your own data to classify things you care about. Here we're looking at work in diabetic retinopathy. I'm going clockwise from the top left. Diabetic retinopathy, and the basic idea here is there's an eye disease, and if it's caught early, it's treatable. And if it's caught late, it can lead to blindness. And so in this work, we're using image recognition to identify patients in need of care. The next image here was a Nature paper from Stanford University, and this was using TensorFlow and image classification actually on Android to detect skin cancer. And the cool thing about this is that I don't mind going to the doctor, but I'm kind of a lazy guy. But if I had an Android app that I could just quickly scan my arm to find out if something was malignant or not, I'm much more likely to do advanced screening. And then in the lower left, we have work using image classification in medical pathology. And the idea here is you have a pathologist, and their job is to take a look at a slide and find cells that are cancerous. The problem is these slides can be enormous. They can be 100,000 pixels by 100,000 pixels. So we're talking about billions of pixels on this slide. And they might be looking for a small region that contains cancerous cells. And so you can imagine that scanning these slides by hand can be incredibly demanding. But of course, if you have an image recognition model, you can analyze every single region on that image with a fine-tooth comb. And you can really build tools to assist physicians in their diagnostic work. So we can also do awesome, fun things with like art and music and sound. But there's also, like, I think, real humanitarian value here that's becoming increasingly accessible. And the reason I really like this medical stuff is this is a field that is not computer science. But because of a lot of reproducible work in deep learning, we're seeing a lot of value being created in many disciplines, including things you wouldn't expect, like artwork. So I mentioned the word deep learning a couple of times. And so here I'd like to show you a cartoon diagram of a fully connected deep neural network. And this particular network is classifying this image as a cat or a dog. And I wanted to show you this to highlight one of the differences with deep learning and some of the work I was doing in, say, 2005. So the way I would have written an image classifier in 2005 is I would have written a lot of Python code to extract features from the image. I would have thought about what features do I want to feed into my classifier. And this would be lines and shapes, colors. I might have used a library like OpenCV to do face detection. But in deep learning, we can give the classifier the raw pixels from the image. And we'll let the network find good features on its own. And we can actually visualize what it learns later. The reason this is called a deep neural network is there is more than one layer. We have a stack of layers. It's a deep neural network. That's where the term deep learning comes from. And at the very top, this network happens to be classifying that image as a cat or a dog. there are many wonderful deep learning libraries, but of course my favorite is TensorFlow. It's from Google, and as you guys probably know, it's used both for research and production. This means that TensorFlow has everything you need to build products with hundreds of millions of users, like Google Photos, as well as do actual research, like the work you saw in medical imaging. And having the same code base for both of these is very valuable. So these are the, I'm going to have to fly through this, by the way. I have a lot of content that I want to share with you, so I'm going to have to accelerate a little bit. So here are some of the papers. Well, these are actually blog posts, but all of them point to a paper that I'd like to share with you today and show you how you can do practical and fun things with them. And of course, there's much, much, much more. Google Research in the last couple years has been prolific in publishing papers. And many of these are state-of-the-art. And often, in addition to the paper, they publish everything you need to try this out on your own. And I'm going to show you what that means. So one question that comes up, if you have a, say, state-of-the-art natural language parser, that has a lot of business value. And one question that's asked to me a lot is, well, why open source that? Why share it? And one really important reason is that it empowers others to continue your ideas. So I'm not doing research now, but even as just a hacker, I have many more projects than I will ever finish in my lifetime. Because you guys are all busy, there's not enough hours in the day. But by open sourcing your code, you make it possible for the next generation to continue your line of thought. And then another huge benefit is that it reduces barriers to entry. So rather than having to design your own image classifier from scratch, you can immediately go to this state-of-the-art in open source and get started right away on the problems that you care about. So briefly, here's what makes a good, reproducible open source release. Of course, you want to share your code, but in machine learning, you want to share all of the code. That means the code you need for inference, for training, as well as for evaluation. So you can't have any hidden pieces. Otherwise, it's not reproducible. You always want to share the data set that you used to train the model. I know sometimes there's lots of copyright issues, especially if you're working with images, but you should at least make it reproducible. It's also really helpful to include a toy data set when you share a model. And by a toy data set, I mean a small piece that makes it really easy for someone to test if their end-to-end pipeline is working properly. A pre-trained checkpoint is super valuable. So I believe the first implementation of Inception, and this was about a year ago, took something like a week to train on a machine with 8 GPUs. Of course, not everyone happens to have 8 GPUs sitting around. So by sharing a pre-trained checkpoint, that means the model works out of the box to classify images, and it makes it much faster to explore with. And then something that I'm a recent convert to is Docker. So oftentimes, you have a lot of dependencies in your environment. And so by sharing a Docker container, it makes it much faster for people to try your ideas. So this talk is about open source models, but of course, you can also develop with deep learning by writing code. And briefly, I want to show you what that looks like. So the point I want to make is that developing with deep learning does not have to be hard. With basic Python skills, you can write neural networks in something like 15 lines of code now. So this is code from a library called Keras, which is a high-level machine learning API that I really like. It's very concise, and it's fully supported in TensorFlow. And the idea is that in TensorFlow, you'll get the best of both worlds. And here is almost the entire code to define a network very similar to that cartoon diagram we saw earlier. I'm adding a stack of layers, and most of the work here is going into making sure that the weights and the sizes all line up. I got to pick up the pace of this. Here's code to compile the model. And so in deep learning, if you're learning it for the first time, one thing to be aware of is you'll run into a whole lot of new terminology. And oftentimes, the terminology you encounter can be quite scary. Like here, we're looking at something that says loss equals categorical cross-entropy. And the first time I saw that, I was like, oh my God, this is incredibly different from a lot of stuff I've worked with in the past. But oftentimes, when you look at these terms, they're simpler than they sound. So loss in deep learning just means error, and it's just a number. And categorical cross-entropy is just a fancy word for comparing two distributions. So there's a distribution that you predict, and there's a distribution you should have predicted. And that will just give you a number that says how different they were. I also wanted to... There we go. I also wanted to let you know that TensorFlow comes with a nice visualization tool called TensorBoard. And as you can see from this animation that has failed spectacularly, you can use TensorBoard to actually visualize the neural network that you defined and actually poke inside the layers. So the second way to get started with deep learning is to leverage open source, which is what I want to focus on today. And the first model I want to talk about is Inception. and I'll show you how you can use Inception for image classification, as well as Deep Dream and style transfer. So before we saw a cartoon neural network, but here's what Inception actually looks like. You can see it's much larger, it has many more layers, and inside the layers there's more moving parts. And when you're defining a network like Inception, this is somewhere where TensorFlow really begins to shine. And tools like TensorBoard make it really easy to spot any errors that you have in your architecture. So first I want to talk about image classification. So I'm from New York, so here's a picture I snapped last week looking north towards Central Park from the office. And when you're doing image classification, the easiest way to get started is to use an API. And I just want to show you what this looks like. So this is the Google Cloud Vision API. It's drag and drop, and there's also a RESTful interface. And basically, you can classify the image, and you'll get a set of tags back. So here, this is a skyline, city, metropolis, whatever. But you can also do this in open source. And you can do this actually quite easily. So here's code for Keras running inside TensorFlow. And this is actually the complete code on this slide. It's complete. And this code will actually import Inception, which is a network architecture that we saw on the previous slide. It will load the pre-trained weights from a checkpoint and pre-process and classify an image. And so this stuff is much, much more accessible than it often seems. And this right here in these, like, whatever, 5 lines of code is much, much, much better than what I could have done just a few years ago with a huge amount of effort. And the funny thing about Inception out of the box is if you classify this image, you get nonsensical tags back. So here, Inception is telling me that this is a valley and possibly a doormat. And the reason why that is, and it's not a problem, the reason why that is the pre-trained model that comes with Inception is from a data set called ImageNet. And ImageNet has 1 million different images from 1,000 different categories. But most of them are pictures of dogs, cats, flowers, artwork. And so, of course, image classifiers only can recognize the things they've been trained on. So Inception doesn't know any better when you get started. And in fact, the blog post that announced the latest version of Inception is very proud that out of the box, Inception is actually sensitive enough to tell the difference between these 2 different species of dogs. One's a Malamute and one's a Husky. And it's this sensitivity that, when you retrain Inception on different data, makes it very good in the medical diagnosis domain. And in fact, there's a good expression, don't trust but verify. If you run Inception on this image, you'll actually get output that's more sensible. So it will identify it correctly as a dog. So probably you don't care about recognizing dogs. So how can you take Inception and retrain it to recognize images that you care about? And the good news is, there's this concept in machine learning called transfer learning that I want to briefly introduce and then show you how accessible it is. So the idea in transfer learning is simple, and that's if you have learned a neural network to, say, recognize dogs, and now you want to recognize, say, cities, do you really need to start from scratch? While you're learning to recognize dogs, the network has probably identified useful features and images that might be applicable to other things. So instead of throwing away the network that you've previously learned and retraining from scratch, instead you can do surgery on the network. You can chop off the very last layer of weights and create output nodes just for the classes you care about. And then instead of relearning the entire network, which might take a week and 1 million images, you can relearn just the very last layer. And you can do that in 30 seconds, and you might only need 100 images. So with a very small amount of data, you can actually create your own image classifier. And I wanted to let you know we have a code lab for this, and just a couple days ago we published a second version of it called TensorFlow for Poets. And TensorFlow for Poets is dead simple. It's basically going to run a bunch of scripts for you that do that surgery on the network. And the only thing you need to train a very high accuracy custom classifier is literally to collect directories of images that you care about. So what we're looking at here is an app that I built at the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York. And I can point at paintings and sculptures, and it will tell me which one it is. And Poets 1 and 2 will actually walk you through training a classifier and installing it onto an Android. A hilarious piece of criticism that I got about TensorFlow for Poets was some developers felt that it was too easy. And TensorFlow for Poets is a really easy code lab. It's not meant to go into the details of how transfer learning works, but we have TensorFlow tutorials for that if you're interested. But there's something really important about TensorFlow for Poets. A lot of using machine learning in practice is not about thinking really carefully about how to define models and like using sophisticated algorithms and lots of math. A lot of machine learning is just like development in general. If you're building an app, like this one at the museum, you have to think carefully about how is this app going to be used in production. So if a user picks it up and they point it at a painting or a sculpture, you have to think about things like, what if it's dark? What if there's someone in the background? What if there's an obstruction? And so a lot of thinking in machine learning is how can you collect training data to cover these different cases? And if you do that properly, then you'll have an app that works very well in practice. And for Android developers here, I wanted to let you know we have 3 Android samples for TensorFlow. The one on the far left is doing something called style transfer, which I'll show in a sec. It's beautiful. The one in the middle is an image classifier, which runs Inception. And the one on the right is an object detector, which can help you identify the location of things in images. So one really, really fascinating thing about deep learning that I would just want to give you a preview of is that when you learn an image classifier, in addition to being able to classify images, that classifier actually has gained some knowledge about images in general. And you can use that knowledge, surprisingly, to generate art. I'm running behind, so I'm going to skip that, and we're going to go straight into Deep Dream. So, question. How many people have heard of or tried Deep Dream? So, like half, right. How many people know why it's important? Much fewer. So, to me, the point of Deep Dream is not that we can generate beautiful psychedelic artwork. Like, that's really wonderful, but that's not why Deep Dream is fascinating to me. The reason that I find Deep Dream interesting is it really begins to investigate the question, why is it that deep neural networks are so good at recognizing images? And there's things we know about deep learning in general, why they're so effective. Of course, with like GPUs and cloud, we can train larger networks on much more data. So that's one reason why networks are so good. Another reason is there's been many algorithmic improvements over the last few years that enable you to train networks more efficiently. These are things like different initialization strategies, or optimizers, or batch norm. But the reason, in my view, that why deep neural networks are so good at recognizing images is they automatically learn features. So I mentioned with that cartoon diagram at the start that the network will find useful features from images automatically. And in addition to finding useful features, networks actually learn a hierarchy of those features. So in most image recognition networks, you're using something called convolution. And I wanted to give you a preview of what convolution looks like. So when I say convolution, what I really mean is using a filter. And so on the left, we have a grayscale picture of Manhattan. In the center, we have a 3x3 filter. And on the right, we have another image that shows very roughly the edges of where the buildings are. This kernel or filter is a little edge detector that I wrote. It's very scrappy, but if you write Python code to slide this filter along the image and compute the dot product of what's beneath it at each location, it will produce that image, which roughly shows the edges. So this filter is hand-engineered, but in convolutional neural networks, we're going to learn a hierarchy of these things. So here, I've added a line of Keras that's going to learn 32 of these filters. And each of these filters is going to be learned as a function of the raw input image, so as a function of the pixels. But if you have a stack of these filters, what you're doing is you have the first layer is finding features of the raw image. The second layer of filters is learning features of features. And the third layer is learning features of features of features. So the filters that you learn become increasingly abstract, and you get this for free by virtue of training an image classifier. You get this learned hierarchy of filters. And what I've done here is, and you can repeat this with the code of the GULink, is I've started from random noise, and I've optimized the noise to increasingly excite filters at different layers of the network. And the really interesting thing, and I think there's really good science to be done here in really understanding this rigorously, is that the lowest layer of filters generally learns to detect edges and colors. The next layer is learning textures. Those are features of edges and colors. And then as you move higher up the network, you begin to learn things like patterns. And if you go way high up the network, which I'll show you later, that's when you get psychedelic stuff. And so Deep Dream doesn't have to be used to create trippy artwork. As you'll see in a moment, I'm not an artist, but what I tried to do is use Deep Dream to turn this image into something like a firework display. And to do this, you can actually select which filter you want to optimize for. If you look at the Deep Dream notebook at the GULink on the top, you're going to see a whole lot of code. But the interesting thing is that something like 90% of that code is fine-tuning, just to make sure that the images that are produced are really beautiful. This is basically the core of the Deep Dream algorithm, and it's really, really concise. So the basic idea in TensorFlow here is that we're going to pick some filter from some layer of the network, and we're going to define a loss function. The loss is just a number. And here, the loss is going to tell us, on average, how excited is this filter by some image. So if we classify any random image, the filter is going to get some activation. And in Deep Dream, what we can do is we can say, TensorFlow, please tell me the gradient of this loss with respect to my image. And you're asking TensorFlow, given an image, how should I modify that to increasingly excite some filter in the network? And then what you can do is you can literally modify the image according to the gradient. And here I can actually add it directly to the image and repeat. And so your image will progressively excite a filter. And that's where Deep Dream comes from. So here's another picture I took from the Reservoir in New York. And we're looking south from 90th Street. And I ran Deep Dream on top of it using a filter at a very high level of the network. And this particular filter, actually, I'm sorry, I ran it on a whole layer of the network, the second to last layer. And if you run Deep Dream on an entire layer, what you're really saying is, TensorFlow, please progressively modify the image to excite all the filters. So you're basically super saturating it with things that it knows how to recognize. And that's why you see, if you use Inception, that's why you see dogs and cats and snakes and stuff like that everywhere. But if you took Inception and you retrained it, say on artwork, and then you ran Deep Dream on top of that, you would no longer have these dogs. Instead, you might modify an image to contain elements of like Monet and Picasso. So it's cool, but I think there's good science there. I didn't want to show you this here, but the notebook actually contains code to produce your own animated dreams. But it was borderline not safe for work, not in like a strange sense. It was just almost, it was too psychedelic and seizure-inducing. So there's another absolutely beautiful thing you can do with pre-trained image networks. And this is called style transfer. And for people new to it, I can't recommend this strongly enough. It is my favorite way to produce really beautiful artwork. So what I want to show you is something from a project called Magenta. There's going to be a talk on Magenta tomorrow by Douglas Eck, who's one of the project leads. Magenta is a wonderful project, and it investigates how you can use deep learning to generate art and music. And they've done a great job. So here, in style transfer, the idea is that you begin with a painting. And here's one from the Museum of Modern Art in New York. And then you take a photograph. So here's one of the Golden Gate Bridge. And the goal in style transfer is to produce a new piece of artwork that combines the style of the painting with the content of the photograph. And by style, I mean things like edges and shapes and colors. And by content, I mean things that are semantic, like here I see a bridge. And so if you try to do this by hand, or in Photoshop or whatever, to produce a new painting, the result would probably not be very good, unless you're much better at Photoshop than I am. But using style transfer, you can actually generate images like this, which are astoundingly good. And the reason I find this so interesting is you're able to produce images like this almost for free as an artifact of training an image classifier. And in Deep Dream, what we were doing is finding an image that maximally excites some filter of the network. But in style transfer, we need to somehow caption the notion of content and style. And here's a high-level diagram of how that works. We also get this for free. If you take, say, the painting on the top, and you use some existing image classifier, and you just classify the painting, what you can do is look at the activations of the lower half of the layers, roughly. Earlier, we saw that the first layer detected edges, shapes, and colors and textures, say in the first three. And so when you classify the image, by looking at the activations in those layers, in some sense, you can capture what it means to have style. And then if you classify the photograph, and you look at the activations towards the top of the network, you have some sense of what it means to have content. And then if you combine those, you can actually come up with a number that you can optimize in TensorFlow. And that's how you actually can start with random noise and progressively optimize it to minimize a loss that combines content and style. And so at a high level, that's how it works. But I think the science behind it is mind-blowing. So this is a good example in deep learning of something that never in 100 years would I have thought that ever I could write a Python program to produce images like that stylized bridge. It just never would have happened. But it turns out that this is something we get for free. And you'll see in Douglas's talk, if you go, which I highly recommend, you can actually do style transfer in real time now. And here, what they're doing is they have a collection of paintings, and they're saying, I'd like to apply some more Starry Night to this dog. All right. So that's Inception. Language is also obviously really important. people that work in like robotics or like video or images or games have the best demos. So their work is usually more well known. But obviously, almost all the apps we write work with text. So here I want to show you a couple models from the SyntaxNet family. Well, actually just one, Parsysaurus. And Parsysaurus is currently the world's most accurate natural language processor. And it's completely open source in TensorFlow. So here's how we can work with text. So imagine you just have a simple sentence, I love NYC. One thing you can do if you go the API route is you can use something like the Cloud Natural Language API to analyze this sentence. It's drag and drop. There's a web demo, which is actually really fun. And it's also RESTful if you write code. So here, we're seeing the Cloud API telling us that love is a verb, and it's looking at a dependency parse, so we can find out that NYC is the direct object of the sentence. But you can also do this in open source TensorFlow. And so here is a single line of code to start up a Docker container for SyntaxNet. And this will contain the Parsysaurus model, as well as code for over 40 different languages. And using this, you can actually do some really interesting things. So parsing McParseface from last year, McParseface was previously the world's most accurate natural language parser. And McParseface has been superseded by Parsysaurus. The main difference, well, one of the differences between them is that parsing McParseface operated on words. So the tokens that it would analyze would be the, go stack, to stims. But Parsysaurus operates on characters, so it's much finer grained. This is a quote from a book called The Meaning of Meaning. And if you look at it, this sentence is nonsensical. But what's really funny is for some reason our brain actually knows a whole lot about this sentence. So for instance, I could ask you some questions about it. So what do you think the part of speech is for distims? Is distims a noun? Is distims a verb? It's a verb. And it's funny that we know that, because it's not a word. And the really interesting thing is you can actually use Parsysaurus to tell you that as well. So if you fire up that Docker container, you'll find an IPython notebook called the Interactive Text Analyzer. And with just a few lines of code, you can feed Parsysaurus that sentence. You can get back a bunch of tokens, which are protobufs that contain a whole bunch of information about the parse. You can iterate over it, find the distims word, and print out the part of speech tag. And Parsysaurus will tell you that that's distims. You can also ask the question, who or what is doing the distimming? And is it the dashes that are distimming, or is it the go stack? And when I read this, I see it. It's the go stack is the thing that's doing the distimming. And Parsysaurus can tell you that as well. So if you iterate over the tokens, we can find the subject of the sentence. And you'll find out that's the go stack. Parsysaurus can also tell you a lot more about a sentence like this. So if you just print out the raw protobufs from all the tokens, you'll get a whole slew of information, and only some of it is actually on this slide. So it actually can give you pretty fine-grained stuff. Like, for instance, it can tell you that distims is in the present tense. It can tell you that the go stack is singular, and it can tell you that the dashes are plural. And then the Natural Language API has these beautiful dependency trees, but you can actually produce that as well. And so the notebook actually contains code using good old GraphViz to produce something that looks exactly like this. And there you can see that the dashes is the object of the sentence. So there's a lot of value in open source. And the cool thing about Parsysaurus is that multilingual support is obviously really important. And I'm really, really impressed by the SyntaxNet team, as well as the Magenta team and the Inception team, because out of the box, they actually have a link where you can download pre-trained models for 40 different languages. Or more than 40, actually. Loading these languages, it's a little bit, there's a few more parameters, but it's really 1 or 2 lines of code. And so you can switch the model to German, just like that, and here are the languages that I saw out of the box. So this is actually really cool, because if you're building any kind of application that works with text and is doing something machine learning-y, you can think about multilingual support from the start. There's 2 really good use cases for this. The first is an easy way to get started, and if you have an existing system which is doing some sort of text classification, this could be sentiment analysis, or you could be doing spam detection, whatever, and you're using part of speech tags or dependency tags, you can use a model like Parsysaurus to get a slight boost in your accuracy. But I think more importantly, you can use this as a foundation for a new system. So anytime you're training a model in deep learning, you're going to need lots of data. And I think by using these features as additional input, you can reduce the amount of data that you need because you're not going to have to learn notions like part of speech and dependency tags from scratch. Instead, you get them for free. There's a really awesome term that I found on Magenta's blog, and it's called Release++. And so this is some text that I actually stole from their article where they're talking about something called NSYNC, which is actually a program that can generate sounds. And I thought this was a really beautiful passage. So when they shared the code for NSYNC, they explicitly called out, sure, they're sharing the code, but they're also sharing pre-trained models and a Docker container. And because the team has done such a wonderful job of doing this, it means that if you want to try out their work, especially in style transfer, you can do it out of the box, and it works very, very well. And it sounds simple, but that's actually something really hard to achieve in practice. Like, I can't tell you how much time I spend playing with open source software and machine learning, whether it's written in TensorFlow or a different toolkit, and it is so hard to actually replicate results. And so I think some of the work that I've showed you today is good examples of work that sets the bar on really how to share ideas. I think I've accelerated too much in my rush to get through all this content. But anyway, a blessing and a curse of learning deep learning today is that there are a huge number of educational resources. There's actually an entire Medium blog post where somebody actually very helpfully went through something like 30 different machine learning courses and looked at all the reviews. So here are just a couple that I'd recommend. Stanford has a great course. It's actually student-initiated. It's really impressive on TensorFlow. CS20SI. It has an intimidating title. The title is like TensorFlow for Deep Learning Research. But really, a lot of this course will actually walk you through the basics of writing TensorFlow programs. If you're new to neural networks, the course notes from CS231N are outstanding. That course also has a slightly intimidating title. It's Introduction to Convolutional Neural Networks. But the beginning of the class will actually walk you through, just in Python, it doesn't use TensorFlow at all, really what is a classifier, how do you write one from scratch, and then it will take you from something like k-nearest neighbors all the way up to a convolutional neural network. If you like natural language processing, although it's not on the slide, Stanford also has, I believe, CS224N, which is actually a course in doing natural language processing with TensorFlow. And then there's a wonderful blog if you'd like to get some intuition for how neural networks actually work under the hood and why they're so good at recognizing images and doing other things. Chris Ola's blog is absolutely outstanding, and I highly recommend it. So thanks very much. One of my favorite things about I/O is just actually looking at the crowd. I see a bunch of folks that I haven't seen for about a year. So I like this conference a lot. I'll be around if you have any questions, and I'm happy to chat afterwards. So thank you very much, guys, and I hope these resources are useful.
Android Wear 2.0 is the most significant update to Android Wear since its launch in 2014. I'm Hoi Lam, and I'm here to take you through 3 highlights of Android Wear 2.0. First, material design has arrived on Android Wear. The new Android Wear interface uses a darker color palette, which makes the watch blend in more in social environments. It also helps save battery by OLED displays. We also suggest that developer adopts vertical layouts and reserve horizontal swipe for activity dismissal. In our research, this makes user interface easier to understand. To help developer implement these new design patterns, we have introduced new user interface components such as the wearable drawer layout and wearable recycler view. Check out the material design for Android Wear site for more details. The second highlight for Android Wear 2.0 is watch face complications. Before Android Wear 2.0, if a watch face wanted to display data from another app, they need a one-to-one agreement in both business and technical terms. To alleviate this complexity, with Android Wear 2.0, we have introduced the Complications API. Complications are a traditional watchmaking term for areas of the watch face that displays information other than the time, such as the date or phases of the moon. We have extended this concept to smartwatches, so any app can publish data for watch faces to consume. And watch faces can display these data in a style that fits into their unique designs. For app developers, this helps increase user engagement and mindshare. For watch face makers, this adds utility to the watch face. Users can now choose whichever watch face they want, as well as getting the data that they need. Check out the watch face and complications sections of the developer documentation for more details. Last but not least, standalone functionality. Previously, Android Wear 1.0 apps require a phone app to communicate with the cloud. With Android Wear 2.0, Wear apps can access the internet directly without the need for a corresponding Android phone app installed. This means the Android Wear app can access the internet even if the user has an iPhone. To help with app distribution, we have also put the Google Play Store on the watch. Users can now download apps directly on their wrist. Apart from these three areas of improvement, material design, complications, and standalone apps, there are numerous other enhancements with Android Wear 2.0. Check out the Android Wear developer site for more details. I'm Hoi Lam. Happy coding!
The IndexedDB 2.0 standard is now fully supported in Chrome and features new schema management, bulk action methods, and more standardized handling of failures. Progressive web apps become more immersive with display full screen. Allow top navigation by user activation gives sandboxed iframes new powers, and there's plenty more. I'm Pete LePage. Let's dive in and see what's new for developers in Chrome 58. The structure of your site's database has large performance impacts and can be difficult to change. IndexedDB 2.0 changes that. Updates, object stores, and indexes can now be renamed in place after refactoring. Binary keys allow for more natural keys without worrying about performance penalties. Data retrieval is easier with getKey, OpenKeyCursor, and continue primary key methods. And bulk recovery of entire datasets no longer needs a cursor with getAll and getAllKey. When progressive web apps are launched from the Android home screen, they launch in a standalone app-like mode that hides the Omnibox. This helps create an engaging user experience and frees up screen space for content. However, for even more immersive experiences like games, video players, and other rich content, mobile UI elements such as the system bar can still be a distraction and take up valuable pixels that you may want. Now, you can make your progressive web app feel more immersive by setting Display Full Screen in your web app manifest. When your app is launched from the home screen, all non-app mobile UI elements will be hidden. Chrome 58 now supports the new iframe sandbox keyword, Allow Top Navigation by User Activation. When triggered by a user interaction, this keyword gives sandboxed iframes the ability to navigate the top-level page while still blocking auto redirects. And of course, there's plenty more. Say goodbye to the clear fix hack. Instead of manually resetting multiple layout properties like float and clear, you can now add a new block formatting context using display flow root. pointerEvents.getCoalescedEvents allows you to access all input events since the last time a pointer event was delivered. Perfect for when you need a precise history of points for things like drawing apps. And workers and shared workers can be created using data URLs, making development with workers more secure by giving them an opaque origin. These are just a few of the changes in Chrome 58 for developers. Check the description for more details, including links to the docs and specs.
Hey everyone, Sam here. In this web series, we'll solve common web problems with standards. These techniques are part of the web platform and work with any framework or library. Okay, let's go. If you're animating some elements, whether you're using CSS, the Web Animations API, or libraries which just use Request Animation Frame, make sure you help your browser stay speedy by letting it use your 3D graphics card. Sam, what are you talking about? When you look at a website, it's made up of layers stacked on top of each other, and your graphics card won't need to redraw for changes to only some certain CSS properties, specifically opacity and transform. These two properties let you move stuff around and change how visible it is. You can animate, width, color, or other CSS properties, but do it sparingly and not in response to user action, where you want to be snappy. To keep things fast, if you have elements that move around a lot, you'll also want to set the will change transform or opacity CSS property. This is a hint to the browser. This element should be a layer all the time. Otherwise, when you upgrade or downgrade to a layer, you incur a cost. The browser has to redraw that specific part of the page. But if you give everything on your page a layer, this might bog down your browser as it struggles to compose them all together. This is a complicated topic, and you should check out more documentation to learn more about it. And most importantly, your site doesn't need to be perfect. It won't crush your user's experience to make a few mistakes here and there, but it's good to keep on top of it. Check Chrome's rendering section inside Developer Tools once in a while just to see what's happening and how your site's going. This was Layers the standard way. See you on the next tip.
The only thing that evolves faster than technology is our expectations. We want everything. Better, easier, now. Suddenly, downloading an app feels like it takes forever. And in many parts of the world, data is still at a premium, with 1 megabyte costing up to 5% of a monthly wage. Let's face it though, until now, the alternative to native apps hasn't been great. But that was then. Progressive web apps can now deliver mobile web experiences with a native look and feel, offering features like real-time push notifications, adding a site to your home screen so you can easily jump back to it with a single tap, even when you're offline. Plus the ability to make quick payments on the go. And all from your browser. This is the next generation of the mobile web. So what are we waiting for? Let's go and build something great.
I'm Wojtek Kaliciński, this is Android Tooltime, and let's talk a bit about the Espresso Test Recorder and how it can help with adding UI tests to your app. But first, a short explanation for those unfamiliar with Espresso. Espresso is a testing framework designed to provide a fluent API for writing concise and reliable UI tests. However, it is often the case that developers are reluctant to add UI tests to their apps, or simply don't have time to learn the framework. This is where the Espresso Test Recorder comes in. It lets you create and add UI tests to an existing app in an interactive way. You may have previously seen the beta version of this feature, but in Android Studio 2.3, we are promoting it to stable with a few enhancements. To get started with the test recorder, click on Record Espresso Test under the Run menu. The device selection dialog pops up, and after you make your choice, the test recorder runs your app in debug mode. Simply progress through your app's UI as a regular user would, by clicking buttons, swiping, and typing into input fields, and all those actions will appear in the test recorder window. You can also click here to add an assertion to your test at any time during recording, which will trigger the test recorder to dump the current view hierarchy. To select the view you want to assert on, click on the screenshot that appears in the recording window and choose between the assertion type from view exists, doesn't exist, or check that it contains the specified text. When you've finished recording your test, the test recorder generates the equivalent test code to run your actions and assertions and puts it in a new file in your project's instrumentation test folder. It also checks if your build file contains the required Espresso dependencies and adds those if needed. When you look at the source file that Espresso Test Recorder created, you will see that it's perfectly normal, human-readable code, so if you need to further customize your tests or alter them when your app changes, you can simply open the file again and make the alterations you need. As you can see, the Espresso Test Recorder is very simple to use, but it does come with some limitations. As of Android Studio 2.3, only a few most common assertions are available through the Recorder UI, so if you need anything more complicated than that, you will need to edit the generated code by hand. Also, at this stage, the test recorder cannot handle all situations where additional synchronization is needed to deal with delays and async operations in your apps. I highly recommend getting familiar with the Espresso Idling Resource API and using that in your tests to signal when a long-running operation happens. For advanced users who want to tweak some aspects of test code generation, there's a settings page for the test recorder in Android Studio Preferences. Here you can change the maximum view hierarchy depth that will be used for view identification, and if app data should be cleared every time you record a new test. The Espresso Test Recorder is a great way to start adding tests to your app, whether you want to learn Espresso by examining the generated code, or simply to quickly build a test suite which you can customize later. We look forward to your feedback on our social channels, and happy testing.
Consider the simple URL. A few years ago, these were pretty straightforward. You clicked on one and 9 times out of 10, you went to a web page. Then things changed. People started using their mobile devices for, well, everything. And these devices in turn started supporting the idea of deep links. Click on one of these deep links and it could take you not just anywhere on the web, but anywhere in an app as well. So you could use a deep link to point directly to a specific restaurant inside a reservation app, or give your new customers a personalized welcome based on the link that brought them to your app in the first place. At least, that's how they worked in theory. In practice, deep linking had issues. The same link wouldn't necessarily work on an iOS or Android device, and they behave very differently, or didn't work at all, for users who didn't have your app installed. And for people who did install your app through a deep link, all of that great link info was typically lost during the installation process, leaving your personalized warm welcome out in the cold. So while deep links were great in theory, their uses were a little more limited in practice. Enter Firebase Dynamic Links. Firebase Dynamic Links are deep links that work the way you want them to. So you can create one single link that behaves one way on iOS, another on Android, and even a third on a desktop browser, and it will take you to a place that's appropriate to that platform. You can also set up dynamic links to change their behavior depending on whether or not your user has your app installed. For users who don't have your app installed, maybe you send them to your website, maybe you take them to the Play Store, or maybe you show them an interstitial describing the benefits of your app before you take them to the App Store for a smoother transition. More importantly, these links can survive the App Store installation process. So if your user installs your app when clicking on a dynamic link, all of that information is still available to you when your user opens up your app for the first time. So what does this mean? It means you can use dynamic links the way you've always wanted to use deep links. You can use them in marketing campaigns, from email to social media to banner ads to, heck, even QR codes. And in addition to install attribution tracking, you know, the kind that lets you know which campaigns are getting you the highest quality users, you can also give your users a customized first-time experience based on the campaign that brought them there. So if a user installs your music app because you showed them an ad for classical music, you can make sure your app takes them right to Chopin's latest hits when they first open it up. Dynamic links are great for sharing too. Your users can use them to share recipes, links to their favorite level in your game, or even coupon codes. In fact, dynamic links are the technology that powers Firebase Invites. And because dynamic links are a Firebase product, you can see their stats directly through the Firebase console. Find out how many people clicked on a link, or use Firebase Analytics to find out which of your users first opened your app through a particular link. To find out more about dynamic links, check out the documentation here and give them a try. And deep link away.
Okay, Google, what's the temperature like at Mount Everest?
The temperature there is -14.
Ooh, I better pack a jacket. Oh, hi, I'm Wayne Pekarsky, and today I'm going to talk about the Google Assistant and how you can develop your own actions to be a part of this new ecosystem. At Google, we've been providing assistance to users for years across many of our products, but we think there's much more we can do to help people get things done right when they need it in a conversational way. And that's why we're building the Google Assistant. The Google Assistant can help users get things done throughout their day, whether they're at home or on the go. And it powers devices like, for example, the Google Home, a voice-activated speaker. To better serve user requests, the Google Assistant needs to work well with an ecosystem of everyone's favorite services. Actions on Google allows you as a developer to integrate your services with the Google Assistant, and that is what we're going to explain how to do in this video. Conversation actions enable you to fulfill a user's request directly via a two-way dialogue. Users don't need to pre-enable skills or install new apps to interact with any actions you build. When a user asks for your action by name, we'll connect them with you immediately. Let's first go through a detailed example of a user interacting with a conversation action. Think about something as simple as helping a user choose what to have for dinner based on their mood and the ingredients they have around. Let's call this action Personal Chef. The user first needs to invoke your action with something like, "Okay Google, let me talk to Personal Chef." The assistant will then introduce your action, and now the user is talking to you directly. From this point onwards, you get to interact with the user and have a conversation. "Okay Google, let me talk to Personal Chef."
Sure, here's Personal Chef.
Hi, I'm your personal chef. What are you in the mood for?
Well, it's kind of cold outside, so I'd like something to warm me up, like a hot soup, and I want it fast.
All right, what protein would you like to use?
I have some chicken and also some canned tomatoes.
Okay, well I think you should try the chicken tomato soup recipe I found on example.com.
Sounds good to me. So this is a pretty rich interaction. Think about all the sentences I spoke and how the action needs to extract the meaning out of this. How would you implement this? If you're an expert in the area of natural language processing, you can use the Conversation API, which allows you to process the raw strings that contain the spoken text from the user. You can then use the Actions SDK that includes all the tools and libraries you need to build the actions. However, if you don't want to process the user's transcribed speech yourself, you can use one of the tools that have integrated with Actions on Google. One of these tools is API.ai, which provides an intuitive graphical user interface to create conversational interfaces, and it does the heavy lifting in terms of managing conversational state and filling out slots in forms. This means you'll no longer need to process the raw strings. API.ai can do this for you. To handle a conversation, you use the API.ai developer console to create an intent. This is where you define the information you need from the user. For our example, finding a kitchen recipe, this would be the type of food, the ingredients, the temperature, and the cooking time. You then specify example sentences. API.ai parses these sentences and uses them to train its machine learning algorithm to process other possible sentences from your users. You don't have to write regular expressions or a parser. You can also manually set what the acceptable values are for each piece of information. Once this is done, API.ai uses these definitions to extract meaning out of spoken sentences. The user can provide information naturally, out of order, all at once, or in pieces. The action can ask follow-up questions as needed. Pretty neat, right? Once you've set up everything in the API.ai console, you can then test it all out immediately with example sentences. Then you can test your project with the web simulator, preview it on Google Home, or deploy the full project to Google, all from within API.ai. Next, you can connect up an optional webhook to your intent to allow it to interact with a backend server. When all the details you need are filled in, your webhook is called with the appropriate details provided as JSON data. You don't need to worry about parsing strings or dealing with responding back with follow-up questions for the user. You can also develop the webhook using the language and hosting platform of your choice. It's just an HTTP callback. So API.ai makes this really simple. It's easy to get started, and you can have a prototype working in just a few minutes. You should check out our screencast video where we show all the steps to make this happen. So the Google Assistant is the next big opportunity for developers. By developing actions on Google, you'll get cutting-edge experience in natural conversation interfaces and be ready to actively participate in the emerging space of AI-first computing. In addition, you'll be able to help shape the platform and grow your audience in all the devices and contexts where the Assistant will be available in the future. And thanks to conversational interface building tools like API.ai, as well as Google's unique understanding of the user's interests and contexts, you'll be able to create frictionless, intelligent experiences for people that engage with the Google Assistant. You can find out more about actions on Google by reading the documentation at developers.google.com/actions. We also have an Actions on Google developer community on Google+, so you can ask questions and share your ideas with everyone. We look forward to seeing what you build, and I'll see you next time.
Hey everyone, so I actually have a sixth sense for donuts. I know where they are, and I'm sensing they're right over there, and all I have to do is use Android Pay to get one. Shall we do it? Yes, we should. Hey, how you doing?
Great, how about yourself?
I'm doing fantastic. So what do I do here?
Just tap your phone with the Android Pay loyalty card on it, and we'll get you a donut.
There it is.
Which donut would you like?
The green one, clearly. Thank you so much. Thanks, guys. Are good. Okay, so Dennis and I clearly have been using Android Pay a few more times. Dennis, tell me about what just happened there when I tapped my phone on.
So we're doing actually tap for treats. You get to go to the stations right now. You basically tap through NFC. And basically, it's a loyalty card that's set up that basically you can collect points off of every time you do a tap. So you go to the stations, tap, we'll give you a nice donut, some other treats. After you get 4 taps, you can come back to the station later on in the day and you can get a free Android bot.
So this is something that people are doing all around the festival today?
Correct.
And I can see, as I've been passing by throughout the day, that it's also very, very popular. And I don't think it's just the donuts. I think it's also pretty easy.
Yeah, it's super easy to do. Literally takes seconds to actually recognize through the NFC tap. People obviously love Android bots as well, so that's probably another big incentive of why people are doing it.
Oh, and wait, there's more than just donuts, right?
There is more than just donuts. You actually have a custom bot that you can get once you tap 4 times. Come to this terminal, people can actually get a nice free custom bot that's specifically Android Pay on I/O 2017.
That's really cool.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
Just
really? Thank you.
All right, thanks.
All right, my hands are full. I'm going to take care of this, and we'll get to something else.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to this talk where we're going to be talking about some of the Grow technologies in Firebase. And we're going to take a little bit of hands-on advice on how to use them. So instead of just showing oh, this partner did this, we're actually going to show what they did, and then we'll try to be hands-on in showing you how they did it so we can learn from partners of Google who've been very successful with the Grow technologies. I'm Lawrence Moroney, and...
I'm Alex Geboff.
And the Firebase Grow technologies are primarily built so that you can have a strategy for growth. You know, growth is one of those things that it's something that everybody wants, but sometimes very few of us know really how to do it in a systematic way. Often when we want to build an application, we'll put it into a Play Store, we'll put it into the App Store, and we hope for the best. We might have a marketing campaign to draw people to it. We might buy AdWords and those kind of things to draw people to it. But we've all seen those curves where once we launch the app, we do our campaign for our installs are here, the following week they're here, the following week they're gone. So a lot of the times, if we really want to have a good sustained growth thing, we need a strategy to do so. Growth isn't a lottery ticket. And like something like Slashdot becomes your lottery ticket so that when your app gets Slashdotted, you can have great growth. But we really want to think about how do you do that sustained programmatic growth. And we're going to talk about some of Google's partners that did that.
So in this session, we're going to go beyond the theory a little bit and talk about a couple of companies that have actually implemented these growth technologies with real-world examples. And then we'll show you a little coding demo of how you can do it yourself in your app. So we'll start with Yahoo Japan, who have the largest auction site in Japan in their market. And they also have used app indexing and public content indexing to drive growth and re-engagement for their Android app. Then we'll move on to Skyscanner, who have used invites and dynamic links to differentiate themselves in a crowded travel app market. And finally, last but not least, we will talk about Cookbook, who've differentiated themselves as a recipe app using remote config to provide tailored custom experiences to their global audience. So let's go ahead and get started with Yahoo Japan.
Sure, sounds good. Thank you. First of all, any Firebase developers here? A few. Oh, nice catch. I have a few Firebase t-shirts to launch into the crowd. But first of all, I want to talk a little bit about Yahoo Japan. And this is a terrific application. And we're probably familiar with Yahoo, but Yahoo Japan is really, really huge in Japan. They're one of the largest search engines. They're one of the biggest on mobile in particular. And they built this thing, and I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, called Yahoo Oku, which is an auction site in Japan. And Yahoo Oku has 16 million mobile users and about 10 million web users, and it's growing all the time. And they were looking for a strategy to increase retention of their app, to increase the people's user experience as they're using their app, and to increase just basically usage of their app so that they could grow it. So they took a look at app indexing, and they took a look at personal content indexing. And as far as I know, the date that the app went live was like on May 10th. And I learned about this app 3 weeks ago when they started building it. So they were actually able to integrate this stuff in about 3 weeks. And the personal content indexing part of it that Alex is going to teach us about, they were actually able to integrate in, can you guess how long? 1 hour. That's all it took to be able to implement personal content indexing. And if Alex was on the team, they would have done it in half an hour, but...
Not likely.
So to talk a little bit about it, if you aren't familiar with app indexing is a technology that if you have content on a web, if you have content on a website, and you have the same content in an app, that you can link the two of these together. In Android, you link them with an asset links file. In iOS, you link them with universal links. And the logic behind this, if you think about it, makes sense because if users have spent the time and effort to install your app on their device, they've already sent a signal that says, I want to consume this type of content in this app. And as Google then, with our search engine, as it's crawling the web, searching for that type of content, if it sees that asset link or if it sees that universal link on your site, that contains the footprint of the application itself, and they'll say, hey, this user really wants to engage with this type of content in app. So then when this user, as part of their daily routine, they're using their search app on their device multiple times a day, that now when they're searching, instead of being taken to a website with a lot of blue links, it's like saying, hey, this type of content, they like to consume it in this app, and then they're able to open it in that app and get that type of rich experience. So let's take a look at it. If we were building an app, Alex, how would we integrate app indexing?
So to integrate app indexing and get your app content indexed in Google search results, you really only need to do two things. The first is to set up deep links in your app that map to URLs on your website. And the second is to create a site-app association to verify ownership of both your website and your app. And ultimately what that does is, it signals that you own your app, and your app should be the one handling all of these links. So when a user clicks on your link in Google search results on their device, they go directly to content in your app and skip that disambiguation dialog. otherwise known as the app chooser, I think is the colloquial name. So to implement this in Android, you use Android App Links, and we're going to go through how you would do that in Android Studio because we have this handy App Links assistant that guides you through every step of creating Android App Links, setting up deep links in your app, adding logic to handle the incoming URL, and then also generating that digital asset links file that verifies ownership of your site and your app. So first, you would actually map URLs from your site to activities in your Android app. So you go ahead and click that Open URL Mapping Editor, and it opens this fun GUI, and you add the URL, and you can set a path specifically, a path pattern, or a path prefix, which we have here, because we want everything that's recipieapp.com/recipe to go to our recipe activity. And then you hit OK. And then this adds the following code to your Android manifest file. And as you can see, it's essentially routing every recipieapp.com/recipe URL to the recipe activity. Then once users get to your recipe activity, you need to actually pull up and show the right recipe based on that URL. So you add logic to handle the intent. And you select activity from the App Links assistant, select the right activity, and it adds some boilerplate code to your recipe activity, which you can then customize to fit your needs. And once you've done all that, you open the digital asset links file generator and enter some information about your site, some information about your recipe app, or some information about your app. It doesn't have to be a recipe app, but it should be. And generate the digital asset links file. You save that file and then upload it to your site, and then you skip that disambiguation dialog. And you can test this on the Android Studio emulator, or you can use tools to test it from our documentation.
So another part of the technology is personal content indexing. And anybody want to index some personal content here? So let me try. Whoops. I think I need more pressure
on that one.
I need to turn up the pressure. The last time I used this in a session, I hit one of those lighting gantries. I have to be really careful. So another part of this is the personal content indexing technology. So when you've got app indexing, where the Google search engine is crawling the web, finding the content that links with your app. But then, of course, there's content that you generate in your app that's personal to you, that you want to keep on the device, but you also want to be able to search on the device. And a really great use for this one is what Yahoo did with their auction site. Like, I'm somebody that visits a lot of auction sites. I love visiting, like, eBay, the auction site, because I have a strange taste in obscure Welsh rugby jerseys. And I rarely get to go to Wales to actually buy one, so I usually go crawling around eBay looking for them. But when you think about if you're searching for something like that, all of the parameters that you need to do, like in my case, Welsh rugby jersey, size, age, I want a new one, I don't want a used one, I want to know how much the shipping is, and there's all these kind of tweaks that I have to do to find the one that I want. And then every time I'm searching, I got to do the same thing again and again and again and again every day. So the idea behind this one is, like, in this case, the person has been searching for antiques, and they may be searching for, because antiques tend to be larger, they may be searching for one in a particular area so that they could pick it up locally instead of having it shipped. They could be searching for a particular style, a particular price, all of that kind of thing. And then that search itself can be saved as a favorite, and that's what the little star icon here is. And then once it's been saved as a favorite, then in the future, when they're searching on their device, when they search for something like antiques, you'll see over here on the right-hand side of the Google search app, there's this thing for finding in-app content. And that's the personal content. And this is content, it stays on the device, it's never sent to Google. The search application itself is indexing it on the device. So now when they're searching for content, like in this case, like antiques, those predefined searches saved for them will actually help them find this in-app content so they can re-engage and go directly into that app. And that's the really neat thing about this, because it's growth through re-engagement. A lot of the ways that you lose your users is that you're yet another app on their device amongst the 300 other apps that they have. But if this is something that's part of their daily workflow, searching, like in my case, searching for rugby jerseys, in their case, searching for antiques, then it's something that you can actually have your app become part of their daily workflow. And once it's part of their daily workflow, they're remembering it. When they're upgrading their phone next year, that's one of the apps that comes along. When they're using their phone on a daily basis, that's one of the apps that they're actually discovering. And Alex is going to show us how they were actually able to code that in as short a time as they did.
Yeah. So largely, once you've indexed all of your content, those links will start showing up in Google search results. Personal content builds an on-device index, and those links show up in the in-app search on Android. So it is Android only. But you do create these fabulous indexable objects in your app, and you can create custom indexable objects like this. For example, for an auction app, you would say you want a saved auction and whatever the URL is. And you only need to set the name and set the URL, and then all the extra parameters you can actually decide for yourself based on whatever you need for your indexable objects. And then we can show you how that'll look on our demo device when you're searching for it.
If we can switch to the demo machine, please.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, amazing.
Nice catch.
So you can see we have the recipe app up. And if I go to Google and I search for pierogi poutine, which I have searched for before because it looks delicious, and then I go to my in-apps tab, and you can see I have added a note here that says pierogi poutine, this is amazing. And if I click that, it pulls up the pierogi poutine recipe. And then I can change my note and say like, oh my God, seriously? So good.
I think they're serving it tonight.
And then update that. And then theoretically, my note will show up in in-apps. And you can see again, it says, oh my God, seriously, so good. This is an on-device index, so you don't have to wait for Google to crawl that. We can go ahead and switch back to the slides.
So let's now look at another partner. So we saw how Yahoo Japan were able to use the app indexing and the personal content indexing technology to drive re-engagement and to build a greater user experience. This other app is Skyscanner. And what Skyscanner are is that they're a travel search site, and it's the typical thing when we do travel search. We're looking for flights or boats or hotels or cars or things to do. And there are a lot of these applications out there, and there are a lot of these services out there. So what Skyscanner really wanted to do was to find some way to distinguish themselves. They felt they had a great offering, they had great prices that you could find, and they ended up with like 50 million plus monthly users. And how would they distinguish themselves? So one way that they did was like, hey, we believe that you're finding the best bargains with us, and we're going to help you help your friends find those same bargains. I always like to say that friends help friends discover great apps, and friends help friends discover great content. And they did so using App Invites, which is part of Firebase. Has anybody used App Invites? Are you familiar with it? Okay, a few of you, cool. So what App Invites is that it's a built-in thing that uses the system UI for app sharing. But the app sharing, the most important part of this, there's two really important parts. Number one is that it reduces friction of sharing by having an intelligently sorted contact list. I like to joke that my surname begins with M, and how many friends do you have?
Literally 10.
5,000?
I don't.
Tens of thousands. Okay, so like someone like Alex who's got like lots and lots of friends, if she was going to share with me, I'm halfway down the list because my surname begins with M. My name isn't Aaron, which would be nice because I'll be at the top of everybody's list. But the idea behind App Invites and the dynamic sorting and the intelligent sorting is that if it's the day of week that she usually converses with somebody, if it's an app type that she usually shares with somebody, if I've installed the same type of apps, like maybe she's sharing a game and I've installed a lot of games that she's shared with me in the past, I'm going to bubble to the top of that list. Again, reducing friction so that you, when you're building this in your app, are making it easier for your users to share this app with their friends. So that's the first part of it. The second part of it is that it's built on dynamic links. And dynamic links are actually really cool because what they actually do is that it's not just a link to your app in the Play Store or the App Store. This link contains context about the app. So for example, Alex was talking about pierogi poutine earlier on and how much she loves it. If she were to share a dynamic link for an app containing the recipe for pierogi poutine with me, and then I don't have this app installed, once I've installed this app, I'll be taken directly to the pierogi poutine activity instead of having to fish for it for myself. And that means I end up, again, with greatly, greatly reduced friction. And if you reduce the friction that it takes for friends to share content and apps with their friends, you're going to have a lot of success. And this is what Skyscanner had done. So they built this sharing into their app. But let's take a look at how the app invites would actually work. So if we could switch to the demo box. If you're at my Pirate Metrics talk earlier, you would have seen this app, which is called Really Friendly Chat, which is yet another chat app that we've built. And in this app, what we've done is we've implemented app invites on it. So if I click invite, it's actually, you see, it's spinning for a minute, and then these 6 people appear, And it's basically judged that these 6 people are the ones probably most likely to accept my app invite right now. You can see the top 2 left ones are Rebecca Maroney, who's my wife. And as a result, she generally answers my emails, hopefully. And so it's intelligently sorted it like that, so we're able to get these. But let's take a look at the code, what would be taken to build this. If we can switch back to the slides. So here's the code. So I've built this in Objective-C. I'm not really a Taylor Swift fan, sorry about that. And I told you they'd laugh.
It breaks my heart.
And all I have to do is, there's an FIR invites object, and if I use that to create a dialogue, and then I set the delegate for this dialogue to be myself, I get that system UI that you've just seen. It looks and feels like what you have in other apps. It looks and feels like Drive, looks and feels like Gmail, all of those other ones. And I get that for these 2 lines of code. But not only that, I also get a callback if I set the delegate to the self. And in this callback, I can then do interesting things. In this case, I've done something not very interesting, and I'm just showing a dialogue that says, you've shared this app with 15 users, or whatever the number of users are. But think about the things that you could do here, for example, if you're using analytics. You could have a custom analytic here that then says, Lawrence shared this app with 15 people successfully. Let's give Lawrence some reward points. Let's give Lawrence, or people who've shared a number of apps like that, let's set up a custom analytic for them. And then when you use something like remote config that I'll be showing you earlier on, you could have rewards driven to this person. So again, friends help friends discover great content. Friends help friends discover great apps. And here's a mechanism that's built in that you can use to reward them for doing that, so you can achieve that kind of explosive growth.
So as Lawrence mentioned, this technology is built on top of dynamic links, which you can also use on their own. Dynamic links are URLs that you can use across platforms to create these custom experiences, and you can generate them programmatically within your app, or you can create them in the Firebase console. And they do, as he said, preserve URL state across the app install flow. So users get right to the content that they're supposed to land in, even though they've had to install the app first. And you can integrate this also with Google Analytics for Firebase, so you can get all of those awesome insights and build even better dynamic links and even better user experiences for your users. So as I said earlier, you can generate these programmatically within your app using the iOS Builder API or the REST API. So for example, my husband and I love to travel, and if I found a great deal on Skyscanner, I could go ahead and click that link from within the app, send him the flight deal, and say, hey, you should check this out, and he'll go right to the flight deal, even if he has to install the app first. I can also, as Lawrence was saying earlier, if I have this pierogi poutine recipe or this wedge salad recipe or whatever recipe in my recipe app that I want to blog about, and I want to link users directly to that recipe in my recipe app. Good God, could I say recipe one more time? I could just go ahead and include a dynamic link in my blog post and send users right to that recipe in my recipe app. And we will show you how to go ahead and create a dynamic link in the Firebase console. So if we could switch to the demo device.
And while they're switching to the demo device.
Yeah. So as you can see, we've created a dynamic link before. We're going to create a new one here. And you go ahead and add this. Let's not make it the wedge salad. Let's make it the good old pierogi poutine. There's also like a potato salad in here that's really good. And you can say pierogi if I spell it right. And then you can open this in your iOS app, select your iOS app from the list, or you can open this in, if you create it for your Android app, your Android app will show up here. And then you can set a bunch of custom parameters here for what behavior you want if users don't have your app installed, or if they're on an iPad, or if you want to add any sort of parameters to it. We'll just go ahead and click Next, and then you create a dynamic link. And then it shows up right here. And then you can just copy that URL and put it right in your social media or blog post. And if you want to generate links programmatically from within your app, you would need this fabulous, unique URL here that you can just copy. And then if we could switch back to the slides. Once you've added your dynamic links, either generating them programmatically, did I just go? There we go. Either generating them programmatically from within your app or from the Firebase console, you need to receive links in your app. And this is a Swift example because I am a Taylor Swift fan. and you see you're receiving the URL here, and then you can extract whatever data, whatever parameters you put from it, and handle that link, either showing the deep linked content or providing a tailored onboarding experience. And we do actually have a lot of documentation on how to do that on our firebase.google.com doc site, so definitely check that out.
So you're tailoring their experience with Swift. That's what you're telling me?
You got it. And sticking with our recipe
That
app.
took me hours to prepare that joke.
He was really working on that for like days. So, sticking with our recipe app theme, here we've got Cookbook, which is a real recipe app. And they use Remote Config and Smart Lock and Firebase Auth to grow their signups 207%. So with Remote Config, they created a custom welcome and onboarding experience for their global audience. And with Smart Lock and Firebase Auth, they reduced friction in signups and sign-ins. So if you're not familiar with Remote Config, what you can do with that is actually add configuration information for your app to the cloud. So you can create server-side variables, put them in your app, and then modify them in the Firebase console and update your app without having to redeploy it. And again, this is integrated with Google Analytics for Firebase, so you can modify the experience for segments of your users and deploy those updates without having to actually launch an update to your app based on those analytics insights. So in Cookbook's case, they created these regional welcome screens. So if you were in Italy, you would see this Ciao Italia screen and a shot of Venice. If you were in India, you'd see the Taj Mahal. And if you were in the United States, you'd see this random bridge somewhere on the West Coast. What bridge is that, do you think?
What's that?
What bridge is that, do you think?
I think that's the Brooklyn Bridge.
Yeah.
Is that the Brooklyn Bridge?
I don't know. No, it's on the Best Coast.
Oh,
the
it's on the
Golden
other
Gate,
coast.
yeah.
Okay. Oakland Bridge? Oh.
And so now Lawrence is going to show us how to do cool stuff in Remote Config.
I know it's the Golden Gate Bridge. I'm just teasing. So if we can switch to the laptop again, please. So I want to show an example of an app, not Pierogi Poutine, but an app that just shows an example of how Cookbook did what they did. So using Remote Config, you can customize somebody's onboarding experience. You can tailor their experience. And in this case, I was thinking, OK, I'm going to build a gratuitous app, an app which would be like a travel concierge if you're traveling to different countries. So for example, then when you launch the travel concierge and say I'm in China, it's going to give me this nice friendly greeting. It's traditional Chinese clothing. She's saying, Ni hao, I'm Mei. And it's, very welcoming, very Chinese kind of thing where I'd press get started to go. Now, what happens if I then go to Japan and I'd say, wouldn't it be really neat if I could have a Japanese onboarding experience? So I'm going to simulate that. If I just go to the home screen, and then from the home screen, if I go to settings, and then in settings, if I go to general, language and region, you can see I was in China. I'm now going to get on a plane and travel really quickly to Japan, and then continue, setting my region. Give that a moment. All right, and now if I go back to my home screen, then my region's set, and then I launch my application, and I'm in Japan. Now suddenly the same application has changed. The background color is Sakura pink. It's more of a traditional Japanese look and feel, and she's actually, instead of saying Ni hao, I'm Mei, she's saying Konnichiwa, I'm Kimiko. So very simple, very gratuitous thing. But think about if you're building this for 50 countries or 100 countries or 200 countries, and you're shipping this kind of functionality in your app, you're going to have a lot of if-then code. If this country, then that. If, then that image. If this country, then that text. And you're maybe having to do a lot of things like a lot of that processing has to be done at startup, which as a result then would be slowing your app from actually starting up. So we said, OK, well, what would happen? What would this look like if we do this in Remote Config? Because the neat thing about Remote Config is you can drive then the content off of analytics. So in this case, there's an analytic for the country that the user is in. So then when I started the application, when I'd set my device country to Japan, that analytic was being fired, and then the Remote Config was being triggered off of that one. And if we can switch back to slides, I can show you what that would look like. All right, so actually, first I'll show you the code. So what the code is, it's a case of, for this application, you could see there were 3 dynamic elements. The first dynamic element was the image. The second dynamic element was the welcome text message that changed between Japanese and Chinese. And then the third one was the background color. So here, this is just Objective-C again, where, sorry, it's a little cropped off on the left. That's an NS string. Oh, no, you can see it on that side. So, here it's like I'm just setting up an NS string for the URL string, and I'm calling self.remoteconfig. So this is part of the Firebase API, and I'm just saying, get the welcome image URL out of remote config, set that value. And that was the URL of the character, so it was just loading her image and then rendering it. The same thing for the welcome text message, the same thing for the page color. So I'm not doing any if-then kind of logic here to actually render the page for different countries. And now here is what remote config would look like. Now, because this is a gratuitous demo, I only had 2 countries. I had the Japanese thing for Japan, and I had the Chinese one for everybody else. So here you'd see in remote config, I've set the audience user in Japan to be an audience of everybody who are in Japan. And in this case, if the user in Japan analytic was set, then they were getting the Japanese pose.png file. If the user in Japan was set, then the welcome text message was Konnichiwa, I'm Kimiko. And for everybody else, I was giving the default value. So if you're thinking if you've got 200 countries that you're managing, instead of writing the code to do that, you'd set this configuration in a remote config, and then the code that you're maintaining would look something like the top of this slide. And then what would happen, as we can see here, was that the URL drove the character, the text drove the text that she was able to, that she was actually rendering. So we've seen, with a little bit of code and a little bit of walk around, how these growth technologies in Firebase have been used by real people. So some of the things, Yahoo Japan, as we saw, what they were able to do is this great auction app. And for me personally, that does a lot of auction stuff, that a lot of the friction of doing an auction, a lot of the friction of interaction with an auction was being taken away by the fact that I could save my preferences using personal content indexing. So we saw how they were able to do personal content indexing and how they were also able to do app indexing, at least in Android, by using the asset links file. Then for Skyscanner, we saw how they were able to get their growth and how they've been able to grow to where they are using app invites and using dynamic links. And Alex then showed us really nicely, I think, how we were able to use the Firebase console to generate a dynamic link. And you can share that dynamic link in social media, or using the API, you can generate those dynamic links so you can do it within an application. And then finally, Cookbook, who doubles their growth by having a simple sign up and sign in and remote config for an onboarding thing. We saw, I think, pretty simply how the code would be to do that. In this case, I did it in Objective-C. It's just as easy to do it in Android. So that's it. Those are the 3 partners that we've worked with. Those are the partners who've been able to achieve growth. And we hope by showing in a hands-on way how they were able to do it, that there's something new that everybody could learn. So thank you very much. And I hope you enjoy the rest of I/O. There are some other sessions if you want to check out, and they're on the screen here.
And read our docs.
And I have one more.
Thank you for joining this session. Brand ambassadors will assist with directing you through the designated exit.
isn't easy. To reach a broad audience, you'll need to consider your iOS, Android, and mobile web users. And to build for these platforms, you'll need a backend server to store data and support the apps. Of course, you want to get your users logged in, hopefully lots of users, which means your backend will have to scale. Then after you've solved your scaling problems, you have to find more ways to spread the word to get new users. But have you found a way to measure all this activity? And oh no, your app is crashing and causing servers to melt down, and you haven't even made a dime yet. Don't you wish this could be easier? This is why we built Firebase. It has all the tools you need to build a successful app. It helps you reach new users, keep them engaged, scale up to meet that demand, in addition to getting paid. From the beginning, with Firebase, you'll have test lab and crash reporting to prevent and diagnose errors in your app. Your backend infrastructure problems are solved with our real-time database, file storage, and hosting solutions. Acquiring new users is easy with invites, AdWords, and dynamic links. And using the authentication component, you can get those users logged in with minimal friction. Once installed, you can keep your users engaged with notifications, cloud messaging, and app indexing. Then, with Remote Config, you'll have the freedom to experiment with new features and optimize the user experience in real time. And of course, you can earn money with the same AdMob component that's been monetizing great apps for years. Last, but certainly not least, our all-new Analytics component, designed uniquely for Firebase, brings insight into how well these components are working for you and your users. With Firebase Analytics, you can measure and optimize your advertising campaigns, discover who are your most valuable users, and understand exactly how they are using your app. Now, all these components work great on their own and provide a solid infrastructure to build out your app, but they work even better when combined in creative ways. So let Firebase handle the details of your app's backend infrastructure, user engagement, and monetization, while you spend more time building the apps your users will love. To get started right now with Firebase on Android, iOS, or the web, follow these links for more information. Then, to manage and monitor your apps connected to Firebase, there's a web console to view crashes, set up experiments, track analytics, and a whole lot more. And to learn more about Firebase and all of its components, you can read the documentation right here. We can't wait to see what you build.
We have with us Aparna Sridhar, who is a product manager at HackerRank. There are so many people who really look up to you. What really inspired you into technology?
I started writing my first program when I was, say, in 6th standard. Just playing around with BASIC back in the days when, we had dial-up connection. And when I decided what to do for, undergraduate studies, that's when, I had the option to again pick computer science. And at that point in time, I dated back to this enjoyable experience I had as a child and thought maybe I would give that a try.
Tell us about your experience as lead coach for the Udacity Android Nano degree.
Something that I would like to highlight about teaching is that it's been the most fulfilling and gratifying, experience. Can I help that one student who almost wants to give up on programming, who almost feels like this experience is too hard? If I can help that one person at a time, progress, I feel like later in their life sometimes they would look back to do it for somebody else again.
What is your message to the women in tech out there?
We undergo a lot of stereotypes. I cannot tell you the number of times I'm the only woman in the room and automatically the question is, are you in sales, are you in marketing? The more women can do to break that stereotype, to embrace more of these roles, the more we can change this perspective that we do have in tech.
Thank you so much, Aparna.
Welcome. This is our first certification summit. You guys and ladies are among the first certified Android developers. The developer base growing very fast, going and becoming the largest developer base in the world. The interesting point is that India is a mobile-first market. However, the percentage of developers developing for mobile is relatively low. So we're trying to really supercharge that.
India is one of the emerging markets. 80% of the smartphone growth rate is expected till 2019. You guys are Android certified developers. And just imagine that you are going to reach these many people with your applications that you're going to develop.
They're not trying to solve for the entire world. They're trying to solve for their own users.
You are, at the end of the day, developing a product not for yourself. You're developing for end consumer.
So I'm going to talk to you guys about what's new with Android O. Any of you guys use some of the Firebase 2.0 features?
Yes, it's about recognition, it's about getting a job, it's about growing your career. but there are bigger forces at play. I feel that development, mobile development, Android, can make a difference actually in the world, fixing problems in one's own community, whether it's water, education, environment. But we want to support you connecting to communities and create change in the world.
We're bringing together a really talented group of designers and developers to collaborate and innovate and generate exciting ideas for what can be done on the Android platform.
Within this context of a sprint, I really think that the distinction between designer and developer is blurred. It's all about problem solving and getting it done.
You're not working with designers as an engineer making a mistake to begin with. I feel like every designer or engineer brings a perspective to a project, and that's what's nice about working with a designer. You think like an engineer and designer comes and brings a perspective. In this group, I'm like happy to work with super talented designers. It helps me understand Android better because I see how they're thinking about it. It kind of kills my prejudgments about the product and I start thinking about it from a fresh perspective.
We focus in on generating a broad range of ideas that are really innovative and far-reaching, and then prototype and pull together concepts and prototypes to demonstrate and create a vision for what those concepts could be.
I never was really familiar with the idea of using this type of process for ideation, and it's impressive to see the degree of precision that Kai specifically has introduced in the way that she's run this process. It's been really enjoyable to see specifically how one exercise leads into the next and the next and the next, and how that can actually effectively yield good ideas.
We're a very small company, so effectively we're doing similar things all the time, but we often rush straight to the solution. It was nice to see some structure around, I guess, the process. So, it starts here and, you don't get to fix it straight away. It's like define the problem, then go to this step, then go to this step. And that kind of structure, though it seems kind of burdensome, like it actually improved like the overall thing we came up with.
When you're in a company, you tend to think about like how the company kind of does something and how the things that you've learned in the past, and then like here is just kind of like a blank canvas again, and you get to like start new and then rediscover the things that kind of work in a workflow or in a much more creative space. I mean, like here we like tried to build something in like 3 days, which is like insane. This is the first time we actually like been in a sprint with just doing Android 2, and I would like love to bring some more of the Android sprinting back to our company.
I think design sprints facilitate interdisciplinarity, interoperability, and all of the kind of amazing things that can happen from a good collaboration.
One of the really exciting features of Android is that it's a very open platform. Anyone can come and write their own apps and create their own concepts. We want to bring that opportunity of openness to the design community and inspire designers to generate concepts and ideas and design really cool apps that leverage the openness of the platform.
I was impressed with the openness of Android. It's definitely a unique thing that you might not find on iOS or other systems. In our app in particular, there's things that we definitely couldn't have done on iOS that are actually really useful. And it is nice because the app can organically come with you into the rest of your life.
I think for me, one of the big awesome parts of it was that I was able to begin to learn Android, which is something that I've always wanted to do as a prototyper. I just would like to get to know Android better, and this is like a really big jump start.
One of the few constraints that they put on us here at the Design Sprint was like to sort of like come up with something that's like unique to the Android ecosystem. And as we were going through all of our, crazy eights and all of the myriad ideas that we had come up with, we actually abandoned some of them that were cool because they were kind of like something that could feasibly be built on any platform. And I think that giving us that constraint infused our other ideas with more creative solutions. And I think what we came up with is like so simple and so delightful and only available on Android.
Firebase makes authentication easy for end users and developers.
Most applications need to know the identity of a user so they can provide a customized experience and keep their data secure. Firebase supports lots of different ways for your users to authenticate. If your users want to authenticate with their email address, you can build that for them. Firebase Auth has built-in functionality for third-party providers such as Facebook, Twitter, GitHub, and Google. It can also integrate with your existing account system if you have one. You're given the choice about how to present login to the user. You can build your own interface, or you can take advantage of our open source UI, which is fully customizable and incorporates years of Google's experience in building simple sign-in UX. No matter which one you use, once a user authenticates, 3 things happen. Information about the user is returned to the device via callbacks. This allows you to personalize your app's user experience for that specific user. The user information contains a unique ID which is guaranteed to be distinct across all providers, never changing for a specific authenticated user. This unique ID is used to identify your user and what parts of your backend system they're authorized to access. Firebase will also manage your user session so that users will remain logged in after the browser or application restarts. And of course, it works on Android, iOS, and the web. That's Firebase Auth, allowing you to focus on your users and not the sign-in infrastructure to support them.
Thank you for joining us here today. India is coming a long way, as I just mentioned. Today, India is the second largest country in the world in terms of number of developers. Soon, it's going to be number 1.
What we want to invest in is actually training the faculty from your colleges.
The potential is so great, and what Google is doing to help catalyze that innovation it's really an exciting time for these campuses.
We are really trying to provide the best possible experience to teachers in these faculty hubs, because the first step to training 2 million developers is to train the teachers that are going to teach those 2 million.
Industry as of now demands a lot of updated curriculum. Developing 2 million Android developers. Working in a technical university, we can contribute hugely on developing those million app developers.
So we're excited that all the raw materials are there to create an innovation revolution in India.
I really think the students are going to make some great things, and I can't wait to see what comes out.
There's a lot of potential in India, and we need to take it forward.
With Google, we can provide rich opportunities to all. That is the essence of Google program, which I have seen.
This is a good move, and this program will definitely be useful to the students, because app development is going to rule the world for next few years, believe.
Hello everyone, I welcome you all in this Android Development Fundamentals.
An app is basically a solution or a medium by which you get a solution to a lot more users.
You have to figure out what kind of benefit the person is going to get by using that app.
I feel personally, the phone is not a phone. It is something that can change people's life.
With Google, we can provide rich opportunities to all. That is the essence of Google program.
There's a lot of potential in India, and we need to take it forward.
To get everyone to start thinking about Android and developing for Android, we're at the cusp of a revolution.
We encourage you to continue learning, continue developing, and now go build some great apps.
You have the talent, and there is a need. Bring it on.
LinkedIn is the premier social network for professionals. We are consistently one of the top apps on Google Play. My name is Pradeep Dash. I am the engineering manager for LinkedIn infrastructure team for the flagship apps. We have 1 million+ reviews. We are consistently 4+ stars. Our users are really appreciative of how stable the app is, how it really helps them bring their professional profile forward.
My name is Drew Haney. I'm on the Android infrastructure team at LinkedIn. My team is responsible for the overall health of our Android application. We take care of releases to Google Play, our testing pipeline for the app, our build pipeline. One of the tools that my team has been excited about is the APK Analyzer tool, because we spend a lot of time paying attention to the size of our app, and it required some expertise to figure out what was causing your app to be a certain size. But now that we have the APK Analyzer tool, we've been able to expand that knowledge throughout the entire team. LinkedIn was an early adopter of Gradle, so adopting Gradle for Android was a pretty natural fit for us because we can share a lot of our custom plugin logic that we've built, and we can also get consistent builds across developer machines and our build servers. One thing that's really benefited us is the lint system, which has a lot of built-in checks for common problems, and we've really appreciated being able to write our own custom lint checks for LinkedIn-specific internal libraries. With so many developers checking into the code base, one thing that helps onboarding someone new is having a consistent code style throughout the code base. Android Studio lets us find a custom code style that each developer can add and automatically have their code formatted in the LinkedIn style.
One of the things that we really appreciate is the open nature of the platform, where not only has the feedback that we have given back to the developer community being accepted, but also being worked upon. In the last couple of years, my team has become way faster, much more agile, and being able to code easier and faster on the Android Studio.
This is Ask Firebase, a show where we answer all sorts of Firebase questions on whatever medium you ask questions on. We take those questions, we give you answers. It's a show. Let's get into it. Ask Firebase. Take one, Mark. Hey folks, my name is Abe Haskins. I'm a Firebase engineer here in San Francisco, and I'm here to talk to you about Firebase for Unity. If you haven't already seen it, I did a getting started video for Firebase in Unity. It'll be linked below. But in the meantime, I want to talk to you about some of the great questions we've gotten since we released the Firebase SDK into general availability a few weeks ago. Also, unrelated, but if you want to call me Abe, that's great. You want to call me Abe, you want to call me literally anything, I'm okay with it. As long as it starts with an A and has some letters after it, we're all good. Let's dive in. That's not nice. Let's get started with the first question from my laptop battery is dead. All right, first question. On our last YouTube video about Unity, 7Madara1 asked, can I use this to build out WebGL games that I've developed in Unity? And the answer is no, you really can't. Since the Firebase SDK for Unity is built on the Android SDK and the iOS SDK, we don't have the ability to build out for WebGL or PlayStation 3 or some of these other platforms that Unity supports. You'll find that some of the features do work, and even in the editor, they're stubbed out, so you'll be able to use them and test your code and compile it and everything like that, but you won't get the same functionality you would if you built out the game for the device. Thanks for the question. Next question. On the Firebase mailing list, DeepPixel asked, why does my app report libapp.so cannot be found? This is actually a great question, and it's related to another issue we've gotten on GitHub from Sakura777. He said, why is Firebase app not able to be found? These issues are both related to the timing of when Unity imports the dependencies it requires to run the Firebase SDK. In some environments, you're just gonna luck out and you're not gonna have to deal with this, but it just depends on your specific game and your specific operating system. So what you can do is, one, make sure you're on the latest version of the Unity plugin. We've pushed some changes that should help this for a lot of people. And two, you can go into the assets folder and go to Play Service Resolver, Android Resolver, Settings, and there's an Enable Auto Resolution checkbox. This is just going to do some extra things to help you get those dependencies imported and help control that timing so everything's going to work well for you. All right, and if you do that, your issue should be solved. Thanks a ton, Sakura and DeepPixel. Next question. The next question is one we've been getting a ton. A lot of people want to upload different assets for their game into Firebase Cloud Storage. They want to upload images and text, all of these great things, movies, etc., all those things you need for your game. You know the stuff. They want to upload those into cloud storage and then retrieve them in their game and just, use them in the easiest possible way. The Firebase Unity SDK is really good when you're dealing with these storage assets because you have a lot of control. You can download them as streams or you can download them as a byte array. But you don't have to really do all of that if you're not interested in dealing with those more complex flows. The absolute easiest way to get an asset out of cloud storage, rendered or consumed in your game in some way, is to use the W package and the get download URL async method that we offer. With that method, you'll just get a normal URL. It's a public URL that you can consume and pull down just like any other URL. And the W package in Unity makes it really, really simple to take that URL, download it, and turn it into a material, turn it into an audio clip, even a movie. So any of those assets you upload in cloud storage or your users upload, if they're uploading profile icons or anything like that, you just pull them down with W and you'll be good to go. If you want to find out more about the W package or how it works with the get download URL async method, you can check out our documentation or the Unity documentation. Both are great resources for this. Thanks a ton for that question, everyone who asked it. I appreciate appreciate it. Next question. You guys have no idea how much I spend on conditioner to get this volume. And the final question, the big one we all want to hear about, Cloud Functions. I'm sure you heard at Google Next we announced this awesome thing, Cloud Functions. How does that work with Unity? What can we do with these two things put together? And the answer is you can do like anything. If you check out the repo we have a function sample repo, and this isn't specific to Unity, it's just our general function sample repo. It has 26 different examples of things that functions can do. And every single one of those you could do with the Firebase SDK in Unity with Cloud Functions. And that's because Cloud Functions ties into your real-time database. It ties into analytics and storage and all these other Firebase services that are supported in Unity, and it lets you execute code and change things way back on our cloud so you don't even have to think about it. So if you want a game that interacts with an external API, or you want a game that has some custom authentication that you've brewed up in your awesome game development shack, you can do this with Cloud Functions and you don't have to worry about scaling or anything like that. So you can absolutely use Cloud Functions with Unity, and it's highly, highly recommended. So go check out that repository. It's got a ton of different samples and every single one will work great with Unity. Thanks for the question. All right, everyone. Thanks for watching. That's going to wrap up this Ask Firebase featuring Unity. If you have any more questions, obviously you can leave them in the YouTube comments below, post them on Stack Overflow, tweet them on Twitter with that hashtag Ask Firebase, or literally reach out to us in any way. Tweet at me, tweet at Firebase, shout it at the top of your lungs near a Google office. We will hear it. We will answer your questions. We'll see you next time.
Oh, hi. I'm just building a paper prototype here in the design tent. And I'm going to get this design reviewed in a few minutes, but first let's take a look around, shall we? All right. Hey, Liam. How are things? Good. How about you? I'm doing great. I'm going to get a design review. I'm a little nervous, but we'll save that for a few minutes from now. Before I get there, I kind of want to know what's going on with these posters. It looks like you had a design sprint.
Sure, so these posters are kind of showcasing the work that we did at the Dimensions Sprint up in SF. It was a 3-day event where Google brought a bunch of designers and developers together to kind of ideate and come up with some solutions around these 5 categories.
Cool. Can we see some of the stuff? What is this?
Sure. So this one is called Bay Window, and basically the idea is to keep 2 people connected to each other. It's a live wallpaper.
Oh,
and a
I
lock
get
screen.
it. Bay, like
Yeah.
B-A-E? Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So you basically pair with your partner, and then you can upload photos directly to their live wallpaper. And if you go a while without connecting, then you kind of see these 2 circles like start to drift away a little bit.
That's not good. All right. What's another one of your favorites up here?
I think this one is probably one of my most favorites.
Yeah?
It's around self-activation. And the idea here is just kind of a community where you can share experiences and get some support. It's made to kind of serve the needs of people who are looking for a safe place to talk about experiences they've had, kind of document their own progress of working through those at their own pace, and just keep track of how they're doing. So it kind of allows you to like track how you're feeling each day, some thoughts or experiences you might have throughout the day, and just how you're making progress.
It's a beautiful design too. All right, let's look at one more.
Sure. So this is one that I helped out with actually. It's around productivity. So the idea here is that a lot of people, especially if you work in a consultancy setting, you have a lot of different tasks and project managers and tools that you use. And you might spend a lot of time like jumping between those to figure out what you're supposed to be doing for the day. So this is kind of an idea that uses Android's ability to share data between apps to collect all of the tasks that are assigned to you and then allow you to kind of make your schedule for the day, regardless of where that work is coming from.
That's cool. And is this actually like a working prototype here?
Yeah, working-ish. So you kind of just triage the things that you want to add to your list by like swiping in one direction or the other.
That's fun.
So you make it like all the way through your list, and then you kind of have your list here. And if you want to, you can reorganize some of them just based on the order that you want to knock them out in.
It's a really beautiful design. This is very inspiring. It's very material too.
Yeah, so a big focus of Dimensions was also just what makes Android unique as a platform and trying to solve for these categories based around those ideas.
That's awesome. All right, Liam, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
I think I'm going to go find Yasmin around here somewhere.
Awesome.
Okay. Hi.
Hey.
It's going well. Yasmin, these are my friends. Hi, friends. So, I'm a little nervous. It's my first design review in a long time. I made it. Okay, this is my app. It turns out if you spend a few minutes every day writing down what you're grateful for, you live a more stress-free life. So I figured maybe I could build an app that's a gratitude journal, right? And this is what I'm thinking. This is the home screen, and when you bring up the app, it just shows like something that you're grateful for, which is rated based on a thing I'll say later. And so it just like lists that, so you can kind of remember the things that you did. And then you go into this list view, and this is like your journal. It's chronological, and it's super simple. It just shows the things you're grateful for in the day. And if you double tap it, like you add hearts to it, and you can add as many as you want. So like as you go through your journal, you can say, oh yeah, I remember that, and I loved that. And the more hearts it gives, the more it shows up on your home screen.
Oh, so it's like, so you can see the memories that are like most important to you and bring you most joy.
You can reinforce them.
Yeah.
And then if you hit the plus icon, you go over and you just type in what you're grateful for, and then it just automatically puts it in your journal. So you can just go in anytime and say, you know what, I'm grateful for this thing.
Yeah, no, that sounds awesome, and I love
it.
Love it. No, it's simple. That's the best way to start. Can you tell me about the other navigation that you have going on here?
So these are just the buttons, and I'm not really sure what to do here because I put 3 of them each place, but maybe instead it's like a button that expands into the options. But these are just for getting to like the list view, the home, and this is a plus for. That's actually a little house. I know it's hard to see. That's a little house, and these are like 3 lines indicating the list, and that's just a plus for like adding it.
Yeah, definitely.
What do you think about that?
So one of the things that you might want to consider doing is using a floating action button as the main component, which you kind of have going on right here, but instead of you move it out of the bottom navigation and add it to the top so it's always floating in there.
Okay.
One of the things with action buttons, a lot of people think, all right, let's add them everywhere, but it should be tied to an action, so you shouldn't use it for navigation, mostly for something like creating a post. One thing that you could add is if you were adding as your journal, as it expanded later on, you would tap the add button for adding a new thing that you're grateful for, and potentially maybe then you could add one where it's like photos. So it's like maybe you want to do a text one or a photos one or a video one, so that can give you quick access to adding a new journal entry.
Awesome.
So that's one potential to think of.
I mean, guess now that I'm thinking about it and you say that, maybe I get rid of the navigation buttons, and the way you get between this and the list is you just scroll down.
Yeah, you could, because there isn't going to be a whole lot, at least in the beginning. One of the things you might want to consider adding is some form of search, because you'll probably want to search through all your memories and remember what made you happy.
Okay, is there anything else about this app you want to tell me?
No, I love that you started off with sketching first. That's one of the things that we really encourage everyone to do, because then you're not married to this solution, because you can go on and think, maybe I didn't really like how this is working. Like let's think of some other iterations, and you haven't spent time coding or designing it within a sketch or anything. So this is a great way to start.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much.
All right, well, thank you.
That was really painless. I'm happy.
You're good? You're good. All right, good.
Okay.
We try to make it easy for everyone, so yeah.
All right, well, that's the design booth, everybody. I'm going to go start on my app.
Sit here 10 minutes beforehand.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. We're really excited to have you here today. I'm Nolan, and I'm the product manager for Firebase App Quality.
And I'm Ali. I'm product manager on Firebase Performance Monitoring.
So today we're going to talk to you about how you can build great app performance with Firebase and our new tool, Performance Monitoring. So our story today starts with Jane. Jane is the lead mobile developer for an e-commerce startup. And her team have been spending the last 6 months building the iOS and Android versions of their app. And now they're finally getting ready to launch. And Jane knows it's important to release a high-quality app if she wants happy customers. In fact, we did a recent analysis of Google Play Store reviews, and we saw 50% of all one-star reviews mention stability and bugs. So the data here really speaks for itself. If you have a slow and crashy app, your users will notice. Now, since Jane is focused on building high-quality apps, she's using Firebase. And Firebase is going to let her test her app on a variety of devices before launch, but she knows no amount of testing will catch all the issues, so it's important that she monitors her app in production after launch. So we're going to do a quick review of testing and crash tools, and then Ollie is going to do a deep dive on performance monitoring, which is why we're all here today. Now, since performance is a conflated term, I want to point out that when we say performance monitoring, we're not talking about business performance tools. Firebase does have business performance monitoring, like Google Analytics for Firebase, that'll give you insights into your revenue, conversion metrics, and user acquisition channels. But today, we're going to focus on monitoring the code performance and speed of your application. So let's take a look at how Jane is going to use Firebase to ensure a high-quality app. Now, the first thing Jane needs to do is test her app before she puts it in the hands of her users. But so far, Jane hasn't had any time to write any test scripts, and she's only tested on a few handsets that they have in development. That's where Firebase Test Lab saves the day. So Firebase Test Lab is a device lab running on Google Cloud that has physical and virtual devices. And Jane can choose from a combination of devices, OS versions, and even up to 172 different languages to test her app with. And we're continuously adding new devices that are popular from around the world to the test lab. In fact, today you can even get Developer Preview O running on a Pixel device in our test lab. So you're probably thinking that all access to all of these devices is great, but if you don't have any test scripts and Jane doesn't, then what's she going to do about it? Well, this is exactly why we built Robo. So Robo is an intelligent app crawler that will explore your app and attempt to find crashes and layout issues without writing a single line of code. Jane simply uploads her APK and selects the Pixel running Android Developer Preview O. And then Robo's going to go through and crawl her application. It's going to record a video of everything that it does, capture screenshots, captures the device log, and even stack traces for any crashes it might find. And this lets her sanity check her application on a real device that she doesn't have without writing any code at all. Now, Robo also powers the pre-launch report in the Play Developer Console, which is available at no cost to all developers using the alpha beta channels. Yesterday, we launched a new feature in Firebase Test Lab that lets you see performance metrics for all of your test runs. So whether you're using Robo or your own test scripts, you can get insights into CPU, memory, network, and frames per second. And the really great thing about this feature is that the metric timelines are synced with the video. That means if you see a CPU spike or a drop in frame rates, you can click at that point in the timeline. It'll seek to that portion of the video, so you can kind of diagnose and see what's happening. Now, it's important to note that Firebase Test Lab gives you performance insights before you launch, and performance monitoring, that we're going to talk about for the bulk of our discussion today, gives you insights after you launch in production. So Jane knows that no amount of testing that she does is going to find all of her issues, and she really needs to keep a pulse on her app in production. And she's particularly interested in finding crashes and severe issues, so she's going to use crash reporting. So last year at I/O, we announced Firebase Crash Reporting, and developers loved how easy it was to get alerts into new and regressed issues. And not only that, but stack traces to help them identify the problem. Now, when we built this product, we really wanted to help developers not only identify the crash, but also reproduce the crash. So we integrated with Google Analytics for Firebase, so you can see exactly what your user was doing prior to the crash. So you get an event log from everything in your analytics prior to the crash to see how you can actually replicate this locally. And this year, we're really excited with some even bigger news. So Firebase has joined forces with Fabric, and we're working really hard to bring the best of both platforms together. We're really excited about Crashlytics in particular from Fabric because it's the leading crash reporting tool on the market, used by over 500,000 developers. And we're going to be bringing it to the Firebase community. That means you're going to get the entire Crashlytics experience right from the Firebase console. So if you're thinking about integrating a new crash reporting tool, we recommend Crashlytics. But if you use Firebase crash reporting, you don't have to worry. We're going to continue to support that, and we'll upgrade you seamlessly when we're ready. So Jane's an early adopter. She wants the latest and greatest. She's going to use Crashlytics and install the Fabric SDK. And finally, Jane wants to understand what parts of her app are slow and why. So these are often the hardest problems to diagnose and even harder in production. So she's going to use Firebase Performance Monitoring. All right, so let's get to the fun part. In this demo, we're going to see how Jane uses Firebase Performance Monitoring to progressively enhance her app over the course of a month. In some cases, Jane's going to use out-of-the-box capabilities like network insights and app startup time. And in others, we'll see how she uses custom instrumentation to find a solution. And with that, take it away, Ali.
Thank you. All right, so we'll get back to Jane in a second. But before we do that, it's probably a good idea to mention why we build Firebase Performance Monitoring. And quite simply, the problem we're solving here is that the world has a short attention span. We already know this from the web. The longer your page load takes, the more likely for users to bounce. But with mobile, we're actually seeing this just as much, if not even more. As a matter of fact, 60% of 5-star reviews we see on Play make a mention of speed, design, or usability. So we know that good performance is critical for app success. The other reason we were excited to build performance monitoring is that it turns out to be an interesting problem from a technical perspective, and one that is more challenging than doing the same on the web. With the web, you have page loads, and page loads tend to map quite well to user actions. So anytime you get a performance metric, you kind of have a good way of mapping it to what the user was doing on your website. Mobile, on the other hand, is a bit of a black box. So even if you have performance metrics, it's a difficult job to understand what was happening at the time you took that metric. So we set a challenge for ourselves to build something that not only gets you a lot of data, but a lot of data that is contextual. And the result was Firebase Performance Monitoring. We were super excited to announce it yesterday in the keynote. It's available to everybody in beta, and the SDK supports both iOS and Android. And as we built this SDK, we wanted to accomplish a couple of things. First of all, we wanted to make it super simple to install. So if you're on iOS, you get the CocoaPod. If you're on Android, you pick up the Gradle plugin, and off you go. And even if you do just that, you get a lot of value out of the box. Data like network and app start, and we'll see an example of that. But if you want to instrument things that are specific to your implementation, we also give you SDK APIs that allow you to do just that. And that's the SDK. The other part of performance monitoring is a beautiful console that we built to allow you to dig into the issues and understand performance metrics from the point of view of your user. So going back to Jane and the app that she builds, and this really generalizes to any kind of app out there, we think that performance issues that can impact you as a developer fall under one of two buckets. The first one has to do with your app code performance. So this is things like what kind of delays your users see as they interact with the app, or how much frame drops they see in the animations, and so on. And to monitor that, we built a feature called Traces. The other category of issues is about network activity between your app and the backends that it uses, whether it's your own backend or backends of third-party SDKs you have in your app. And for that, we monitor network requests. So let's get started with traces first. The easiest way to define a trace is it's a performance report between 2 points in your app. So imagine you have a record button and a stop button. And in between these 2 points, you just pick up metrics, right? So these 2 points can be anything in your app, anything that you care about and you think is worth monitoring. So it could be something like the time between the user taps on one of the shoes until they see the full product details page. It could be as fine-grained as a database fetch to get a piece of string and put it on the screen. Or it could be as long as a full checkout flow, right? It could be between the time the user taps on the checkout icon until they fully purchase the items. It's really up to you. All you need to do is create a trace name or a trace object, give it a name, start it and stop it. And that name you give it becomes your context. So now when you're looking at metrics, you understand what was happening in the app at that time. In terms of metrics, by default, you get the trace duration, so how much time took place between the start and the stop. So essentially, you can use it as a timer, but it's actually more than that, because you can attach custom metrics using our Counter API, which you see an example of here. So here, think of any example of countable events that are relevant to your performance. How many times you call the local disk, how many times you call the GPS, how many times you dropped a frame, how many times you made a network call, and so on. Any one of these events, you can just give it a name, you can count it, increment it, and we'll tally up those events and report them as custom metrics attached to your trace. So this gives you an idea on how to instrument your own traces and counters. But even if you don't do this and just install the SDK, you still get a few out-of-the-box traces. The most important one being app start. This is the time between the app code starts loading until the app is responsive to the user. And we also have a trace that monitors the foreground session, so anytime the app is available to the user. And we do the same for the background as well. And that's traces. Nice and simple. All right. So network is even more simple because you don't need to write any code. It all comes out of the box. We'll monitor HTTP and HTTPS requests that your app makes between the time they are sent from the app until the response is fully received. And when we do that, we report a bunch of metrics, including response time, including the request and response payload size, and success rate, where success here means any request that comes back with an HTTP code that is not a 400 or a 500. Cool? And then for any of these metrics, network or traces, you have the ability to slice and dice the data by the app version, which device the user was using, which country they were in, and so on. And this is really helpful to eliminate variables and to understand the contributing factors for some of these issues. Actually, the best way to explain this would be to get back to Jane and talk about how she used performance monitoring over the course of 4 weeks to get rid of a lot of performance issues and fix them very, very quickly. So we're going to do this by monitoring what she does on her iOS app. And so far, the only thing that Jane has done is install the performance monitoring SDK and use the out-of-the-box capabilities. So she did not write any code. Okay? So on the first week, Jane gears up for the first major release. So far, she's been building a bunch of experimental releases. And this is the week she releases version 1.0. And the e-commerce app she works on operates in the US and Canada. And we're off to a rocky start. We have a bunch of 2-star reviews. And the complaint that we get from users seems to be about app start. It's just taking too long. Some people are getting frustrated and are giving up on the app. So the first thing she does is jump into the Firebase console. You can switch to the console, please. Perfect. And she checks out the brand new performance section in Firebase. And the first thing she sees is the dashboard tab. So this here gives you high-level data from both traces and network, aggregated for the app. And keep in mind, she hasn't written any code, so all the data you see here is out of the box. So let's take a look and see what we see. The first card here gives us the most frequent traces. So in this case, the out-of-the-box ones, app in foreground, background, and app start. And app start has a median latency, or duration, of more than 3 seconds. So that does seem to be a bit high. We'll get back to this. But let's keep going. Next one here shows me the network success rate. Now, we always want this to be 100%, but when we start seeing 400s and 500s, that line goes down, and I can actually hover over some of these points to see what the success rate for an individual day was like. Next card here is network latency by country, and since we only have data from the US and Canada, we see that on the map. And if I hover over it, the US is about 1 second, Canada is even less than that, so we're good on this one. Everything is within normal ranges. The next one here is a card that gives me the breakdown of network volume based on MIME type. And you can see that the blue here is represented by images, which makes sense. It's an e-commerce app, and there's a lot of images here, so it makes sense that the majority of my network volume is images. And the last card here shows me a comparison of app start time version over version. Now, this is interesting here because I see that v1.0, which is the latest release Jane just put out, has a much higher app start duration than the previous ones. So by the way, what you see here is the dark dot is the median, and then the lighter blue line around it is the range of percentiles from 5th to 95th. And I can actually hover over it and see what it looks like. So, sorry. I can see that my 95th percentile here is about 7 seconds, which is very, very high. Now, this is useful information, and so far this is a strong indication that something went wrong in this version. But how do I know that there's no other contributing factors? If I actually click on View App Start Duration, I get a breakdown of this metric by different slices, by different dimensions. So I see how App Start Duration compares version over version, in different devices, countries, and so on. And this allows me to understand if there's anything that stands out. And again, you see the median, and you see the percentiles around it. So I already know that v1.0 is much higher for App Start Duration. If I look at device here, I can see that the iPhone 6 is a bit higher, but this is expected. It's an older device, it's going to be a bit slower. So let me keep going here. Country is comparable. OS level is kind of comparable. So is carrier. OK, so at this point, Jane knows that to fix the App Start issue, she has to do something about v1.0. So that's enough information. If we jump back into the code, get the slide, please. Thank you. She takes a look and realizes that there's a blocking call here to load a bunch of cached items. There's no good reason for this to be made as a blocking call. So she switches this to an asynchronous dispatch, and that takes care of the issue. Cool? All right. So she patches up the fix, releases version 1.1, and this is the end of our first week. Now, the second week is a pretty interesting one. This is the week we expand our operations to India, which means new users and new behavior. So the first thing Jane does is jumps back into the console, and she takes a look to see how things are. So first thing she looks at is app start. Seems like the median is a bit down. That's a good sign. And if I scroll down here, I can see that 1.1 has a much lower or shorter app start than 1.0. So it looks like we fixed this issue. This is great news. The bad news is that now that we have some data from India, it seems like network latency is pretty high. If I hover over it, I see a 7.2-second median latency. So this is definitely high. So how do I investigate this? I'm going to go ahead and click on the Network Requests tab. And when I do that, I see a bunch of URL patterns, right? I see a call to an analytics service. I see a bunch of back-end services for fetching images for the product, fetching product details, adding something to the cart, and so on. And by the way, anytime you see one of these asterisks, it means that there's a dynamic path segment in the URL. So it could be something like an ID. What we do is collapse all these IDs into the same URL pattern. So when you see a metric, you see it based on the level of the back-end functionality, as opposed to looking at individual URLs. All right. So for each one of these URL parameters, you get the response time, you get the success rate, and you get how many requests we have actually collected. And if you look closely here, you see that there's a couple of warning icons. One of them is complaining about latency here. It says that we recommend to keep our response time under 2 seconds. And the other one says that my success rate is below 90% and that this is problematic. In fact, I can see that my success rate here is 87% for the checkout service. Now, this is unexpected, so I need to investigate a little bit more. So I'm going to go ahead and click on the URL, and I get a bunch of metrics. We talked about this. So you get the response time, payload size, and you also get the success rate. And if I click on View More, not only do I get a breakdown of the dimensions like we saw for the trace, for the App Start trace, but I also get a card here that gives me a breakdown of 400 errors and 500 errors. So this way, I can understand what caused the failure. So I can see that out of my approximately 12% failures, a very tiny bit is 400 errors. The majority of the errors are 500, including 500, 503s, 502s, and so on. And the vast majority of those is 500. I can also scroll through the dimensions to see if there's anything that stands out. So far, it seems like my success rate is pretty evenly distributed. But if I look at country, I can see that all these failures are coming from India. The success rate is 0. OK, so this gives me a lot of information. It's 500 errors that I need to fix, and they are happening only in India. So, and by the way, I can switch to the overtime version of this data. I see the same metrics only by time slices, so I see how they change over the last 30 days. And I can see that my 500 errors in blue here spike around the same time Jane released her operations to India. So that confirms the theory that I had. Great. Now, if I click back to network and look at the other warning that complains that my latency is too low or too high, I think that this has also something to do with my users from India, because I didn't see this before. But the way I can confirm this is by filtering by the country. So here, any of the dimensions that we collect, you're actually able to filter by them. So I'm going to go ahead and choose country, India. And now I see the same data only filtered by Indian users, and I can see that the image service is way, way, way higher. It's about 20 seconds on median. That's obviously something we need to fix. All right. So this is a lot of information. We have a couple of problems we need to fix here. So we'll switch back to the code. And Jane takes a look at the 500 server error. In this case, she realizes that she mishandled the Indian locales. Hindi, which is the predominant locale in India, was misspelled. So that's an easy fix. This is good. She goes ahead and fixes that. And for the slow response time, she realizes that the way she's getting images for those products is using her own service, and the actual server sits in the US. Now, this was fine for North American users, but for Indian users, it's not going to cut it. So what she does is instead use Firebase hosting, which gives you a CDN and takes care of edge caching for you, so you don't have to worry about that. She goes ahead and puts the assets on the CDN. She switches the URL call to call the Firebase hosting service, and that takes care of that issue. And she packages up all these fixes, releases version 1.2, and that's the end of week 3. Now, week 4, sorry, that was the end of week 2. Now, week 3, we're seeing things starting to get better. So we're seeing 4-star reviews. But there's one issue here. There's this Indian user, his name is Nitin, and he seems to be a bit upset that he used 50% or 50 megabytes of his data plan on this app. Now, keep in mind, data is expensive in India. So there's something that we can fix about this. So Jane gets concerned about this, switches back to the console to see if there's anything that can help her with that. And she realizes that we have this card here that gives you a breakdown of your network volume by MIME type. And we already know that the breakdown tells us that the vast majority, or at least the majority of our data, is images. And this pattern hasn't changed in the last few days, it's even more, actually. So at this point, she realizes that she has a problem. All these images she fetches in the app, she never stores them locally. She doesn't cache them. And this is a problem for e-commerce apps. So imagine that you're a user on one of these apps, and you want to compare a bunch of products. You're likely to switch back and forth between the same pages and fetch the same images. There's no good reason to keep going back to the CDN to fetch it every time. So she realizes that she needs to add that logic. So let's switch back to the code. Now, the first thing that she needs to figure out is the cache size, right? We're going to essentially build a cache on the local device. And she starts by doing something like this. She hard code the cache size to 20 megabytes. Now, this is OK, but there's a problem with this. What if you realize a couple of days later that this is not the optimal cache size, and it should be 25 megabytes instead? Now you have to redo the same thing. You have to release a new app version. You have to wait for people to pick up the latest app version. It's inefficient. Instead, what she does is she uses remote config, which allows you to set a parameter in the console. You can set the value for it, edit it, and you can just publish it, and it gets picked up by your app. So this is a much, much better way to do it. So she switches to the console, and now we're using remote config instead. We're going to add a new parameter, give it a name, cache size, and give it a value of 0 to start with. So it's as if we don't have any caching. Okay? We'll add the parameter, publish the changes, and that was it. OK, so this parameter is set. Now, switching back to the code again, instead of the hard coding, Jane changes the code so that she reads the value from remote config. And that takes care of the cache size. We can tweak that later. Now, she adds the logic to do the caching on the device. And that takes care of the implementation of the feature itself. But how do I know that this is running efficiently? I need to monitor this. So what Jane does is create a custom trace in this case. So she creates a new trace, gives it a name ImageFetch. She starts it before this logic, stops it after. And then within the caching logic itself, she does a couple things. She creates one counter, calls it cache hits, and this gets incremented anytime we find the image we're looking for on the local device. And then she creates another counter, calls it cache misses, and this gets incremented anytime we don't find the image we want on the local device and we have to go get it from the CDN. Okay? So this takes care of the monitoring. And this is all the code that she needs, really, to monitor this. So she goes ahead, packages up the latest code, and ships version 1.3. Now, week 4, we want to check on things. So Jane goes ahead and jumps back to the console. Great. We can see that India is not slow anymore, so this is fixed. But since we just added a brand new trace, we'll go ahead and click on the Traces tab. So here I see the ones that come out of the box, but I also see the ImageFetch one, which is the brand new instrumented trace that Jane added. So I'll click on this, and I get the duration metric, which I always get, but I also get the counters here as metrics. So cache hits and cache misses are there, and as we would expect, there's no cache hits because the cache size is 0. So Jane goes to remote config and now edits this value, makes it 20 megabytes instead, update, publishes the changes, and she lets a few hours go by so that this change is propagated to the phones and that we have enough data on performance. And then when she switches back, this 0 cache, when it refreshes the next time, is not a 0 anymore. We're starting to see cache hits. And in fact, if I switch to overtime, I can see that my cache hits are going up, caches are going down. So this is the direction we want to take. And just like that, she starts tweaking the value of the cache size to find the optimal use for most of her users without having to ever release a new app version. And switch back to the slides, please. So people start noticing this, and they notice that the performance is getting much better, and they start sending amazing reviews. And Jane is so happy. Look at this smile. OK, so hopefully by now, you get an idea of why it's important to use performance monitoring and the kind of things that you do with it. And I think one of the key advantages to having something like this is that it makes you aware of your blind spots, the kind of issues that you have in your app that you wouldn't necessarily expect. And this is something that we see with our partners all the time. I'll give you an example. This one is based out of China. WPS Office is a popular office productivity app in Asia. And they use Firebase performance monitoring, and using the network monitoring feature, realized that one of their ad banners takes more than 2.4 seconds to load, which is way higher than they had expected. They optimized this by 20%, and they see an increase in their click-through ratios by 3 to 5 times. Think about this kind of impact. All they had to do was install the SDK, and they got this much increase in CTRs. I'll give you another example. Kaskus is a chat app based out of Indonesia. They use performance monitoring and realized that one of their biggest performance bottlenecks is the opening of the chat window. It took 0.5 seconds in some devices. That's something they did not expect. They optimized it, and because of that, they have a much better user experience. So this allows you to do things like this, but it also opens up the possibilities for things that weren't possible before. This is one of my favorite examples. İzlisene, which is a video app based in Turkey. Even though they haven't been using performance monitoring for a long time, they already have customized treatments for their users based on the combination of device and OS level. This is the kind of thing that would have been difficult in the past, but because of the insights and the deep insights you get in the console, you can do this kind of things. And there's many other examples. We've been actually working with our partners from around the globe, big apps and small apps, to make sure that what we have here is useful and is something that is going to add value to your everyday development. And that is it. So recapping here, we talked about app quality today. We talked about why it's so important and why we deeply care about it in Firebase. We talked about the test stage of things and how you can use TestLab for Android so that you can squash these bugs before you get out into production. We also talked about how you can use crash reporting in production and keep an eye on stability. We shared some exciting news about us joining forces with Crashlytics. And finally, we took a deep dive on performance monitoring, and we saw how Jane used it to turn around her app and go from 2-star ratings to 5-star ratings. Again, performance monitoring is available as of yesterday. Please check it out. Before I let you guys go, I have 2 requests. Go to firebase.google.com, check out the documentation on Firebase performance monitoring, get a feel of the product, and let us know. We would love to chat. And the other request is, please come visit us in the sandbox. The team that built this product is actually sitting in the back there, and they're going to be around today and tomorrow. We would love to chat. Come with your questions, concerns, comments. We would love to chat. Sounds good? All right. Thanks, guys.
Hồi xưa mà những cái thứ công nghệ tiên tiến nhất mà mình có được là chắc là cái máy tính bỏ túi thôi.
จำได้ว่าวันที่พ่อถือคอมพิวเตอร์เข้ามาเนี่ยค่อนข้างตื่นเต้นมากว่าแบบมันจะเล่นยังไง
你只需要打一个连接，你就可以开到那个网页了。你不觉得这是好像一个魔术一样吗？
เว็บเนี่ยเป็นสิ่งที่ง่ายที่สุดแล้วในเวลานั้นที่ทำให้เราเขียนโปรแกรมได้เราชอบเพราะว่ามันสวยงาม
Thì ở đây môi trường thực sự là rất là trẻ trung và năng động. Và ở đây nó giống như là một cái gia đình thứ hai của mình vậy.
父亲通常不会说一些说你令他骄傲的话。我希望我是其中一个推动网页发展。我希望做到的是让这种知识更普及，更多人知道如何开发网页。
Hello world, I am Ashok Kumar. Hello world, I am Ashok Kumar. I used to play a lot of computer games. I was completely fascinated about it. I started to feel like I should prepare such games. I just wanted to learn how these applications react to humans. Somewhere the dots were not getting connected. So I started reading blogs on all the possible online resources. Luckily, from GDG Bangalore, I got an invitation for Google Mobile India 2015. If I attend this competition, I could get a sponsorship for Nano Degree. I was completely excited. I figured out that's what I required to connect the dots. It's like being really in front of a teacher. It enabled me to develop a production-ready application and converting my idea into reality, something that helps education and make the world a better place. Now I'm feeling relaxed.
When we want to learn something, it's not very comfortable for girls. Generally, they don't go out and learn with with other colleagues. They don't prefer learning with someone. The reason I go to Udacity is because a friend of mine told me about how wonderful the course is, and even if you know nothing about Android, the courses are designed so that you don't have to have a very much detailed experience in Java or Android. So when I started the course, I was like very scared that like maybe it will be too technical for me to understand because I don't know very much about Android or Java in very deep, like how to have some logic into a program and how to code in general. But the instructors, like my favorite way, Catherine, she makes it so interesting and so normal. You don't feel like that you are learning something, and it's a good way to learn online. whatever I feel like learning today, I could just go and then search for it, and there will be a course available for that. I was an HR, I was working as a recruiter, and I was completely unaware as to what I am supposed to do. I used to feel that I just don't want to be a recruiter, I want to be on that other side, talking technology and talking about gadgets and how technology is changing our day-to-day lives. One of our relatives, he challenged me that you are a girl and engineering requires a lot of designs and drawings. I wanted to prove him wrong, and that was the time when I heard about Udacity. I started taking some online courses in Java and Android, very basic things. It is little difficult, but it's just that I don't want to feel that, that sense of regret. I just don't want that. So Udacity has actually been a savior in my life. The quality of the projects is very good. It's like, after completing those, you feel like you have conquered something. Actually, I finished my nano degree yesterday, and so today it's just going to be the celebration.
Did you know that the average user has 36 apps on their device and doesn't use 3/4 of them most of the time? And of those, about 1/3 of them have only ever been used once. Well, what if that's your app? You've done the research, you've written the code, you've performed the testing, you've perfected the design, you've gotten the installs, and then nothing. So, how do you prevent this? App indexing helps you re-engage with your users through tight integration with Google Search. As well as appearing in search results, it surfaces your app through autocomplete and Now on Tap. All you have to do is get your app in the index. And when users search for the content that's already in your app, they'll be able to see your app directly in the search results and be able to launch it right from there. It's as easy as that. But how does it work? If your app and site have similar content, you associate them with each other. Then your app can receive incoming links from search. On Android, these are achieved using standard Android app links, and on iOS, using standard iOS universal links. When a user searches for your content, they can then find your app. If you have the app installed, it will allow you to link directly to it. When the app launches, it sees the address of the index content and decides which screen to load to show it. It's really as easy as that. You can also use the App Indexing SDK to submit content to the search engine based on how people use your app content. When people use your app, your search position can be improved. With app indexing, you get into the index, putting your app into Google Search, and allowing you to re-engage your users.
So you've built an amazing mobile app that your users are going to love, but you want to get it into people's hands and let them see just how awesome it is. Well, AdWords helps you do this, putting ads for your app in front of billions of people that use Search, YouTube, Google Play, and more. You can quickly set up an ad campaign to reach the type of users that might be interested in your app. You only pay if the user clicks on that ad, and you can set the budget and acquisition costs that you're comfortable with. But how do you know you're reaching the right users? Maybe some will install your app and forget about it, while others will make it part of their daily lives. Firebase Analytics helps you do this. You can define events that happen in your app that you consider to be important, such as reaching the first level of your game, purchasing a fancy new pair of sunglasses, or returning every morning to check out new products. You can tell AdWords which of these events are most important to you. Then, AdWords will display ads to people who are more likely to complete these important actions in the future. You can also build audiences, which are specific segments of users, and have AdWords display your app to them. For example, imagine that you have a group of users who are very active, have added a product to their cart, but haven't purchased yet. Well, you can use Firebase to create an audience of just these people, and then use AdWords to give them specific ads and encourage them to come back to your app and take action. Understanding your users and engaging with them at just the right time and in the right way will help you build loyal users for your app. Firebase and AdWords, working together to help you grow your user base. Get started today. Your new users are waiting. As a lot of developers know, there's more to having an app succeed than just building a great app. You want it to be dynamic and responsive by delivering fresh content to users and quickly reacting to their changing needs. You want to test out major decisions to make sure you're doing the right thing before you push them in. And ideally, you want to provide a tailored experience for each user, so your VIPs feel like, well, VIPs. But let's be honest, that can be a lot of work. And if you're a developer without a ton of resources, that's time you'd rather spend on other things, like building your app. That's where Firebase Remote Config comes in. Firebase Remote Config is a simple key value store that lives in the cloud. But don't let that simplicity fool you. Because it lives in the cloud, it means you're able to deploy changes that your app can read within a matter of minutes. For instance, say you've just pushed your app out to the world and you suddenly discover that your Swedish text contains some offensive language. How are you supposed to know? You don't speak Swedish. I don't blame you. But fixing that text the old-fashioned way would mean creating a new build and going through the entire publishing process again. That's something that could take days, which is an awfully long time to have 9.2 million people cursing your name. But if your app uses Firebase Remote Config, you could change that text in the cloud through the Firebase console. Kind of like this. The next time your users fire up their app, Remote Config will grab the latest values, update your app's text, and just like that, you've averted a major international crisis. Or, let's say you've got a puzzle game and you're hearing complaints from your players that level 5 is too hard. If you've configured your app using Remote Config, you could tweak those settings to give your players a few more turns and push out that change to the world. But hang on, are you sure that's the right thing to do? What if the silent majority of your users actually enjoy the challenge of a more difficult level? And by making it easier, you're going to turn away your most hardcore and potentially highest paying customers. How could you test whether or not this change is a good one? Sounds like you need an A/B test. That's where Remote Config's audience segmentation feature comes in. This allows you to deliver different configurations to different groups of users simultaneously. So you can try out your new level settings with half your users while keeping the old settings with the other half. But audience segmentation isn't just great for A/B testing. Maybe you've got a feature change that could have a major impact on your in-app economy. Or maybe you just want to double check that some new networking code isn't going to set your servers on fire. You can use Firebase Remote Config to gradually roll out these changes, trying them first with a small percentage of your users before pushing them out to your entire audience. Remote Config can also deliver different configuration sets to your users based on all sorts of different factors, from device type or locale to any audience segment you've defined in Firebase Analytics. So you can send out one welcome message to your New Zealand customers and another to your Australian ones, or only show your Review This App button to people who use your app every day, or you can change your home screen experience for your customers who have spent large amounts of money on in-app purchases, so they feel special. Remote Config is backed by a client library on iOS and Android that handles important tasks like caching, dealing with flaky connections, and keeping network requests lightweight, which is always a good thing. To give Remote Config a try, check out our documentation here. We can't wait to see what you build.
Ask Firebase 17 A&B Cam coming slate. Mark.
Hello and welcome to this week's episode of Ask Firebase. You've got a lot of questions, we've got a lot of answers. Why don't we get started? Doug, start us off.
This one is from Jordan on YouTube, who asks, how come when I make changes in Remote Config, they sometimes don't show up right away in my app?
Oh, all right. That is a very good question, Jordan. So the answer basically is that the Remote Config library does a whole bunch of caching on the client, by default up to 12 hours, before it goes out and hits our servers to get new data. And this is generally sort of a way to keep the service free. It kind of helps make sure that your clients don't accidentally, DDoS our service. And it turns out I have an entire video all about it that you should check out right here. We'll just link to it here. All right, great question. Thank you very much. Let's move on.
Next question is from Casey Atwell42 in Twitter, who asks, ask Firebase, why in my app does it say UI View Controller is not convertible to User Status View Controller when I try to run it?
Oh, okay, you know what? I've actually seen this problem before. So the issue, Casey, is that on line 96 of your User Status View Controller, you forgot to add a question mark. It's a common thing. It happens all the time. But that was easy, huh?
Yeah.
I hope they're all this easy. All right, let's move on. Next question. This one is from Alex on YouTube, and come to think of it, a whole bunch of users on Quora and our Firebase talk group and Stack Overflow who all want to know, hey, hashtag Ask Firebase, how can I send a notification in response to some data changing in my real-time database?
That's a great question. You used to have to set up your own server to do something like that. It was kind of hard, but now with Cloud Functions for Firebase, you can set this up on Google Cloud servers. You write code, deploy it, trigger on a database write, and then you can send FCM messages to your users. As simple as that.
And where would a user want to go if they wanted to find out more about Cloud Functions?
They should go to the Firebase page at firebase.google.com/docs/functions.
All right, we'll put a link should we put a link here? Here's a link.
The link in the description below.
Great question. Thank you very much, everybody who asked. Let's move on to another.
Next question. This one is from Marie Waller, also on YouTube, who asks, hey, hashtag Ask Firebase, in Picasso's Girl Before a Mirror, what is the mirror supposed to represent?
Oh, okay, great question. So I know some people think that the mirror, the reflection, is sort of supposed to be the girl's self-perception, you know, the way she perceives herself versus the way the world around her sees her. There's another camp of developers who thinks it might represent her blossoming femininity, but if you check out the Firebase FAQ section, we actually have a section all about this. You'll see that the answer is, hang on, I got it right here. All right, mortality. It's mortality. Thank you very much for the question, Marie. Let's move on. This next question comes to us through our Firebase Google group and a user who asks, hey, hashtag Ask Firebase, I want to record the names of the elder gods in Firebase. Ooh, what's the best way to do that? Doug, you're kind of an expert on this. Why don't you take this one?
Yeah, so you might think that storing the names of the great old ones would be done with just a bunch of strings, so it would be a candidate for a typical NoSQL database. But it turns out storing the symbols for the name of Ihor, the god of the labyrinth, on a normal hard drive will cause all physical storage within half a league to transform into carnivorous flies that will consume the flesh of our data center engineers until naught but bones and teeth remain. Okay. So don't do that.
Yeah.
Use cloud storage for Firebase instead.
Yeah, that's really what it's made for. Yeah. Awesome question. Let's move on. Next question. This question is from Kelly S. on Twitter, who asks, hey, hashtag Ask Firebase. I have an app where I'm using Firebase Cloud Functions to read in an image from cloud storage for Firebase and then asynchronously apply some machine learning to identify the content of those images. Now my question is, can you teach me how to Dougie? Teach me how to Dougie. Well, I'll be honest, this really seems like a better question for Doug. Doug?
No, I cannot. Next question. Okay, this last question is from several of you who have asked, hey, Ask Firebase, whatever happened to David East?
Well, David is on assignment right now, but he's assured us that he'll be
Am I through? Can you hear me, YouTubers?
What was that?
I don't have much time. You have to help me. They've got me trapped in.
Do whatever you have to get us back.
It's madness here. It's all just one repository.
Right now. Shh, guys, go. Sorry, we had some technical difficulties there. Anyway, David is off on assignment, but he's assured us that he's really interested in doing more Ask Firebase episodes with you just as soon as time allows. And he's definitely not being held captive in some re-education facility until he learns to pronounce GIF correctly.
Don't you mean GIF?
Well, that's all the time we have for today. I'm Todd Kerpelman, the only host there has ever been for this episode of Ask Firebase, asking you to keep sending in those questions with the Ask Firebase hashtag, and we'll see you soon.
The Firebase Notifications console lets you re-engage your users quickly and easily. With it, you can manage and send notifications to your users easily with no additional coding required. Messages can be addressed to single devices, Firebase Cloud Messaging topics, or devices that you select using powerful analytics tools. So, for example, you could send a message to all of your users who have made an in-app purchase, giving them a special offer, allowing you to re-engage with them. The Firebase Notifications console integrates with analytics so you can measure the effectiveness of your messages and explore insights based on your users' activities, so you can grow your application by easily engaging your users through the Firebase Notifications console. Welcome to Coffee with a Googler. Today I'm going to be chatting with Shania King-Robertson, and we're going to be taking a look at this new course called Firebase in a Weekend. It comes from Google and Udacity working together, and if you're not familiar with Udacity, they're the experts in online training. We're going to have a whole lot of fun chatting about it, and I hope you have a whole lot of fun watching it. So, Shania, welcome to Coffee with a Googler. And
Thanks for having me.
I know you've been really busy with like getting lots of courses out and Udacity stuff, but
Yeah.
you have a very special course to tell us about today. Could you
Yeah.
enlighten us?
I'm really excited about it. Yeah, we've been really busy. We're actually launching a new Firebase course.
Okay.
You know Firebase, right?
Kinda.
Oh, well,
I've heard of it.
Oh my gosh. Firebase is our new mobile backend as a service. It allows anyone to create quickly a mobile backend for an Android or iOS app
Yep.
and web as well.
And web, can't forget the web.
Yeah. This course is going to focus immediately on Android and iOS.
Okay.
And so we're really, really excited about it.
Cool.
Yeah.
Now, so this course, it's called Firebase in a Weekend.
Oh yeah,
right?
this is actually a little bit different than any of the other Udacity courses that we've created. There's a lot that comes into mobile development. There's a ton of different aspects. This course is called Firebase in a Weekend because we want new, intermediate, advanced developers, anyone to be able to get up and running on Firebase as a mobile backend in one weekend.
In one weekend.
Yeah, you want to take a look?
Sure.
Let's dive into the Firebase real-time database structure. All data is stored as JSON objects. You can think of the database as a cloud-hosted JSON tree. This means that your entire database is stored as a single JSON object.
I was just joking earlier, but of course I'm familiar with Firebase, and you know it's a suite of technologies, and some of it's like really to help you develop better apps, and some of it's to to grow your apps and then to earn from them. And I know in this weekend you're focusing on the development of the app, so you get that foundation, right? So, and there's a bunch of technologies there. Which ones does the course actually cover?
So it covers authentication, which is really exciting. It covers the real-time database, security.
Okay.
And what we're really excited about is, like you just said, getting all of the foundations set up, because Firebase is, like you said, a suite of options. But what's really exciting is we actually teach you to get all those foundations set up, ready to go, so you can really just focus on, the really fun things that we have, the UI design, the engagement, the earning, all of those different things.
Sweet. And so it's a sweet.
Right.
Now, so typically with Udacity, you do this by building an app.
Yeah.
I assume there's like an app that's going to be built in this?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So we're really excited because we are actually teaching people to build one of our favorite demo apps, which is called Friendly Chat.
Friendly Chat.
Friendly Chat. It is a messaging app.
Okay.
And so by the end of it, we are able to see messages coming back and forth. You're able to authenticate users. Multiple people are able to chat with each other. And also we teach you a new library, which is called Firebase Auth UI, which makes authentication UI really easy and really simple on both Android and iOS. So you have all the foundation, get up and running and chatting with your friends, learning how to use all of the remote config, messaging, all of those different things right off the bat.
Okay. You mentioned remote config, and that's one of my favorites, right? That when with remote config, it's very, very simple for you to just change your UI on the fly because it's a server-side variable.
Yeah.
So instead of you needing to deploy a new code base, if you need to make changes or you need to make tweaks, you can do it by reading these like variables out of the cloud. It's mind-blowing.
It's crazy. There's going to be, it's so much better for developers. It's much faster and simpler. And so what we really try to do with Firebase is teach from an end-to-end hand-holding. There's a video instructor so that people feel as though they're interacting with a real person, teaching them how to build this app rather than just reading the documentation.
Right, and one of the things that I really like about how Udacity do it is that it's a very Socratic method.
Right.
It's not like your typical video training where you sit back and you watch a screencast for 2 hours and then hope that you got it all. It's, how would you explain it?
Yeah, so it's the Udacity is actually really good for engagement. It you watch short chunks of video, so 2 to 3 minutes, maybe 5 tops, but then it's immediately followed by an assessment. What we want to do is make sure that in every node, you get a chunk of information, you really learn that piece, you really you can embody that piece before you move forward.
Okay.
And then you're able to move back and forth rather than trying to scroll through a 2-hour video to find that one sentence that you're looking for. Everything is broken up into nodes, which makes it really helpful.
Yeah, and I personally, for me, because I don't have great retention, that like when it's short like that, and then it's like challenged with a little bit of a quiz, it forces me to think.
Right.
And I might only spend like a half an hour learning in a particular day if I'm doing something like this, rather than 3 or 4 hours. But I retain so much more in that time because it's much more intense, it's much more concentrated, and I still remember some of these
Right, and you're
years
super
later.
hands-on with it because you're actually building. You're using GitHub, you're learning the different things, you're looking at the diffs, you're seeing all of these different changes, and they're small changes so you really understand and see the progression from start to finish, rather than just trying a bunch of things out and seeing, does this really fit together with this? It takes you in a linear order so you kind of get a round view of what's happening.
So the obvious next question is, where do we get started? How do I get this course? How do I learn it? And how much is it going to cost me?
Absolutely. So developers can access the course at no cost to them.
Okay.
They can just go to udacity.com/Google and click on Firebase in a weekend.
So the entire course, no cost?
No cost to them.
Wow, so I can learn all of these things in a weekend.
Absolutely.
Wow, I've got to go try it out. And there's one other thing that they will learn, and that's how not to cook a burger.
Yes. A veggie burger.
A veggie burger, yes, of course. And you'll have to watch the course to find out.
Absolutely.
So thank you so much, Sinead.
Of course, thanks for having me.
This has been so much fun. I'm really looking forward to seeing the finished product. I've seen little bits of it, and I taught some of it, but I just can't wait to see the finished product. And developers, I think, are going to love it.
We're really proud of it. Thank you so much, Lawrence.
Thank you.
I've been playing games all my life. It's my passion. I also learned how to program computers. And then in 2001, we started the first video games company for mobile phones in Spain called Microjocs. In 2013, my studio was acquired by a big company. Some of the guys and myself, we decided that we should do something fresh, something new, and we founded Omnidron. Titan Roll is a real-time strategy game. It's considered as a MOBA. MOBA is a massive online battle arena, but especially designed for mobile devices. The game is today as it is thanks to the early access program. We changed many things from the learnings from the community. Since we launched the game on early access, we got more than 2 million installs on Android devices.
We started in the early access program back at the very beginning of it. The difference between the early access program and a traditional soft launch is that users are actively giving the team feedback. So you don't only check the metrics you have, but they also provide possible solutions. So you end up by doing the game players want to play. The thing about not having the ratings, but having the constructive feedback was very good. The early access was a great opportunity for an indie developer, someone starting, and very key for us in Omnidron. When we started with the early access program, we approached it in different stages. So the idea was at the beginning to focus on the engagement of the games. Once we sorted that out, we focused on the retention of the game. And finally, we focus on monetization to do a valid product for the market. We managed with early access to improve our retention in a 41%, the engagement by a 50%, and the monetization by 20%, from the very beginning of the program till worldwide launch the game.
I feel very happy working on the video games industry because it has been my passion since I was a child, and it's really inspiring that through Omnidron we have a real chance to shape the new era of the video games.
good. Hello, everybody. Welcome to your pre-end of the day talk. It's like 5:30, and you have another talk to go to after this. But how about we just take a second to give a round of applause for everyone who shows up for a 5:30 p.m. talk. It's pretty good. See, I am a father of two really small children, so doing anything past 5:30 is typically crazy. So I really appreciate that you're all here. So my name is David East. I'm a front-end engineer on the Firebase team. And by the look of the talk, you probably thought, oh, hey, look, another web performance talk where I can learn about shipping less code and optimizing my images. Now, while those things are all very important to do, that's not what I'm here to talk about today. I'm here to talk more about the behind the scenes of web performance. You see, I'm the kind of web developer who likes to take my files, put them on the server, and not really think about much after that. And that doesn't mean I don't care about performance. I work really hard to make sure all my server code executes as quickly as possible, and I also want to make sure that my files are really small so they get transmitted quickly. But what I really want is this fast button. All I have to do is go boop, and then all my files go onto some awesome performant infrastructure, and I don't have to think anymore. And that is Firebase Hosting. Firebase Hosting is your fast button. Firebase Hosting gives you the tools to maximize your page load performance. So today, let's talk about simplifying our hosting infrastructure. So one of the things that Firebase does for you just right out of the box is HTTPS. It's 2017. HTTPS is pretty much a standard now. And so if you want to go from HTTP to HTTPS, there's two steps to that. You first have to go out and get a cert, and then you have to go out and install it. It's not very difficult, but it's not something I want to do every single time I deploy a website. What I want to do is deploy a website and then have it have HTTPS, and I don't have to think about it. And that's exactly what Firebase Hosting does for you. And after you deploy a site over and over again to hosting, you start to take this for granted, which is cool, because that's what we want you to do. But probably the coolest thing Firebase Hosting does for you out of the box is our content delivery network. So who here has seen or used a URL like this one before? It's our good friend Roboto. So this link right here is from the Google Fonts CDN. And we tend to not think of these as websites. We tend to think of these as files, placeholders for files on a server. And that makes sense because this is content, and it's delivered over a network. But if you're not familiar with CDNs, you might think that network stands for the internet. And it's not. It's actually a different kind of network. So this is how Google Fonts would be if it wasn't on a CDN, or at least I think it would be. So rather than just rather than a bunch of servers, we'd have one or two servers, and we'd have some device out in Europe saying, hey, I need Roboto. So it sends a request that goes all the way over the Atlantic Ocean to this server. Server goes, oh, hey, I have Roboto. Let me just send that back to you as fast as I can over the Atlantic Ocean back to this user in Europe. Now another user in Europe says, hey, I need Roboto as well. And maybe they're just down the street from you. And so they send a request that goes across the Atlantic Ocean down to the server. The server goes, didn't I just send someone in Europe Roboto? OK, it doesn't matter. I'm going to send it back to them as fast as I can. Now, the problem with this setup is that there's a lot of latency. And latency is how long does it take to send one packet of information from a source to the destination. So if you're trying to send one packet from San Francisco to New York, that's about 40 milliseconds. And you might be thinking, well, 40 milliseconds for a round trip doesn't sound too bad for me. But this is literally your best case scenario. This is you are the only person on the internet sending packets. You'll get this. San Francisco to LA, though, is a lot better. It's 6 milliseconds. Again, this isn't realistic. You're going to have a lot more latency than this. But 6 milliseconds compared to 40 milliseconds is a huge difference. And I'd rather pay 6 milliseconds for a round trip than I would for 40. So the CDN flips the equation. It says, rather than trying to send files as fast as we can across the world, why don't we just send files as fast as we can across the street? So in this case, we have a user in Europe saying, hey, I need Roboto. So it sends a request, but it doesn't go all the way across the Atlantic Ocean. It just goes to a server in Europe. So a CDN is a network of servers, and we call these servers edges. So what if we put more than just fonts or jQuery in a CDN? What if we put our entire website in a CDN? And that is Firebase Static Hosting. With Firebase Static Hosting, you can deploy static files, and then we'll put them on a CDN. So by static, it's HTML, JavaScript, CSS, and images. So let's see how this CDN works. So we have a user, and let's say they're in Tokyo. And then this user says, all right, I'm going to make a request for an asset on your website. I don't know why that line's there, but OK. Now, it's going to first stop. Oh, let's go back. It's going to first stop not at your. It's going to first stop at the local edge. And then this edge is going to say, I've never seen this request before. Let's call out to the Firebase Hosting origin. Now, the origin is like the HQ of Firebase Hosting. It knows where all the edges are, it knows where all your files are. So it goes, it's OK, I got this. I know where the file is. So it sends it right back to the edge. And then the edge, it caches it and sends it back to the device. Now let's say another user in Tokyo makes a request. The edge goes, wait, I got this. I'm going to send it right back to the device. So rather than going all the way across the ocean, all we do is just go right across the street. And it's amazing the network effect that this has, because every single user in this area only has to go to a local edge server. They get a low latency response. So if you pull up the Chrome DevTools, and this is just a Firebase Hosting website, and it doesn't really matter what website, because we're going to inspect an individual file. So we're going to click on the waterfall of a document. And that's probably pretty tiny, so we can make it a little bigger. And we see all these great request and response metrics about this one file. And we can see that it took about 7 milliseconds to queue. It stalled and negotiated for about a millisecond and a half. Our request was sent in like a quarter of a millisecond. That's fast. But almost 300 milliseconds was spent waiting. And this is known as time to first byte. Now, time to first byte is kind of like one of those black box metrics. So there's a lot of things that could influence it. But when it comes to static hosting, time to first byte is usually a large factor of it is how far you are away from the server. So if you are further away, it's going to take longer for the file to get to you. So 300 milliseconds it's OK for a time to first byte. But this response, it's not coming from an edge. It's coming from Firebase Hosting's origin. And this is not the response that most users are going to get. It's nearly always going to be coming from the edge. So we know that we sent a request. So this should now live in the edge cache. So when I do a hard refresh in Chrome, this is now my time to first byte. Instead of almost 300 milliseconds, it's 5 milliseconds. And just as a FYI, it takes 86 milliseconds for the human eye to blink. So that's pretty fast. So you might be, so what about if your content changes? And so you go and you want to deploy a new version of your website, or you want to update a file. So how do we synchronize to all of these edge servers that our content has changed? Well, it's all baked into deployment. So deployment on Firebase Hosting is pretty easy. You install a CLI. So you install a CLI from NPM, and then you just write Firebase deploy in your directory. We take your files, we upload them to the server, and then when we deploy them, we also take it into all the files you deployed into one atomic deployment. And this is kind of like a commit. And then the origin says, all right, we have this new version, and it tells the caches, get rid of everything you have, purge everything, because there's a new version of your website ready to view. So the next time your user goes out to your website, they're not going to see the old stuff. They're going to see your new version. And the amazing thing about this is when you have these atomic deployments, if you want to roll back, you can view your entire deployment history in the Firebase console, and then you can just click a button and almost instantly roll back to that version. So one of the more interesting developments in web performance is with HTTP 2. And if you're not familiar, HTTP 2 is the new standard of HTTP. And that's probably not that helpful. So to see why HTTP 2 is the new standard, let's take a look at an HTTP 1 waterfall. So right here, you can see that we're making about 30 requests or so. And what you can see is this waterfall is fairly staggered. And that's because when we make a request with HTTP, we can only open up one connection per asset. So we get one connection, download one asset. So the browser is smart, and it says, all right, I'm going to give you 6 connections so you can do 6 things at a time. So that's why we see kind of like some files, stagger, some files, stagger. And what I really want to do is I want to take this, and I want to I want to put it together. I want it to be in one line. I don't want to wait to load everything. So we used to do this thing called domain sharding. And the reason why is because we have 6 connections, but they're per domain. So someone thought, hey, what if I just have more domains? That way I can have more requests in parallel. So the thing about domain sharding is let's say you have 4 domains. And if you have 6 connections each, that's like, if you take the 4, the 2, so my phone, it's 24 TCP connections. And so with that, each TCP connection is going to incur its own latency, and this is just going to drain your user's battery. So HTTP 2 fixes this problem. With HTTP 2, we get one connection that we can send multiple assets on. So now, rather than seeing that staggered waterfall, it's all in one nice line. And in case you are wondering, yes, this is 17 different versions of jQuery. And yes, I need all of them. So one of the great things about HTTP 2 is not just pipelining. It also gives you tools for performance. So like, if you think your website is at like a 10, well, there's some things we can do to just like crank it up and maybe get it to an 11. When you request a website, you don't request all of the assets. You request just the documents. And then the document, it has references to your assets. And the browser parses it and goes through this discovery phase, and then it initiates requests for these assets. And we're the developer of this page. We know what assets are needed. So why do we have to wait for this extra round trip? Why don't we just take these files and send them all down with the original response? Well, that's a feature actually called HTTP 2 Server Push. So with Server Push, we can use link headers. And we can say, when you send this document, let's send all these other assets too. With Firebase hosting, we give you this firebase.json file, which is how you can do more advanced configuration. So if you need to do any redirects, any rewrites, or in this case, set some headers. So I can say, at the source of my home route, I want to specify these headers. So I'm going to say, give me a link header, and I want to send back, I want to push my main CSS. So now with this file pushed, our network timeline looks a little different. The initiator for our document is not, or initiator for our style sheet isn't our documents, it's push/other. And if we click on the waterfall tab, we get a whole new set of metrics, which we'll zoom in on. And you can see there's nothing about time to first byte or network. It's all about reading the push. And that's because by the time the browser realizes it needs this asset, it's already been downloaded over the network. And what this does for us is it saves us one less round trip for this asset. But before you start thinking, like, that's great, I'm going to push everything on my website, that's probably not going to work out the way you want. Pushing too many things is called overpush, and it has some problems. The first is bandwidth. When you push an asset, you don't know what's going on in the browser's cache. And the browser has this great caching system. It pretty much keeps us from making requests from items that we've recently downloaded. But with H2 push, we're pretty much saying, like, I'm going to ignore that cache, and I'm going to send it down every single time. So it's a waste of bandwidth. And also, there's a problem with priority. So if you go into the performance section of Chrome and you hover over all your assets, they're going to give you these labels like high, highest, and low. Because the browser is great at knowing what the priority of your assets are. And when you push something, you tell the browser, no, I know what I'm doing. My assets are super high priority, and you take these first. And the problem with that is not every asset is high priority. Like images. If you push an image, which the browser sees as a low priority, you're probably going to make your website slower. So H2 push is kind of like this new world where everyone's still figuring things out. So there's no like solid rules or like laws I can give you. But there are two guidelines. So if you're going to push something, make sure that it's a critical rendering asset. So that's your JavaScript that does rendering or any CSS. And if you are going to push, make sure that you use a service worker to cache these assets, because that way it's going to prevent any future unneeded pushes in the future. And if any of this sounds familiar to you, it's because the Polymer team actually has a whole system on top of this called Purple. And not so coincidentally, there is actually a Firebase hosting and Purple code lab that you should totally check out. So at this point, I've shown you the CDN. I've talked to you about HTTP2 and HTTP2 server push. And these are all just amazing tools that Firebase hosting gives you out of the box or with just a little bit of configuration. But everything I've talked to you about today is all through the lens of static hosting. But sometimes our content frequently changes. And then also, we might want to make our own API on our domain. Or we want to get meta tags for Facebook and Twitter. And in that case, you probably want dynamic hosting. So with dynamic hosting, we can deploy not just static assets, but also server code that helps us generate new content per request. And this is really powerful, because if our data is constantly changing, we can keep our content changing with that data. So there are things you can do for dynamic content with Firebase. There's Cloud Functions. And if you're not familiar with Cloud Functions, it allows you to run server code in response to Firebase events. And one of them is an HTTPS function. And it says, here, take a request. You can handle it and send a response. Now, if you look at this, this kind of looks like a dynamic hosting provider. But there's some problems with it. The first is, this is the URL it gives you. Now, like, this is a totally fine URL if you're building a webhook. But it's probably not the URL you want on your business card. And also, actually go back. Also, if you look at that URL, it says US Central 1. So what that means is that this URL that this server is in the central of the United States. So what that means is that when we send a request, we can do something dynamic and send that response, but we're back to where we were before. We don't have a CDN anymore. We're sending Roboto to people all over the world again, and that's not what we want. We want the best of both worlds. We want to be able to dynamically generate content, but we also want that low latency response through a CDN. So yesterday we announced that now Cloud Functions and Firebase hosting give you the best of these worlds. So with Cloud Functions and Firebase hosting, you can dynamically create content, and then you can store that content in a CDN. And what's great is that you don't have to use this URL. You could use a default Firebase app subdomain, or better yet, map your own URL. And the most amazing part about this feature is that you get control over the CDN cache. You get to tell it how long you want to cache your dynamic content. And we can do that through a cache control header. So a cache control header has 3 parts. The first part is this public part. And what public says is that this file is cacheable. We can cache it on a CDN. The second part is how long it will live in the browser cache. And this last part, this is how we set the CDN. We can tell it that for 600 seconds, we set it 600 seconds before it expires. And this is known as the time to live, or TTL. So let's see how this works. We got a user again in Tokyo. User makes a request to the edge. The edge says, I have never seen this request before. Let's call out to Firebase Hosting's origin. Origin goes, oh, I recognize this. This matches a Cloud Function. So it kicks out to Cloud Functions, which runs your server code and generates your dynamic content, and then sends it back to Firebase Hosting's origin, which then sends it back to the edge, which then now caches this content. and then sends it back to your user. Now, another user in the same area makes the same request. Now the edge cache goes, wait, I have this, and sends it back. So we set a TTL of 600 seconds. And 400 seconds had gone by, so we hadn't expired from the cache. But now 900 seconds has gone by. So we send a request, and then the CDN goes, this is expired, so let's kick out to Firebase Hosting's origin, and then let's kick out to Cloud Functions, and then we're going to send it all the way back, cache it, and then back to the user. So that's dynamic content that is being cached back in your CDN edge. So the way you set this up with Firebase Hosting is with your firebase.json file. And you can specify it as a rewrite. So you say, whenever you see this source, so this route of questions, let's map it to this Cloud Function of questions. And then we can write our actual Cloud Function. Now, Cloud Functions is ran on Node.js. And so I'm going to be using ESNext syntax, but you can use whichever flavor of JavaScript you like. So I'm going to import from the Firebase functions, and then I'm going to import from Firebase admin, because I'm going to be reading from a database. And then now I'm going to name my function. I'm going to say export let questions. If you're using CommonJS, you would say exports.function, or exports.questions. And then now I'll create my Cloud Function. But what I'll do is I'll go out to my database, and I'm going to get a list of questions. From here, I'm going to set the cache control header, so 600 seconds in the CDN cache. And then now I'm going to send back a response as HTML with how many items are in my list. And then now all I have to do is a Firebase deploy. And that means that my static assets will go onto Firebase Hosting, and then my dynamic server code goes onto Cloud Functions. And that's just one route. How do I handle multiple routes? How do I get a more dynamic backend? Well, we can write our function. We can say, let's import from Firebase Functions again in admin. But now we're going to import from Express. So if you're not familiar with Express, it's an open source Node framework, and it's really easy to work with. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to create an Express app, because this will allow us to attach multiple routes. So we'll say app.get, and we'll say whenever a user does a GET request at my home route, I can handle the response and send this request. And now I can attach another route. I can attach my questions route that I made earlier. And then I can just get the data, set the cache control header, and then send the response. And then lastly, I have to name my function. So export let, I'm going to name it fn, create my Cloud Function. And then now I take my Express app, and I just pass it through as the parameter. Then in Firebase.json, I need to make a rewrite. But instead of mapping it to just one path, I'm actually going to use a ** glob, which says match all paths. And then call the function fn. And what this does is it gives us a whole host of new performance improvements. So now we can dynamically render HTML, and then we can defer all of our JavaScript. So we can still get a fast first paint, but then we can also get our dynamic behavior, our app needs. And if you're using any frameworks, you can take advantage of server-side rendering. So frameworks like Angular Universal and React, they have these first-class tools for doing server-side rendering. So you can take your same client-side code, pass it through these tools, and generate out HTML, and then just send that down to the browser. And then the framework takes over after that. And what's amazing is that we're not asking you to be static or dynamic. You can be both static and dynamic. Because this feature is more like a slider. You can be a lot more static. You can set a very high TTL or deploy only static files. But if you want to be more dynamic, you just set a lower TTL. And that way your content will regenerate faster. So dynamic hosting is just another tool in the Firebase hosting tool set. It's just another tool we have to build fast websites on an easy infrastructure. So if you want to learn more, please go to the documentation at firebase.google.com/docs/hosting. And also, there's an amazing cloud functions and ML talk tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. Recommend you go to. And also, we have a YouTube channel where all these talks are going to be on, and we do lots of amazing videos. So give that a look if you want to learn more about everything we've talked about this week. So that's all. Thank you all for coming at 5:30, and I will see you all later.
Thank you for joining this session. Brand ambassadors will assist with direct
The Google Assistant can help users get things done throughout their day, whether they're at home or on the go. And it powers devices like, for example, the Google Home, a voice-activated speaker. To better serve user requests, the Google Assistant needs to work well with an ecosystem of everyone's favorite services. Actions on Google allows you as a developer to integrate your services with the Google Assistant. And that is what we're going to explain how to do in this video. Conversation actions enable you to fulfill a user's request directly via a two-way dialogue. Users don't need to pre-enable skills or install new apps to interact with any actions you build. When a user asks for your action by name, we'll connect them with you immediately. Let's first go through a detailed example of a user interacting with a conversation action. Think about something as simple as helping a user choose what to have for dinner based on their mood and the ingredients they have around. Let's call this action Personal Chef. The user first needs to invoke your action with something like, "OK Google, let me talk to Personal Chef." The assistant will then introduce your action, and now the user is talking to you directly. From this point onwards, you get to interact with the user and have a conversation. "OK Google, let me talk to Personal Chef."
Sure, here's Personal Chef. Hi, I'm your personal chef. What are you in the mood for?
Well, it's kind of cold outside, so I'd like something to warm me up, like a hot soup. And I want it fast.
All right, what protein would you like to use?
I have some chicken and also some canned tomatoes.
Okay, well, I think you should try the chicken tomato soup recipe I found on example.com.
Sounds good to me. So this is a pretty rich interaction. Think about all the sentences I spoke and how the action needs to extract the meaning out of this. How would you implement this? If you're an expert in the area of natural language processing, you can use the Conversation API, which allows you to process the raw strings that contain the spoken text from the user. You can then use the Actions SDK that includes all the tools and libraries you need to build the actions. However, if you don't want to process the user's transcribed speech yourself, you can use one of the tools that have integrated with Actions on Google. One of these tools is API.ai, which provides an intuitive graphical user interface to create conversational interfaces, and it does the heavy lifting in terms of managing conversational state and filling out slots in forms. This means you'll no longer need to process the raw strings. API.ai can do this for you. To handle a conversation, you use the API.ai developer console to create an intent. This is where you define the information you need from the user. For our example, finding a kitchen recipe, this would be the type of food, the ingredients, the temperature, and the cooking time. You then specify example sentences. API.ai parses these sentences and uses them to train its machine learning algorithm to process other possible sentences from your users. You don't have to write regular expressions or a parser. You can also manually set what the acceptable values are for each piece of information. Once this is done, API.ai uses these definitions to extract meaning out of spoken sentences. The user can provide information naturally, out of order, all at once, or in pieces. The action can ask follow-up questions as needed. Pretty neat, right? Once you've set up everything in the API.ai console, you can then test it all out immediately with example sentences. Then you can test your project with the web simulator, preview it on Google Home, or deploy the full project to Google, all from within API.ai. Next, you can connect up an optional webhook to your intent to allow it to interact with a backend server. When all the details you need are filled in, your webhook is called with the appropriate details provided as JSON data. You don't need to worry about parsing strings or dealing with responding back with follow-up questions for the user. You can also develop the webhook using the language and hosting platform of your choice. It's just an HTTP callback. So API.ai makes this really simple. It's easy to get started, and you can have a prototype working in just a few minutes. You should check out our screencast video where we show all the steps to make this happen. So the Google Assistant is the next big opportunity for developers. By developing actions on Google, you'll get cutting-edge experience in natural conversation interfaces and be ready to actively participate in the emerging space of AI-first computing. In addition, you'll be able to help shape the platform and grow your audience in all the devices and contexts where the assistant will be available in the future. And thanks to conversational interface building tools like API.ai, as well as Google's unique understanding of the user's interests and contexts, you'll be able to create frictionless, intelligent experiences for people that engage with the Google Assistant. You can find out more about actions on Google by reading the documentation at developers.google.com/actions. We also have an Actions on Google developer community on Google+, so you can ask questions and share your ideas with everyone. We look forward to seeing what you build, and I'll see you next time.
I first got my Android phone around 2010. I started feeling that some functionality needs to be there, but those are not present. So I thought that, okay, since I'm in programming, I will start building those apps. Then I started feeling that I want some freedom. I feel like, okay, it's better to roam around the world and do your work. So I started learning about freelancing, and in freelancing, more of the projects are in the programming, mobile programming only. The main thing in India is whenever you want to change your domain, you need to have some portfolio. Android Nano Degree program is helping me improving my portfolio. Then next motivation was their community. You will be able to learn how others are thinking of implementing the same problem. Every day you will be learning something new, so that I can showcase the same portfolio as a part of a freelancer, applying for a job in a company. You will be improving your network, and accordingly you will be improving yourself.
Welcome friends. Today we have with us Preeti Guruswamy to share her journey as a woman in tech. Preeti, how did you get started with programming?
I don't come from a CS background. I come from a biotechnology background. I wanted to be in medicine. Unfortunately, because of financial situation, I couldn't get into medicines. So a lot of people said, why not try IT? Started as a software tester, and something caught me. After a year, I wanted to do programming, and I remember my mentor, she asked me, have you programmed? I said, no. Will you do it? She asked me, and I said, yes.
Preeti, you've been involved in many communities. What is the one thing that keeps you motivated to contribute back to the society?
I feel women need a lot of empowerment, and even as a child, right, whenever there used to be a maid and their daughters, I used to always sit with them and teach them so that, okay, do something as an education, because education is a very important part of it. And mostly you're educated because you need to have a good husband. Otherwise, if you're less educated, you may not get a very... I think that's why mostly all of us are educated. At least my cousin clan we are all educated because we get a good husband. And I was not very keen about not getting good husband, because I never thought education is for a husband, right? Education was for self.
What is the message that you would like to give to the women out there who want to start mentoring other women?
I think first thing, whether you want to be a mentor or not, you need to believe in yourself and move forward. I think most of the time we don't believe in ourselves, right? And mentoring is one of the beautiful concepts that has been in India. We call gurus, we had gurus before, they were all mentors. Unfortunately, we have forgotten that fact, right? And being a mentor, you will learn a lot. So be truthful, be sincere, and tell your experience in a very sincere way. You know, you don't know who will be inspired by you, who will learn from you. You don't know. They might learn or they may not learn, but at least you will carve a path for somebody, and definitely you will be a good mentor.
Thanks a lot, Preeti, and you have a great story to share.
Thank Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you very much.
Welcome everyone. We have with us Soham Mondal today, who is a Google developer expert for user experience. Soham, what is UX according to you?
So UX is, as you know, right, user experience. It's about understanding the need, the basic goal that they want to achieve, and helping them achieve that goal, as simple as that.
Recently, your app got featured on the Play Store. So what are your tips for other app developers?
So the first thing is do a lot of user research. Understand their backgrounds and motivations, why they are installing your app in the first place, and then build something for that. After that, once you've understood that, you've tested that, done some usability testing, then follow guidelines, right? Guidelines make your life easier. Follow material design guidelines and other guidelines. That's how my app got featured on the Play Store.
What are the tips you would like to give for people who are building for rural India?
The challenges in rural India are completely different. You have to first of all localize the application, right? There are so many languages in India. It's very important that you localize the app and make it very, very accessible. Apart from that, make sure that the gestures and icons and the overall application is very, very localized. So people are not used to swiping because that's their first computing device. So make sure that you are building something that they understand. And finally, make sure that you're doing usability testing, that they're able to achieve the task, right, in any kind of application. That's very, very important. So with all of this, I'm sure you'll be able to make a great application for the whole of India.
You are a BLR Droid community organizer. What is it that motivates you to give your skills and expertise back to the community?
I've been part of this community for, since 2009. And initially I was just a member. I used to go to meetups, I used to learn so much, to meet so many interesting people. Such a great experience that you learn something, you meet people, and then you want to kind of give back to it because it's so good. I've learned so much from it. It's only fair that I give it back. So that's my motivation.
Whether you're just starting out on your journey toward a career in Android development, or you've been working as an Android developer for some time, you might ask yourself, how can I separate myself from the pack and get recognized? Introducing the Associate Android Developer Certification by Google, an achievement available to those who can display the skills of an entry-level Android developer. The first step on your journey is determining if you're ready to take the exam. Start by learning what the exam covers. Review the skills that you'll need to demonstrate when taking the exam. Next, decide whether you need training or are ready to take the exam. Training is available online as well as in person. Also, training is available in some colleges and universities. When you're ready, sign up and take the exam. As part of the sign-up, you'll pay an exam fee. If you live in India, you will pay 6,500 rupee. If you live outside of India, you will pay $149 US. After you've signed up and paid the fee, you will download the exam and load it into Android Studio and begin. The exam is a timed, performance-based assessment in which you'll implement new features and debug issues in an existing app. When you start the exam, you'll have 48 hours to finish. And once you are done, you will submit the exam for grading. Your submission will be evaluated through a combination of machine and human grading. Based on the outcome of machine grading, you will move on to the exit interview. After you've finished and you've passed your interview, you will then receive a mark from Google and join our community of Google-certified Associate Android developers. Once you are certified, you can share your mark on your resume, LinkedIn, G+, Twitter, and in your email signature.
Every time your mobile app crashes, it's an invitation to your users to rate it poorly and uninstall it. This can spell disaster for the new app that you just launched. If you're an app developer, you need to know exactly where your app is having problems. And you need this information quickly so you can correct the issue before it affects too many of your users. This is where Firebase Crash Reporting can help. Our crash reporting tool collects information about crashes that your users are experiencing and sends that data as quickly as possible to be tracked in your dashboard. With the dashboard, you can monitor the overall health of your app. Here, you can see the top crashes and track the recent history of crashes in your app. Crashes are grouped by similarity and ordered by the severity of impact on your users, so you always know which issues to address first in order to best increase the quality of your app.
Each instance of a crash comes with detailed information surrounding its circumstances, including the stack trace, device type, and other important details about the device at the moment of the crash. To further enhance these details, you can log additional information as the app is running. All recent log messages are captured for every crash to help your diagnosis. In the event that you're able to handle and recover from an error in your code, but want to report that event for analysis as well, there's an API to send these non-fatal errors for display in the dashboard. It's easy to get started with Firebase crash reporting. On Android, the SDK is enabled simply by integrating the Firebase Gradle plugin into your build with no additional lines of code required. And on iOS, there's a CocoaPod which requires a few lines of code for initialization when the app launches. To learn more and get started with Firebase crash reporting today, be sure to start with the documentation available right here. We can't help you write perfect code, but we can help you fight fires with Firebase.
Launching a great app requires dedication and vision, but growing one takes revenue. How about a monetization solution tailored specifically to your app? One that has rich and engaging ads, one that works with Firebase to give you the insights you need to grow, and one that uses mediation to connect you with networks all over the world. Well, that solution is AdMob. Trusted by more than 1 million apps, AdMob offers developers everything they need to implement first-class monetization strategies. And when paired with Firebase, it's even better. AdMob is included with the Firebase SDK, and its APIs are built to make adding banners, interstitials, and video ads to your app simple. Plus, AdMob automatically selects the ads that pay you the most, so you can sit back and watch your revenue grow. And as your business grows, you can benefit from AdMob's advanced features. Say version 2 of your app has a slick new design, and now you need an ad format that fits naturally with your content. With AdMob's native ads, you can create CSS templates designed specifically for your user experience. We'll style the ads to match and display the result in a native ad view that fits your app like they were made for each other. And it doesn't stop there. AdMob helps you earn in-app purchase revenue too. AdMob can determine which of your users is most likely to make a purchase and target those people. They'll see an ad you design, and they can make purchases right there. Now, with your app's slick design and in-app products, it's become a worldwide sensation. But how can you make sure you're maximizing the revenue generated by each user? With AdMob, you can connect to ad networks around the world, bringing even more advertisers who'll compete for your impressions. And because you're using Firebase, you get access to free and unlimited analytics. Imagine a big-time blogger in Tokyo posts about your app, and overnight your Japanese audience quadruples. With Firebase Analytics, you can easily spot the trend, and then switch to your AdMob settings to tweak mediation configurations or start a campaign targeting your new fans. That's AdMob with Firebase. It's as easy as you want and as powerful as you need.
Analytics. We all know they're important to building a successful app, which is why there are many different kinds of analytics tools for app developers to use. There are in-app behavioral analytics, which measure who your users are, what they're doing, and so on. And then you've got attribution analytics, which you can use to measure the effectiveness of your advertising and other growth campaigns. Not to mention push notification analytics and crash reporting. But quite often, this work is being done by completely different analytics libraries, which means you've got reports living in various tools across the web, and trying to understand trends across these different reports, much less get them to talk to each other, isn't always easy. That's why we've created Firebase Analytics. Firebase Analytics is built from the ground up to provide all the data that mobile app developers need in one easy place. And it starts by giving you free and unlimited logging and reporting. That's right, no quotas, no sampling, and no paid tier to worry about. Simply by installing the Firebase SDK, Analytics automatically starts providing insight into your app. You receive demographic information on who your users are, how regularly they visit your app, how much time they've spent using it, and how much money they've spent in your app. But not all apps are alike, and you can get detailed information about what your users are up to by logging events specific to your app. These can include common events that Firebase Analytics has already defined, like when your users add an item to their cart, and there's also support for custom events you create yourself, like when a user completes a workout in your fitness app, or when they take a selfie in your photo app. Geez. But it's not just about seeing what your users are doing. It's also about discovering who your users are. So in addition to demographic information, you can also discover how your different groups of users behave by setting custom user properties. Have a music app and want to find out whether your classical music fans are browsing more albums than your jazz fusion fans? That's the kind of data you can easily break out thanks to custom user properties. And Firebase Analytics doesn't just measure what's happening inside your app, it lets you combine your behavioral reporting, what your users are doing, with attribution reporting, or what growth campaigns are bringing people to your app in the first place. So if you want to know which ad campaigns are bringing you the users who spend the most money, or are sharing the app with their friends, or have unlocked the last level in your game and are ready for the sequel, you can do all of that in Firebase Analytics. But don't stop there. Once you have all this information, you can take action on it using Firebase Analytics Audiences. Firebase Analytics gives you the power to build up groups of users, or audiences, out of just about anything you can measure in your app. Want to target users in Brazil who have visited the sports section of your in-app store? It's as easy as a few clicks in the Firebase console. Once your app has built up this audience, you can send them notifications using Firebase Notifications, or you can modify their in-app experience using Firebase Remote Config, or you can target them through AdWords, Google's ad platform. And then, because that impact can be measured using Firebase Analytics, you can confirm you're getting the outcomes you expect. Firebase Analytics already comes with a dashboard that lets you view answers for common questions. But if you need more specialized analysis, you can export all of your data into BigQuery, Google's data warehouse in the cloud, where you can run super fast SQL queries to slice and dice this data however you'd like. You can even combine it with other analytics data that you might be capturing. And this is just the tip of the iceberg of what Firebase Analytics can do for you. To find out more, check out our documentation here and give Firebase Analytics a try.
Hey there, we're in the AR and VR tent right now, and I'm going to play with some of the coolest, latest stuff from Tango and Daydream. Want to come along? Okay. See, that's the Earth. I don't know much about this, but my friend Eitan over there, maybe he can come explain it.
Hey, Timothy. All right, so here we are at the Tango booth at Google I/O, and we're going to show off a product that we announced today called AR Expeditions. And this is all about helping kids in schools learn in a different way, in a more immersive and intuitive way. So we're actually going to bring things to them, in front of them, compositing virtual objects into the real world. That enable them to just see the sun and the earth and the moon and some other things too. So Brandon over here is going to help us out with that.
That's awesome. Let's check it out.
Yeah, so what we're looking at here is we can actually see the earth that has been placed in our actual physical space. So we've mapped the room, we understand where we're at, and we can actually allow students to all experience the earth together and look around and find the 5 different hurricanes that are around the earth. We can do things like switch to the moon. And you can see actually like the approximate location here that Neil Armstrong landed on the moon initially. Pretty awesome,
so cool.
Pretty awesome. We can also see the sun. And if we can we actually like go around this side? So we can see if we go around this side, the different layers inside the sun and how hot they are.
That is crazy.
Here we can see the inner planets, and students can actually go and explore and see Earth and its relative size to Mars or Venus. We can also see other planets like Jupiter or Saturn. Look at that. And then kind of my favorite is actually looking at the asteroid belt, because you can actually, seems like you're flying through the asteroids.
That's awesome.
Pretty fun. And then finally on our exploration of the solar system, you can see dwarf planets such as Haumea or Pluto. And Haumea is really interesting because it's this kind of smashed looking planet. Something that would be really hard to kind of get a sense of if you weren't being able to see this placed in your physical space and compared to the other planets. So that's Expeditions AR.
That's Expeditions AR. Thank you so much. That is really cool. I'm just going to play with this for a little while. You guys don't mind, do you?
Let's go back to the asteroid belt, because that one's the best one. So you can kind of like feel like you're flying through space. Take a look. Whoop. There it goes.
Whoa.
There it is. I feel like you're actually flying.
Well, and what's really cool here is that we're all playing in this same space together.
Yeah, this is great. Actually, there was an attendee just earlier that was asking, like, why would we want to bring this in the classroom and not just like have them work on their laptops? But what's nice is instead of being like heads down and exploring this on your own, or kind of like passively learning, like you can actually go and you can like move around the asteroid belt, you can move around Jupiter or Saturn, and you can do that not just by yourself, but with the teacher, with the other students, and that's really kind of like the power of Tango, being able to like have this shared space and use it as this educational tool.
Awesome, thank you so much.
Yep, thank you.
All right, let's go check out some more cool stuff.
Here we're showing up a partnership with Gap, where they want to allow people to see what clothes might look like on mannequins, but in their home. So you can bring kind of their whole product catalog to your home. And so what we've got here is a bunch of options. Maybe I'm looking for a dress. So I drop it into the world, select a size.
I'm a size 5. Actually.
Oh, I'm sorry, Timothy. So we've got a size 6 mannequin here, and you can change, the size of the dress, so you can see how an extra small would look, a small would look, or a medium. But sometimes I want to see what a medium would look like next to an extra small. So I can press the plus icon. And now I have 2 mannequins in space, and you can see one of them has a medium, which is a little bit looser, more drapey, and the other one has an extra small. And you can get, right up in on them. You can see the texture of the fabric, and they actually do a very realistic physics simulation, which is pretty cool too, to get the drapiness correct. So this is just one way to bring shopping into your home.
That's cool. Well, can I?
Yeah.
I think what's really neat is you could sort of walk around it like you do in a store, which feels a lot different than like just pressing buttons on a web page.
Yeah, it gives you a much better sense of scale and how the garments is actually going to look on someone who's roughly your body size. So here we have a storytelling experience where we're bringing some characters from The Wizard of Oz into the space. And we're doing some special things. We're really working on showing off how well we can composite them into the space and light them relative to the space. You'll see kind of what I mean in a minute, but you can take pictures with the lion or the scarecrow or the Tin Man. And yeah, it's a really interesting and social AR experience.
Awesome. Well, maybe we can show everybody what you see while I, just kind of stand over there.
Sure.
Okay. Here, let me hand you the microphone.
Awesome. All right. So here we can have you take a picture with a character. So here you're kind of behind the lion. You can stand next to him. We can see that the lion is here. And so now I will take a picture. Ready? Smile. Yeah, do a flex. Nice. That's a good picture. Cool. So we've got a few pictures of you with the friendly lion. So this is kind of what the intro experience looks like. So if you want, you can even hold it, and you can kind of look around, and you'll just get taken through each character. So the mode we used earlier was just so you could take selfies, but this actually shows the characters, doing something. You can see he's writing on the actual wall there. So that's the kind of registration that we have to the environment in this scene, which is really great.
Oh, poor Toto.
Yeah, tornadoes are unfortunate.
That's awesome. All right, well, I think we have one more Tango experience to check out.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you, Vivek?
I'm good too, thanks. So I can. So here I'm going to demonstrate the Constructor app. It's built on the hardware and software stack provided by Tango. So this is one of our new phones that is being released by Asus. It's coming around this summer. So as you know that the Tango phones, they have a depth sensor for sensing the 3D environment. It has a fisheye camera, which is used for tracking, and that in combination, we are able to accurately get the 3D position of the phone as you move around. And so let me demonstrate one of the apps that we've created for this purpose. So what we're seeing right now is the raw output of the depth camera. And as you move around, you can sort of make out the objects. But what it's basically doing is that each pixel is not a color value, but rather how far that particular object that you're seeing is from the camera. And we have this recording mode where once we start the recording, what it does is it takes all of these depth images and it combines them, so sort of like stitching them together into the 3D space to create a mesh. And you can sort of walk around and painting the surfaces.
That's really cool. It was very easy.
Yeah, it's as easy as using a regular camera. And once you stop the recording, it'll do a little bit of processing, and then what you have is the 3D mesh of the environment that you just scanned. So you can imagine if you spend a little bit more time, let's say 10 minutes or so, comprehensively scanning the environment, then you can get much more better models. And I'll show you an example of some of the models that we have created before. So here's a 2-bedroom apartment that was scanned in about 15 to 20 minutes. Just walk around using the same process that we just did for a few seconds. And voila.
That is really cool, Vivek.
Yeah, that's pretty exciting stuff. So let's look at another model that we scanned. We can also use this for scanning outdoor environments. So now remember that the depth camera works using IR light, infrared light, and since there is a lot of ambient infrared light in bright sunlight, that it would interfere with it. But if it's a cloudy day, then you can reasonably scan outdoor environments. And here is somebody who scanned the outside of their house. And you can see they did a really good job in scanning it, and the result is also quite impressive. Since this phone is also a Daydream ready phone, we have this Daydream button here. So once you click on that, you can pair it and put it in one of these Daydream headsets and look at these things in VR. That's in a nutshell what our app can do.
That's perfect. Thank you so much.
You're quite welcome.
Okay, so we're going to go check out some Daydream here. We're here in the AR and VR tent still, and now we're going to look at Daydream. I'm here with Brian. Brian, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing excellent.
So you're going to help me experience some Daydream.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So Daydream, it's our mobile virtual reality platform. What we're going to be looking at is virtual reality. It's the experience that Clay talked about during the keynote, where you go further and further into VR from inside VR, just like Inception.
That's awesome. I've got to try this.
It's pretty rad.
Okay, so all I need to do is put on the headset, right?
Yep. I'll get you set up here. And in just a moment, you'll be going into VR inside of VR.
Okay, now while you're setting that up, Brian's actually going to grab his phone and outside the kind of headset experience to give you an idea of what it feels like or what I'm experiencing with the headset. Sound good? All right.
There you go. And here's your Daydream controller.
Oh, wow. While I appreciate your selection, I must insist you choose one of the 3 test objects. Now, pick it up and stick it to me. Perfectly crunchy. But
that was really fun. That was really fun.
How'd you like it?
And a little strange. The content of it, it was strange.
In VR, you butter toast in real life.
Is
That's how it works.
that how it works? And all the headset. I'm sorry, what you were saying?
I was just saying, if you butter toast in real life, you butter toast in VR. It's all confusing. Nobody knows what it means. It's crazy.
Well, and like the headsets just kept coming, and you went deeper and deeper into VR.
Exactly. Yeah. The actual experience is about 2 to 3 hours long. And you just continue going further and further into virtual reality. There's a couple different things that are going on here where at the very beginning you choose between a potted plant, a fish, and a ball. And no matter what choice you make, you're always wrong. So it's part of that illusion of choice that virtual reality can give you, and a lot of the things that the game designers chose to do to give you that illusion of choice.
That's awesome. That was a lot of fun, Brian. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks so much.
All right, welcome. Thank you all for joining us today for our panel, Using Design Sprints to Increase Cross-Functional Collaboration. I'm Kai Haley. I'm an interaction designer leading the design relations team, and I'm also one of the leads of our Sprint Master Academy. And I'm joined today by a very amazing group of Sprint Masters from across a number of product areas at Google. And I'd like to start off by having them each introduce themselves. So let's start off here at the end.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Jenny Gove, and I lead a team at Google that works on the search ads. I'm also part of the Sprint Master Academy.
Hi, my name is Ratna Desai, and I'm a UX lead on the Search and Assist team, and I'm also part of the Academy.
Yeah. I'm Josh Lovejoy. I'm a designer. I work in the research and machine intelligence part of the organization.
Hi, I'm Bergen Sheely. I'm a designer as well in corporate engineering, which is the part of Google that designs apps for Googlers.
Hi, I'm Sumir. I'm a designer as well, and I'm in a team called Next Billion Users.
Wonderful. Thank you all for joining us today. I wanted to start off by giving a little background on design sprints. We started design sprints a while back when some Googlers got together and they wanted to experiment with ways to increase collaboration and innovation for their teams. And they did this by taking methods from design thinking, user research, business strategy, among others, and putting them into different orders based on their challenge and the deliverables that they were looking for. And they tested this and prototyped it over time to come up with a core set of methods that really yielded the best results for their teams. And in 2013, the Sprint Master Academy was founded to train Googlers in facilitating design sprints using this core methodology. We found it to be really, really effective, and so we're have basically adopted it as a way of working across Google. People use the term sprint in different ways in the industry. I'm sure you guys have all heard it used in different ways. At Google, we define a design sprint as a tool for answering a critical business question. And we do this in 5 phases. They're understand, sketch, decide, validate, and prototype. And these phases have been ordered together to support divergent and convergent thinking. And this allows us to generate a broad range of solutions for solutions to our business challenge, and allows us to prototype the solutions that we think will be most valuable for our users and test them with users. And we do this in less than 5 days. So this is a really fast and intensive process. Very excited to get started here, and I wanted to dive in by talking about the different types of sprints that people are running. So tell us about the different types of sprints you're running for your product area and how you're structuring your challenge and deliverables.
So I've run a variety of sprints, and today I want to talk about a couple. Some are the near-term sprints that really focus on product features, and those are very much so for launching a product immediately. And then longer-term sprints that focus on visioning. So for short-term sprints, we generally focus on things like, if you're at a strategic crossroads. So for example, for Google Express, the team was deciding how to expand the business nationally. And we were looking at ways to get more user retention and focus in on retail categories and verticals, which we hadn't in the past. So in looking at the kind of marketplace, we wanted to place our bets in the right vertical, whether it be home furnishings, grocery, or even apparel. And so at that point, we had run a variety of business models and really modeled out the solution from that perspective. What we needed to complement that decision-making process was a design sprint. And at that point, when we were at that juncture and that inflection point in the business, was a lovely time to get everyone in the room and really kind of focus in on the options that we could take. And what that actually looked like in terms of deliverables was mocks, prototypes, and we were able to kind of line those up and decide more consciously and thoughtfully where we wanted to place our bets, and then outline a roadmap that would allow us to get there within a year. So we had some constraints, but we worked within those and were able to ideate in a very focused, iterative manner before we decided to really commit to a strategy.
I can follow up on that. So I've run a number of different types of sprints. These range from vision sprints, so vision about where we see a product area, perhaps. Also, I think what's very common is product features. We often run sprints to get to new product features. But also, we've run sprints to define new policy and also new processes. We've even done sprints to come out with different principles and also to look at those like real moonshot ideas. And you talked about Sprint Challenge and how we've structured that. So a sprint challenge is really this statement you draw up at the beginning when you're planning the sprint. And the challenge really has the distinct defined aspects to it. You need to know what it is you're doing, and that's the part that I just talked about, the vision or the process or the policy sprint that you're planning towards. And then you define kind of who is the audience, who are you doing this for, or who's the participants for, and the scope of that, how far out you're thinking, how long you're going to take that. And you talked about structuring it. I think communicating it is really important across the team of people you're working with. And then you get different deliverables assigned to those different types of sprints. So, product features, obviously, that's really common, as I said, and there's a lot of prototyping, different tools used for prototyping, and that's a very standard way. But we also do some fun things with vision sprints where we've done role plays, creating videos. What else? So policy will be, sort of the first step of making that text for the policy. Process might be a diagram, how you kind of set up, say, a process for checking on privacy or checking on security. And moonshot ideas often comes down to like role plays and videos again. So.
Yeah, it's interesting building off that point about deliverables and scope. The thing across all the sprints that I've found is it's just as important, if not more sometimes, to define what's out of scope. So knowing the things that are going to be sort of out of reach. And there's a couple important pieces why. One is helping to define those out of scope points gives you a bit of license to sort of refine the conversation, to focus the conversation. People can go all over the place over the course of 3, 4, 5 day design sprint, and you want to capture those ideas and sort of have them live somewhere, but also know that they're gonna always lean towards the actionable and the tangible, the real world, not too sort of pie in the sky. I worked on a design sprint to try to figure out the out-of-boxing experience for a hardware product. And you can imagine with a hardware product, you can go any number of directions. You could be like from how it gets manufactured to how the packaging ends up at your doorstep, to the delivery mechanism, to the opening the box itself, all the way to the 100th use. We really wanted to focus into that first time use, just that one experience of having opened the box and seeing what's inside. And in doing that, it actually gave a lot more confidence from stakeholders to know that we were actually building towards something testable and verifiable. We weren't going to try to just traverse this giant landscape and cover it all, which would have been impossible in 4 days.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a very interesting example. What would you say is the most important thing to do in preparing for a sprint?
Should I take this one again? Okay, so sprint preparation. So facilitators have a role all the way through the process, right from the beginning, right through past the end of the sprint, and then making sure that deliverables, come to fruition. In the planning process, that's kind of a lot of the time of the sprint facilitator. And during that time, they're setting up the challenge, like I talked about already. And a large part of that, though, is making sure the right people are going to be in the room and building towards that first stage in the sprint that Kai talked about, which is the understand phase. Really, really critical part of the understand phase is delivering lightning talks. And lightning talks are really important because during that time, I'm sure many of you have been engaged in design thinking and used Post-it notes to write out your how might we's, which is really opening up opportunities. So it's the lightning talks that really generate all those ideas. So if you haven't done really, really good planning on your lightning talks and who should be in the room and who should be talking to those, so it might be, business development, or it could be somebody from legal or salespeople who have got great deal of experience with clients. Setting that up really, really well to make sure you've got all that, what I call food for thought, to generate many, many opportunities is a really key part of the planning phase.
So I think I can build on that because it's, in terms of the most important thing, I think it's definitely planning, and then more planning. And I want to emphasize the fact that there are unknowns during a sprint, so you have to even plan for those. And what that looks like is the agenda, how you want to pace the activities, who do you want in the room. And I would say that after the planning, it's really about the people. And in terms of which disciplines you want in the room, which personalities, because as a sprint master or facilitator, you're essentially the mediator to make sure that the best ideas are generated with this group. And so it's kind of this active facilitation that will happen, and you need to plan for it from the get-go. So it's seeding the design sprint early on with the right people and the right plan to make sure that you ensure a platform where people can really dream and that people feel very optimistic with each other and safe to build on each other's ideas. And that was touched on in the How Might We activity, which you can read about in our, on our Design Sprint Kit website. But it's really the concept of optimism, right, in a Post-it note, which is while you're listening to someone, it's active listening. And when that person is talking, you yourself are starting to co-create with them by writing down the possibilities and then doing a share out at the end. So just it's a really lovely sacred space for people to dream big.
I also think it's really important to set expectations so that everyone knows what to expect on the week of the sprint, as well as to align everyone on the deliverables that'll come out of the sprint, what the fidelity of those deliverables will look like. And then how are you going to follow up on the sprint? What is the planning and the resources for after the sprint so that everyone understands and has the same expectations for the sprint?
So it sounds like there's a lot of work that goes into this, and you have to start planning pretty far in advance. When is there a particularly good time to sprint, or a time when you absolutely don't want to sprint?
Yeah, so there's a couple of really good moments in the product lifecycle when it's actually really good to run a sprint. So one of them is when the product is really in its early stages, and it's just like a kernel of an idea. You don't know what it looks like. No one's really formed it really well yet in their brains. So that's a great time to bring a lot of people together cross-functionally and get a lot of experts in the room, and then just kind of spend a few days hashing it out and coming out with like a good product strategy, a good like vision, maybe a couple of hypotheses that you want to test out. So I think that's like a great time to jump on a sprint. The other time is actually later on when your product's actually launched and you have data and some of it is working really well and then maybe parts of it are not. So for example, it's a shopping site and the checkout flow is not working well. You're losing users. So how do we like fix this one experience or this one journey? And that's actually a really nice tactical contained problem to solve with a group of people. You can expect to have like a really nice solution by the end of 4 or 5 days. And you can actually think laterally, right? Like as a group, you can think of 4 or 5 different solutions and then diverge and then converge onto the ones that make the most sense. So it's really like speeds up the process instead of doing this regular waterfall model where you design something, you test it out, then you go back to the drawing board. You actually like do it in parallel and then you explore a bunch of options and then at the end of the week you have like a really good solution. When not to sprint actually is really interesting. So don't sprint when you don't have time. And so like, if you've seen like the iceberg example, like what you see on the day of the sprint is actually just the tip of the iceberg, right? All the planning that happens to make the sprint a success, which is the majority of the iceberg, you can't see. So it takes a while to plan this thing and set it up for success. And if you don't have the time to do it, if someone says, I want to sprint next week, just say no, like it's not going to happen. And then also don't do it when your team doesn't have time. Like you're in the final stages of launch, everyone's heads down, trying to get something out the door. That is absolutely the wrong time to try to run a sprint because no one's in the right mindset to go back to the drawing board. You'll get a lot of resistance. Make sure you get a cross-functional team. You can do a sprint with designers, but like, what's the point? Because a lot of it is about getting cross-functional consensus and buy-in. You want people to co-create and feel like they have ownership in the design. And if you can't do that, then you kind of lose something really valuable from the sprint process. And then lastly, like, I don't know if you guys have experienced this, but sometimes you'll have a stakeholder who has a solution in their brain, and they're like, I want to run a sprint because I want to validate that what I have in mind is true. And that's also not a good time to run a sprint because sprints are very bottom-up, and you have to allow the space for people to come up with their own ideas. And sometimes they're going to completely defy your expectations, and that's okay. And if your stakeholders are not all right with that, then you shouldn't run a sprint.
I think the best time to run a sprint, and this is coming from the perspective of working at Google, which is a very, very large organization with multiple organizations within it, is really when we start annual planning. So our OKR process is quite rigorous, and it's a good time to start at the beginning of the year, or I would even say at the end of the previous year, so that you can really get runway on these ideas and then in kind of refine them quarter by quarter. And so what this allows is it allows that kind of cross-pollination of ideas very early on in the planning stage of the business strategy. And so it's key to get there early. The other point to make about the best time is that it's really when the right people are in the room and are craving alignment. If there's no shared vision, for example, for a product, and people are just kind of stumbling and misinterpreting the goals, it's kind of, those things are good symptoms to pay attention to in any organization, and to really then address it with this wonderful methodology that can stem anywhere from a couple hours of getting together and gaining that alignment or several days. And so this investment and this customization can happen, and that's what's really lovely about the sprint method that we have. And the wrong time is when you really don't have the right people in the room, because it's ultimately going to lead to a product idea that isn't fully fleshed out or doesn't have the right stakeholder investment up front. So that kind of upfront investment is so valuable down the road when you're launching product, and it really saves teams so much time in the end.
Yeah, you bring up the point about when teams are sort of stuck in the product lifecycle. I've seen sprints unstick teams so many times because, the test I like to run is if someone writes a doc about a feature or a product, and then the email thread that spawns out of that doc is longer than the doc itself, it's probably a pretty good time to get some people in a room and talk. You're frequently dealing with this kind of cognitive dissonance of taking a bunch of people offline and putting them in a room and having them just talk to each other for multiple days, that's like a ton of investment, and we're going to lose all sorts of productivity. And the secret is actually you gain months of productivity if you get people from different disciplines who have different perspectives and different backgrounds who can come together and align. You save so many different cycles of churn and back and forth. I even recently had a situation where a product I was involved with had some research findings come back that were pretty surprising and pretty at odds with some of our core belief systems. And we rallied together a diverse set of folks for 3 hours and came up with, just presented the research, talked through a bunch of sort of common themes we were seeing. And by the end of that session, we had product tenants that now have taken us into a point where we're ready to launch. And that's just crazy amounts of efficiency gain.
You all mentioned a cross-functional team and getting the right people there in the room. Can you talk a little bit about the most successful composition of roles for a sprint? Sounds like that's really important.
Yes, and I think it was touched on earlier, is that I call it kind of the trifecta, right? You need your product manager, you need your eng partner and you need your UX person in the room. Now that said, it's really dependent on the challenge. Oftentimes, if we're solving for a healthcare business challenge, I want a physician. And if I can't get a physician in the room, I certainly want an interview with a subject matter expert. So there are these ways in which we can augment the core working team with stakeholder interviews, subject matter expertise, and it really goes a long way because you're essentially creating this real microcosm of what we call a sprint team, which is essentially practicing what it means to be a growth org, right? Constantly learning and evolving organization. And we do these in these little sprint pods, but essentially it can be applied to the entire company. Our technology is moving fast. We're all kind of, moving 1,000,000 miles an hour in terms of what we're going to produce and put out in the market. So it's really our responsibility to get that trifecta and the right people in the room, because the audiences and the global audiences we relate to with our end user is so diverse that it's really the onus is on each of us to make sure that the seeds planted and the DNA of this idea that will eventually become a product living in someone's life is a reflection of society at large. And so you want those kinds of cultural nuances, you want the diverse perspectives, and I can't, emphasize this enough. It's so important to have that filter when you start a design sprint because it really shapes the end deliverable. I've seen teams where that kind of team synergy and that diversity has led to true innovation, and I think authentic team spirit, which really matters, because we want people returning to these sprints and to do them as their active kind of product development practice. So it's really important that we make their time worthwhile and that they feel that they get a lot from it.
I'll just add that I've had experience bringing in different sorts of people in different roles at Google into different sprints. So some success stories I can remember were running a sprint for games, around games and around apps for games when I brought in business development. They had such a different perspective than we'd heard before. We hadn't involved before that. I've run sprints on privacy and security. We definitely brought in legal. We brought in policy. We also, at that time, brought in external academics into our sprint teams. So sometimes thinking even wider than the people in your company where you can do that is really important. And like I said before, teams that have the client perspective, often a lot better than we do. Definitely bringing in user research, but also sales, developer relations, different roles like that have such a good connection to the end users.
Great. So have any of you guys had any sprints that you considered to be maybe a little bit of a failure or went off the rails, and what did you do to save them?
I've had a few. I ran a sprint recently. So I work in a group that makes products for emerging markets, and I was working with a team that really wanted to be in this one particular emerging market. And I planned the sprint perfectly, and everything was going really well. And there were a bunch of really great lightning talks based on really strong foundational research. And what we found out was none of that research was actually presenting a strong user need or a user problem. And so what ended up happening was over the course of that sprint, everyone had a lot of great ideas, but no one really knew what a good idea was because they didn't know what they were solving for. And so I've been very guilty of this. Before the sprint runs, I'm just like, hey, throw your lightning talks into the slide deck. As long as the lightning talks are done, I'm happy. And I'd rarely actually go through them and try to synthesize and try to understand if the inputs actually make sense. And so my learning was if your inputs aren't great, your outputs aren't going to be great. So you have to make sure that you use your inputs in a way to guide the team to come to really good solutions. The other situation I've faced is just personalities. Sometimes you will have a really loud, strong voice in the room. We've all been in sprints where there's been like a super senior executive or someone super senior who is very opinionated, and everyone else kind of feels kind of scared to oppose them or come up with their own ideas. And this is where your skills as a sprint master really come into play. Like you have to kind of point to other people and like ask them to speak. You have to keep reminding people that sprints are very democratic. And if voting is not working for you, because sometimes someone will vote for an idea and then everyone else will vote for that same idea, you should try doing the note and vote method where people kind of write down their votes on a piece of paper with no one else seeing, and then you tally them up after. I've also there's always this one person in the sprint who is convinced that their idea is the right one and everyone else is wrong. And for that, like what I've found is really successful is like you just give them the stage, because if you don't let them speak, it's just going to like keep bubbling up for days. So just give them the stage, let them speak. Again, remind everyone that this is a democracy. And then, after they've had their say, if still no one agrees, then it's really like there's nothing else they can do, right? So that's been really effective for me.
I like to say there are no failed sprints because you always learn something from a sprint. That being said, there's always a chance for your sprint to go in a different direction than you planned. Sometimes that can be a good thing, and sometimes it's really important to bring the sprint team back to the original sprint challenge. Occasionally, I've had teams that get really excited and gravitate towards solutions that are cool or shiny, but don't really address the user problem in the best way. So that's when having a predefined sprint challenge is really important, and having your success metrics and your design principles defined so that you can refer back to them and make sure that you're really addressing the problem that you set out to address. Another challenge I've faced is keeping everyone engaged for the full sprint. It's a big chunk of time. I was in one sprint where we had a key participant, someone who's really important to the sprint, leave after only 2 hours after he discovered that we were pretty serious about our laptops down policy. He said he could only participate in the sprint if he could be on his laptop the whole time. So we actually decided to do daily check-ins with him, half-hour check-ins at the end of each day to get his feedback and make sure that he knew where the sprint was going, but that would not interrupt the flow of all the other sprinters with that distraction.
Yeah, I had one early on when I was sort of learning the ropes of design sprint facilitation, where I bit off way more than I could chew, a little bit unknowingly. I signed up to facilitate a sprint to redesign hiring at Google. Super, super easy. And it was like 20 people from all over the company with like very different parts of the company represented. It was like the second sprint I had facilitated. And it kind of had all of the things. It had like all of the earmarks that I now know to be on the lookout for, of like a lot of sort of baggage between different parts of the organization, a lot of people with very specific ideas to the points that both of you have made. Also, when I started getting involved in the project, there were 0 UX people. And so I sought desperately to find a couple of people that could just bring some design thinking to the process. So then we started, and then things were terrible. And it was like time was slipping. There were so many competing ideas. There was this one person who just couldn't get over their own ideas and kept bringing it back to themselves. And just with the sheer size of that group, it's almost impossible to track down and sort of pay attention to everyone's thoughts. So I had these little moments where I'd be like, okay, break time, and then I'd go sort of almost cry in a corner. And so around the middle of the second day, I was like, I'm pretty sure I've failed the company and everyone's gonna hate me. And so I kind of did the only thing I thought I could do, which is just trust the planning that I'd put into it. And I came back, and I was a little bit more firm with time, and I called time, and I focused people around the objectives. I also paid a lot more attention to some of those unspoken signals of democratic thinking, to direct attention to the ways that people were aligning, even as this one person was sort of disrupting and derailing. And in some instances, I needed to even kind of take that person aside and have some hard conversations. And I was just like, listen, this is either gonna work or it's not. And somehow near the end of that day, we sort of found it. And there was enough visibility into people's shared vision of what was gonna be built that we ended up with a pretty amazingly successful process that right now is being experimented with across the company, which is pretty cool.
Cool. It sounds like you really have to expect the unexpected as a sprint master and be ready to pivot and trust the process is what I hear you guys saying. Outside of the standard product development process, what are other use cases that you've applied the sprint methodology to?
So I've run quite a few sprints for nonprofits, and I know Bergen has too. I've been very passionately working with nonprofits for several years, and I used to do UX workshops with them, and then after I learned the sprint methodology, I started doing sprints. And that's actually been really effective because nonprofits actually have interesting challenges. Unfortunately, they don't often have a lot of budget for UX resources, and so things like design thinking and stuff like that, they just don't have the luxury to actually like have the right people to help them think through that. But having said that, they're actually super excited to work with designers. They face some of the same organizational challenges that we face, like getting stakeholder buy-in, like changing things that they've done the same way that have tried and trusted for many, many years. A lot of times they're like stuck using legacy systems that they want to break out of. So it's been actually really great working with them to kind of get like consensus to like change product direction. Having said that, I think if you're running a sprint with a nonprofit, I think it's really, really important to staff them with even more UX designers as participants than you would otherwise. And that's because in my experience, there's not a lot of knowledge about things like user journeys or sketching or flows or just like some of that terminology we kind of take for granted now. There isn't a lot of experience with that, so you kind of need more of a helping hand. And every time I've actually had more UXers on the team, if you split the team into like groups, each group should have a UXer. It's worked out really, really well. The other kind of sprint I recently ran was, I don't know if anyone's read Jake Knapp's Medium article about a brand sprint. The product that I'm working on at Google is really ready for like a rebranding. And so I spent 3 hours with like key stakeholders just defining the personality of our product, our vision for 20 years, who we are, what our values are. And that was just super great for just getting everyone aligned, like getting all these abstract notions of what our brand is into something that was really concrete. So when we actually start deploying that brand in like as a logo or in marketing, we have something to point to and keep ourselves honest to make sure we're not off-brand. So that was actually really great.
Yeah, I've run a number of sprints with nonprofits as well, several for Google.org, which is Google's philanthropic arm as well. And I think one of the key differences that I've enacted with nonprofit sprints is having users in the entire sprint. So in one, the nonprofit Project Concern International was using satellite data to give and show pastoralists in sub-Saharan Africa current vegetation so that they could understand where good grazing land was. This was becoming a problem due to climate change, and their grazing lands were changing. So the program that they had was hugely successful with a 50% reduction in herd mortality and 80% adoption by local populations. However, the delivery system was really ineffective. They were printing out maps, paper maps, and then hand delivering those to the local population. So our challenge was to provide these maps on a smartphone. So we had Google UXers, we had PCI staff, we had a mapping specialist, we had local developers, and then we had a number of users in the sprint with us. And having the users in the sprint was critical. They were able to work with the developers to really help the developers understand the user needs from the very outset of the project. The UXers were able to understand the technology challenges and opportunities. And just having the users as co-designers in the process was really important so that they owned the solution and actively worked with the team to develop the solution.
So it sounds like this is a really valuable methodology that can be applied to a lot of different things. We wanted to save a few minutes here for questions from the audience. So we're going to move to questions here, and we have mics set up. So if anyone would like to come up and ask a question, our panel would be happy to answer them. Or if not, I have more. Oh, right back there. There's a microphone right up front here.
Hi. Just with regards to resources, so, ideal scenario, you've got your team, they're going to put it aside 5 days, they're not going to go anywhere. In small companies, like, this never happens because these guys have like 17,000 things to do and things keep on popping up. So I know you mentioned the scenario of the one person, so he left and then you do a checkpoint every day, but how do you kind of organize things to happen? I mean, we try to do it, but we always have challenges with this. So, people are off on different days because they have their day-to-day job.
So one of the strategies that my team has taken in dealing with stuff like this is to try to split up the phases of the sprint into separate days, or to try to run certain parts of the exercise in parallel. It takes a bit more like communication and kind of like facilitation in offline ways. But there was an example where we ran a sprint to build essentially kind of a kiosk workflow where you could go to a specific location and interact with a product we were developing, go through the environment, and then be returned with something. And so working in the machine intelligence space, you don't always have the models totally ready to go, and you need to do a little bit of faking and smokes and mirrors. So what we do is we would set something up where our users, our test subjects, would go out up front and do some of this stuff. We'd get their content. We'd then go and do a little bit of sort of Wizard of Oz behind the curtain, and then come back and all of us get back together. So we could do the sort of the validation and prototyping in a not totally perfectly sort of linear process. So if you can find ways to take that full 5 phase and maybe figure out where you can stage it, such that you can come back at opportune moments or even do more work in the middle, it can be really effective.
We took an extreme opposite approach in the current work that I'm doing on search and assist. And we realized that people are extremely busy. And we said, just, instead of 5 days, set aside 1 day. And we're going to do this really intensively. And it's worked only because after that 1 day, there's a very clear plan about what the core team will do according to their schedules and when there will be kind of a check-in. And that kind of gives ownership to the team in a different way. But there's this lovely kind of collaboration moment at the very beginning. So we also play with it. People are very busy and people think differently. So it gives them that intense concentration individually, but then it kind of has that group dynamic as well.
Yeah, I think when you start with those shorter sprints and then you prove the success of a sprint, then you can work up to the longer ones with the bigger challenges.
Thanks.
Hi. I was wondering how you select good interview candidates when the problem you're solving may not be known when you start out the sprint. We had several interview candidates who turned out to be less than ideal because our initial assumptions about the prototype turned out to be incorrect.
Are we talking about lightning talks or for user research?
Like when you're doing the validation phase.
Okay, so the question was, how do you pick the right people for your user studies?
Yes.
Okay. So, and you're saying your prototype?
Well, what we initially imagined we would be building turned out to be incorrect. We ended up building other prototypes.
There's a little bit of using that as a forcing function as much as possible as a way to look at the requirements that need to go into the prototype itself. That's one hack. It's a really tough situation to contend with when you sort of are building around one particular kind of user goal and maybe you end up going a little bit sideways. You also can change the format of the research methodology to be a bit more of kind of a cognitive walkthrough and sort of a high-level concept evaluation rather than something that's more focused around usability.
Let's go on to the next question.
I've actually got two. One, what do you guys see as a healthy cadence for a team doing design sprints? And two, how does Google train sprint masters and facilitators?
Oh, those are great questions. I think we've probably got different experiences across the panel for the first one, and it really, really differs across Google as well. So we have some teams at Google that are not yet bought into it, that just like the first person was asking, how do you put aside that time? And there's a lot of pushback in order to spend time doing sprints. And we do all the techniques that we talked about. And we also look retrospectively, because just like what was said before, you can save months of development time. So if you can build up that evidence, we also take evidence from group to group. But yeah, so I don't know, anything else on that?
I don't know, I think you're absolutely right. I think it depends on your team and how mature they are with sprints. But having said that, I have experienced that sometimes there's sprint fatigue, too many sprints. And so you want to make sure, at least in the beginning, when you're trying to sell the concept of sprints to your organization, that the sprints you're running are perceived as being successful. And then once you have enough people buying into the idea of sprints, then you can start doing more.
So some of the areas like CorePenge that Bergen's in runs a lot of sprints.
Yeah, my team is dedicated to running sprints across our PA, across our product area. So we run a lot of sprints, but they're with many different teams. But we do try and be careful that our sprint masters don't get sprint fatigue, because it is very tiring to run sprints.
We're going to have to wrap up. I'm sorry, we're at time. But thank you all very much for your interesting perspectives and your unique experiences. Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining this session. Brand ambassadors will assist with directing you through the designated exits.
Hey gang, want to see something neat? Check out this awesome hidden feature I found in Firebase Analytics. So I'm over here looking at all my reports in the Firebase Analytics dashboard. Here, for instance, I've got my active users for the last 30 days, and while these graphs sure are pretty, I'm thinking it'd be kind of nice if I could get these numbers into Google Sheets or maybe Excel so I could analyze them a little better, right? Well, watch this. I'm going to select my graph here in the Firebase console. It's kind of hard to tell, but you can see by the highlighted text here that my graph has been selected. And then I'll hit Command-C to copy it. And then I'm going to switch to a blank Google spreadsheet and hit Command-V to paste. And look at that. All my values are right there in the spreadsheet for me to analyze. So you can see here on the leftmost column, I've got the date. And then all the actual numbers are in the columns next to it. Now you might notice that I seem to have two columns of what looks like the same data, right? I've got monthly active users here, and then right next to it I've got this monthly users column. And then the same goes for my weekly actives and same for my daily actives. And so basically that first column is for the value that corresponds to the date here on the left. The second column is basically for that corresponding day in the previous 30-day time period. Basically, it's the values that belong to this dotted line here in the graph that I copied. Make sense? Okay. And then I can do the same thing for a bunch of these other graphs. Here I can copy and paste my daily engagement numbers. Let's get these into a new sheet here. And again, you can see I've got my engagement numbers from this time frame in this first column, and then those same numbers for the previous 30 days in this second column. And better yet, I can jump over to an individual event, like this completed 5 levels event, and copy all these graphs here at the top. And you can see I'll get event counts, user counts, event per user counts, and values for every one of my events that I am recording in Firebase Analytics. And this lets me do some pretty nice calculations right here in Google Sheets. For example, let's say our game designer is curious how often people are failing a level in our game. Well, for starters, I've got my level start graph here to show when people are starting a level in my game. So first, I'm going to copy and paste these numbers into a new sheet. Let's put them in. Okay, great. And then I'm going to do the same thing for my level fail graph, and that will show when people have failed a level. So we'll copy from here, and we'll paste them right in next to my other numbers. And once I've copied and pasted these values into Google Sheets, I can then calculate my average failure rate per game stat by dividing this number here by this other one. I'm going to copy this formula down for all of my dates. Let's give it a percentage format so it looks nice. Maybe we'll add an average at the bottom here. Let's do average for all these numbers. And there we go. Looks like my game has an average failure rate somewhere in the low 30s, which sounds like it's just challenging enough for our players. So our game designer is happy. Now, a couple of disclaimers here. First, this doesn't work on all the graphs I've tried. Some of them just don't seem to copy and paste as well as others, but it does work on a surprising number of them. You'll just kind of have to try them out and see if they work. And second, this will never be a replacement for some of the awesome and sophisticated data analysis capabilities you get by exporting your raw data to BigQuery, and you should totally go watch this video if you want to find out more. But if all you want to do is maybe compare two graphs to each other or calculate some standard deviations or averages on a particular event, this trick can work surprisingly well. So give it a try yourself, have fun with it, and we will see you soon on another episode of Firecasts.
Hi, Timothy Jordan here, your friendly developer advocate, taking you around Google I/O 2017. We're now in the Maps and Mobile Web tent, and I'm here with Chris Wilson, who's going to show us how Lighthouse works.
All right, thank you, Timothy. So Lighthouse is a tool that we've created to help build really good web experiences, help you improve web experiences. I'm going to actually enter in a URL right here. This is the media player application that we showed off in the Web State of the Union talk. We also have a talk about it tomorrow in the future of audio and video. And it's going to run a series of tests here to test a bunch of different things about whether it has a manifest, whether it has a service worker installed, if it's going to work when it's offline, how it works in different network environments, all kinds of stuff, how long it takes for the user to get an interactive access to the page, all that kind of stuff. And something went hideously wrong. So let's take a look at the report. So this is kind of cheating because this particular application gets 100%. It does super well, right? I mean, we hand-coded this. Paul Lewis is an expert. He knows what he's doing. Like, he has a manifest on there. He's got a service worker. It works offline. You know, there's still things to be done, like performance. You can always try to do better at performance. A little bit, tiny bit in accessibility we could do, maybe some best practices on passive listeners, that kind of stuff. But really, awesome score, right? I had to use this site because all of mine are horribly bad. Like, everything. You know, I know what the lowest score I've seen today is. It's my own site, so.
Well, I would say I'm not going to tell anybody, but you just told everybody. So now this is a social contract to fix that.
Okay, it's all open source, so you could go fix my site, maybe?
I don't think that's going to happen. Chris, thanks so much.
Thank you.
So this is Paul, and Paul's going to tell us a little bit about what's going on with AMP, and I have a fancy question to ask.
Then ask your fancy question.
My fancy question is the overlap between AMP and PWA. When are we going to see it, and how well does it work?
Yeah, that's a good reason why we're so close together here with the stalls. And I just talked about it this morning, how to combine those two in a really, really nice way. And there are three development models that really work well, because what we're saying is that you want to start fast and you want to stay fast. So you can either build an AMP that is both a PWA, you can actually do that, but you can also lead from an AMP to a progressive web app and use your AMP content as a data source in that progressive web app.
All right, so that makes a lot of sense. Do you have something you could show me?
Actually, yes. Yeah. So
let's go ahead and show it to the camera here.
Yep. So if you take a look here, this is actually using live data from The Guardian, who graciously offered us their RSS feeds to do this. And so this is a demo app that I've built a few days ago. And so as you can see, it's a fairly smooth navigation. This is actually a progressive web app, so I can navigate in categories. And then if I click on one of those links, there we go. Let's try that. It opens the actual AMP article. So this article that you see right here, as you can see, there was a transition going on here. And this article itself is all AMP. So you have a progressive web app shell that just does the navigation, but then you use AMP as a data source in your app.
That's totally awesome. Hey, thanks for showing us that, Paul.
Absolutely, you're welcome.
What is this going on over here? It looks cool and live and data.
Yeah, it's the I/O transport tracker, which this is the second year we've been running it, and Basically,
Over here and show me what it is up here, close.
So there's a few components to it. There's an Android app that we put onto each of the shuttles running to the different hotels around the I/O conference. Those Android apps are using the Firebase API to report their locations as they travel to each of their stops. And then this is just a Google map on a web page that is subscribed to that same Firebase database. And funnily enough, each time the bus moves, the bus icons on here move. And so it allows us to see exactly where all the buses are.
That's really awesome.
Yeah.
So this is us right here, right?
Yeah, some of the buses you can see are parked there, and it's all hooked up with GTFS data as well.
All right, so that is the Maps and Mobile Web tent, and I think it's time to get on and see some more stuff here at Google I/O 2017.
We all know from experience that people love to share things about themselves, such as photos, videos, and GIFs that express their feelings. So what do you do to let them store and share these files through your app? That's where Firebase Storage can help. Our storage API lets you upload your users' files to our cloud so they can be shared with anyone else. And if you have specific rules for sharing files with certain users, you can protect this content for users logged in with Firebase authentication. Security, of course, is our first concern. All transfers are performed over a secure connection. Also, all transfers with our API are robust and will automatically resume in case the connection is broken. This is essential for transferring large files over slow or unreliable mobile connections. And finally, our storage, backed by Google Cloud Storage, scales to petabytes. That's billions of photos to meet your app's needs, so you will never be out of space when you need it. So give your users space to share their lives with Firebase Storage, available right now for iOS, Android, and web applications. And to learn more about Firebase Storage, check out the documentation available right here.
On the boards 1 point, in the holes 3. All right, I'm sitting here with two gentlemen from the Android Studio team. We've got Jamal and James. Jamal, would you start by telling us all the latest stuff going on in Android Studio?
Absolutely. So I'm really excited about a couple new features. First of all, as you heard at the keynote, we launched the bundling in of Kotlin, which is a brand new language that's enabling you to develop apps on Android. The second cool feature is around performance tools. We launched a whole new suite of tools around CPU performance, memory performance, and network performance. So I'm really excited about those as well. And thirdly, we added the Google Play Store to the Android emulator that allows you to have end-to-end testing, so you can test out things like in-app purchasing or the download experience, and have updated Google Play services. So this is a cool thing I'm looking forward to.
Awesome, and I assume you've been talking to developers around the festival today. What's the reaction so far?
Yeah, developers are super excited about Kotlin. The thing about Kotlin is that it's been around for about five or 6 years, and a lot of developers have been actually using it for Android, so they're really excited to hear an official announcement and endorsement from Google about using it.
Now, we took a look at the profiler earlier, and I mean, it's really exciting to see that ability of that level of debugging live while the app is running on the simulator. What are some of the cool things that you've been able to discover as you've been testing that feature?
Yeah, I think one of the cool things is that a lot of developers didn't realize is that their app is using a lot of background data, or a lot of active data. So having a visualization to see what the traffic looks like coming in and out, and understanding what's the packet size, what's the latency of those various packets, to have a better understanding of how to utilize network. Because what we find is actually turning on the radio is actually impacting battery life. So having a better performing networking stack actually affects better battery life.
Awesome. And James, what's going on in your world?
Well, with Android Studio 3.0, we are also making available for the first time the tooling for instant apps. So we're really excited about that because, as you've heard in the keynote, instant apps is now GA, and any developer can now go build an instant app and publish it on Play Store.
And the tooling that you've built into Android Studio makes it really easy for developers to get up and running with either a new app or an existing app, right? Can you tell me more about that?
Yeah, that's right. If you have an existing app with build tooling, actually we'll start by talking about the build system. From the ground up in the build system, we've introduced a new type of module called feature module to allow you to share code between your Instant App and your regular app. So that's sort of a key foundation piece for you to start refactoring your existing app and to build your Instant App. And then if you're building a brand new application, we've also modified and enhanced the built-in templates for you to easily include Instant App support.
Awesome. So I'd like to ask a general question, if I may. Android Studio has been out a while, but it hasn't been out forever. But I think the advantages that it gives Android developers are huge. What are some of the coolest stories you've heard since Android Studio has been available?
Well, Android Studio's been out for actually version 3. We announced that today. One thing we actually launched last year was the layout editor and the new constraint layout. And a lot of developers really loved hand-jamming XML files. And we introduced this, we showed them the new tool, and it took them about 15 minutes to do it the old way. And we showed him the new tooling we launched last year at I/O, it took him 5 minutes. And he was amazed. He's like, I couldn't believe it. So we're really looking forward to making developers more efficient and developing apps. And this is some of the things we've been doing.
That's awesome. Have you heard any cool stories from developers around Android Studio?
Yeah, actually, one of the cool things that I've heard is in version 2.3, I think it was, when we introduced the APK Analyzer, we've heard stories where developers, when they start using the APK Analyzer, they realize that they've been bundling all these SO files for different architectures that they really shouldn't be. So as a result, they were able to reduce significantly their APK sizes, speeding up download speed for their users, and just enhancing performance in general.
That's awesome. All right, guys, is there anything else you want to tell developers before we get going?
Download Android Studio 3.0 and try it out.
All right, thanks, y'all.